Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support and subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see what if Harry Potter embraced Emerald Tree's power against Voldemort and Dumbledore. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support and subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. When both Voldemort and Dumbledore seek to control him, Harry unlocks the Forbidden Emerald Trance, a power that could save the world or destroy it. In Slytherin, betrayed and alone, he must decide whether to bow to destiny or shatter it. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry Potter was sitting on a swing in a play park not far from number 4, Privet Drive, where Harry had stayed with his aunt and uncle for the past 2 months. Ever since the previous school year had ended at Hogwarts. Ever since. But Harry did not want to think about that. Harry idly pushed himself back and forth on the swing, using the tip of one foot. The rusty chains squeaked as the links rubbed together. The playground was one of the few things in Little Whinging that was allowed to fall into any state of disrepair. Little Whinging was a land of perfectly trimmed lawns and meticulously weeded gardens. There was not a single lawn ornament to be seen, and every home was painted in tasteful shades of beige and gray. The tidy and well-ordered appearance of Little Whinging was not enforced by any ordinance of local government, or the rule of any neighborhood association. The uniformly immaculate houses were the result of a long-standing but unspoken agreement among the denizens of Little Whinging. Although keeping your home and grounds tidy was not a mandatory requirement of residency in Little Whinging, it was the sort of thing that one did, if one had a desire to be on speaking terms with one's neighbors. The playground, however, was different. Despite paying for the construction of the playground from their own taxes, the residents of Little Whinging looked upon the playground with disdain. This was largely the doing of Harry's uncle Vernon. Vernon was willing to tell anybody with ears that playgrounds promoted laziness in the young, and undermined a parent's proper attempts to instill work ethic in a child. This conversation always made Harry wonder if Uncle Vernon had ever actually looked at, spoken with, or thought about his son, Dudley. Evidence suggested that Vernon had not. Vernon's outspoken opposition to the playground had led the local primary school to cancel recesses. During the summer, any parent who allowed a child to play upon the playground was promptly chastised. If the behavior did not change, the parent and child were shunned. This knowledge played a great part in Harry's decision to hang about the playground. The chains on the swing set squeaked, as Harry moved back and forth. It was, in fact, the only swing which had not been broken. The other 4 hung pathetically from one chain. The metal of the slide was warped and dented, and the paint upon the steps had begun to chip and flake. Across the play park, the wooden supports of the jungle gym bore the scars of teenagers with knives. A few carvings attempted to make some form of political statement. From where he was sitting, Harry could see the clearly written words, "I wanna be anarchy," and "No future." No future. Harry could also see that even the most imaginative of Little Whinging's burgeoning rebels could do little more than quote 20-year-old songs by the say. Pistols. The less creative hooligans had carved standard declarations of everlasting teenage love, sometimes surrounded by a crude and angular heart. At the bottom of the barrel were the vandals who carved only a single word, usually a name, Dudley, or a curse, F. K. The most daring vandals would combine a name with a curse, F. K. Vernon. Those who thought themselves amusing would add a curse above or below a previously carved name. Pears as an ASS. Harry sighed. Reading the graffiti was depressing. The play park equipment had become nothing more than a canvas the small-minded stupidity of Dudley and his gang of friends. They had taken something delightful, and had corrupted it. It reminded Harry of things he didn't want to think about. Harry planted both his feet upon the ground and pushed back firmly. The rusty chains of the swing howled in protest as they began to move. Harry moved his feet back and forth under his body, propelling the swing higher and higher. Harry knew that he was too old to be playing in a play park, but the wind blowing through his hair reminded him of time spent on a broom playing Quidditch. It brought pleasant memories to mind. Flying through the crisp, fall air at Hogwarts, catching his first snitch and winning a Quidditch match for his house, casually throwing a quaffle with Draco. Harry winced and closed his eyes. Draco. He hadn't received a letter from him all summer. But Harry wasn't thinking about bad things. He wasn't thinking about the way that everything in his life had been ruined. Harry was riding a swing, and he was having fun, Dark Lords be damned. Harry kicked his legs back and forth with greater force. The motion had loosened the swing's rusty chains, and Harry was able to propel himself to greater and greater heights. The top of Harry's swinging arc was slightly above the crossbar of the swing set, and as Harry looked up at the sky he felt the chain go slack. For a moment, just before he began his descent, it really did feel as if he were flying. Then gravity asserted its hold, and Harry felt himself being pulled back toward the ground. Harry tucked his legs, preparing for the backward sweep of his swing. The chains jerked tight as they caught Harry's weight, and there was a horrible shriek of metal as one of the rusted chain links popped open. Suddenly untethered, Harry's body began to twist in the air as he hurtled toward the ground. Harry landed roughly on his left side. He felt his arm go numb, and then a burning sensation from his fingertips to his shoulder. Harry groaned and rolled onto his back. He knew what it felt like to break his arm. He had done it before, during second year, when the Malfoy's house elf had sent a rogue bludger after Harry during a Quidditch match, and this feeling was different. It reminded Harry of the Cruciatus curse that Voldemort had used upon him. It was as if every nerve in his arm was on fire. Harry rubbed his left arm with his right hand, and the pain began to slowly fade. "Did you see that? Potty just fell off the swing." Harry grimaced. That was the voice of Piers Pulkey, one of Dudley's friends. Of course, they just had to be walking past the play park when Harry did something stupid. Because good things didn't happen to Harry anymore. Harry used his good arm to push himself to his feet, wincing with pain as he did so. As Harry slowly stood, Dudley and his friends moved closer, laughing and taunting Harry all the way. Their taunts were as inane as their graffiti. Draco could teach this lot a lesson or two about the true nature of cutting remarks. Dudley laughed with his friends, but did not offer any barbs of his own. Dudley was afraid of Harry, because Dudley knew that Harry was a wizard. Dudley also had some conception that Harry's godfather was a mass murderer, but clearly Dudley hadn't worked through all the implications. Dudley had gotten far enough along, however, to realize that Harry was no longer a prime target for bullying. Dudley had shifted his attentions to the younger neighborhood children, who were easier targets and who did not have psychotic godfathers running loose. Pears had not been notified of Dudley's change of heart, however. "Did you hurt your ickle arm?" Piers asked, baby talking to Harry. "Are you going to run to your auntie and cry about your boo-boo?" Harry dusted his hands off on his pants, using the motion to surreptitiously check that his wand had not fallen out of his pocket. "What's that, Piers? I couldn't understand you. You sound like an idiot child." Piers frowned, and another one of Dudley's friends, Malcolm, stepped forward. "Haven't seen you round this summer, Potty. Finally discovered tossin' off, yeah." Harry rolled his eyes. He couldn't believe that he was going to say this. "I discovered your mum, Malcolm, so I don't need to toss off. Why don't you ask her where I've been?" Malcolm clenched his fists. "Don't you talk about my mum." "Why not? She's a wonderful lady." Malcolm stepped forward, threateningly. Piers moved out to Harry's left, and Gordon to Harry's right. Dudley's gang was familiar with the beginnings of a fight. First, you taunted the target. Next, if the target didn't submit, you threatened. Finally, if the target continued to resist, you attacked from all sides. Harry had quickly managed to escalate from stage 1 to stage 3. Dudley still had not moved. "You think you're clever, don't you, Potty?" asked Gordon. "Rather clever, yes," Harry said. His wand was close at hand, and Harry knew that he had nothing to fear. In fact, he welcomed this fight. It would give him something to do. Something to distract himself. Harry even suspected that the physical pain of the fight would be a blessing, an anchor to this world, and welcome distraction from the hurt in his heart. "Why don't we show him what we think of clever tossers, right, Big D?" Gordon asked. Dudley said nothing. Big D. Gordon's voice was now uncertain. Dudley was the reigning junior heavyweight inter-school boxing champion of the Southeast. Over the past year, the softness had disappeared from Dudley's physique. He was as vast as ever, but he had managed to replace most of his paunch with muscle. Without Dudley to back him up, Gordon was suddenly uncomfortable, even though the odds were still 3 against 1. "He's not worth it," Dudley said simply. "Didn't you hear what he said about my mum?" Malcolm cried. "Yeah," said Dudley. Malcolm turned back to Dudley, incredulous. "Are we going to let him get away with it?" Dudley shrugged. "I dunno. Are you?" Harry grinned a little. Dudley had managed that well. The Dursleys knew that Harry could only cast spells in emergencies, and for self-defense. If Dudley didn't attack Harry, then he was safe from Harry's magic. Malcolm turned back to Harry. "No, I'm not. So take it back, Potty. Say you're sorry." "I'm sorry your mum is so good in the bedroom," Harry said. Malcolm snarled and raised his fists. Harry saw Piers and Gordon begin to ready themselves, as well. The fight was on. As Harry reached toward his pocket, he felt a surge of guilt. Before Harry and Sirius had parted at Hogwarts, his godfather's last request had been for Harry to stay out of trouble. Lay low. Don't call attention to yourself. Stay out of trouble. And this was not accomplishing that goal. And Harry already had been warned for underage magic use. Another incident could result in his suspension from Hogwarts. Harry reluctantly moved his hand away from his wand. He was going to have to get himself out of this situation without magic. "Come on, Potty," Malcolm said. "RUS." Harry darted forward and smashed his fist into Malcolm's throat. The taller boy was unprepared for Harry's attack, and he fell backwards, making gagging noises. There was motion in the corner of Harry's eye. "Gordon." Harry lashed out with his foot, catching Gordon in the side of the knee. Harry heard a popping noise, and Gordon dropped to the ground, howling and grabbing at his leg. "Maybe I should help. After all," Dudley said, cracking his knuckles. Harry realized that the only thing that had kept Dudley from joining the fight was Harry's willingness to use magic. If Harry wasn't going to use magic, Dudley wasn't afraid. Why stay out of a good fight? Harry knew that he would never win a standing fight against Piers and Dudley. So Harry ran. "Get him!" Dudley yelled to Piers. Harry could barely hear his cousin's voice over the sound of his own heavy breathing and the slap of his shoes on the pavement. Harry was almost certain that he could outdistance Dudley and his friends. Harry's Quidditch conditioning hadn't totally left him in the last year, and nothing about Dudley could be called quick. Harry glanced over his shoulder as he neared the edge of the play park. Dudley was lumbering after him, and Malcolm had gotten to his feet. Gordon was still on the ground, holding his knee. Piers, though, was surprisingly close, only 20 or so yards behind Harry. Harry looked forward and lowered his head, forcing his legs to move even faster than before. Harry left the play park and ran onto the sidewalk, turning toward the local shopping district. Residents of Little Whinging tended to ignore problems and let people go about their business, even if their business was several large boys pounding one smaller boy into oblivion. Homeowners didn't want to get involved. If Piers managed to catch Harry on a residential street, Harry was in for a beating. But if Harry could make it to the shopping district, he might be safe. Even Piers wouldn't be so brazen as to attack Harry in front of dozens of witnesses. Harry skidded around a corner and turned onto Main Street. On a Saturday afternoon, the shops would be open and people would be bustling about, window shopping and eating at sidewalk cafes. Unfortunately for Harry, it was Sunday evening, and nearly all the shops were closed. Only the ice cream parlor was open, and that was several blocks away. Harry glanced behind him again. Piers rounded the corner at a sprint, closing the gap between himself and Harry. Harry would be caught long before he could reach any sort of safety. Harry made another turn, cutting around a building at the next street corner. As soon as he was around the building and out of Piers's sight, Harry slammed to a halt. He crept back to the corner and struggled to calm his breathing, so that he could listen for the sound of Piers's footsteps pounding on the pavement. Now, Harry stepped out from around the corner and raised his elbow. Just as he had previously, Piers was cutting the corner close, chasing after Harry at full sprint. Piers's face crashed into Harry's elbow at top speed, and Harry could hear the snap of cartilage breaking in Piers's nose. Piers's feet went out from under him, and he fell to the ground with a shout. The impact knocked Harry off balance, and set Harry's elbow throbbing once again. Harry looked up. Dudley and Malcolm were a block behind, rounding the corner. Malcolm pointed and yelled, and they began to run toward Harry. Harry took flight once again, running down the side street. With only Malcolm and Dudley behind him, Harry was certain that his escape was imminent. He could turn down the next alley, cutting across to Crutchway Drive and then to Privet Drive 2 blocks down. If Dudley and Malcolm hadn't given up by then, Harry could lock himself safely in his room. And although Vernon and Petunia disliked Harry with every fiber of their being, they would allow no physical violence in the house, lest Sirius be forced to visit. As Harry plunged into the alley, he once again glanced behind him. Dudley and Malcolm were just passing piers. They saw where Harry had gone, but not for long. Just one more turn, and Harry would be out of their sight and home free. Harry smashed into a fence. His vision blurred and white spots flashed before his eyes. Fire-like pain ignited in Harry's arm, which was throbbing from its third violent impact in less than 10 minutes. Harry fell backward and landed hard on the alley floor. Harry put a hand to his head and looked up. That fence shouldn't be there. That enormous, solid, wooden, unclimbable fence should not be there. It hadn't been there last month, when Harry had cut through the alley. It hadn't been there last week, when Harry cut through the alley. It had no right to be exactly where it was, blocking Harry's escape. Harry's eyes were drawn down. There was a sign hanging from the fence. Due to recent vandalism and thefts, the rear of Tidkey's clothiers has been fenced. Deliveries, see manager for key. Sincerely, Tidkey's. Fenced because of vandalism. It seemed that Dudley and his hoodlums had managed to catch Harry, after all. Harry clambered to his feet. He had to get out of the alley before. There you are. Dudley arrived. Harry turned slowly. Dudley and Malcolm were standing at the front of the alley, blocking Harry's escape. In the darkness of the alley, Dudley's shadow was enormous, far larger than it should have been. A chill ran down Harry's spine as he drew his wand out of his pocket. "What are you doing?" asked Dudley. "Nobody's around to watch, now," Harry said. "Did you really think I wasn't going to fight back?" Harry tried to force confidence into his voice, despite his deepening feeling of dread. Malcolm had begun moving his head back and forth, frantically looking around the alley and surrounding street. "I don't like this, Big D," Malcolm said. "Stop it," Dudley said to Harry. There was a quaver in his voice. "You're not allowed." Harry drew his eyebrows together in confusion. What was Dudley talking about? Harry wasn't doing anything. Not yet, anyway. So why were Dudley and Malcolm acting afraid? It was 2 against 1, and Dudley was the only one who knew what Harry could do with his wand. To Malcolm, Harry's wand would just look like a stick. It should be funny, not frightening. "Stop it," Dudley shouted. Malcolm, startled by Dudley's loud voice, turned and ran. Harry and Dudley were alone in the alley. "I'm not doing anything," Harry shouted back. Harry's breath turned into a light mist and rose in the air in front of his eyes. And suddenly, Harry knew. "Dudley, get over here," Harry said. He raised his wand and started glancing around. Where was it? "No. You stop what you're doing or I'll tell Mum and Dad." Harry sighed. Dudley would never listen to him. There was a flicker of motion behind Dudley. A ripple across the street, like fabric in the wind. But there was no wind, today. The motion was a Dementor, slowly emerging from the alley across the street. Harry beckoned at his cousin. "Dudley, I promise, I'm not doing anything. This is something else, and it's very dangerous. Get over here so I can protect you." "This is all a trick," Dudley shouted. He was beginning to panic, and the Dementor was getting closer. Harry saw the creature raise its hand and grasp the sides of its hood. Was the Dementor preparing to give Dudley the Dementor's key? What in Merlin's name was going on? Harry had to do something, so he pointed behind Dudley and screamed. "Dudley, behind you!" Dudley shrieked in fear and spun on his heel. He began backing down the alley toward Harry. What is it? Couldn't Dudley see the Dementor? It was less than a dozen feet away, and closing the distance fast. Maybe Muggles couldn't see them. Harry walked forward, placing himself between his cousin and the dark creature. He called to mind the image of Pettigrew, lying on the floor of Harry's childhood nursery, bleeding from the neck, growing paler and paler by the second. Harry felt a cool satisfaction seep through his heart. He raised his wand and confidently incanted, Expecto Patronum. A wisp of white came out of Harry's wand and dissipated immediately in the air. Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum. Harry repeated the incantation, and each time the results were the same. Harry could not produce a Patronus. What are you doing? Dudley asked. What is it? Shut up, Harry growled. There was something wrong. What was it? Why wasn't his Patronus working? Pettigrew was his Patronus thought. It should make him happy. Except that killing Pettigrew hadn't made Harry happy. It had made him satisfied. Harry had his revenge, but there was no happiness in that moment. Harry had already resigned himself to death when he killed Pettigrew. His revenge had given him only grim satisfaction. Harry needed to be happy. Behind Harry, Dudley gave a shout, and there was a crash and rumble of garbage cans. Harry turned and saw that a second Dementor had appeared behind them. The second Dementor had pushed Dudley into a pile of trash, and was now looming over the large boy, drawing back its hood. Harry thought furiously. Happy. Happy. What had he learned with Lupin that made him happy? Right. Happy meant Ginny. Hugging Ginny in the Chamber of Secrets. Dancing with Ginny at the Yule Ball. Watching her smile as the Weird Sisters played songs by the Beatles. Watching her smile at him. Dotting Ginny in the gardens. That was what it meant to be happy. Ginny was happy. Harry fixed an image of Ginny in his mind, the feeling of Ginny's lips against his, and raised his arm. He pointed his wand at the second Dementor. Expecto Patronum. A blue-white light burst from the wand and formed a solid shield between Dudley and the Dementor. The dark creature hissed and drew back from Dudley. Harry stepped forward, driving the creature away with his Patronus shield. Harry advanced until he was next to Dudley, then turned around quickly. The first Dementor was almost upon them. Harry swung his shield toward the entrance of the alley and pushed it away. Get up, Harry commanded Dudley. What was that? Dudley asked. What pushed me? Get up. Now, Harry said. The two Dementors were trying to attack Harry from both sides. It was all he could do to swing the shield back and forth, keeping them at bay. Dudley stood, hauling his bulk off the ground. Follow me, Harry said. Harry began to walk deeper into the alley. Why are we going that way? Dudley asked. Don't ask questions, Harry said curtly. The Dementors were still on either side of them, but Harry was getting closer and closer to the fence. Just one or two more steps, and then. Harry brought his shield to bear on the second Dementor and lunged toward the back of the alley, trapping the Dementor between his Patronus shield and the wooden fence. As the shield touched the Dementor, it emitted an ear-piercing shriek. The rags began to churn and roil, attempting to escape, but Harry pushed forward determinedly. After a moment more there was a whooshing noise, and the Dementor dissolved into the air, completely annihilated by contact with Harry's Patronus shield. Harry spun immediately. There was no time to enjoy his victory, he had to focus on the other Dementor. The dark creature was close, only a foot or two away, and Harry used his shield to push it back. The Dementor rose up and away, hissing at Harry. Are you ready? Harry asked Dudley. Ready to what? Run. As Harry began to jog out of the alley, the Dementor rose upward, shying away from Harry's shield. Dudley followed at a lumbering run. Where are we going? Dudley asked. Home, Harry said. Number 4. Privet Drive would be protected against dark creatures probably. As Harry ran out of the alley, he plowed into a pedestrian, a woman who smelled of cats. Both Harry and the woman fell to the ground. Harry's Patronus shield dissipated as he lost track of his happy thought. He looked upward, but the Dementor was nowhere to be seen. Sorry, Harry mumbled, as he stood. He glanced around, but could not locate the Dementor. The darkness of the alley seemed to be receding, and Harry wasn't feeling quite as cold. It seemed that the creature was leaving, rather than pursuing Harry and Dudley. Mindful of the statute of secrecy, Harry began to tuck his wand into his pocket. Don't put it away, you fool. The woman shouted from the ground. It might come back. Harry looked down, and discovered that he had collided with Mrs. Fig, his neighbor from down the street. You can see them? Harry asked. Of course I can, Mrs. Fig snapped. Now, Wand out, until you're safe at home. Harry followed Mrs. Fig through the streets of Little Whinging, wand drawn. Dudley was a couple of steps back, lumbering along, but Dudley wasn't allowing himself to be left behind. Not after what had happened in the alley. Harry could hear Mrs. Fig mumbling under her breath, cursing some person named Mundungus. With a name like Mundungus, it had to be a wizard. Who's that? Harry asked. Mundungus Fletcher is supposed to be guarding you. That fool and his sticky fingers are up to no good, I'm sure of it. Guarding me? Of course, Mrs. Fig said. You've had someone guarding you all summer. Not always the same person, naturally, but there should always be somebody here. Should be, Harry repeated. When I get my hands on Mundungus, I swear to Merlin, he'll wish that he was never born. Just wait until I tell Dumbledore, just wait. Mrs. Fig continued on in this manner for quite a while, and Harry was content to let her talk. She kept slipping valuable pieces of information into her mutterings. Harry was being guarded this summer. Dumbledore had organized the guard. Mundungus Fletcher was one of the guards. Mundungus Fletcher was a thief of some sort. The guards were members of some sort of order. It was a treasure trove of information. Just the sort of things that Harry had been craving to know all summer. Harry was sad when they arrived at number 4, Privet Drive, because it brought an end to Mrs. Fig's mutterings. Then again, Harry's arrival meant that his soul had not been beeped out by a Dementor, so there was a silver lining to that particular cloud. Get inside, Mrs. Fig said. I'm going to contact Dumbledore, straight away. Harry marched up the front steps and opened the door. He waited for Dudley to haul his bulk inside, then followed. Before Harry closed the door, he glanced back outside. There was a pop and a small, poorly dressed wizard appeared next to Mrs. Fig. Why, hello Arabella, the wizard began. Before he could complete his greeting, Mrs. Fig began swinging her purse at him, striking him around the shoulders and head. You filthy layabout, where have you been? Mundungus raised his arms and covered his head. Oi, what's this all about? Harry considered standing in the doorway to watch the show, but a cry of alarm drew his attention. Petunia had discovered Dudley, and was calling for Vernon. Harry winced and closed the front door. This was going to be bad. The shouting began almost immediately. Vernon demanding to know what Harry had done, Dudley making thick-headed and vague statements about Harry's actions, and Petunia jumping immediately to the worst of all possible conclusions. Harry defended himself as best he could, insisting that he was protecting both himself and Dudley from a Dementor. What's a Dementor supposed to be? Vernon demanded, arms folded over his chest. Before Harry could answer, his aunt spoke. One of the guards of the wizard prison, she said. Then, suddenly realizing what she had done, Petunia clamped her hands across her mouth. How do you know that? Harry asked, equal parts amazed and curious. Petunia shook her head. That awful boy used to talk about them. So you know I'm not lying, Harry said. He had a distinct idea about who that awful boy was. His father. I know no such thing, Petunia said. What I do know is that you are putting my family in danger. I'm your family, Harry shouted. Not that you've ever acted like it. There was a rustling noise in the kitchen. Harry snatched his wand out of his pocket and pointed it at the kitchen, where the door was standing open. Had the Dementors returned? Were they forcing their way into the house? With an enormous screech, a brown owl flapped and fluttered its way into the foyer. It dropped a letter into Harry's hand, then beat a hasty retreat as Vernon hollered at its tile feathers. Harry tore open the letter immediately. It was from a notice from ministry employee named Mafalda Hopkirk, informing Harry that he was being summoned to a disciplinary hearing for violating the statute of secrecy. Further, he had been summarily expelled from Hogwarts for his second violation of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery, and a ministry representative would arrive shortly to destroy Harry's wand. Harry crumpled the letter in his left hand, and seized his wand more tightly with his right. Destroy his wand. With Voldemort having returned over Harry's dead body, they would. Harry thought back to his escape from the Dursleys' home 2 years ago. His main problem had been leaving at night. Harry would have to gather his things immediately, and abscond while there was still daylight. He needed to travel light, as he would be using his firebolt for transportation. First stop would be Gringotts, to make a large withdrawal. Then, He would head south. He should be able to make it France before dawn the next day, and he would seek out Beauxbaton's academy and ask for sanctuary with Madame Maxime. Harry snapped out of his reverie to discover Vernon shouting in his face. "There will be no more owls in my house," Vernon bellowed. Harry calmly raised his wand. "Get out of my way. I'm leaving." "You aren't allowed to use that on me," Vernon said. "You'll be expelled from that madhouse you call a school." "I've already been expelled," Harry said. He shoved the crumpled letter at Vernon's face. "Get out of my way, or you'll find out what I'm really capable of." Harry and Vernon stared at each other for several seconds, tension building. Harry began to count backward from 5 in his head. If Vernon hadn't moved himself by the time the countdown was finished, then Harry would move Vernon anyway. 3, 2. There was an enormous crash from the kitchen, and both Harry and Vernon jumped with surprise. Petunia let out a small yelp. Harry pushed past Vernon and walked to the kitchen, wand still raised. On the outside of the now closed kitchen window sat a second owl, shaking its head from the impact with the crystal clear kitchen window. Harry opened the window, and the owl hopped through with a letter. As Harry removed the envelope, Vernon entered the kitchen and yelled once again, "No more owls." Harry ignored his uncle and began to read. The handwriting was familiar, as Harry had seen it before on dozens of his potions examinations. "Potter, Dumbledore has gone to the ministry to resolve the issue of your expulsion. Perform no further magic. Stay inside the house. Surrender your wand to no one. Professor Snape." Harry was astonished. He had never received personal correspondence from Professor Snape before. Based on Snape's letter, there was a chance that Harry wouldn't be expelled, and that Harry could keep his wand. But if Harry performed more magic, for example, hexing his uncle Vernon, then there would be little protection that Dumbledore could offer. Harry sighed. It would have felt so good. Harry turned to his purple-faced uncle. "I've decided to stay." Vernon frowned and shook the crumpled ministry letter at Harry. "They're coming for your silly little stick," Vernon said. "Maybe you should do us all a favor and get out." Harry shook his head, and dropped into a chair at the kitchen table. "Dumbledore's gone to the Ministry of Magic to sort everything out. People like you have a ministry," Vernon said. "No wonder the country's going to pot." Harry glared at Vernon, but said nothing. Some statements were so stupid that no response was necessary. A third owl swooped into the kitchen, through the window that Harry had never bothered to close. It bore an official-looking envelope of the same type as the first owl. Harry removed the envelope and tore it open. After the owl was gone, Vernon once again slammed the kitchen window shut. Harry read through the second letter from the ministry as fast as he could. Once again, it was from Mafalda Hopkirk, whoever that was. The ministry had reconsidered its decision to summarily destroy Harry's wand and expel Harry from Hogwarts. Instead, both issues would be considered at Harry's disciplinary hearing on August 12, along with the issue of Harry's alleged violation of the Statute of Secrecy. Disciplinary hearing, EH. Once again, Harry seemed to be in need of a solicitor. Perhaps he should simply keep one on retainer. Harry had come to realize that simply being the boy who lived presented too many opportunities for legal complications. "Well," Vernon said. "What now?" "I have a hearing," Harry said. "They'll decide everything there. So there's still hope that you'll be expelled and that twig of yours will be snapped," Vernon said. "Apparently," Harry said, rolling his eyes. "If that's all, I'm going up to my room." "Your room? What makes you think that I'm going to allow you to remain in my house? You brought these Dementee thingies." "Dementors," Harry corrected. "Upon my family. You're a danger to all of us. I want you out." Before Harry could respond, a fourth, very dirty owl came barreling out of the kitchen fireplace. With every flap of its wings, it scattered soot across the kitchen. "Bloody owls!" Vernon shouted. He began to wave his arms in the air, which only caused the soot to blow about the kitchen more thoroughly. The fourth letter was from Sirius, and the instructions were simple. "Don't leave the house again, whatever you do." Well, that was straightforward. If Sirius and Snape were in agreement on something, then it had to be important. Harry politely opened the kitchen window, and the owl flew away. Behind Harry, Vernon was shouting once again. "I won't have a peck of owls, I mean, a pack of owls, a flock of owls." Parliament, Harry corrected. A parliament of owls. Like a pride of lions, or school of fish. Thank you, Vernon said automatically. When he realized what he had done, he scowled at Harry. I won't have a bunch of owls flying in and out of my house at all hours of the day and night. I didn't send them, Harry said. What I want to know, Petunia said, is why there was a Dementor in Little Whinging. Harry glanced at the kitchen table, where his aunt was now sitting. In the midst of his row with Uncle Vernon, Harry hadn't noticed her come into the kitchen. She was sitting demurely, with her legs crossed and a calm, blank expression on her face. Her hands were clasped in front of her and rested on the table. Harry would have thought her the picture of composure, except he could see her foot under the table, shaking in the air. That's a good question, Vernon said loudly. There isn't another one of your kind around for miles. Harry shrugged. I can't explain it. Petunia spoke again. They guard the prison for you freaks. Why would they be here? I don't know, Harry said. He had to admit that his uncle was right. Petunia presented a good question. The only time Harry had heard of Dementors leaving Azkaban was when Sirius had escaped. Harry had been reading the Daily Prophet all summer, and there had been no mention of any escape by any inmate. They must have been coming to arrest you, Vernon declared, triumphantly thrusting a finger into the air. You're a fugitive. Are you daft? Harry said. The ministry has known where to find me all summer. They just sent me 2 letters. Vernon frowned. Vernon had an intense love of logic, as it seemed to leave no room for magic or wizards. But when logic seemed to support Harry, Vernon was always suspicious. So why were they here? Petunia asked. Harry was beginning to grow fearful of the cold tone in his aunt's voice. Vernon was a man who got his way with thunder and bluster, but Harry had never been afraid of Vernon's implicit threat of force. A fistfight was honest and direct. If Vernon ever struck Harry, or attempted to strike Harry, then Harry's ability to defend himself was clear and unambiguous. If Vernon had been a wizard, a thought which made Harry shudder, then Vernon would have been in Gryffindor. Petunia, however, Petunia was a schemer. If she had ever made it to Hogwarts, she would have been sorted into Slytherin in a heartbeat. Harry knew that there was something behind Petunia's questions, some subtle motive, some conclusion that she had already reached, some trap that she was leading Harry into. Refusing to accept Harry's silence as an answer, Petunia spoke again. Who sent the Dementors? A chill ran down the base of Harry's spine. There was only one possibility. It must have been him. Voldemort. Petunia's eyes widened. Whatever she had been expecting, she had not been expecting that. Harry realized that Petunia had probably settled on Sirius Black, or some other still-free Death Eater, as the source of the rogue Dementor. What do you mean, Voldemort? Petunia asked. He's dead. Harry turned and looked directly at Petunia. Something in her expression told him that his Aunt Petunia was the only other person in the house who would appreciate the full import of Voldemort's return. However little Petunia had liked her sister and her sister's husband, Petunia knew that they had been murdered by Voldemort. The idea that the murderer had returned and was attempting to kill Harry was enough to break through the cloak of denial in which she so frequently wrapped herself. Voldemort is back, Harry said. I saw him return, about a month ago. I escaped, but he's still out there. He must have sent the Dementor. Petunia's lips pressed together in a thin line. Get out, she said calmly. What? Now it was Harry's turn to be surprised. You heard me. Get out of my house. Every second you are here, you are a danger to my family. No, Harry said. I'm protecting you. As long as I'm here, this house and everybody in it is protected. He knew this was true. Dumbledore had told him that. You're safer with me. You brought those things to Little Whinging, Petunia said. You know that Voldemort isn't going to stop. And when he finally gets you, it won't be in my house. I want you out. Harry clenched his eyes shut and shook his head. I can't believe you, he said. I'm trying to protect us all. We wouldn't be in danger if it weren't for you, Petunia said calmly. Start packing. Now. I want you out of here in an hour. When the second owl zoomed through the chimney, it was moving so fast that it was unable to pull out of its dive before striking the floor. The owl rolled across the ground in a cyclone of feathers and talons, squawking loudly as it came to rest at Petunia's feet. Harry stepped forward to remove the letter, but the owl hopped up and took flight, zooming in a circle around Petunia's head. Clutched in its talons was a bright red envelope. "You'd better open that," Harry said, recognizing the familiar envelope of a howler. "Because you're going to hear it, whether you want or not." Petunia glared at Harry, and held out an open hand at her side. The owl dropped the envelope into her hand, then zoomed back up the chimney. Vernon followed it and snapped the flue shut. In Petunia's hand, the red envelope had begun to smoke. "Better open it quick," Harry said. Petunia slowly reached toward the envelope, but she took too long. The envelope burst into familiar blue flames, foxfire, a spell that Hermione had known since her first year, and a booming voice filled the kitchen. "Remember my last, Petunia." Harry recognized the voice as Dumbledore's. But what did the message mean? Vernon was wondering the same thing. What was that? What did that mean? Petunia was looking down at her hands, which she had once again clasped on the dinner table. She took a deep, shuddering breath. "The boy will have to stay, Vernon," she said meekly. "What?" Petunia's head snapped up with the speed of a striking viper. "The boy stays, Vernon." Vernon drew back and his jaw dropped open. Harry got the impression that Petunia did not frequently raise her voice to her husband. Petunia's head snapped around, and she fixed her eyes on Harry. "Go to your room. Stay there. You are not to leave the house, or your room. I will bring your meals." "Wait a second," Harry said. "Why did you get a howler from D? Go to your room, now." Petunia shrieked. Before Harry had realized what he had done, he was out of the kitchen and halfway up the stairs. Come to think of it, Petunia did not frequently raise her voice to Harry, either. The effect was surprising. Harry almost turned around and marched back into the kitchen to show that he couldn't be bullied or ordered around. Harry shook his head and smiled a little. That's something he'd do if he were a Gryffindor. But Harry was a Slytherin, and he knew that discretion was the better part of valor. Harry had won the battle. He would stay at number 4, Privet Drive, and he would remain protected from whatever dark magic that Voldemort might marshal against him. There was no reason to make Petunia second-guess her decision. Harry continued up the stairs and into his bedroom. He flopped down atop his bed and closed his eyes, seeking the blissful oblivion of sleep. When Harry awoke from his nap, it was already nighttime, and the Dursleys had gone to bed. Trying to ignore the rumbling in his stomach, he had missed dinner. Harry packed his trunk. Regardless of what Sirius and Snape said, and regardless of Dumbledore's howler, Harry did not trust his aunt and uncle. Harry wanted to be ready to leave at a moment's notice, whether he was forced to leave because of eviction or attack. But packing his trunk took only a few hours, and as the late night turned into early morning, Harry realized that further attacks might not be forthcoming. Instead, the true challenge might lie in passing the time, as he was essentially imprisoned inside the house and his bedroom. He tried to pass the time with numerous activities. Turning his thoughts toward the upcoming Quidditch season, Harry did some push-ups and jogged in place for a while, until Vernon stormed upstairs and began pounding on Harry's door, demanding that he stop with all the racket. For once in his life, Harry acknowledged that his uncle had a valid point. It was almost 4 o'clock in the morning, and Harry's running footsteps were rather thunderous in the house. Harry turned toward a quieter pursuit, and wrote a few letters, to Hermione, Tracy, and Pansy. Hedwig returned with Tracy's and Pansy's letters still attached to her leg, undelivered and unopened. The lack of a reply from Pansy and Tracy was somewhat worrisome, but it was no different from every other letter that he had written them this summer. Harry didn't want to think about the implications of his friend's refusal to correspond with him. He told himself, as he had all summer, that it was Mr. and Mrs. Parkinson that were turning away the letters, or Mrs. Davis. He told himself that there was still a chance that Tracy was truly his friend. There was still a chance that Pansy really loved him. That story was easier to believe at 3 in the afternoon, when the sun was shining and the birds were singing. But at 4 in the morning, when the world was silent and dark, and the only sound was the creaking and groaning of the house or the occasional sound of a faraway car in the darkness, Harry wasn't doing a good job of lying to himself. In the darkness, Harry knew that Tracy and Pansy had abandoned him. It was the smart thing to do. The logical, rational, practical thing to do. At Hogwarts, in a house full of the sons and daughters of Death Eaters, being friends with Harry Potter was not a reasonable course of action. Harry told himself, over and over, that he had to be prepared for Pansy and Tracy to turn their backs on him at the start of the school year. But as much as he repeated it to himself in the night, the tiny surviving glimmer of hope flared to life in his heart in the morning, rising anew with the sun. As had been the case all summer, Harry's emotions were caught in a vicious cycle. The one small reprieve was that Hedwig had managed to deliver Harry's letter to Hermione, and even returned with a reply. Unfortunately, Hermione's response was short and cryptic. Her letter alluded to being places that Harry had never been, and meeting people that Harry had never met, and having conversations about information to which Harry was not privy. It all seemed very exciting, and Harry was terribly jealous. Harry awoke with a start at 8 o'clock, when Petunia loudly knocked on his door and announced that his breakfast was waiting on the floor outside his door. Harry had fallen asleep at his desk, resting his face on his arms, Hermione's letter unfolded beneath him. He hadn't even realized that he had been tired. After breakfast, Harry tried to pass time by reading, but it was impossible to maintain his concentration. He could scarcely believe that he had been fighting a Dementor only 12 hours earlier. Every time he tried to settle in with his book, his mind drifted to the events of the previous day. The fight, the chase, the Dementor. The fight, the chase, the Dementor. It was an endless cycle, running through his head again and again. Harry eventually abandoned his book and returned to physical activity. With the noise of a normal day taking place, the sounds of his running footsteps were no longer the annoyance that they had been in the middle of the night. Harry jogged in place and did push-ups until sweat was running down his shirt. He grabbed a towel and headed toward the bathroom, only to find that his door had been locked. Harry raised his fist and began to pound on the door, loudly and repeatedly. After a few moments, Harry heard his uncle's heavy footsteps lumber up the stairs. "What do you want?" Vernon shouted through the door. "I need to shower," Harry said. You have to treat me with basic decency," Harry said. "If you don't, think of what will happen when my godfather finds out." Muttering curses, Vernon opened Harry's door. "You have 10 minutes, Vernon declared. "I'll see you in 30, Harry said, pushing past his uncle and striding into the bathroom. Harry locked the door behind him. 45 minutes later, Harry emerged from the bathroom. His shower had only taken 10 minutes, but he had stayed under the running water for another half hour, trying to rinse away the grimy sense of doom that seemed to cling to his skin. Also, he made sure that no hot water remained for anyone else in the house. When Harry stepped into the hallway, Vernon was scowling, but that was nothing new. Vernon pointed at Harry's bedroom door. "Go. Now." Harry complied. This routine repeated itself for the next 2 days, except that the Dursleys took care to ensure that they had all showered before Harry, rather than waiting until after. It was on the evening of the 3rd day that Vernon announced through Harry's locked bedroom door that the Dursleys were traveling to receive an award for good lawnkeeping. Harry had never heard of any such thing, but Vernon's pride in his lawn was famous among the neighborhood. Vernon advised that Harry was not to touch, use, move, or otherwise interact with any property of the Dursleys. Similarly, Harry was forbidden from watching anything on the television, listening to anything on the radio, reading anything in the paper, or making any attempt to communicate with the outside world. "Have I made myself clear?" Vernon asked at the end of his tirade. "I'm locked in my room," Harry snapped in reply. "Unless you plan on letting me out, I think you're safe." Vernon huffed so loudly that Harry could hear it through the door. A short while later, Harry heard the Dursleys lock the front door and drive away in the car. Good riddance. Now Harry could really spend some time getting in shape. As the sun set, Harry worked himself until his breath was coming in ragged gasps. He had only barely finished a set of push-ups when he would heave himself to his feet and begin running in place. After a mad dash, he would drop to the floor and begin a series of sit-ups, after which he would roll over and begin push-ups once again. Finally, Harry collapsed onto his bed, arms spread wide. He didn't want to stop, but there was nothing to be gained by working himself to the point of dehydration. After all, he couldn't get out of his room, so he would have to wait until the Dursleys returned to get himself a drink of water. The door to Harry's room opened with a click. Harry scrambled across his bed and seized his wand, which lay close at hand on his nightstand. He turned and pointed his wand at his door in the darkness of the hallway beyond. He remained there, frozen, for several moments, but nobody entered his room. Harry drew himself up off the bed and crept forward. No sound came from the hallway. He briefly considered casting Hominem Revelio, a spell that he had seen Snape cast a few years earlier in the Hogwarts library, to determine who was in the house, but casting a spell would give him another citation for underage magic, and there was no proof that he was defending himself from imminent harm. Harry sighed. It seemed that he would be forced to explore on his own. Harry took 2 quick steps forward and into the hallway, slashing his wand back and forth, ready to cast a disarming charm at the slightest hint of motion, but there was none. He was alone in the darkness, but at the end of the halls, where the stairs led down to the foyer, there was light. And voices. Harry moved cautiously forward. He had the high ground, and if anybody charged up the stairs, Harry would have the advantage. But there were no thundering footsteps, no shadows of advancing Death Eaters. Instead, as Harry finally approached the top of the stairs, a familiar voice called out. "Holster that wand, boy, before you put somebody's eye out." "Yeah, Moody's only got one left." "Quiet, Tonks." Harry had no idea who the second voice was, but the other voice was his defense against the dark arts professor, Mad-Eye Moody. Former professor. Actually, Harry had read in the Prophet that Moody quit in order to come out of retirement as an Auror, but the ministry had turned him away. Regardless, Moody would not be teaching at Hogwarts this fall. Harry did not lower his wand, as he had been ordered. Constant vigilance. Instead, Harry flattened himself against the wall and continued cautiously down the stairs. Until the intruders had come into view, he wasn't lowering his guard. "Hey, smart kid. Looks like something I taught him got through that thick skull," Moody said. "Potter, you and I had a conversation in my office last year, just before the start of the tournament. Think about that conversation for a moment." Harry paused. Moody had pulled Harry into his office after Harry had warned Cedric about the dragons. And then Moody had badgered Harry about having a conscience, and they had talked about a hypothetical situation. "About a man drowning in a lake," Moody finished. "Ring any bells? Satisfy your questions about my identity?" Harry let out the breath he had been holding, and stepped away from the wall. Harry still didn't put his wand away, but he did walk confidently down into the foyer. A crowd of wizards was waiting in the sitting room, just off the foyer. Moody, of course, was among the crowd, but also a young, pink-haired witch with a heart-shaped face. "Watcher! Harry!" the young witch called out. It was the other voice that Harry had heard, the one teasing Moody about his eye. Moody introduced her as Tonks, a ministry Auror and his protege. There were several others as well. 4 men, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Elphias Doge, Daedalus Diggle, and Sturgis Podmore, 2 women, Emmeline Vance and Hestia Jones, and 1 werewolf. "Professor Lupin!" Harry shouted. "Not any longer," Lupin said. "At least, not, Professor. At this point, I think a simple Remus will suffice." Harry strode quickly forward, overcome by the sudden urge to hug his father's old friend, but Lupin had his hand out, waiting to shake Harry's. When Lupin saw Harry's open arms, he retracted his hand, but Harry had already pulled up short. The pair looked at one another, awkwardly, until Harry reached out and grabbed Lupin's upper arm. "It's great to see you," Harry said. "Calling you Remus might take some getting used to, though." "You call Sirius by his first name well enough," Lupin countered. He reached forward and patted Harry on the shoulder. "Enough of this huggy-huggy business," Moody said. "Pack your things, Potter. It's time to go." "Tonight." "Yes, tonight," Moody said gruffly. "Dumbledore sent us to get you. Your aunt and uncle are gone, and we have to strike while the iron is hot. Unless you'd rather wait for them to return." "No way," Harry said. "I'll be right back down." Harry dashed up the stairs and grabbed his trunk, which was thankfully already packed. He seized Hedwig's cage with his other hand, tucked his firebolt under his arm, and was back down the stairs in under a minute, trunk thumping behind him. "Already packed, Harry?" asked Tonks. "I've been ready to go for days," Harry said. "Good," said Moody. "We're leaving by broom. Tonks, shrink that trunk." Before Tonks shrunk Harry's trunk for travel, Harry removed a Quidditch cloak and his dragonhide gloves. Flying would be cold work at this time of night, and depending on how high they flew, it might be absolutely freezing. Outside the house, a set of brooms was floating on the lawn. They looked conspicuously out of place in the resolutely normal yard of number 4, Privet Drive. Seeing Harry's confusion, Lupin offered an explanation. "Notice me not charms," he said. "Very effective on muggles, especially in the dark." Harry nodded. As the older wizards climbed atop their brooms, Harry followed suit. His trunk, shrunk to tiny proportions and lightened with a featherweight charm, was tucked in his pocket. "Everybody ready?" Moody called. "Be prepared for anything. We don't know if anybody has gotten wind of our plan to move Potter. If we're attacked, Potter stays with me and Tonks, while everybody else scatters." "We get it, Moody," Tonks said. "You told us 15 times on the way over. Let's stop wasting time." Moody mumbled something that, to Harry, sounded suspiciously like, "Damn kids." The grizzled old wizard pushed off the ground and rocketed into the air. Harry followed quickly, surrounded by the other witches and wizards. Moody took them high into the sky, until they were flying among the clouds. Harry had no idea where they were going, and apparently neither did Moody. Their course swerved and curved at random, and their altitude changed so much that Elphia's dodge appeared to be getting sick to his stomach. After over an hour of flying, Harry was beginning to feel the cold of the night air seeping through his Quidditch robes. 30 minutes after that, Harry could hardly feel his toes when he wiggled them. Thanks to his dragonhide gloves, however, Harry still had a firm grip on his broom. Tonks suddenly appeared on Harry's right. "Moody," she called. "We've had enough. It's time to land." "Just a few more turns," Moody said. "We have to make sure we aren't leading the enemy to headquarters." "There is no enemy," Tonks said. "Look around. It's just us. They don't care." Moody shook his head. "Constant vigilance. I've refreshed my warming charms a half dozen times," Tonks said. "I'm not doing it again. Remus and I are taking Harry and we're landing. If you want to continue flying around like a crazed albatross, you're welcome to it." Moody frowned. "Fine." He descended abruptly, leaving Tonks and Harry in his wake. "You doing all right, Harry?" Tonks asked. "Jealous of your warming charms," Harry said through clenched teeth. "You know how to do a warming charm, don't you?" Tonks asked. Her broom was headed downwards, and Harry moved to follow her. "I mean, you made it through that tournament." "I'm 15, and I'm being investigated for underage magic," Harry said. "Seems like a bad idea to go around casting frivolous warming charms. Why didn't you say anything?" Tonks seemed genuinely concerned. Harry liked her. "Moody was doing that on purpose," Harry said. "He doesn't like me, and he's always trying to put me through the paces. This might not earn his respect, but at least I didn't lose any." Harry looked down. They had sunk below the clouds, and were approaching a well-lit street in what appeared to be a Muggle city. "Where are we going?" Harry asked. Tonks opened her mouth, but no sound came out. She smiled, then shook her head. "You'll have to ask Dumbledore when we get there." Harry did not have long to wait. As Harry floated to the ground, he saw Dumbledore standing at the side of the street, waiting calmly under a darkened street lamp. The houses on the street were packed tightly together, with the exception of a small, empty lot, perhaps 10 feet across, that was directly behind the street lamp. Harry hopped off his broom and immediately approached Dumbledore. "Hello, Professor." "Hello, Harry." Dumbledore extended his hand, which was holding a small piece of paper. "Read this, please." Harry read. "The headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix is number 12, Grimmauld Place." Harry looked up. "What's the order?" Harry's voice trailed away. The empty lot was gone. In its place was an enormous, beautifully appointed house. Harry looked at Dumbledore. "How?" "The Fidelis charm," Dumbledore said kindly. Behind him, the wizards that had retrieved Harry were marching into the house, one after another. "Please, come inside. I assure you, we will explain as much as we can." Dumbledore placed a hand on Harry's shoulders, and gently pushed Harry forward. Harry, mouth still gaping, allowed himself to be led into the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. Number 12, Grimmauld Place was true to its name, A grim, old place. Every inch of the house seemed to be covered in dust, grime, or some kind of filth. The hallway that led off the foyer was full of portraits, and almost all the portraits were covered in drop cloths. The only portrait which remained uncovered was that of a glowering, dark-haired man in green robes. As Harry passed, he noticed that the brass nameplate claimed that the wizard was Phineas Nigellus Black, a former Hogwarts headmaster. Dumbledore led Harry briskly down the hall, past several dark rooms, down the stairs and into the kitchen. The kitchen was the first well-lit room that Harry had seen, and it was bursting with people. The team who had rescued Harry from Privet Drive was crowded inside, along with several Weasleys. Harry saw that Molly was at the stove, and Arthur was sitting at the table with Ron and, surprisingly, Hermione. Harry waved and they waved back, but Arthur was not letting either of them walk away from the conversation. In the opposite corner of the room were Fred and George, and they were speaking with a wizard that Harry recognized as Mundungus Fletcher. There was a slam as the door behind Harry closed. He turned, and saw that Dumbledore had already left the room. When the door to the kitchen opened again, all thoughts of Dumbledore left Harry's mind. Harry! Sirius shouted. Sirius stepped forward and clapped Harry on the shoulder. Did you make it all right? Not a problem, Harry said cheerfully. He felt a surge of happiness, the sort of happiness that he hadn't felt in a long time. Sure, Harry and Sirius had their differences, but they had certainly grown closer over the last year. And the absence of Harry's friends this summer had made Harry desperate for companionship. He was willing to set aside his feelings if it meant having a close friend again. No problem, except for Moody trying to freeze us all to death, Tonks offered. She rose from the dinner table and came over to speak with Sirius and Harry. So, you've met my favorite cousin, I take it? Sirius asked. Tonks is your cousin. You'd never know by looking at her, Sirius said. I think she keeps the pink hair so that nobody mistakes her for a black. Got a problem with it? Tonks asked menacingly. Not at all, Nymphadora, Sirius said. Tonks punched Sirius in the arm, hard. Don't call me that. Sirius laughed, but rubbed his arm where Tonks had hit him. You get the same spot every time, he said. I know. Sirius turned back to Harry. So, what do you think of the headquarters for the Order of the Phoenix? Musty enough for you. What's the Order of the Phoenix? Harry asked. Just a little side project of Dumbledore's, Sirius said. This is its second incarnation. Reincarnation, if you will. During the last war, Dumbledore put together a small group of dedicated individuals who directly fought Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Now that Voldy is back, so is the Order. Wait, Professor Lupin mentioned this during third year, I think, Harry said. Call me Remus. Lupin shouted from across the room. Remus, then, Harry said. He said that in the last war, Dumbledore suspected that there was a spy in the Order. Sirius nodded. This is it. Your parents were members, and so were Remus and I. And Peter. Sirius. Molly Weasley was calling from across the room, where she was managing two enchanted knives that were dicing vegetables. Behind her, two pots were boiling over. Can you get your elf to give me a spot of help? No, Sirius called back. But I can make his life hell when he refuses. Sirius turned and stepped out of the kitchen, yelling as he left. Creature. Harry glanced back at Tonks. Is it always like this? Harry asked. No, it's only exciting when I'm here. The Auror gave him a grin, and Harry grinned back. There was a burst of laughter from the corner. Harry turned to see Fred and George slapping their knees as they guffawed, and Mundungus Fletcher wiping his eyes as he laughed. And then, said Fletcher, and then I am back, as own cauldrons. Fred and George laughed uproariously again, but Harry saw that Tonks was frowning. Come with me, Tonks said quietly to Harry. Harry followed the pink-haired Auror into the corner of the kitchen. She threw an arm around Fred's shoulders and began to laugh, as well. I can't believe you swindled Senor like that, Tonks said. I'd have loved to see the look on his face. It were priceless, Fletcher said. You wouldn't believed it. Where'd he say all this was? Tonks asked Fred casually. I didn't, Fletcher replied. He gave Tonks a grin, and Harry saw that Fletcher was missing several teeth. And I won. Not when around. Damn it. Dung! Tonks shouted. Her hair turned red. Senor's a slimeball. He's responsible for half the magical crimes in London. And that's why I don't want her beyond his bad side, Fletcher replied. Get someone else to turn. I am in, 'cause it won't be me. Fletcher turned to Harry and extended his hand. By the way, sorry about that mess from a few days ago. Harry looked in Fletcher's grimy hand and drew back, slightly. You're sorry. I might get my wand snapped because of you. It's just a little misunderstanding, Fletcher began. No, it's not, Harry snapped. You were shirking your duties, and now I'm paying the price. With every second he spent around Mundungus Fletcher, Harry liked the man less. Not only were several of Fletcher's teeth missing, but his breath smelled rotten, as well. And now that Harry had a longer look, he was able to see that Fletcher wasn't just dressed shabbily, he was dirty, as if he hadn't bathed recently. Frankly, if Harry had been walking down the street and saw Fletcher coming towards him, Harry would have looked for some excuse to cross to the other side, just so that he wouldn't have to be near the man. And that accent. He sounded like the out-of-work men who sometimes hung around the bar in Little Whinging. Harry had no desire to speak with, or even be in the same room as, Mundungus Fletcher. Fletcher shook his shoulders. Well, I can tell where I'm not wanted. He tipped an imaginary hat toward Fred, George and Tonks. Gentlemen. Madam Orr. He stepped between the twins and shuffled out of the kitchen. That man infuriates me, Tonks said. Dung knows I've been after Senor ever since he popped up in London, and he won't even give me a scrap. Why is he even a member of the order? Harry asked. Tonks rolled her eyes. He has his uses. Dung has connections that the rest of us don't have, and he owes Dumbledore a favor. Or 2 dozen. Tonks, get over here. Moody was yelling from the dinner table, where he was using his wand to push salt and pepper shakers around in some sort of complex diagram. I need you to tell these louts about proper battle tactics. I'll be right there. Tonks yelled back. She turned to Harry. Duty calls. See you around, Harry. And with a wink, the hard-faced wizard was gone. There goes a wonderful wisp of a witch if I ever watched one, Fred said. George nodded silently, and Harry noted that neither of them was looking at Tonks' hair as she walked away. Substantially lower, in fact. Harry glanced downward, and found himself entranced by the sight as well. It was only when Tonks sat at the table that Harry, Fred and George were released from the enchanting sight of her bum. So, how have you two been this summer? Harry asked. Great, said George. Harry sighed. It was always that sort of conversation when he tried to talk to George. No matter how open-ended the question, the majority of the answers were monosyllabic. How is research and development going? Better. Now that Dung's around, George said. Really? Harry said. He's so dirty. In every sense of the word. He doesn't dress any lousier than Lupin, Fred said. Lupin's got class, at least, Harry said. But Dung has connections that nobody else does, George said, paraphrasing Tonks. And that means we get ingredients that nobody else can get. He's really that good. Really, George said. Harry sighed. He understood what George was saying. Sometimes you had to work with undesirables. But that didn't mean that Harry had to like it. You have to do what you have to do, I guess, Harry said. I like making galleons as much as the next person, so I won't make any more noise about it. But if he tries to apologize to me again, I'll punch him in the nose. We'll aim him elsewhere, Fred said cheerfully. Thanks, Harry said. How are things, otherwise? How's the family? Percy doing well? Hermione had mentioned in her letter to Harry that Percy was found on the edge of starvation by McGonagall at the end of last year. Bouncing back beautifully, Fred said. He's surprised that nobody at the ministry noticed his absence last year. He feels underappreciated, and underappreciation means that he is now undermining the current undersecretary. What? Harry had gotten confused. He's spying on Fudge's cronies for us, George said. Percy realized that nobody at the ministry really cared about him. Oh, excellent. Harry smiled. That sounds dead useful. Oh, and, before I forget, Fred reached into his robes and pulled out a letter. Charlie left this for you, before he went back to Romania. Harry took the letter and opened it. The handwriting was messy, and reminded him quite a bit of Ron's. Harry, I thought you might like an update on the dragon's egg that you saved at the tournament. The egg hatched in late winter, and the dragon has been growing at a normal rate. In other words, she's already huge. Harry laughed a little to himself. The experience with Norbert during his first year had taught him loads about the rapid speed at which dragons grow. We've started to call her Sally, because she was saved by a Slytherin. Her scales are a nice emerald, which a color that isn't often seen in a Swedish shortsnout. As if that weren't enough, she has a bright white splash of scales on her forehead in the shape of a lightning bolt. I asked Dumbledore about it, and he suspects that something happened when you drew on her egg with those ashes. It's better than any other theory we have. I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it myself. Sally is doing very well on the reserve, and enjoys frolicking with the other dragons. That's a joke, by the way. All dragons hate one another. It's a miracle that they ever managed to breed. In all seriousness, though, Sally is terrific with the dragon handlers. We've learned more from Sally in 6 months than we've learned from all our other dragons in the last 6 years. It's like she was born to interact with wizards. On a lark, I showed her your picture before I left the reserve for the summer. She gave a big snort of fire, and set my whole arm alight. I think she was happy, but I can't be sure, because I was trying to avoid dying. I'll try again later, from a safer distance. We've never been sure if dragons can see or hear while they're still in the egg, but with your picture I'm hoping to find out. And lastly, speaking of the tournament, thanks for saving Percy for all of us. He might be a Burke, but he's our Burke. Sincerely, Charlie. Harry saw a paper clip at the bottom of the letter. He tugged it, and saw that a picture had been attached to the back of the page. It showed Charlie in full dragonhide regalia, right arm thoroughly bandaged, standing in front of a green dragon with white lightning bolt scales on her forehead. As Harry watched, Charlie waved at the camera. After a moment, the dragon blew a bit of fire from its nostrils, and Charlie ran out of the picture in fright. A few seconds later, he slowly returned, and waved at Harry again. Harry felt relief wash over him. At least something had managed to go well last year. What does our dear brother have to say? Fred asked. Dragons doing well on the reserve, Harry said. Thanks for saving Percy. The usual stuff. Molly's voice rang out over the kitchen, once again interrupting all conversation. Ronald Bilious Weasley. Out. Mum, come on. I'm old enough. Ron was standing at the table, arms folded across his chest, striking a pose that made him look distinctly childish. You are not. Out of this kitchen, this instant. Hermione, you too. We have a right to know what's going on in the order. Ron said. He ignored Hermione, who was tugging at his elbow. You do not need to know anything about anything, because you are a schoolboy. Now, scat. Mrs. Weasley waved her wooden spoon at Ron, shooing him and Hermione away from the table until they were standing next to Fred, George and Harry. Take your brothers with you. And Harry, as well. Mrs. Weasley paused for a moment. Hello, Harry, dear. Hello, Mrs. Weasley, Harry replied. Now, all of you, out. Fred and I are 17, George said calmly. If we want to join the order, I think it's our choice. Mrs. Weasley frowned and pointed her spoon at George's eyes. Do you want to test that theory? George went a little white in the face. Harry turned his head slightly down and brushed his hair back, using the gesture to hide his mouth from Mrs. Weasley. Let it go, he whispered. No, I don't, George said to his mother. There will be no testing. Good, Mrs. Weasley said. Now, all of you out. When everybody was out in the hall and the door to the kitchen was locked, George rounded on Harry. What's your great plan, now? Yeah, Ron said. Now we won't know anything. Or I could ask Sirius, and he'll tell us everything, Harry said. Fred, meanwhile, was searching through his pockets. And we have the opportunity to test the newest Weasley wizarding wheeze, extendable ears. He pulled a handful of fleshy, ear-shaped lumps from his pocket. Attached to each of them was what appeared to be a long string. How do they work? Ron asked. First, we hide, Fred said. He led everybody upstairs, safely out of sight of the kitchen, and handed out the ears once they were safely on the landing. Next, You wrap this bit around your ear, he demonstrated on himself. Then you use your wand to put the ear wherever you need it to be. With a quick wave, the ear shot down the stairs and hovered near the edge of the door. And for those of us who are underage? Harry asked. You're worried about the trace. Ron laughed. That only works when you're alone. If there's an adult around, the ministry can't tell who's casting the spell. Seriously? Harry asked. That seems like a horrific loophole. Ron shrugged as he donned his own extendable ear. The ministry trusts parents to enforce the underage magic restrictions. Or something. Maybe we shouldn't be doing this, Hermione said, glancing at the ear in her hand. Maybe it's exactly what we should be doing, Harry countered. He wrapped his own extendable ear and raised his wand. That doesn't make sense, Hermione said. Doesn't it? You can't just say the opposite of whatever I say and pretend that you're winning an argument. I'm not pretending, Harry said. He used his wand to send the ear down the stairwell. You can join us, or you can get your information secondhand. Or third hand. Your choice. Hermione once again glanced at the extendable ear in her hand. Fine. She began to wrap it around her ear, a grimace on her face. I think you're a bad influence on her, mate, Ron said. I know I am, Harry replied. Now hush up. They're about to start. Harry awoke the next morning to the knocks of Mrs. Weasley at his bedroom door. Harry, you have a visitor in the library, she called through the door. The previous night, Harry had learned quite a bit about the order. Some of the members were following known Death Eaters, Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, Nott, and a few other names that Harry hadn't recognized. Others were recruiting new members for the order. There was talk of Fleur Delacour joining, which earned a smile from Ron and a scowl from Hermione and Ginny. As the meeting began to get truly interesting, the order members began discussing guard duty. Molly Weasley had unexpectedly stepped out of the kitchen and onto an extendable ear. Fred gave a shout of pain and tore the ear away from his head. Didn't think it would do that, George had said calmly. Then Molly was charging up the stairs, yelling and waving her arms as she went, and Harry and his friends scattered to their various bedrooms. Molly chose to follow Fred and George, who were made a desperate attempt to hide their supply of extendable ears to prevent Molly from binning them. Harry had heard a series of pops around the house as Fred and George apparated and disapparated in rapid succession, tucking things away before their mother could locate them. When Molly was finally able to catch the twins, she gave them an earful, but that was all. Mrs. Weasley seemed to be in a much better mood this morning, though. She waited for Harry to get dressed, then led Harry downstairs. Harry followed behind, taking his time to look upon his surroundings in the light of day. The sunlight made things seem less dreary but significantly more dirty. Harry could see that what he had mistaken for a thin layer of dust was actually a thick film. The library is just over there, dear, Mrs. Weasley said. I'll be in the kitchen with breakfast once you're done. As Mrs. Weasley entered the kitchen, Harry saw that it was completely empty, except for Mrs. Weasley herself. He shouldn't have been surprised, really. Most of the order members would have day jobs, and last night's crowded activity must have been an exception rather than the rule. Harry wondered why there would have been so much excitement last night, but a moment later he realized that the reason was obvious: his arrival. Harry turned toward the library. He was curious to know who his visitor was. Everybody that might want to see him was there last night. Hermione, the Weasleys, Sirius, Lupin. Harry couldn't think of anybody else who would want to see him, not anyone who would be admitted into the Order's secret headquarters, anyway. Eager to solve the mystery, Harry pushed open the door of the library. At the desk at the center of the room, seated next to a large stack of books, was Severus Snape. Professor Snape, Harry blurted. Finally awake. I see, Snape drawled. He gestured toward a chair near the desk. Have a seat, Potter. I didn't expect to see you here, Harry said as he crossed the room and sat down. And why is that? Snape asked. Because I mean. Harry glanced down at Snape's right forearm, then realized that he was being horrifically impertinent. Harry turned his eyes to the ground, but Snape had already noticed. I am here because I am a member of the Order of the Phoenix, Snape said. That is all that you need to know about the situation. The door to the den burst open behind Harry, and Sirius entered the room. Dumbledore keeps the greasy git around because he makes a good spy, Sirius said. He's still a Death Eater. I would be a poor excuse for a spy if I were not, Snape said coolly. Watching you play both sides against one another makes me sick, Sirius said. There's no way you can lose in this war, is there? Snape glowered at Sirius. If you think that is true, then you are a greater fool than I thought. I perform valuable service to the Order, which is more than can be said for you. You've done nothing but sit in this house like a coward. On Dumbledore's orders, Sirius said, clenching his hands into fists. Harry could see that Snape's barb had struck home. I'm sure you love your little cage, Snape said. You can sit here and talk a big fight, while the rest of the Order puts themselves at risk. Better to be penned in here than to be Voldemort's lapdog, Sirius snapped. Do you have an alternative proposition? Snape asked. The Order needs a spy. Perhaps you could pretend to be the Dark Lord's long-lost Labrador retriever. Although I think it is unlikely that the Dark Lord tells his most secret plans to his pets because the Dark Lord is not a 7-year-old girl. You aren't so important that we couldn't get along without you, Sirius said. Snape rolled his eyes. Spare me the lecture. Potter and I have business to discuss. While you may have plenty of time to waste, I do not. Listen here. Snivellus Sirius stepped forward aggressively, but Harry reached out and put a hand on his arm. Sirius, stop, Harry said gently. Just let Professor Snape say what he came to say. Fine, Sirius said. He stepped back and folded his arms across his chest. This is between Potter and me, Snape said slowly. There is no need for you to be present. Harry's my godson, Sirius said. I'm sure he doesn't mind if I stay. Sirius and Snape both turned toward Harry. Harry looked from one to the other. Harry and Sirius were close, almost friends. Harry respected Snape, however, and he was Harry's head of house. Both of them, though, were acting like children. It was exhausting. I don't care, Harry said finally. Sirius can stay. Let's just get this over with. Very well, said Snape. He reached out and pushed the pile of books toward Harry. It is time for you to prepare your defense for your impending trial. He's my godson, Sirius said. You've made that abundantly clear, Snape replied quickly. Sirius frowned. The point is, I should be the one helping him prepare his defense. Snape sneered at Sirius. Given the amount of time you have spent in Azkaban, I think that Harry would be safer taking my advice on the matter. I wasn't given a trial, and you know it, Sirius said, bristling with anger. Snape allowed his sneer to blossom into a cold smile. Since you admittedly have no experience with trials, it seems that I am the obvious choice to advise Harry. And you're especially familiar with wriggling away from punishment at trial, aren't you? Sadly, yes, Snape said. His smile disappeared, and his mouth became a thin line. I'm glad that we are in agreement on the matter. Snape turned back to Harry, and gestured at the stack of books. I have selected these books from the Black Family Library. While some of the particulars may be out of date, the larger thrust of the books remains true to current law. The principles in these books will allow you to prepare your defense. Wait, Harry said. Shouldn't I hire a solicitor? Snape shook his head. No. There have been 36 convictions for second offense underage magic in the last decade. None of the juvenile wizards were represented by a solicitor, and none of the convictions resulted in the wizard's expulsion from Hogwarts or the forfeiture of the wizard's wand. So what? Harry asked. I don't want to be the first. The fact that you have hired a solicitor may cause the Wizengamot to think that you have something to hide, Snape said. They will wonder why you need a solicitor, if you did nothing wrong. That sounds stupid, Harry said. I need a solicitor because I didn't do anything wrong, and he's supposed to prove it. While it might be improper to infer your guilt from the fact that you hired a solicitor, I am certain that some members of the Wizengamot would do so, Snape said. Solicitors are almost never hired in cases of underage magic. The presence of a solicitor could make the Wizengamot weigh the evidence against you more heavily, or punish you more severely. That's crap, Harry said. A crude but accurate assessment. However, there are other reasons to present your own defense, Snape said. If you hire a solicitor, you must inform him of the facts of this incident so that he can mount a sufficient defense. And while the ethics of his profession might mandate his silence, he will immediately become a target for the Dark Lord. I have found that an ethical duty of confidentiality means little when one is being subjected to the Cruciatus curse. So, if I hire a lawyer, I'm signing his execution order. Snape nodded solemnly. What if I don't tell him everything? Harry said. Then your defense is less effective, and why would you hire a solicitor at all? Further, it is not the solicitor's actual knowledge that would lead to his capture and torture. The mere perception of knowledge would make him a target. So I have to do it on my own, Harry said quietly. That's preposterous, Sirius said, unable to maintain his silence. Most of the Wizengamot studied to be barristers and solicitors before turning to politics. Harry is going to be eaten alive. Snape turned calmly to Sirius. Dumbledore thinks it best. Dumbledore. Sirius blurted. Dumbledore. Dumbledore told you to do this. I failed to mention that. Snape asked. Dear me. I am here on Dumbledore's orders, how could I have forgotten? Don't play me for a fool, Snivellus. Sirius pointed a finger at Snape's chest. Then don't act like one, Black. Snape rose from his chair and leaned forward on the desk. There are larger forces at work here, and greater considerations than your ego. Stop it, Harry yelled, waving his hands in the air. Snape and Sirius were bickering like children again. How had it fallen to Harry to act as the parent? I can prepare my own case. I'm certainly clever enough, and I have the resources. I won't be defenseless. If you want a solicitor, Sirius said, I'll hire one for you. Dumbledore be damned. I can do this, Harry said calmly. I can. Sirius opened his mouth to speak, but Harry cut him off. Look at what I've done over the past 2 years. I rescued you from execution, and I rescued you from Dementors. I survived and won the Tri-Wizard tournament. I dueled and defeated Peter Pettigrew and Voldemort. Do not say the Dark Lord's name, Snape snapped automatically. Harry held his arms out in mock surrender. Now was not the time to have this fight. I'm just saying that I've done a lot of things that you wouldn't expect from a 15-year-old wizard. Compared to everything else, this is cake. Well, Sirius frowned. If you need any help. I think the point is for me to do this alone, Harry said, and Snape nodded in agreement. Dumbledore probably thinks it'll be some sort of learning experience. Consider public opinion, Snape said to Harry. The Ministry has relentlessly attacked your character over the course of the last 3 months. This is your opportunity to show that you are a well-spoken, well-mannered, well-educated wizard. And the more force the Ministry brings to bear in this particular attack, the more the Ministry seems like a big bully, Harry finished. He turned back to Sirius. It has to be me, and it has to be authentic. Sirius screwed his mouth to one side, as if he had just eaten something distasteful. Fine, then. But I don't like it. You don't have to, Snape said. It isn't your decision. He's my godson, Sirius said once again. Over the last 5 years, Harry has spent far more time in my care than in yours, Snape said. He has turned out better because of it. And yet you're throwing him to the wolves, Sirius said. I would not allow Harry, or any other of my Slytherins, to be improperly expelled from Hogwarts, Snape said. If I thought that Harry could not accomplish this task, then I would not have said it before him. Harry's heart swelled. Expressions of approval from Snape were rare, even among Slytherins. Harry resolved to study the law even more vigorously than he had planned, so that Snape would not be disappointed. Sirius, meanwhile, had narrowed his eyes in frustration. Snape had him backed into a corner. If he disagreed with Snape, then Sirius would be saying that he didn't trust Harry to win the trial. If Sirius agreed with Snape, then he was agreeing with Snape. Both options were unpalatable. It's still a bad idea, Sirius said lamely. Again, it is not your decision to. Snape abruptly stopped speaking, and hissed in pain. He grabbed his left wrist with his right arm and closed his eyes tightly. I must go, Snape said, voice straining. With a swirl of his dark cloak, he rushed out of the dining room. What was that? Harry asked. Snivellus' dark mark burns when Voldemort summons him, Sirius said. He has to scamper away, or he'll be whipped like a mule. Harry shook his head. I wish you two wouldn't fight so much. It's just the way Snivellus is, Sirius said. He will always be a git, and I will always have a low tolerance for gits. And I wish you wouldn't insult each other. Not when you're talking to me, anyway. He's my head of house, and you're my godfather, and I like you both. A look of concern crossed Sirius's face. I'm sorry, Harry. I guess it has to be hard watching us fight. It was hard. Harry liked Sirius and Harry liked Snape, but the two older wizards fought over Harry's attention like two dogs fighting over a toy. Sometimes, Harry felt like he was being torn in two. Just forget it, Harry said dejectedly. Why should I expect adults to act like adults? I know you two are going to fight, so I guess I shouldn't even try to stop it. No, you're right, Sirius said. It isn't good for us to fight like that. Not in front of you, at least. If I have a problem with Snape, I'll take it up with Snape. From now on, I'm leaving you out of it. Thank you, Harry said gratefully. He stood and walked over to the stack of books. When he reached them, he opened the cover of the top book and absently read the title page. I guess I should get started on my defense. Actually, there's something I wanted to talk to you about, Sirius said. There wasn't a good time to talk about it last night. Harry let the cover of the book fall shut. What's that? How are you doing after last year? Sirius asked. The older wizard sat down in one of the chairs in front of the desk, and Harry did the same. Fine, I guess, Harry said, lying automatically. I'm better now that I'm here with Hermione and Ron. It was getting really boring at the Dursleys. That isn't what I meant, Sirius said. He gave Harry a significant look. I don't want to talk about that, Harry said, glancing down at the floor. Cedric's death was too fresh of a wound. Sometimes the things we need to talk about the most are the things we want to talk about the least, Sirius said gravely. Harry frowned. And sometimes the things we don't want to talk about are the things we shouldn't talk about. You know that you can tell me anything, Harry, Sirius said. Your father knew all of my secrets, and I knew all of his. He looked at Harry expectantly. Harry sighed and looked away. He hated it when Sirius gave him those puppy eyes, they made him feel so guilty. I've been having bad dreams, Harry said finally. I was having bad dreams all of last year, but they're getting worse. I dream of Cedric and me in the house, a lot. Sometimes, I know what's going to happen but I can't change what I'm going to do. It's like I'm trapped in my body, and I have to watch it happen all over again. Other times I can change things, but I can't change them fast enough. It's like I'm trying to run underwater. Are those the only dreams you're having? Sirius asked. Harry shook his head. I dream about a lot of things. I dream about Voldemort a lot. Those are different each time, though. Harry ran a hand through his hair. And I dream about a door. A door. Sirius sounded perplexed, as if he had expected Harry to say something else. It's a big door, Harry said. And blue. Or, at least, there's blue light. I want to know what's behind it. I'm desperate to get to the other side. But it's always locked. Where is it? Sirius asked. Harry shrugged. I don't know. But there's something I want on the other side. Harry laughed, suddenly. It sounds so stupid. Forget I even said it. If you say so. Sirius smiled, then looked concerned once again. Is that all that's been bothering you, Harry? Of course not, Harry said. I've been worried sick about what's going to happen when I go back to school. Draco probably hates me, along with most of the rest of my house. Pansy hasn't returned a single one of my letters this summer, so you can probably put my girlfriend in that same group. Tracy is the only person I was sure I could count on in Slytherin, and she hasn't answered a single letter this summer. Hasn't even accepted them. Harry rolled his eyes. And I have this stupid underage magic trial that might result in my expulsion. And the Daily Prophet is smearing my name all over England. Other than that, I'm happy as a clam. Harry rolled his eyes. Sirius reached out and put a hand on Harry's shoulder. I know it's hard. I dealt with a lot of the same things, actually. Sirius stood and gestured to Harry. Come on, I want to show you something. Sirius led Harry through the house, up the stairs, and into a large room. Sirius gestured to the wall nearest the door. Behold, the black family tree. The family tree was enormous, and took up the majority of the wall. Harry's eyes roved around, and he saw many names he recognized, including Draco and Mrs. Malfoy. 2 or 3, however, were significantly missing. Where are you? Harry asked. There, Sirius said, pointing at a charred spot on the wall. My mother burned me off the family tree when I was a teenager. When I was sorted into Gryffindor, she told me I was just going through a phase. But by the time I was in 4th year, the First War was in full swing, and it was obvious which side I had chosen. My mother tried to disinherit me, but my father had already passed away, and the mandates of his will wouldn't allow it. Who's that? Harry asked, pointed next to Sirius. Regulus, Sirius spat. My brother. A Death Eater from the day he graduated from Hogwarts. He was the son that my parents wanted me to be. Did they all live here? Sirius nodded. They're all gone, now. My mother died of a heart attack. Regulus, he simply disappeared. How do you know that he isn't coming back? Because Creature follows my orders, Sirius said. He's bound to my family. If anybody else was alive, he'd abandon me for them. In fact, that's how Dumbledore and I were able to determine that this would make an adequate headquarters for the Order. Harry nodded. Who else is burnt off? He pointed to a spot between Narcissa Malfoy and Bellatrix Lestrange. That's my cousin Andromeda, Tonk's mother, Sirius said. She got burnt off for marrying a Muggle-born wizard named Ted. As soon as Tonks the Younger was born, she was burnt off as well. Harry nodded slowly. The family tree was both fascinating and sad. It was exciting to see a family that was so closely bound together that they created this beautiful magical mural, but it was gloomy to see how fractured the family had become in the last war. I'm showing you this because I want you to know that I understand how you feel, Sirius said. When I was the only Gryffindor in my family, I felt like I was never safe. It was like everybody was always against me. Nothing I ever said or did was right. Even my own mother. Sirius shook his head. It's why I have to keep her portrait covered. From the moment I returned to the house, she would scream her head off whenever I walked by, spouting the foulest insults. Sirius grinned sadly. I have to give them credit, they really did capture her essence in that painting. I don't know how you could bear it, Harry said quietly. At the time, it didn't seem like I could. But I had your father, and he always supported me. Once, things got so bad that I had to run away from home. Your father was kind enough to open his doors for me, no questions asked. Sirius turned and smiled at Harry, though a little sadly. I promise, Harry, even though it seems impossible, it will get better. Thanks, Harry said. He really meant it. Even though Sirius hadn't made him feel better, the effort had certainly made Harry feel cared for. Are you sure there isn't anything else bothering you? Sirius asked. Wasn't that enough? Harry countered. Well, are you looking for something specific? Harry said. Am I missing something? Because you can just ask me. You don't have to keep beating around the bush. Sirius rubbed his hand on his neck. Okay, you caught me. I never could get anything like that past your mom, either. It's because you're in Gryffindor, Harry said with a smile. You lack subtlety. Sirius looked up at the ceiling. I can't tell you how many times I have heard those words spoken in this house. Well, let's get to it, then, Harry said. What did you want to ask me? Are you feeling okay after what happened with Peter? Harry felt a shiver run down his back. He hadn't been sure what to expect, but that certainly wasn't it. I guess I'm okay, Harry said. Why wouldn't I be? It's okay if you're upset, Sirius said. It's a hard thing, dueling for your life. And afterward, once you have time to sit and reflect about what happened, sometimes it hits you days, even weeks later. Sirius didn't have to say what it was. He was talking about killing a man in the heat of combat. Because, as far as Sirius knew, Pettigrew had died in a duel with Harry. But that wasn't precisely true. Harry had killed Pettigrew, but Pettigrew had never even gotten the opportunity to draw his wand. Pettigrew had been helpless, fumbling at his pockets, when Harry's cutting curse sliced through his neck. And when Pettigrew finally managed to draw his wand from his pocket, as blood was pouring down the front of his body, Harry had ripped the wand away with a disarming charm. Pettigrew hadn't died in a duel, not exactly. Pettigrew had been murdered. That doesn't upset me at all, Harry said to Sirius. He kept his face carefully blank. Emotionless. Inscrutable. I don't regret anything that happened. It was the best type of lie, because it was the absolute truth. Harry didn't regret his actions, not for a second. It was just that Sirius's conception of Harry's actions differed slightly from the reality. You shouldn't be ashamed if you feel strange feelings, Sirius said. In the First War, after I graduated, your father and I wound up fighting together in a duel. I killed a Death Eater, mostly by accident. We were dueling on a roof, and he jumped out of the way of one of my charms. He jumped the wrong way, though, and went right off the edge. 1 second he was there, and the next he was gone. He barely had time to scream. I heard his body hit the ground, though. Sirius grimaced. I was a mess. It took me weeks before I was able to go out again. I just couldn't handle the thought that I had caused the death of another human being. Harry shook his head. Sirius, really? I'm fine. I was just finishing what you started when you went after Pettigrew on Halloween. Are you sure? Sirius asked. Of course I'm sure, Harry said. There was nothing wrong with him. Killing Pettigrew hadn't affected him in any way. He was sure of it. Sure. Good, Sirius said. I knew you'd say that. What's that mean? I told Dumbledore that you would be fine, Sirius said. Dumbledore was worried that you'd be devastated, but I knew you were made of sterner stuff. Dumbledore asked you to figure this out, Harry said incredulously. Sirius nodded. He asks a lot about you, actually. I think he worries about you. Then again, if I had Harry Potter attending my school, I think I'd be worried about him, too. Harry ignored Sirius's flippant remark. Why couldn't Dumbledore just ask me himself? Dumbledore had sent a half-dozen wizards to Privet Drive, when he could have just come to get Harry himself. Dumbledore had sent Snape to suggest the law books. Dumbledore had asked Sirius to pry into Harry's feelings. But last night, when Harry was standing right next to him, Dumbledore had hardly said 2 words to Harry. He's a busy man, Sirius said. He began to walk from the room, gesturing for Harry to follow. There's a lot to do with the Order, along with his regular Hogwarts duties. And he has to try to combat all this misinformation that the Ministry is spewing. Sirius shrugged. Sometimes he has to delegate things, I guess. Harry, following behind Sirius, shook his head disgustedly. Delegate, please. It sounded less like delegation, and more like Harry had to add another wizard to the list of people who didn't like him. Harry wasn't sure when it happened, or how, but it seemed as if he was no longer trusted by Albus Dumbledore. After the chaos and bickering of Harry's first night and day at number 12, Grimmauld Place, life at the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix turned out to be surprisingly boring. Very little drama occurred, other than the incessant squabbling that sprang to life whenever Snape and Sirius were in the same room. Molly Weasley, backed by Dumbledore's orders, refused to allow Harry into the high-level Order meetings in which the important plans were discussed. The low-level meetings that Sirius allowed Harry to attend were painfully mundane. Non-Order business was limited in its scope, as well. Number 12, Grimmauld Place had not been constructed with an eye toward entertaining school-aged wizards and witches. Molly Weasley had made it her mission to clean the house from top to bottom, while Creature the house elf had made it his mission to hide as many dusty relics of the Black family as he could. Otherwise, there was very little to do. In short, Harry had no difficulty setting himself to reading. The Black family library was enormous, and Harry's trial was rapidly approaching. Each day, Harry spent the morning reading books about magical law and the rules of magical courts in order to prepare for his case. He felt that he was constructing a good argument for self-defense, and he was fairly certain that the standard panel of 3 Wizengamot members would agree. There were other books in the Black Library that interested Harry, as well. When he came across them, he quickly pulled them from the shelves and tucked them into his school bag, taking care to ensure that nobody was around to see him doing so. At the earliest opportunity, Harry buried these books at the bottom of his trunk, underneath his Quidditch gear and winter robes. These other books were for reading late at night, behind locked doors, when the watchful eyes of Order members did not abound. Harry was certain that the consequences of being discovered with these books would be rather severe, but he was also certain that these books were not the sort that Order members tended to read, and therefore would not be missed. Every day after lunch, Harry found himself with idle hands. Harry knew that if he gave the appearance of having nothing to do, he would be swept up by Molly Weasley and set to doing chores. Mrs. Weasley was constantly trying to enlist her children, a group which, in her opinion, also included Harry and Hermione, in her effort to clean Grimmauld Place. Harry, as frequently as he could, used the excuse of further legal research to avoid the tedious and dusty work, but this excuse confined Harry to the library. The twins, managing their own effort to avoid chores, tried to stay shut in their room. Harry knew that they were researching and developing their new line of products, which meant both hiding their products from their mother and consuming their own experimental creations as a method of human testing. Mrs. Weasley tried every day to force the twins to help clean, but the two boys were constantly making themselves sick with one unfinished product or another. Harry wondered if some of these concoctions weren't actually intended to make the twins sick or, at least, appear sick. Hermione and Ron spent most of their time together, and both were easily ensnared in Mrs. Weasley's cleaning effort. In truth, Harry suspected that Hermione actually wanted to be given cleaning assignments by Mrs. Weasley, because they gave her an excuse to spend time in close quarters with Ron. Not that she needed much of an excuse, it was obvious to Harry that Ron was doing his best to spend time with Hermione, as well. Oddly, though, neither seemed to notice the other's efforts. Harry thought that they were probably too wrapped up in their own machinations to recognize that the other person was reciprocating interest. In fact, Hermione's interest in Ron was the reason that Hermione had come to be at Order's headquarters in the first place. After the successful conclusion of Operation Ruin Lavender Brown, Hermione had arranged to visit Ron during the summer. It was during her visit that Dumbledore reconvened the Order, and Molly Weasley refused to leave any of the children at the Burrow unsupervised. Thus, Hermione was brought along to Grimmauld Place with the rest of the Weasley clan. All the time Hermione spent with Ron, or thinking about Ron, or talking to Ginny about Ron, meant that Hermione had very little time for Harry. She was careful to make some time to speak with Harry every day, but those few moments of conversation left Harry feeling lonelier than before. The only other person at Grimmauld Place who was near Harry's age was Ginny, and Harry was not going to stir up that hornet's nest again. Fortunately, there was one person at Grimmauld Place who was desperate for Harry's company, Sirius Black. Harry and Sirius spent most afternoons together, tucked away in the library. They would begin the day chatting about Harry's life at Hogwarts, but inevitably the conversation would turn toward the subject of the Malfoys, and from the Malfoys to the subject of Voldemort's return. Although Sirius was in many ways reckless and childish, Harry found that the subject of Voldemort always caused the older wizard to become more sober and serious. Harry had carefully observed his godfather's moods, as he had been considering asking a favor of Sirius for several days, and wanted to ensure the greatest likelihood that Sirius would agree. Thus, it was after one of the somber conversations about Voldemort that Harry broached a subject of learning to duel. "I was so scared," Harry said to Sirius. "I was facing Pettigrew, all by myself. I had made it through the tournament, but nothing prepares you for a real duel, something that's really a matter of life and death. I just kept thinking that I should have been better prepared. I should have known more. Harry, what happened was an accident. You should never have been in that situation." Sirius frowned. "It was a failure of the adults around you. But we can't be sure that it won't happen again," Harry said insistently. "We can try, but there aren't any guarantees. And if I had known more, maybe Cedric." Harry trailed off and looked at the ground. "That wasn't your fault. And it wasn't your fault when Pettigrew told Voldemort where he could find my parents, right?" Sirius winced, but Harry pushed onward. "You weren't the one who betrayed them, but you spent the next 15 years in Azkaban, wallowing in your own misery, because you thought you deserved to be punished. If anyone can understand how I feel, it's you. I'll give you that," Sirius said. Then, more quietly, "I'll give you that, for sure." "I need your help," Harry said. Now was the time for the important question. He had softened Sirius up, first with pity, then with a reminder of Sirius's own failings, and finally with a subtle allusion to Sirius's absence while Harry was a child. Harry would never get a better chance. "I need you to teach me to duel." Sirius nodded slowly. "I think you're right. It's a useful skill, and it certainly can't hurt. I only have a few weeks before I go back to Hogwarts," Harry said, struggling to keep the excitement out of his voice. We'll have to practice every night. Sirius continued nodding as he spoke. His nod began to pick up speed, and his voice slowly became more and more excited. We'll start with spell deflection, since that's something you can't practice without a partner. I'll teach you a shield or two, and how to cast a stunner. Sirius smiled. Yeah, this will be fun. Sirius reached out and ruffled Harry's hair. Sirius had been doing this frequently, and Harry knew why. It left Harry's hair was sticking up, just as his father's hair always had. After dinner, Harry asked, "Sure. Let's meet upstairs, in the study. It's big enough. We should have plenty of space." The study? Do you mean the den? Or the library? Harry was still learning his way around Grimmauld Place. He had been surprised to discover that the den and the library were different rooms. One was filled with books and had a fireplace, the other had a fireplace and was filled with books. It seemed like every room in Grimmauld Place was packed with old books. Old pureblood families had, in part, measured their prestige by the size of their libraries and the age and rarity of the tomes therein, a fact that Harry had learned, of course, from Hermione. Neither of those, Sirius said. I mean the study. Third floor, fourth door on the right, just past the picture of the dead flowers in the ugly pot. Harry nodded. He knew the picture. What's in the study? Books and a fireplace, Sirius said. But there isn't much furniture, and a few deflected stinging jinxes won't hurt the books. Hermione might disagree with you on that, Harry said. Well, we won't tell Hermione, then. Agreed, Harry said. But Harry agreed for a far different reason. Harry suspected that Mrs. Weasley and Dumbledore might object to Harry's desire to learn to duel. The pair seemed determined to prevent Harry from becoming involved in the war. And while Hermione was many things, she was neither a flagrant rulebreaker nor an accomplished liar. The less she knew about Harry's dueling practice, the better. The evening before Harry's trial, Harry cut short his dueling practice with Sirius. Harry wanted to review, one final time, his plan for the next morning. Sirius agreed, with only a cursory protest. Harry tucked himself away inside the library. He pulled a large armchair over to the fireplace, and turned the chair so that it faced the window opposite the door. Sometimes, when Harry was planning, he liked to look at the darkness of the window. The window's perfect blackness helped Harry clear his mind and focus on his thoughts. Harry grabbed a volume of Rules of Wizarding Court out of his school bag. A quick incendio ignited a fire in the fireplace. Harry sat on the chair, book open on his lap, parchment on a clipboard that was balanced on the arm of the chair, quill poised to write. He had settled on his strategy several days ago, and its execution was rather clear, but he wanted to review everything one last time to make sure that he wasn't missing anything fundamentally simple. An hour into his review, Harry heard voices coming from the hallway. The voices grew both nearer and louder, and Harry was able to recognize them as the voices of Ginny and Mrs. Weasley. There had been a few rows among the Weasleys already this week. The younger Weasleys were desperate to be involved in the order, but Mrs. Weasley would have none of it. You don't tell me anything. Ginny was screaming. You're too young. Mrs. Weasley shot back. I've already been attacked by Voldemort. I have a right to know. You're still a child. Harry's faced you know who loads of times. Is he still a child? Ginny yelled back. Harry's eyebrows went up. He was surprised to hear Ginny mention his name. Yes. And if I had my way, he wouldn't be involved in this, either. But he is involved. And so am I. Ginny seemed like she was on the verge of tears, even though there was nothing but anger in her voice. Not if I have anything to say about it, you aren't. Molly bellowed. Her words were angry, but the tone of her voice was worried. Ginny had struck a nerve with her last comment. Ow. Just leave me alone. Ginny screamed back. Behind him, Harry heard the door to the library burst open, then slam shut. There was a thump, and Harry imagined Ginny leaning backward against the door. He could hear her crying, struggling desperately to gain control of her emotions. Harry held himself still, trying to avoid making a noise. It was not a time for interruptions or intrusions. Hey, Ginny, just wanted to let you know that the wizard you totally hate is in the room, listening to you cry. PFF'd. Hardly. After a few moments, Ginny was able to calm herself and stop her tears. Harry heard her grumbling under her breath, and by the sound of her voice, she was moving closer. Harry looked over and saw Ginny with her back to him, walking along the bookshelves. She was running her hand along a shelf, quietly reading the titles aloud. Ginny had grown taller since the Yule Ball, maybe even as tall as Harry, at this point, and her red hair was pulled back into a ponytail. She raised her hand, as if to pull a book from the shelf, then hesitated. Harry realized that he had been staring at Ginny for quite some time. It was inevitable that Ginny would turn around and discover him. He had to announce his presence. If he waited until she turned around, he'd seem creepy, as if he had been spying upon her. He could say something, but no matter what it was, she would be startled. He could clear his throat, but that would have the same effect. Perhaps he would just make a noise and rustle some papers. That seemed like a neutral-ish way to make Ginny notice him. Harry adjusted himself in his chair and turned to a new page in his book. Ginny glanced over her shoulder and gasped. By the time she had spun fully around, her wand was in her hand. "What are you doing there?" Ginny demanded. "Getting ready for my trial tomorrow," Harry said matter-of-factly, still looking down at his book. It seemed casually cool, the sort of thing that Harry could imagine Draco doing in a similar situation. "How long have you been there?" "Over an hour," Harry said. "It's not like I snuck in after you." Harry gestured to one of the other chairs in the room. "Have a seat, if you'd like." Ginny frowned. She obviously realized that Harry had overheard her argument, and her crying. "I think I'd rather leave," she said. "No, you wouldn't," Harry said, finally looking up. "You'd rather stay in here and read. Obviously. Not with you here, I wouldn't," she said. "Oh, come on. You're a big girl, and I'm a big boy. You don't want to go out there and have another row with your mom, and I don't want to have to listen to it while I'm trying to work. Get a book and sit down." Ginny frowned. "Don't tell me what to do." Harry shrugged and turned back to his book. "Fine." Ginny twisted her mouth from side to side, struggling with her decision. Finally, with a huff, she turned back to the bookcase and violently grabbed a book. "Fine." Ginny started to walk toward a chair on the opposite side of the room. Before she could get there, Harry waved his wand. "Accio chair." The chair slid across the floor and came to a stop next to the fireplace, across from Harry. Ginny glared at Harry. "What?" Harry asked innocently. "There's no reason for you to sit in a dark corner when there's a perfectly good fire." Ginny narrowed her eyes and crossed her arms. "Do you want me to move it back?" Harry asked. "No." Ginny stomped over to the chair and sat down. Harry, who had the feeling that he had pushed his luck enough, said nothing. Ginny settled into the chair, opening her book, and Harry returned his attention to his trial notes. The two sat like that for quite a while, Harry occasionally scratching a note onto his parchment, Ginny slowly turning pages as she read. Once, Harry thought he heard Ginny humming a note or two. Harry tried to turn his attention back to his trial, but he discovered that "She Loves You" was stuck in his head. The Beatles' tune song was one of Ginny's favorites. Harry had convinced the Weird Sisters to play it for Ginny at the Yule Ball. Infuriatingly, though, he could only think of one verse, over and over. It wasn't even a very catchy verse, either. "You know it's up to you, I think it's only fair pride can hurt you to apologize to her." Harry shook his head. Stupid song. He needed to take a quick break, then refocus. The fire had burned low, so Harry stood and grabbed a couple of extra pieces of wood. When Harry tossed them into the fireplace, the impact of the logs caused sparks to flare and rise up the chimney. Harry grabbed an iron poker and aggressively jabbed at the fire for a few moments, until he was certain that there were no more song lyrics in his head. Harry went back to his chair and sat down. As Harry turned his attention back to his book, he glanced at Ginny. In the red-orange light, her hair looked as if it were aflame. Harry noticed again how much she had changed over the last year. She looked much more mature, less childlike. With her hair in a ponytail, Harry could see that Ginny's face had slimmed. Her freckles, which Harry had always found to be cute, drew attention to her high cheekbones. "You're staring," Ginny said. Shit. Had he really been staring? For how long? What was wrong with him? Was he still staring now? He needed to say something. "I owe you an apology," Harry said suddenly, and immediately regretted it. Those stupid song lyrics were giving him stupid ideas. No, I was acting like a Burke, too, a few minutes ago, Ginny said, rolling her eyes. I meant about last year, Harry said. Why had he just said that? Ginny had given him an opportunity to escape this conversation, and he had put himself right back in it. Shit. Shit, shit, shit. Oh. Ginny closed her book, but kept a finger inside to mark her page. Okay. Then, let's hear it. And this had better be good. There's no point in not telling you, Harry said. Not now, I guess. You know that last year Moody suspected that somebody entered me into the Tri-Wizard Cup in an attempt to kill me. Barty Crouch, Jr., Ginny said. Of course Ginny would know that. Crouch had kidnapped her brother Percy and used Polyjuice Potion to infiltrate Hogwarts and the tournament. Right. But we didn't know who it was, not at the beginning of the year. Sirius told me that Karkaroff and Snape used to be Death Eaters, and he wanted me to be careful around them. Ginny interrupted. Does careful mean eavesdropping on former Death Eaters while walking through the Hogwarts gardens? She had made that connection quickly. She was a clever girl, Harry had to give her that. Well, that was the problem, wasn't it? Harry said. I couldn't let them discover that we had been listening, not when one of them might have been trying to kill me, so I ed you. Ginny's shoulders slumped, almost imperceptibly. Why didn't you just tell me? I don't need to be protected like some delicate flower, you know. Harry could see Ginny was winding herself up, getting ready to launch into the same row she had just had with her mother. I just thought that you'd had enough Voldemort in your life, Harry said quickly. I wasn't thinking about your feelings, and that was rather immature of me. I wasn't trying to protect you, not exactly, I was trying to keep you from being involved at all. But I'm telling you now, because you're right. You are involved in this, whether you want to be or not. And since you obviously won't hear it from anyone else, well, there it is. So the whole thing in the gardens, it was about you know who this whole time, Ginny said. She turned her head away and glanced down at the fire. Harry ran a hand through his hair. Ginny, I panicked. When I heard them coming, I had to do the first thing that came to mind. And, since I had been thinking about ing you for the entire time we were walking in the garden, it was the only thing I could think to do. Ginny snorted, then tipped her head back and rolled her eyes dramatically. I'm sure that's exactly what happened, she said sarcastically. Harry felt a little hurt. I'm being honest with you. This isn't easy, you know. Right, sure, you're being honest with me. Ginny folded her arms and shook her head. What is it with you? Harry asked defensively. Are you just going to sit there and insist that everything I say is a lie? Why would I lie about this? Why would you tell the truth? Ginny countered. One of the first things you learn in the girls' dormitories at Hogwarts is that you can't trust the pretty things that the Slytherin boys say to you. I forgot that last year, and maybe I shouldn't have. Harry was slightly surprised. He had known that the boys in Slytherin would have some sort of reputation. After all, Harry was aware of the reputations of the girls in the various houses. Gryffindor girls will you before you could them, and they leave scratch marks afterwards. If you want to get physical with a Ravenclaw, sneaking off in the library is your best bet. Hufflepuff girls latch on and don't let go, but if you're lucky they'll bring a friend along for the fun. But Harry hadn't expected the reputation of the Slytherin boys to be so negative. Harry had expected something about clever gifts, or well-planned dates, or, at worst, the propensity to throw money around as a substitute for actual romance. He hadn't expected his housemates to have a reputation as flat-out liars. Ginny folded her arms and raised her eyebrows inquisitively. Is that all you had to say to me? Harry discovered that he had become lost in thought, and was unsure how long he had been brooding. Then, he realized the full import of Ginny's comment. There was something else he was supposed to be apologizing for. Of course. The fight in the hallway. Harry had been absolutely awful to her. Harry took a deep breath before speaking. You mean the row we had in the hallway? That was Harry looked away. He couldn't look Ginny in the eye and say this, it was too difficult. I guess I do owe you an apology for that, too, don't I? Ginny nodded slowly, and continued to skewer Harry with a cool look of disdain. Harry let out his breath in a huff. Shit. I'm really embarrassed about that. You caught me off guard, and it was in front of my friends, and I didn't know what to do. If I had time to think it through, I probably wouldn't have said those things. I'm sorry. The room fell silent for a moment as Ginny mulled over Harry's words. That was hardly an apology, she said finally. Before Harry could respond, the door to the library opened. It was Mrs. Weasley, who was speaking before she had fully entered the room. Ginny, dear, I've made some pudding if you owe. I didn't realize there was somebody else in here. It's just me, Mrs. Weasley, Harry said, feigning cheerfulness. He leaned around the high back of the chair and waved. Hello, Harry, Mrs. Weasley said. I was just saying, if Ginny wanted a spot of pudding, I've made some up. You're welcome to have some, too, if you'd like. Mrs. Weasley's face was hopeful. She wasn't apologizing to Ginny for her argument, but she was desperately hoping that Ginny would accept the pudding as a peace offering. Harry turned back to Ginny. Why don't we have some pudding? I could use a snack before bed. Harry thought that he could also use a little more time to compose a proper apology for what he had said last year in the hallway. Ginny gave Harry a curious look, then shrugged. Why not? Pudding it is. Wonderful, said Mrs. Weasley. Meet me down in the kitchen, dears. She bustled away, leaving the door open behind her. Harry closed his book and stood. Go on ahead, he said to Ginny. I'll put out the fire, put away my notes, and be down in a moment. Sure, Ginny said. Harry conjured some water to douse the fire and Ginny replaced her book on the shelf. As Harry tidied his notes, Ginny moved to leave the room. She hesitated in the doorway, glancing back over her shoulder at Harry. Harry looked up and flashed a smile at her. Ginny furrowed her eyebrows, then shook her head. See you downstairs, she said. And then she was gone. Harry smiled to himself, more broadly than he had smiled in days. That hadn't gone so poorly, after all. Maybe Ginny wasn't going to hate him forever if he could manage a proper apology for their row in the hallway, that is. And as Harry organized the last of his notes, he realized that he was humming. You know you should be glad. Yeah. Harry shook his head. Stupid song. But Harry was smiling, and it took him the entire trip downstairs to compose his face. When Harry arrived at the kitchen, he was surprised to find that the twins were there, as well. Surprised, and disappointed, and then surprised, again, at his disappointment. Harry hadn't thought that he would want to be alone with Ginny, but apparently he did. What brought you two down to the kitchen? Harry asked. Somebody smelled the scrumptious scent of his mother's cooking, Fred said. Was it you? No, it was me, said George. But that hasn't stopped me from helping myself to heaping helping of pudding, Fred said. Before Harry could say more, Molly arrived and placed a dish of pudding in front of Harry. Harry thanked her, and before he took his first bite, he glanced across the table at Ginny. Her eyes were down, and she was eating her pudding with the ravenous attention that only a Weasley could give to food. There was no indication that their conversation in the library had any effect on her. With the twins around, Harry wasn't comfortable saying anything to Ginny. They might be on the verge of restoring some sort of friendship, but there was still a long way to go. He wasn't going to have a heart-to-heart conversation in front of Fred and George, either. That would be asking for trouble. Harry chatted with Fred and George as he ate his pudding, and Ginny talked to her brothers, as well. It quickly became apparent that Ginny was willing to talk to her brothers, but had no interest in engaging with Harry. A few minutes into the conversation, after Harry made a particularly witty joke and while Fred and George were laughing, Harry cast a glance over at Ginny. She was looking at him coolly, eyes slightly narrowed, not even the hint of a grin on her face. Worst of all, Ginny caught him looking at her. Harry immediately averted his eyes and gazed deeply into his pudding. Harry had made some strides toward reconciliation with Ginny, but it was clear that his work was far from over. He needed to start working on that apology as soon as possible, as soon as he was done with his trial. Harry entered the chamber. It was large and circular, like an arena. Every seat was filled by a wizard in plum-colored formal robes, each of which had a silver W on the left-hand side of the chest. At the center of the chamber was a table, and behind the table sat Minister Fudge. There were two witches on either side of Fudge, and Harry recognized neither of them. One of those witches, However, Harry was sure he would never forget. She was wearing the most atrocious pink robes, and had the oiliest smile that Harry had ever seen. At the end of Fudge's table sat Percy Weasley. He looked almost completely recovered from his imprisonment by Barty Crouch, Jr. the previous year. The juvenile will come forward, Fudge said. Harry stepped forward. Harry Potter, you are charged with underage use of magic. Second offense, to wit, that Harry Potter did knowingly, deliberately, and in full awareness of the illegality of his actions. Having received a previous written warning from the Ministry of Magic on a similar charge, produce a Patronus charm in a Muggle-inhabited area, in the presence of a Muggle, on August the 2nd at 23 minutes past 9, which constitutes an offense under paragraph C of the Decree for the Reasonable Restriction of Underage Sorcery, 1875, and also under Section 13 of the International Confederation of Wizards Statute of Secrecy. How do you plead to your charge? Not guilty, Harry said. Harry heard a door open at the back of the courtroom. He kept his attention on Fudge, and did not glance back. We will proceed directly to trial, Fudge said. Have you hired a barrister to act on your behalf? I will represent myself, Harry said. Be seated, Fudge said. Harry turned and stepped toward the chair at the center of the courtroom. As he did, he glanced to the back of the courtroom. Dumbledore and Snape were seated at the back of the room, the only spectators for Harry's trial. As Harry sat, Fudge spoke again. The court will call and examine its witnesses. First witness. Harry Potter. The juvenile will come forward and be examined by the court. Harry frowned and stood. I invoke my right to silence at this time. I reserve the right to make a later statement, and subject myself to the court's inquiries at that time. Fudge frowned. The court calls Mafalda Hopkirk. Mafalda Hopkirk worked in the underage magic office. It was she who had sent Harry his warning for underage magic during Harry's second year, and who had sent Harry his notices of the hearing today. She was a small witch, with wire-rimmed spectacles and flyaway gray hair. When Hopkirk was seated on the witness stand, Fudge had her give a brief explanation of the tracing charm, and the manner in which the underage magic office tracked violations. Every time there is a violation, she said, an enchanted quill will write the location of the violation, the nature of the spell, and the date and time of the violation. This is then cross-checked with underage magic tracing records, to determine who committed the violation. Did you receive a notice regarding the juvenile in this case? Yes. Please describe that notice. The notice stated that a Patronus charm was cast in Little Whinging, Surrey, on August 2nd at 9:23 in the evening. I cross-checked the underage tracing records, and determined that the only wizard in the area was one Harry Potter, the juvenile in this case. Nothing further will be required of you, Fudge said. Hopkirk stepped down and left the courtroom. Fudge opened his arms expansively. The Crown rests its case. Mr. Potter, you may proceed with your defense. Harry stood and pulled a small pad of parchment from his pocket. He was nervous, but also excited. Fudge had made a mistake, and Harry was ready for it. Witches and wizards of the Wizengamot, Harry said, reading from his parchment, I respectfully move this august body to dismiss the charges before me. The Crown has not proven every element of its case beyond a reasonable doubt. Specifically, the Crown has not introduced evidence of any previous offense of underage magic. All testimony in this case has related to the date of August 2, 1995. Because no evidence has been offered to show that this incident was a second offense, the Crown will be unable to prove its case, and acquittal is necessary. Fudge's jaw dropped open and a murmur went through the Wizengamot. It was clear that nobody had expected Harry to have such a firm grasp of the law, nor had they expected Fudge to have made such a fundamental mistake. Harry got the distinct feeling that some of the members of the Wizengamot were pleased to see Fudge on the verge of complete failure. Fudge shook his head and composed his face. Your motion is overruled, he said confidently. A broad, square-jawed witch with a monocle leaned forward. The interrogator may not rule upon the motion of the accused, she said. The Wizengamot Charter of Rights provides that the motion will be ruled upon by the most highly ranked member of the Wizarding Examination Authority who is present. The witch turned and gestured toward a stooped witch with a thickly lined face. Madam Marchbanks, if you would be so kind. Certainly, Madam Bones, said the stooped witch. It is plain that the pending charge of Second offense underage magic cannot be proved beyond a reasonable doubt, as the Crown has not introduced evidence of a first offense of underage magic. However, accusation of second offense underage magic implicitly includes a charge of first offense underage magic. The charges against Mr. Potter will not be dismissed, but will proceed as an accusation of the lesser included offense, first offense underage magic. Mr. Potter, the maximum possible penalty for first offense underage magic is as follows: up to 100 hours of service to the community, and a fine of up to 10 galleons. Madam Marchbanks smiled. There is no possibility of expulsion. Harry grinned. He hadn't won the whole trial, but this was an enormous victory. He would willingly do community service and pay a fine if it meant that he could continue as a student at Hogwarts. Fudge, meanwhile, had turned almost purple with rage. Thank you, Madam Marchbanks, Harry said. At this time, I would like to give my opening statement. We haven't got all day to listen to taradiddles, Fudge snapped. The juvenile will proceed directly to his witnesses. The juvenile asserts his right to give an opening statement under Wizengamot Charter of Rights Rule 8, Harry said firmly. He looked toward Madam Marchbanks. The stooped witch nodded. Mr. Potter is permitted to give an opening statement. Briefly, though, if you please. Thank you, Madam, Harry said. Witches and wizards of the Wizengamot, I stand before you today accused of use of underage magic in the presence of a muggle. Today, the evidence will show that the muggle in question was a family member privy to knowledge of the wizarding world and that no obliviation was required. Therefore, there was no violation of the statute of secrecy. Further, the evidence will show that the use of this magic was a necessity, and therefore was a reasonable use of magic by a minor. Because of this, I should not be convicted of improper use of underage magic. Thank you. Fudge snarled at Harry. Call your first witness. I call Mrs. Arabella Figg. Fudge sent Percy to the back of the courtroom. Percy poked his head out of the door and called Mrs. Figg into the room. She looked as discombobulated as she ever did, and was still wearing her carpet slippers. Harry wondered how he had ever mistaken her for a muggle, given her penchant for eccentric dress in the otherwise conservative Little Whinging. Mrs. Figg sat at the witness stand, and Harry stood to begin his questioning. Mrs. Figg, could you state your name and residence? Arabella Doreen Figg. I'm a resident of Little Whinging. I live just down the street from Harry Potter. Mrs. Bones interrupted. We have no record of any witch or wizard living in Little Whinging other than Harry Potter. That situation has always been closely monitored, given past events. Oh, I'm a squib, Mrs. Figg said brightly. Harry was surprised that she could say such a thing so lightly. Thank you for your honesty, Harry said to Mrs. Figg. Can you tell the Wizengamot, did you and I see one another on August 2, 1995? Yes, we did. What happened? I was going to buy cat food from the corner shop near Wisteria Walk. It was just after 9. I heard something down the alleyway between Magnolia Crescent and Wisteria Walk. I looked into the alley and saw a pair of Dementors near Harry Potter and another boy. This time, Fudge interrupted. Can squibs see Dementors? I just told you I could, Mrs. Figg said snappishly. What did they look like? Harry asked. They were big. Big with dark cloaks. What were they doing? Harry asked. They went for you and the other boy, Mrs. Figg said. Then you cast the Patronus charm and were able to keep them away with a shield. You smashed one of them against a wall with the shield, and you drove the other away. And then I walked you boys home. And that's what happened. Did you notice anything else? Harry asked. What else did you see or feel? It was colder than it should have been, Mrs. Figg said. It was very cold for a summer night. And I felt unhappy. It was like all the happiness had gone from the world. And I remembered the most dreadful things. Mrs. Figg's voice trailed off, and she frowned. Harry nodded solemnly. Thank you, Mrs. Figg. I have no further questions. Fudge was fidgeting with his papers. He waved his hand absent-mindedly. The Crown has no further questions for the witness. You may go. Mrs. Figg stood and left. As the door closed behind her, Fudge remarked, to nobody in particular, not a very convincing witness. She did describe the effects of a Dementor rather accurately, Madam Bones said, also to nobody in particular. When Harry was certain that their exchange was over, he spoke again. I call Dudley Dursley to the witness stand. It had not been easy for Harry to procure Dudley's presence at the trial. Using a magical subpoena upon Mrs. Figg was rather easy. Harry had simply filled out a form, and the subpoena delivered itself. The spell which created a magical subpoena was derived from the spell which created a howler, but ignoring a magical subpoena had much greater consequences. If the witness was not at the correct location at the correct time, the subpoena would grow in size, wrap the witness up like a blanket, and then trigger as a portkey to transport the witness to the courtroom. Harry didn't think that any of that would be necessary, however, as Mrs. Figg was generally very kind to him. Dudley was a different story, however. During his review of magical law, Harry had discovered that the statute of secrecy prohibited the use of a magical subpoena upon a muggle, unless a special exception was granted by the Wizengamot. Exceptions were granted only in extraordinary circumstances, because they required the obliviation of the muggle after testimony was given. Harry hadn't expected the Wizengamot to take special interest in his trial, so he hadn't even requested an exception. Nevertheless, Dudley was a critical witness, and Harry needed him to be present. Harry and Sirius had discussed the problem at length. Sirius had, rather jokingly, suggested threatening the Dudley into compliance. I'd do that in a heartbeat, Sirius had said, if I weren't confined to this blasted house. Harry had left the conversation depressed. Another wizard had come to mind, a wizard who would have no qualms about coercing Dudley into compliance. Or, rather, there had been another wizard who, before the end of the Tri-Wizard tournament, would have had no qualms about coercing Dudley's compliance, Lucius Malfoy. Now, Mr. Malfoy had joined the ranks of the Death Eaters, and Harry knew that Mr. Malfoy would do him no favors. Harry had considered asking the other members of the Order, but had rejected them all. He didn't know Tonks well enough, and Moody would probably report Harry to Ministry authorities. Arthur and Molly Weasley would never threaten a muggle. Remus Lupin was a werewolf, and given the prejudices against werewolves, Lupin would be risking immediate imprisonment if he helped Harry. And Dumbledore was right out. Harry could think of only one member of the Order who might help him, Snape. And even though Snape was the only member of the Order who might help, it was still very unlikely, as Snape had tasked Harry with constructing his defense completely independently. But Harry had a few things working in his favor. Sirius had said no, which meant that Snape was more likely to say yes, simply out of spite. Snape had also said that he would not allow a Slytherin to be unjustly expelled from Hogwarts, and Dudley was one of only 2 independent witnesses to the attack. Thus, even though it meant admitting to a small failure, Harry gathered his courage and asked Snape for help. To Harry's surprise, Snape immediately agreed. On the morning of Harry's trial, Snape and Harry appeared at the Dursleys' doorstep at 6 a.m. Harry was already dressed for court, and Snape wore his darkest robes. Harry knocked on the door. Twice. Then a third time. Finally, as Harry raised his hand to knock once again, Vernon Dursley snatched open the door. Who is it at this time of the morning? Vernon shouted. His mouth was opened wide, pushing his fat cheeks upward and forcing his eyes closed. Hello, Uncle Vernon, Harry said. I'd like to speak with Dudley. Vernon's eyes popped open. You, he said in a low voice. What are you doing here? Harry grinned. I'd like to speak with Dudley, in case I wasn't clear the first time. I thought we were rid of you for the summer, Vernon said. His face was beginning to turn purple. Vernon. Who is it? Petunia was behind Vernon, standing at the bottom of the stairs. It's that boy, Vernon growled. Petunia scowled. Tell him to go away. I just want to talk to Dudley, Harry said. He was beginning to enjoy the Dursleys' discomfort. You leave our Dudders alone. Petunia cried. Snape made a disgusted noise in the back of his throat. This is pathetic. You will allow Mr. Potter to speak with your Dudders, he said, voice dripping with derision. I simply insist. Vernon and Petunia, for the first time, noticed the wizard standing behind Harry. Petunia gasped and brought a hand to her mouth. It can't be, she said. Snape smiled. Hello, Petunia. How do you know my wife's name? Vernon's head whipped back and forth, and he looked from Petunia to Snape. Petunia. You know this miscreant? Petunia nodded, still holding her hand in front of her mouth. He knew my sister. When we were just little girls before she went to that school for freaks. This was new information for Harry, and apparently for Vernon as well. Move aside, Snape said firmly. Now see here, Vernon began. Move aside, or else, Snape said. Vernon drew himself up to his full height and took in a large breath, preparing to bellow at Snape. Before he could let loose, Petunia spoke. Let him in, Petunia said quickly. Don't make him angry. He's awful. Vernon glanced back at Petunia, astonished. Harry took that opportunity to push past his uncle, and strode into the foyer. Vernon stepped away from the door to pursue Harry. Now, see here, Vernon began. By stepping away from the door, Vernon allowed Snape to step inside. Thank you for inviting me into your home, Snape said dryly. Petunia reached out and tugged Vernon's wrist, pulling him away from Snape. Vernon allowed himself to be hauled backward, until he was standing protectively in front of Petunia. What do you want? Petunia asked, her voice quiet. To speak with Dudley, Harry said cheerfully. He took a few steps into the sitting room and leaned against the arm of a chair. Why don't you call him down? Petunia shook her head. Snape folded his arms. Call him. Petunia winced, then called out. Dudders, will you come downstairs for Mummy? Are my pancakes ready? Dudley shouted back. Say yes, Snape said quietly. Yes, Diddykins, Petunia called out, voice quavering. Finally, Dudley appeared at the top of the stairs. It takes you forever to make me breakfast. Dudley stopped halfway down the staircase, realizing that something strange was going on. Who's that? I am Professor Severus Snape, of the Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry. Your presence is required at court this morning for testimony. I didn't do it, Dudley shouted immediately. You are not on trial, you buffoon, Snape snapped. He had never suffered fools lightly. Your cousin requires you to testify. Harry poked his head out of the sitting room and looked up the stairs. Hello, Dudley. I'm not going anywhere with him, Dudley said, eyes going wide with fear. Vernon stepped forward. You can't come into my home and kidnap my boy. I am kidnapping no one. Dudley's testimony is required at court. I will convey him to the court, he will testify, and then I will convey him back to your home. You will not, Vernon said firmly. How do you propose to stop me? Snape adjusted his shoulders slightly, and suddenly his wand appeared in his hand. I don't know, but I won't give up without a fight. Vernon clenched his hands into fists and took a fighting stance. Consider the consequences of your actions, Snape said calmly. As I understand it, the last time you defied a professor of Hogwarts, your son grew a pig's tail. Your son was not fully transfigured in that particular incident. I am, however, a far greater wizard than Hagrid has ever been. Is that some kind of threat? Vernon said. Yes, it is, Snape said. I will take your son to testify. And I will return him. The form in which he is returned, that is up to you. Vernon took a step forward. You can't threaten my family in my home. It seems that I already have, Snape said. In fact, I will continue to do so. Petunia, have you ever told Vernon about very first letter you ever received from Headmaster Dumbledore? The blood drained from Petunia's face, but Vernon was facing Snape and could not see his wife's shock. The letter he left on our doorstep with that little rotter. Vernon yelled. I read it. He's been nothing but trouble ever since. Not that letter, Snape said. Before that, Snape was speaking slowly. Harry had no idea what was contained in this mysterious letter, but he understood that Snape was giving Petunia a choice. Stop Vernon and keep the contents of the mystery letter a secret, or allow Vernon to attack and have her secrets revealed. Petunia reached out and placed a hand on Vernon's arm. Don't, she said. She turned and looked up the stairs at Dudley. Dudley, get changed. Put on a tie. Do it now. Petunia screamed, her voice shrill and piercing. Dudley let out a cry and scrambled up the stairs. There was silence, for a moment, in the foyer. Vernon slowly lowered his hands. Thanks, Aunt Petunia, Harry said with a grin. Shut your mouth, you horrible thing, Petunia snapped. She closed her eyes for a moment, composing herself, before opening them again and addressing Snape. Dudley will be returned to me in precisely the same condition as he left, she said firmly. Of course he will be, said Snape. It would be difficult for him to be any worse. Petunia shook her head. You were an awful boy, and you've become an awful man. Snape had no visible reaction. Your judgment does not trouble me, as it is clearly atrocious. Harry saved your Diddykins from a fate worse than death, and yet you wish to see him punished for it. There was a thump on the stairs as Dudley lumbered down toward the foyer. He had dressed himself, shabbily, in his school uniform. The uniform looked as if it had sat in a pile on Dudley's floor for the entire summer, which, Harry knew, it had. Laundry was Harry's responsibility, and he had, accidentally, tucked Dudley's uniform underneath a heap of Dudley's sweatiest gym clothes. That heap had been purposefully neglected, with the hope that the uniform would be permanently infused with the disgusting odor of Dudley's sweat. Snape wrinkled his nose as Dudley approached, and Harry silently celebrated a mission well accomplished. Do I have to go? Dudley whined. Yes, Petunia said. She crouched down and straightened Dudley's tie. You be a good boy. Go to court and tell the truth and come home fast to Mummy. Then I'll take you out and buy you a new video game. How does that sound? Okay, Dudley said churlishly. Good. Petunia hugged Dudley. As she did so, she glared over his shoulder at Harry, with nothing but hatred in her eyes. Snape clapped his hands, causing Dudley and Petunia to leap apart. It is time to go, Snape said. Come along. Dudley was obviously uncomfortable on the witness stand. Being surrounded by over 50 wizards and witches was nothing that any Dursley would call as a good time. Dudley, do you know me? Yes, Dudley said simply. Harry waited for Dudley to elaborate it, but it was clear that Dudley was planning to make this as difficult as possible for Harry. How do you know me? You're my cousin. You live with me during summers. Tell me what you know about magic. Harry was counting on Dudley's attitude to keep the answer short. He was not disappointed. You can use magic, I guess. When did you learn this? When those owls brought you a letter about that pigpimple school you go to. Hogwarts. Whatever. Do your parents know I can use magic? Yes. Harry looked significantly at the members of the Wizengamot. That testimony should be enough to eliminate any statute of secrecy issues that Harry was facing, and prevent Ministry obliviators from accosting Dudley after his testimony was finished. Harry turned back to Dudley. Do you like me? Harry asked. No. Were you with me on August 2, 1995? Yes. Did we run into Mrs. Figg on that day? Yes. Please tell us about what happened, just before we met Mrs. Figg. I don't know. You don't remember what happened. Or you don't understand? Harry asked. Something stupid and magic why happened. I don't know what it was. Why don't you describe what you saw and felt? Harry said. You and I were in an alley. You pulled out that stick of yours and started waving it around. Harry could see Dudley begin to change and grow more confident as he spoke. But as Dudley's confidence grew, his voice began to tremble, and he hunched his shoulders. It got cold and dark. It was really scary, and I got scared. I didn't know what you were going to do to me. I knew that you weren't supposed to do magic outside of school, so I figured it would be something bad. You've always threatened me with that stick. So I just started doing whatever you said. You made me come into the alley, and then you started shooting white mist out of your stick. At some point, I got pushed into a pile of trash. It was a rather poor job of acting, but then again, Dudley's parents had never required more than a minimal performance before forgiving Dudley and blaming Harry. Harry had counted on this. Dudley didn't know precisely why Harry was in trouble, but Dudley was used to falsely accusing Harry of wrongdoing. Dudley was describing in detail all the horrible things that had happened, hoping that Harry's punishment would be worse. But Dudley didn't understand a thing about magic. Instead of damning Harry with his testimony, Dudley was actually proving that Dementors had been present. Could you see what I was shooting the mist at? Harry asked. There wasn't anything there. Then you made me stand up and run out of the alley, like I was some sort of South Avenue. We ran into that weird Mrs. Figg, and you put your stick away, and we went home. That's it. Dudley, can you use magic? No. You're jealous of me, aren't you? I mean, you'd want to be a wizard, if you could, right? Harry's sudden question caught Dudley off guard. Dudley's answer came fast, the sort of answer he would give around his parents. No. You're a bunch of freaks, and I'm glad I'm normal. A heavy silence fell over the room. Harry again cast a significant look at the members of the Wizengamot, and made no move to ask another question. It took Dudley a moment to realize that he had said something wrong. When Dudley remembered where he was sitting, i.e., in the Ministry of Magic, surrounded by wizards and witches, the look of shock and fear on his face was priceless. Harry made a mental note to ask to borrow Dumbledore's pensieve, so that Harry could watch the moment over and over again. Nothing further of this witness, Harry said. Fudge rose. Dudley Dursley, did you see anything resembling a black cloak on August 2, 1995? No. Are you aware that there are spells that can make the air cold? I don't know what you can do with magic. Are you aware that there are spells that can make the daylight dark? I guess. Are you aware that there are spells that can make a person afraid? That must have been what Harry was using on me. Nothing further, Fudge said. The witness is excused. You may go. Dudley stood and lumbered out of the courtroom. No further witnesses, Harry said. Fudge stood to address the court. The charges against the juvenile are clear, and have been clearly proved. Mafalda Hopkirk testified that underage magic was detected in the area of the juvenile on August 2, 1995. No other wizards or witches were present in the area. The juvenile's own witnesses have described the juvenile's casting of the Patronus charm. The juvenile should be found delinquent for underage use of magic. Of even greater concern are the accusations leveled by Dudley Dursley. The juvenile's cousin states that the juvenile has previously threatened him with a wand. The juvenile's cousin suspects that charms such as Glacius, Nocturnus, and Confundus were used upon him to simulate a Dementor attack. This unscrupulous use of magic should not go unpunished. Thank you. Harry smiled as he stood. He removed another sheet of parchment from his pocket, this one containing notes for his final argument. Minister Fudge had been overconfident in his certainty that Harry would be railroaded through the hearing, and Fudge's lack of preparation was obvious. Harry was going to tear Fudge apart. Wizards and witches of the Wizengamot, I thank you for taking the time to hear my case today. It is extremely unusual for a simple matter of underage magic to be presented to the entire Wizengamot, in such solemn surroundings as this. I recognize that my celebrity has made it necessary to conduct these proceedings in the same courtroom that held the trials of the Death Eaters almost 15 years ago, and I thank you for your valuable time and careful consideration of the matter at hand. Harry could see that some of the members of the Wizengamot had begun to shift uncomfortably. Harry's points were subtle but well made. Underage magic was not generally presented to the entirety of the Wizengamot, and certainly not in the dramatic surroundings of Courtroom 10. I ask you to consider the evidence before you, Harry said. Underage magic may be excused in circumstances of emergency, such as when the magic is used to prevent harm to the wizard or another. This is precisely the situation that occurred on August 2, 1995. Mrs. Fig testified that Dementors were approaching my cousin and me, trapping us in an alley. She testified that I used the Patronus charm to drive them off. There can be little dispute that this use of underage magic was performed in defense of myself and defense of my cousin. This alone is reason for acquittal. Dudley Dursley confirmed Mrs. Fig's testimony. Dudley Dursley confirmed the effects of a Dementor attack: the cold, the looming shadows, the unexplained feelings of fear and dread. All of which could have been caused by other spells, Fudge interrupted. Then why am I not charged with casting these other spells? Harry immediately countered. If I cast these other spells, then why am I not charged with use of underage magic for Glacius, or Nocturnus, or Confundus? If I cast these other spells, why didn't Ms. Hopkirk present a record to show that I cast those other spells? Harry had stopped speaking to Fudge, and was now addressing the entire Wizengamot. Why did Ms. Hopkirk present only a record of the Patronus charm? Most importantly, if I cast those other spells, why was I not charged with Muggle baiting, a far more serious crime than underage magic? Harry spread his arms wide, as if he were a Muggle magician showing that he had nothing to hide. Then answer, wizards and witches of the Wizengamot, is that I did not cast those other spells. The effects that Mrs. Fig and Dudley Dursley experienced were not caused by my magic. The effects were caused by a pair of Dementors that attacked my cousin and me. Fudge couldn't resist interrupting again. The boy is your family and the woman is your neighbor. Why should we believe what they said? Because Dudley hates wizards, and he hates me in particular, Harry replied. You saw it. Dudley was in a courtroom, surrounded by dozens of the most powerful and well-respected wizards in Britain, and he still couldn't resist calling us freaks. Once again, Harry turned to the members of the Wizengamot. You can trust what Dudley said, because he wanted me to get in trouble. He knows that I'm on trial for underage magic, and he wanted it to seem like the worst case of underage magic you had ever seen. He wanted me to seem like a malicious bully. So when Minister Fudge told Dudley about all the charms that could have made the alley dark and cold and scary, Dudley leapt at the chance to point the finger at me and accuse me of casting Glacius and Confundus and Nocturnus. But we know that I didn't cast those charms, because Mafalda Hopkirk told us so. Mafalda Hopkirk told us that a Patronus charm was cast on August 2nd. Not Glacius. Not Confundus. Not Nocturnus. Mafalda Hopkirk told us that I cast Expecto Patronum. And I freely admit that I cast the Patronus charm. I'm proud of it. I used that charm to protect my cousin and myself. The use of magic by an underage wizard is not a crime if used in circumstances of extreme self-defense. If protection against the imminent loss of one's soul does not qualify as self-defense, then nothing qualifies. For these reasons, I ask that you return a verdict of not guilty to the charge of underage magic. Harry sat down. He had said everything he wanted to say. He looked to his left, glancing over his shoulder, to see what Dumbledore and Snape were doing. The two older wizards were having a hushed conversation, leaning closely together. The juvenile will rise. Harry turned his attention forward and stood. It was Madame Bones who had spoken. The Wizengamot will vote, based on the evidence that has been presented today. In order to be found guilty, a 2/3 majority must vote in favor of conviction. A simple majority in favor of acquittal will result in permanent dismissal of the charges. Any vote between the two will present the Crown with the option to try your case again. Do you understand? Madame Bones' severe expression seemed to suggest that Harry should answer yes, whether he understood or not. Harry nodded. I do. Then we shall vote. All in favor of acquittal. Hands began to rise around the courtroom. It was immediately apparent that Fudge would not receive a 2/3 majority. Harry smiled and his smile widened as hand after hand continued to rise. Not only had Fudge failed to prove Harry's guilt, but a majority of members were voting in favor of acquittal. Madame Bones favored Harry with a small smile. Harry Potter, by majority vote of the Wizengamot, you are acquitted of all charges. You are hereby discharged, and may go as you wish. These proceedings are terminated. When Harry and Snape returned to number 12, Grimmauld Place, Ginny was reading in the sitting room, just inside the door. She was reading the same book from the night before. Harry smiled. Ginny must have gotten the book from the library and specifically brought it to the sitting room, so she could be the first to see Harry when he returned. How did it go? Ginny asked, looking up from her book. I won, Harry said. Not expelled, and I get to keep my wand. That's fantastic, Ginny said. There was a noise from down the hallway, and the door to the kitchen burst open. Sirius charged out and into the hallway. Harry, are you back? Did you win? Yes, I won, Harry said. Well done. Sirius clapped Harry on the shoulder. Absolutely smashing. Behind Harry, from the darkness of the foyer, Snape spoke. His victory was never in doubt. Perhaps a Gryffindor would have bungled the hearing and put his future in doubt, but Harry was sufficiently prepared. Sirius waved his hand in the air. His excitement about Harry's news was so great that not even Snape's barb could ruin it. Let's go have a celebratory drink. There's some butterbeer in the kitchen, and Creature made you a sandwich for lunch. Sirius wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulder and ushered him toward the kitchen. Harry cast a look at Ginny and gave her a wave, but didn't catch her response before he was dragged out of sight down the hall. The hex came flying at Harry with frightening speed. Harry waved his wand, attempting to deflect the spell away, but his effort was futile. The orange bolt of light struck Harry on the forearm, twisting him into the air and hurling him backwards off his feet. Harry struck the ground hard. Come on, now you're just not focusing. Sirius was standing at the opposite side of the end of the study, tapping his wand impatiently against his leg. Harry hauled himself upright. You think I want to get thrown about? No. I think you want your Quidditch coordination to do all the work for you. You told me I needed proper timing. Harry protested. Timing will help, but unless you focus, timing will just be the difference between a curse hitting you on the hand instead of the chest. Sirius threw his arms in the air. We've done this all week, Harry. You start out deflecting curses like an experienced Auror, but an hour later you can't deflect a curse to save your life. How many duels will I be in that will last an hour? Harry snapped. At this rate, 1. Because you'll be dead at the end. Sirius frowned. You told me you studied this last year. Weren't you bragging about teaching Pansy how to deflect curses? Harry winced at the mention of Pansy. She had come up in some of Harry's conversations with Sirius, but Harry didn't want to talk about their relationship. Harry didn't even know whether to talk about his relationship with Pansy in the present tense or past. Harry found himself willing to discuss things that he and Pansy had done, like practicing spell deflection, but the substantive issues of their relationship remained off limits. Generally, Sirius respected Harry's reluctance to speak of Pansy, but apparently Sirius wanted to provoke Harry into a better performance. Harry, having so recently been tossed around the den, was willing to be provoked. Whatever, Harry said, hauling himself to his feet. Let's do this again. I don't want to spend my evening launching you around the house, Sirius said. If you aren't going to focus, we should do something else. Harry grabbed his shoulder and rotated his wand arm. His muscles ached, but he could still duel. Let's go again. I won't get to choose when I have to duel. I might be hurt or tired, and I have to know what to do. Sirius nodded. Never give up. That's what I like to hear. Sirius fired a hex at Harry, without warning. Harry ducked to his right, avoiding the hex altogether. As he moved, he raised his wand and fired a quick disarming charm at Sirius. Sirius swatted the spell away. That's how you deflect a spell, Sirius said. While Sirius was busy speaking, Harry fired his next spell, a tripping jinx. Sirius hopped to one side, and the jinx harmlessly struck the floor. Sirius sent back an orange hurling hex. Harry focused and timed the slash of his wand with the arrival of the hex. Harry felt a ripple of magic run up his arm as the hurling hex bounced off his wand. Better still, he saw the hex deflect directly back at Sirius. Sirius was able to raise a shield to stop the hurling hex, and Harry pressed his advantage. Harry followed with a high disarming charm and then a low tripping jinx. Sirius moved his shield up, stopping the disarming charm, but the tripping jinx snuck under his guard. Sirius's legs tangled together and the older wizard went to the ground. Before Sirius could stand, Harry hit Sirius with a disarming charm and claimed his wand. Nicely done, Sirius said. I'm glad to see that some of these dueling lessons are sinking in. Harry grinned. Sirius had emphasized movement during a duel, which allowed Harry to spend his time attacking instead of casting shield's charms. More importantly, movement allowed Harry to avoid curses and hexes that were too powerful to be stopped by a simple shield charm. The targeted deflection was something that Sirius had taught Harry, as well. Turning an opponent's spell against him would allow Harry to shift from defense to offense in a duel. Varying the height of attacks was also a strategy that Sirius had suggested. The sudden change would allow a spell to sneak above or below a shield. The use of simple spells, however, was something that Harry had devised all on his own. Complicated hexes and curses took Harry longer to cast, and he was not proficient with them. A simple tripping jinx, impediment jinx or jelly fingers jinx, however, was something that Harry could cast quickly and reliably. The smaller jinxes and charms would disrupt Sirius's duel, and Harry could follow up with a quick disarming charm to end it. I think that's enough dueling for now, Sirius said, once Harry had returned his wand. Tired of losing? Harry asked with a grin. The last duel had been the first time all evening that Harry had won a duel. No, but I think it's time that you learn some new spells, Sirius said. Not every duel can be won with a tripping jinx. You're the one who made the rule about no curses, Harry said. If you're ready, I'll bring on the fireballs and cutting curses. That's not what I meant. You need to learn how to cast a proper stunner. You don't have to kill your opponent in order to disable him. I thought that's what I've been doing, Harry said. Weren't you just lying on the ground without your wand? It took too long, Sirius said, shaking his head. It was fine for our purposes, but what if you were in the middle of a larger battle? Those extra few seconds could allow you to help a member of the Order, or they could present an opening for a different Death Eater to attack you. Sirius motioned for Harry to stand next to him. Now come over here, and learn how to cast a stunner. We'll use that painting of the deer next to the door for target practice. Harry stood next to Sirius. Across the room, the deer in the painting was grazing peacefully on some grass, slowly moving from tuft to tuft. Now, the key to a good stunner is the snap of the wrist at the end, Sirius said. It doesn't matter what your wand motion is, as long as you get a good snap. Watch this. Sirius brought his wand up from his waist and snapped his wrist. Stupefy. A red jet of light shot out of Sirius's wand and struck the painting next to the door. The deer froze in place, eyes large with fright. Now you try, Sirius said. Harry raised his wand and brought it down with a snap. Stupefy. The red light from Harry's wand wasn't as bright or as fast as Sirius's, but Harry's spell was just as accurate. Good, Sirius said. That's fantastic for your first effort. It's just like throwing a quaffle, Harry said. You're not always going to be able to use that motion, though, Sirius said. Cast it while moving your wand sideways, next. Sirius ran Harry through a series of drills, practicing casting the stunning charm from a dozen different angles. Harry was best at casting stunners from the right side of his body, as if he were throwing a quaffle. His left side was weaker, and significantly less accurate. He scattered his left side spells all around the painting, striking the wall and the door several times. It's like throwing a fang frisbee, Sirius said, in an attempt to help Harry's aim. You twist your torso, then bring your wand flat across your ribs. Snap at the end. Try again. Harry wound up his body, twisting at the waist. As he uncoiled and snapped his wrist, the door to the room opened, next to the picture. Mrs. Weasley walked inside the room, but her head was turned behind her and she was speaking to someone in the hall. We have to check all the rooms for doxies, Ron, Mrs. Weasley was saying. Stupefy. Harry cast the spell before he realized that Mrs. Weasley was in the room. The red bolt of light flew across the room and struck the wall directly next to Mrs. Weasley's shoulder. She let out a cry and dropped to the ground, arms covering her head. Ron charged into the room, wand drawn. Mum. Stop. Stop. Sirius was shouting. Harry and I were just practicing some spells. Mrs. Weasley looked up from the floor, glaring at Sirius. Practicing some spells. I could have been killed. Stunned, actually, Sirius said. You're teaching the boy to cast stunning spells. What are you thinking? That he might need to protect himself, Sirius said defensively. Didn't it cross your mind that he might go looking for trouble? Mrs. Weasley was on her feet now, advancing toward Sirius, brandishing a can of doxy spray. Trouble seems to find me, Mrs. Weasley, Harry said. There will be no more of this, Mrs. Weasley said, waving her arms about and ignoring Harry's protest. Are you telling me that I can't teach my own godson how to protect himself? Sirius folded his arms, as if he had effectively ended the discussion. I'm telling you that Harry is not James Potter, and you need to stop treating him like he is. Mrs. Weasley folded her arms, as well. Sirius frowned. It's not about that. It's about Harry being able to defend himself. Which he can do quite well already, if you haven't noticed. Not well enough, Harry said. Last year, Barty Crouch, Jr. nearly killed me because I was rubbish in a duel. I need to learn. Dueling. Mrs. Weasley's voice reached new heights in volume. You said you were teaching spells, not teaching him how to duel. Sirius gave Harry a look, and Harry hung his head. He couldn't believe he had just let that slip. Molly, Sirius was saying gently, if you think Harry's going to get through this without ever being in a duel. If you insist on acting like a child, Sirius Black, then I will treat you like one. We'll see what Dumbledore has to say about this. Molly stormed out of the room. Harry met Ron's eyes, and Ron shrugged. Sorry, mate, Ron said. You went about that all wrong. You have to distract her, right at the start, with something completely different. Once she gets wound up into a good yell, there's no stopping her. Harry turned to Sirius, but his godfather seemed to be cowed by Mrs. Weasley's rage. We'd better end it for tonight, Harry, he said. Pick up where we left off tomorrow. Sirius could not have been more wrong. The morning after catching Sirius and Harry at dueling practice, Mrs. Weasley was bustling around the kitchen in the best spirits that Harry had seen her in weeks. Sirius, meanwhile, was glowering over a pile of pancakes and a mug of coffee. What's the news? Harry asked, as he sat down at the breakfast table. Sirius grunted, and took a drink of his coffee. Dumbledore wants me to stop teaching you how to duel. Harry glanced over at Mrs. Weasley. He was fairly certain that she was out of earshot. And, Harry whispered, are you going to? Sirius grimaced, and nodded. There's no use going against Dumbledore's wishes. He's the leader of the Order, and he knows better than most of us what we should be doing. If I trust him enough to send me on missions for the Order, which I do, then I should trust him in this. I thought you weren't going on missions for the Order. Harry asked. You've been complaining about it all week. Well, that's the other bit. If I want Dumbledore to trust me enough to send me on missions for the Order, which I do, then I should do what he says on this. Harry sat back in his chair. That's incredibly selfish of you. You want out of the house, so you're willing to send me out there, among Merlin knows how many Death Eaters, without any proper dueling training. It's not like that, Harry, Sirius said. And there are things I can still teach you. Just not dueling or stunners or anything like that. Which leaves what? Harry asked. Potions. Sorry, but I already know a wizard who does that. Sirius winced, and Harry knew his barb about Snape had struck home. For one, I can still teach you shield spells, healing spells, and defensive magic, Sirius said. They're right useful. Better than nothing, Harry said. I also thought. Sirius shook his head. Never mind. No, what is it? Harry asked. I thought that I could teach you to play cards, Sirius said sheepishly. It was something your father and mother and I used to do. You mean gambling? Harry said. Sounds like a bad habit. Only if you lose, Sirius said with a grin. Come round the study again tonight, and I'll teach you how to play poker. It's a game that every young man should know. Sirius made good on his promise. He taught Harry the basics of poker over the next 2 nights. First they focused on betting and calculating odds, whether or not Harry's cards were good enough to play a hand. Harry was surprised by some of the analysis. Sometimes, if the potential reward was great enough, it was a good idea to play terrible cards. This aspect of poker came naturally to Harry. Once you were aware that you needed to be calculating odds, it was just a matter of doing the math. Next up was playing based on your opponent's behavior rather than the strength of your own cards. Sirius called it reading. By watching your opponent's behavior, both their body language and their betting, you could get clues about what cards they had. This was the inverse of calculating odds. It didn't matter how good your own cards were, what mattered was whether your opponent's cards were better. Harry struggled when it came to reading Sirius's clues, despite Sirius's repeated declarations that he was being painfully obvious with his behaviors. It all seemed so subjective to Harry. How was anybody supposed to be sure about any of it? Sirius's final lesson was bluffing, acting as if you had weak cards even though your cards were strong, and vice versa. Sometimes, you could even do something completely unexpected, just to confuse your opponent. Harry absolutely adored bluffing. The sensation of tricking somebody, of winning when you shouldn't have won, or making somebody lose when they thought that they had been winning, it gave Harry a perverse sense of excitement. Unfortunately, Harry was rubbish at bluffing. For every 5 bluffs that Harry made, only 1 was successful. When Sirius finally proclaimed that their lessons were over, Harry was only marginally better at poker than he had been on the first day they started. Harry had a great time, but the more Harry played, the more he realized that poker didn't match his natural skills. Harry knew one person, though, that he was certain would be an unbeatable poker player, Tracy. He made a mental note to never teach her the game. Or, perhaps to teach her the game, and then turn her loose on the rest of Slytherin. If Harry started her with 5 galleons, she'd probably come back with 50. Harry quickly grew bored playing poker with Sirius alone, so he invited Ron, Fred and George to join them. They traded candies and chores instead of sickles and nuts, and Sirius tended to win the games rather handily. Harry didn't mind that he almost always lost, though. The real fun was in the companionship, the jokes that they traded, the stories that Sirius and Fred and George told. Harry had a grand time. After a few games of poker, Ron invited Harry to play chess. Harry agreed quickly. The way his summer had gone, any overture of friendship was something that he would accept. Harry thought that chess would play to his strengths. There was no hidden information, no guessing your opponent's tactics based on his posture, but Ron thoroughly trounced Harry in every game of chess they played. It certainly wasn't for Harry's lack of trying, either. It seemed that Ron was simply a fantastic chess player. Harry would be thinking 4 or 5 moves ahead for 1 or 2 pieces, but Ron seemed to be 8 moves ahead for every piece on the board. When Harry finally managed a stalemate against Ron, he counted it as a major victory, even though Ron had been distracted by a sandwich at the time. When Harry wasn't learning various vices from Sirius, like gambling or swearing, the two wizards practiced their shields and healing charms. Harry was already proficient with the simple shield Protega, and Sirius helped Harry with a couple of other basic anti-jinxes and counter curses. The most useful was a simple banishing charm. Instead of stopping the curse with magic, you could just move some object into the path of the spell. A rock, a table, a book, just about anything would do. Harry immediately understood that this had offensive applications as well as defensive. Just as Voldemort had attempted to stab Harry with a basilisk fang in the Chamber of Secrets, Harry could use banishing charms to hurl objects at his opponents, secure in the knowledge that there is no counter curse for a flying desk. Although Harry had already known how to cast a banishing charm, he needed to become much more proficient if he intended to use it as a reliable shield. 2 days before Harry and his classmates were scheduled to return to Hogwarts, Hermione was complaining loudly that book lists had not been provided. How do they expect us to read ahead if they won't provide us with our book lists? Hermione, Ron, Harry and Ginny were seated at the dining room table, eating breakfast. Ron and Ginny tried to offer comments, but Hermione was refusing to let anyone else get a word in. Her ranting grew more and more animated, and she was waving her arms in the air when Molly Weasley walked in with the Morning Post. "Book lists are here," Molly said brightly. She was holding 6 envelopes aloft, each bearing the Hogwarts seal. "I'll run to Diagon Alley today and pick things up for everybody. Ginny, here's yours, and this is for Ron." Molly distributed the envelopes quickly, holding back the 2 that were meant for the twins. Hermione tore her envelope open immediately. "Finally, I thought it would never." Oh. A shiny gold badge fell out of Hermione's envelope and dropped onto the table. There was a large letter P, superimposed over a Gryffindor lion. "Congratulations," Harry said. "On what?" Ron asked. He was blindly shoving a forkful of food into his mouth with one hand, while glancing at his book list which he held in the other. "I'm a prefect," Hermione said. "Oh, well done, I guess," Ron said. "You guess." Hermione's emotions were still running high. "Well, who else would McGonagall have chosen? Of course she picked you. You're best in our year, and you know every rule." Hermione sat back, somewhat mollified. "Well, thank you. Who's the other prefect?" Ron asked. "Does it say in your letter?" Hermione scanned to the bottom of her letter. "Neville Longbottom." Ron grimaced. "Rats. I was hoping for Seamus. He'd let us get away with everything." "Ronald. That's precisely why Seamus isn't a prefect." "I know," Ron grumbled. "But I could hope." Harry grinned. The banter between Ron and Hermione was genuinely amusing, most days. He tore open his own envelope, and as he reached for his letter, a badge fell out and dropped to the table. He picked it up and turned it over in his hands. There was a snake, and superimposed upon it was the letter Q. "Harry, what's that?" Hermione asked. Harry glanced at his letter. "I've been named Quidditch captain." "Bloody hell," Ron muttered. "Ronald," yelled Hermione. "Language," bellowed Mrs. Weasley. "Sorry," Ron mumbled. Mrs. Weasley shook her head and walked out of the room to find the twins. "I can't believe you," Hermione said. "Using language like that over a silly sport." "What?" Ron shrugged. "There goes any chance that Gryffindor had of winning the cup. We might have had a chance if Montague was running things. Ron frowned and turned back to his book list. Congratulations, Hermione said to Harry. Even if I don't understand it. Yeah, Harry, Ginny said. That's great. Thanks, Harry said. He was excited to be Quidditch captain, no doubt about that, but he was disappointed because part of him had been expecting to be named prefect among the Slytherin boys. If it wasn't Harry, who was it going to be? Crabbe and Goyle were right out. Conceivably, it could be any one of Theo, Blaise or Draco. For the girls, Daphne was the obvious choice. Neither Tracy nor Millicent commanded any sort of authority, and Daphne would be much more even-handed than Pansy. Can I borrow a quill, Hermione? Harry asked. Hermione nodded and handed Harry a quill. Harry scratched his Gringotts account number at the bottom of the book list, and added a request for Mrs. Weasley to pick up a copy of the Flourish and Blotts Owl Post catalog. Harry would need to order a few books on organizing Quidditch practices as soon as he got to school, so that he would be ready to run the team by the time the term started. 2 days later, Harry was once again standing on platform 9 3/4, nervously waiting to board the Hogwarts Express. His trunk sat on the ground next to him, with Hedwig's cage balanced on top. Sirius had wanted to disguise himself as a dog and come along to King's Cross Station to see Harry off, but Harry had vigorously lobbied against the plan. Pettigrew had spent the better part of a year with Voldemort, which meant that the Death Eaters almost certainly knew of Sirius's animagus transformation. Harry left unsaid the fact that he had told Draco about Sirius's transformation while they prepared for the Tri-Wizard tournament. There was no need to upset Sirius unnecessarily. Ultimately, Sirius conceded and agreed to remain at Grimmauld Place. Before Harry left, though, Sirius gave him a gift. 1/2 of a pair of mirrors. According to Sirius, the mirrors allowed the bearers to communicate with one another. Sirius and Harry's father had used them to communicate when they were in school, which helped them get up to all manner of mischief. Harry was excited about the mirror and agreed to try it at the earliest opportunity, once he arrived at Hogwarts. Unfortunately, privacy was sometimes hard to come by at Hogwarts, and Harry worried that it would be a few days before he could find a good time to speak with Sirius. Harry had carefully wrapped the mirror in cloth, then packed them in a box with newspaper. The box was at the top of his trunk, where it would not be crushed or jostled. As Harry stood on platform 9 3/4, he thought that having an avenue of easy communication with Sirius would be a blessing because there was the distinct possibility that nobody in Slytherin would speak to him. Though he was doing his best not to show it, Harry was worried. Not about dark wizards or dark creatures, which was a first for the summer. Or, at least, he wasn't worried about dark wizards directly. Instead, Harry was worried about facing his classmates in Slytherin. The Ministry's smear campaign in the Daily Prophet had managed to turn public opinion against him, that much was certain. Harry wasn't sure how much would have trickled down to the students from their parents. Muggle-born students would probably be completely oblivious, but Harry suspected that most of the pureblood and half-blood students would simply parrot their parents' positions. This did not bode well for Harry's position in Slytherin. Harry had tried to figure out what would happen in Slytherin when he returned. As near as Harry could figure, there were 3 types of students: leaders, followers, and wild cards. The leaders were Draco and Pansy. Whatever Draco and Pansy did, the followers would do, as well. The followers were Crabbe, Goyle, Millicent Bulstrode, and Blaise Zabini. The first 3 would blindly follow Draco and Pansy, while Zabini would hold himself neutral until he saw which way the wind was blowing. If Draco and Pansy remained friends with Harry, then at least 6 of the 9 other Slytherins in 5th year would be on Harry's side. If Draco and Pansy sided with the Daily Prophet, or, worse, with the Death Eaters, then Harry's next 3 years at school would be absolutely miserable. The wild cards were Tracy, Daphne, and Theo Knott. Those 3 weren't likely to make their decisions based on Draco or Pansy's behavior, their motivations would be their own. Knott's behavior was probably the easiest to predict. Harry knew that Knott was not the type to take risks. Theo would never be mistaken for a Gryffindor. A perfect example had occurred last year at the Yule Ball, when Knott had tacitly requested Harry's permission to ask Tracy to be his date. Knott was the type of wizard that gave Slytherins a reputation for cowardice. Because Knott's father was a Death Eater, Harry expected that Knott would follow suit. Defying his father would require a spine that Nott simply didn't have. But, just as Nott would lack the courage to disobey his father, Nott would also lack the courage to confront Harry if the odds were against him. If Daphne Greengrass, because she came from such a prominent pureblood family, was unlikely to take Harry's side when popular opinion was so dramatically against him. But because Daphne was rather reserved, it was also unlikely that she would be openly antagonistic. Even if she wasn't Harry's friend, she wouldn't spend much of her time making Harry's life miserable. And Tracy, on one hand, Tracy had promised to stay with Harry, no matter what. On the other hand, had been silent for the last 3 months. All of Hedwig's deliveries had been refused, and Tracy had sent no letters of her own. And, perhaps worst of all, at the end of last year Tracy had been dating Theo Nott. Harry was certain that Tracy would be able to analyze the convoluted social web and tell Harry exactly what he should expect. But Tracy wasn't around. She was conspicuously, horribly, forebodingly not around. Harry stood on platform 9 3/4, a cold sweat upon his brow, staring at the Hogwarts Express and worrying. And as he waited, wondering, his friends from Gryffindor slowly left him. The twins set off with Lee Jordan, and Ron was flagged down by Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas. Even Hermione had politely excused herself to go to the prefects' meeting. Harry had hoped that Hermione would be by his side, even if Tracy wasn't. In the best of all possible worlds, Hermione would help him find Tracy and the three of them could disappear into a compartment together, emerging only when the train arrived at Hogsmeade. Clearly, however, that was not meant to be. Hermione said that she would find Harry once the prefects' meeting was over, but Harry was almost certain that she would be too busy doing rounds to pay him much attention. The only remaining student from number 12, Grimmauld Place, was Ginny. Harry turned to her, desperate for companionship. "Do you want to get a compartment together?" Ginny looked at Harry incredulously. "Are you being serious?" Under Ginny's scrutiny, Harry began to wilt. He nervously ran a hand through his hair. "Never mind. It was a stupid idea." "No, I mean now," Ginny was stammering. Harry shook his head vigorously. "Never mind. It'd be embarrassing for you to be seen with me, with all that stuff in the Daily Prophet. Just forget I said anything." Harry grabbed the handle of his trunk and lifted Hedwig's cage off the ground. "I have to go," he said. Before Ginny could reply, Harry had taken off through the crowd. What a dumb idea, asking Ginny to share a compartment. His apology had earned him the ability to peacefully coexisting with Ginny at number 12, Grimmauld Place, but that was vastly different from actually being friends. Ginny had probably spent most of last spring telling her friends how much of an ass Harry had been. Sharing a compartment with Harry on the Hogwarts Express would make her look fickle and weak. Beyond that, why would she want to be cooped up in a tiny compartment with a guy who had treated her so poorly? Harry shook his head. He was stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Harry hauled his trunk and cage onto the Hogwarts Express. Standing around outside wasn't going to solve anything. He might as well get onto the train and get things over with. If Tracy was waiting for him in a compartment, then Harry would have to find her. If she wasn't, then this was Harry's only chance at getting a compartment to himself. Harry glanced in the compartments as he moved toward the rear of the train. As usual, the front compartments of the train were full of the most popular kids in school. One compartment held Angelina Johnson, Katie Bell and Alicia Spinnet, all from the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Another compartment had the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan. The next had Cho Chang and some other pretty girls from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. A few of the compartments had their shades drawn, but Harry knew better than to try those doors. Interrupting the reunion of a seventh-year couple was a mistake that a person only made once. The farther Harry moved toward the rear, the younger, and stranger, the students got. There were the Creevy brothers, from Gryffindor. Colin was already unpacking his obnoxious camera. Just behind them, Harry discovered a compartment with only one occupant, Loony Lovegood, from Ravenclaw, who was wearing large, pink glasses and reading a copy of the Quibbler upside down. An enormous quill was tucked behind her ear. Harry moved past quickly. After Loony Lovegood, Harry passed through a car full of compartments holding unsorted first years, conspicuous both because of their lack of size and their lack of house colors on their robes. Harry idly wondered if he had looked that small and that uncertain during his first train ride to Hogwarts. As Harry approached the last compartment in the entire train, his heart surged with relief as he caught a glimpse of Tracy's familiar blonde hair. She was turned away from the door, speaking animatedly with somebody else in the compartment. Probably Daphne, Harry thought. The two girls were best friends, after all. Harry stepped forward and reached for the handle. As he did so, he glanced up and saw that Tracy was speaking, not with Daphne Greengrass, but Theo Knott. Harry jerked away from the door, pulling himself out of sight. His heart was pounding, and he could hear blood rushing through his ears. Tracy had a compartment with Theo, whose father was one of Voldemort's Death Eaters. And they were chatting away like nothing had ever happened. Like the Dark Lord hadn't returned. Like they were still dating, just as they had been at the end of last year. Tracy had abandoned him. Harry took deep breaths, trying to calm his racing heart. Tracy was sitting in a compartment with Theo Knott, and there was absolutely no way that Knott had gathered the courage to align himself with Harry and against Voldemort. If Tracy was still chatting with Knott, Harry had to face the fact that Tracy had abandoned him. Intellectually, Harry knew that he would have to confront Tracy and Theo sooner or later. He couldn't avoid them for the entire school year. But this was too much. Right now, when so much was uncertain, Harry wasn't sure he'd be able to deal with rejection coming from one of his closest friends, a witch that he thought was one of his most certain allies. Instead, Harry fled. He turned around and began marching toward the front of the train. Harry was fairly certain that he could catch a seat with the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan, if push came to shove. They were all right blokes, and the four of them could talk Quidditch with no problem. It wouldn't be an ideal seating situation, but it wouldn't be embarrassing, either. As Harry exited the car with the first years, he glanced again into Looney Lovegood's compartment. Someone else had joined the bizarre Ravenclaw girl, but Harry was past the compartment before he could see who it was. Harry turned his gaze forward once more, and stopped dead in his tracks. Draco was standing in front of him, and behind him were Crabbe and Goyle. Draco hi, Harry said lamely. Well, if it isn't the boy who lied, Slytherin's greatest disappointment, Draco said with a sneer. Harry felt his heart sink. Hey Scarhead, Crabbe said nastily. From what I read in the Daily Prophet, your summer must have been a real blast. Goyle spoke next. Yeah, how was your summer? He asked aggressively. Shut up, Goyle, Harry and Draco snapped in unison. Harry turned back to Draco. So, this is how it's going to be. Did you honestly expect anything different? Draco turned his nose up. You were the one who made the decision. I can't help that you chose stupidly. Harry felt like an icy hand was clutching his heart. That glimmer of hope that he had nursed all summer was being crushed. Obliterated. And it wasn't Draco's decision that hurt. Harry had expected that. What hurt was the loss of hope. The thought that his friendship was over had left the realm of possibility and entered the realm of certainty, and with certainty came the death of hope. Harry was breathing deeply, trying to maintain his composure. He wanted to run and fight and cry all at the same time. The best he could do was simply stand in place and avoid breaking down completely, but even that was difficult. It became more difficult when Crabbe reached past Draco and jabbed Harry in the chest with his finger. Come on, Scarhead, Crabbe taunted. Don't have anything to say. Harry's wand was in his hand, but he had no idea how it had gotten there. Crabbe, I swear. Ah, Draco said, waggling his finger back and forth. No dueling on the Hogwarts Express. What if a prefect happens to see Draco shifted the shoulder strap of his bag, exposing the silver and green prefect badge on the lapel of his robes? This is the sort of thing that deserves a detention. Draco began to laugh, and Crabbe and Goyle joined him. Harry could feel his face turning red. It's going to be a new world in Slytherin, Potter, Crabbe said. You can't strut around like a king any longer. Yeah, no strutting, Goyle added. Things will finally be set right, Draco said. All the half-bloods and mudbloods will have to obey their betters, and that includes you, Harry. Why, I'd be surprised if you even made the Quidditch team. Really? Said Harry. Why don't we leave that up to the team captain? I'm sure Montague and Warrington will see it my way, Draco said confidently. They were the oldest remaining players. Derek, Bull and Pusey had all graduated last year. Good on them, Harry said. But their opinions don't matter, because I'm the captain. Draco's face froze. That's not possible. Snape would never have done that. My robes are in the trunk, and the badge on them says different, Harry said. You should think about that before you start handing out detentions. Behind Crabbe and Goyle, a girl's voice called out. Draco, have you found a compartment yet? No, Pansy, Draco said. Pansy pushed her way between Crabbe and Goyle. Harry was sure that she had seen him, but she gave no sign of it. Instead, she seized Draco's hand and pulled him toward her. Draco turned and Ed Pansy full on the lips and continued dotting her, wetly, with significant and obvious use of his tongue. Pansy vigorously reciprocated. This icy hand around Harry's heart clenched, and Harry felt his heart shatter. When Draco and Pansy finally finished, Pansy casually turned toward Harry. Oh, Harry, I didn't see you there. K off, Pansy, Harry said. Pansy smiled gently, then turned back to Draco. I had Millicent throw a few first years out of a compartment farther up the train. Let's go sit there. Of course, my dear, Draco said. Crabbe, Goyle, get moving. The two larger boys began moving back toward the front of the train, and Draco followed them. Pansy hesitated a moment, and turned back to Harry. Don't ever talk to me, Pansy said cruelly. You're pathetic. Harry felt as if he were shriveling and wilting under her gaze. Pansy turned up her nose and followed Draco. Harry stood, frozen in place, and watched until they had passed through the door leading to the next train car. Behind Harry, a compartment door opened. Harry. Harry turned. Ginny was poking her head out of a compartment. Apparently, she was the person who was sharing with Loony Lovegood. Do you want to sit with us? Ginny asked. Harry looked down at his feet. He didn't want to be standing in the hallway any longer. He didn't want to think about anything. He just wanted to hide. Close his eyes. Go to sleep. Hope that when he woke up, it would all be a dream. Harry. Ginny repeated. Harry nodded. He grabbed the handle of his trunk and followed Ginny inside, where Luna was still reading her upside-down copy of the Quibbler. Ginny sat across from Luna, and Harry hoisted his trunk onto the luggage rack, cramming it between two other trunks. Once his luggage was safely secured, Harry dropped into the seat next to the strange, owned girl. Whose luggage is that? Harry asked, pointing across the compartment. The other rack also contained several trunks. That's my trunk, and Luna's, Ginny said. Your trunk is between Hermione's and Neville's. They asked me to watch their things when they went to the prefect's meeting. Oh, Harry said. He looked down at his feet, said nothing more. The three students sat in awkward silence for several seconds, before Luna Lovegood began to hum a tuneless melody. Harry, Ginny said hesitantly, I heard what happened out there. I'm sorry. Harry shook his head. He didn't want to talk about it. He didn't want to talk about his world crumbling around him, or how his heart was lying in shattered pieces at the bottom of his chest, or how everything in his world was going wrong. Draco was against him. Pansy was against him. Millicent and Crabbe and Goyle were against him, and Zabini would shortly join them, if he hadn't already. Tracy had abandoned him to laugh along with Theo Knott at the back of the train. And no matter what Daphne really thought, there was no way that she would be so monumentally stupid as to speak out as Harry's lone supporter in Slytherin. Harry was right, proper F. Ked. Harry. Ginny asked. Let's not talk about it, Harry said. His mouth was dry. It was hard to talk. He needed to change the subject. Harry leaned over and looked at Luna's paper. She was staring at a crossword puzzle. You know your newspaper is upside down, yes? Harry asked Luna. Oh yes, she said. Why don't you turn it right side up? Puzzles are supposed to be challenging, aren't they? Luna asked. That's what makes them puzzles, Harry said. If the rules of a puzzle make it challenging, then why should I play by the rules? Luna asked. With that, she spun the paper right side up and drew a quill from behind her ear. She began to fill in the boxes of the crossword puzzle, left to right, top to bottom, skipping from answer to answer. When she finished at the lower right corner, she tucked the quill back behind her ear and gave a satisfied nod. Harry snatched the paper out of her hands. No way, he said. He began checking Luna's answers against the clues, and discovered that everything was correct. Everything. Not a single missed answer. Not a single scratched out letter. How did you do that? Harry asked. Ginny had begun to laugh. Luna's dad is the editor of the Quibbler, she said. Luna makes the crossword puzzles herself. Luna folded her arms and pouted. You ruined it, she said. Harry continued to stare at the crossword puzzle. Ginny's explanation had only half answered Harry's question. Even if Luna had made the crossword puzzle herself, filling it in the way she just had, jumping from answer to answer, not even stopping to read the clues, that was an incredible feat of memory. Maybe Loony Lovegood wasn't as loony as people thought. It wouldn't have taken him long to figure out, Ginny said. The front of the paper says, a Xenophilus Lovegood production. But it would have been fun while it lasted, Luna said. She did not seem overly put out, though. Harry handed her paper back. I'm still impressed. Luna nodded. Thank you, she said. Ginny and Luna began to chat cheerily with one another, catching up on their summer holiday news. Apparently, Luna lived rather close to Ginny, and the two girls were childhood friends. Ginny made a few attempts to draw Harry into the conversation, mentioning Quidditch and the fact that Harry and Hermione had come to visit this summer, but Harry refused to take the bait. Instead, he folded his arms and closed his eyes, leaning his head against the wall. Maybe if he fell asleep, he'd wake up and discover that this was all a dream by the time he reached Hogwarts. Harry. Hearing Luna say his name, Harry awoke with a start. He had, in fact, managed to nod off. What is it? Harry asked, rubbing his eyes. Ginny and I are going to get something from the food cart, Luna said. Would you like anything? No, Harry said. The only thing I want is to be left alone. He settled back in his chair, ready to close his eyes once again. Oh, Luna said. She tilted her head to one side, like a bird. I thought that you'd want to be awake, if we were leaving. It seemed like you would be rather vulnerable if we left you alone and asleep. Harry drew back slightly. Luna was absolutely right. Thanks, I guess. Don't mention it, she said as she stood. We'll be back soon. Ginny followed Luna out of the compartment. Harry raised an eyebrow at Ginny and nodded toward Luna. What's up with her? Ginny shrugged. Who knows? Once the two girls were gone, Harry stood and stretched. His neck was stiff after his awkward nap, and Luna's comment was going to keep Harry awake with worry for the rest of the trip. Maybe he'd read something to kill time. Harry stood and unlocked his trunk. It was a tight squeeze, and Harry couldn't open it much more than a crack, but it would be enough to get a book out. Harry had reached in with his arm and was groping around inside the trunk when the compartment door opened again. That was fast, Harry said without turning to the door. Did you change your minds? Harry's only reply was a jab in the ribs with a wand. He froze in place. My first detention, before I even leave the Hogwarts Express, Neville Longbottom said. I didn't think it would be this fun. Now, take your arm out of my trunk and explain why you're going through my things. It's not your trunk, Harry said as he pulled his arm out and turned to face Longbottom. It's mine. You can tell it apart from yours, because mine says, Harry Potter, on the side. Harry pointed at the label, which did, indeed, say, Harry Potter, in large, block capital letters. Also, my trunk looks like it was made some time within the last century. Longbottom frowned, but kept his wand pointed at Harry. Why is your trunk up there? Because I'm sitting in this compartment, Harry said. Now get your wand out of my face. Harry slapped Neville's wand, intending to knock it to one side so that it was no longer pointed at his chest. Instead, the wand went flying out of Longbottom's hand and clattered to the floor of the compartment. Neville looked down at his wand and then back up at Harry, horrified. You are the worst prefect ever, Harry said simply. He dropped into his seat with a huff and folded his arms. Neville bent down and picked up his wand. Why are you sitting in this compartment? Neville asked. Ginny invited me. Lying to a prefect is an offense punishable by detention, Longbottom said. Did Hermione teach you that one? Harry snapped. I'm not lying. Stick around. Ask Ginny when she comes back. Fine, we will. Neville sat across from Harry and folded his arms, as well. The Gryffindor prefect glared at Harry in silence. What's your problem? Harry asked. No problem, Longbottom said, scowling. Really? Because if you keep looking at me like that, there's going to be a problem. Harry narrowed his eyes. Whatever you have to say, just spit it out. Be brave. Fine. I don't like you, Potter. You strut around the school like you own it, but you don't. You act like you're better than everybody else, but you're not. My problem is that you're an ass, and I don't think Ginny would ask you to sit with her. Not after the way you treated her last year. The name on that trunk is probably an illusion that you cast, in case somebody caught you rifling through another person's trunk. So we're just going to wait until Ginny gets back, and then we'll sort out how many detentions I'm going to give you. Harry rolled his eyes. You're as barmy as Mad Eye Moody. Moody is a great orar, Longbottom said savagely. Was, Harry corrected. Was a great orar. I'm sure you read The Prophet this summer, yes. He tried to come out of retirement, and they turned him away. You're telling me that I should believe everything I read in The Prophet, Potter. That's a strange thing to say, coming from the boy who lied. So, you're saying you believe me, then? That Voldemort is back. Longbottom winced at Voldemort's name. My gran and I believe Dumbledore. If Dumbledore says that he's back, then he's back. I'm the only reason that Dumbledore knows about Voldemort's return. So you're saying that you believe me? I believe Dumbledore, Longbottom repeated. And Dumbledore believes me, Harry said. Longbottom sat back in his seat, and the corners of his mouth turned upward. That's the way it always is with you, isn't it? Me. Longbottom laughed. I'm going to enjoy this year more than I thought. It's going to be so nice, watching you get what you finally deserve. All those awful snakes that you used to call friends have finally turned against you. I know how Malfoy is going to use his prefect powers on you, and if you think I'm going to do anything to stop it, you're dead wrong. I didn't ask you to, Harry shot back. Neville raised his arms and clasped his hands behind his head. He was wearing a Cheshire Cat grin. It's going to be nice, watching you finally realize that you're not the biggest thing at Hogwarts. Harry fell silent. He hadn't realized it before now, but he loathed Neville Longbottom. During Harry's first year, Longbottom was a mostly forgettable Gryffindor student, notable only for breaking his arm during flying lessons, an incident which led to one of Harry's first conversations with Hermione. But with each passing year, Longbottom seemed to become more and more influential in Gryffindor, and better known outside it. During Harry's second year, for example, Longbottom had somehow managed to involve himself in Hermione and Ron's plan to sneak into the Slytherin common room using Polyjuice Potion. Third year, Longbottom had allowed a week's worth of Gryffindor passwords to fall into the hands of Sirius Black, but instead of being reviled for his foolishness, his Gryffindor classmates closed ranks around him with protectiveness that would have made Helga Hufflepuff proud. Last year, Longbottom had mostly been out of Harry's sight. In fact, the only time Harry could particularly remember seeing Longbottom was at Yule Ball, dancing with Luna. But just because Longbottom was out of Harry's sight didn't mean that Harry been out of Longbottom's. And the result of Harry's social prominence during last year's Tri-Wizard tournament was the vitriol that Longbottom was spewing in the train compartment. Just what Harry needed. Another person to hate him. The door to the compartment opened, and Ginny stepped inside. We're back, she declared loudly. Oh, hi Neville. Are you done with your prefect's meeting? Yes, Longbottom said. Harry could see Longbottom's brow furrow in confusion. It was easy to imagine Longbottom's train of thought. If Ginny announced her return, that meant she expected somebody to be in the compartment. But Ginny also knew that Neville and Hermione were at the prefect's meeting, and she was surprised that it was over. Which meant that Ginny expected Harry to be in the compartment. Which meant that Harry was telling the truth. Harry stared at Longbottom, waiting for the moment that the Gryffindor boy would arrive at the end of line of thought. And there it was. Longbottom looked up, a mixture of disbelief and disappointment on his face. Harry smiled back, knowing that it would just make Longbottom more upset. What have you boys been doing while we were gone? Ginny asked, making casual conversation. We were, talking, Longbottom said lamely. About what? Luna asked. As Luna and Ginny took their seats, Harry considered the best course of action to further Longbottom's humiliation. If Harry had been with Draco or Pansy or Tracy, he would simply tell the story of what Longbottom had said while they were alone. A Gryffindor making a mistake was an excellent target for ridicule, and even more so when that Gryffindor was Neville Longbottom. But Harry's old friends from Slytherin weren't around, and Harry had to consider his audience. Loony Lovegood had been the target of her share of cruel laughter during her time at Hogwarts, and she was unlikely to join Harry in mocking Longbottom. Ginny would probably laugh, but it would be a friendly sort of laughter, the sort that excused Longbottom's conduct by classifying it as funny or silly. Ginny would never understand why Longbottom's conduct was so ignorant and offensive. Harry realized that if he wanted to make Longbottom upset, if he really wanted to make Longbottom feel continuing shame about his stupidity, then Harry had to stay silent about the whole incident. Not only did Harry have to stay silent, Harry had to be nice. Longbottom's mistake would be a secret shame, something known only to himself and Harry. And with every kind word that Harry said, Harry would be twisting the knife. Every kindness would be another reminder that Harry was right and Longbottom was wrong. We mostly talked about the Daily Prophet, Harry said. Neville and I both trust Dumbledore, and we can't believe the things that they're saying about him in the Prophet. And can you believe that Moody tried to come out of retirement, but the ministry turned him away? I know, Ginny said. He was the best defense teacher we ever had. I mean, Professor Lupin was good, but Moody was fantastic. It's so thick-headed of them. Perhaps it's because the Daily Prophet has been co-opted by the Rotfang conspiracy, Luna offered. It's trying to destroy all of wizarding society through a combination of dark magic and gum disease. Harry slowly turned to look at Luna. What? The Rotfang conspiracy, Luna said. It's in the latest issue of the Quibbler. I didn't think wizards knew what gum disease was, Harry said. I mean, whenever Hermione says that her parents are dentists, nobody knows what she's talking about. It seemed like wizards just didn't care about dental hygiene. No, we do, Ginny said. Don't you drink your tooth-hardening potion every New Year's Day? Harry drew back slightly. He had never heard of such a thing. Was Ginny taking the mickey? No. Don't you see everybody else doing it? She asked. No, everybody from Slytherin goes home for winter halls, Harry said. Actually, though, last year everybody was drinking milk in the bathroom on New Year's Day. I thought it was rather odd. Ginny laughed. That's it. The potion hardens your teeth, fills in cavities, and prevents gum disease, all in one. It lasts a whole year. Which is why the Rotfang conspiracy is so dangerous. Luna interjected. Wizards never realize the symptoms, and by the time you're due for your next potion, it's too late. Gum disease has already taken its toll. Harry shook his head with amazement, and cast a surreptitious look over at Lovegood. The bee-owned girl was perfectly straight-faced, with no hint of amusement or wry laughter. There was no way that Lovegood could actually believe what she was spouting was there. Best not to challenge her on the subject. If she really believed in the Rotfang conspiracy, arguing about its existence might upset her, and Harry was beginning to think that Lovegood would be amusing to keep around. Instead, Harry changed the subject. What did you two get from the cart? It didn't seem like you were gone long. Luna got some sugar quills, and I got a peppermint toad and a chocolate frog, Ginny said. I wanted to get a few more things, but everything is so expensive on the sweets cart. Is the cart coming this way? Yes, and it was only a few compartments down, Luna said. It was a lot of effort for very little reward. But Ginny was beginning to get flustered at the thought of being in the same compartment as you for the whole ride, so going for a little walk allowed her to regain her composure. Ginny's face turned red with embarrassment. Luna. Oh, that's one of those things that I'm not supposed to repeat, isn't it? Luna said. There was a knock on the door. Sweets cart, called a voice. Harry stood quickly and reached into his pocket. This was perfect. Longbottom didn't like the way Harry treated Ginny last year. Well, wait until he saw this. Harry rifled through his spare change and found that he had a handful of sickles, which would be enough to buy something for everyone. What else did you want? Harry asked Ginny. My treat. You don't have to do that, Ginny said. Her voice grew quieter and quieter as she spoke, and her face grew redder and redder. I'm buying for the whole compartment, Harry said as he opened the door. And now Harry could really twist the knife. How about you, Neville? Would you like something? Chocolate frog. Longbottom folded his arms. No, he said, voice surly. Come on, Harry said. You don't need to pay me back. It's only a few sickles. I'm fine, Neville said flatly. Well, I would like some ice mice, Luna said. Ice mice it is. Ginny, if you don't tell me what you want, you'll just get another peppermint toad. That's fine, Ginny said. Harry turned toward the cart to give his order, and as he did so, he caught a glimpse of Ginny shooting a withering glare at Luna. Luna appeared not to notice. 2 ice mice, 2 chocolate frogs, a peppermint toad, and a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, Harry said. Harry gathered his candy, gave the cart lady a few sickles and told her to keep the nuts. As the cart moved on, Harry turned back to the compartment and began to distribute the candy. Ice mice for Luna, peppermint toad for Ginny, a chocolate frog for Harry. Harry turned to Longbottom. Neville, catch. Harry tossed a chocolate frog at Longbottom's face, slightly too hard. Longbottom raised his hands in alarm and was able to knock the chocolate frog out of the air, but he had no hope of catching it. What was that, Potter? Neville asked crossly. I got you a chocolate frog, Harry said. Just thought you might like it. Ginny bent down and picked the chocolate frog box off the ground. That was nice of you, Harry, she said. She offered the box to Longbottom. I don't want it, Longbottom said. Harry put a hurt expression on his face. I'm just trying to be nice, Harry said. PFF'd. As if. Just take the frog, Ginny said to Neville. Why are you acting so weird? I'm not acting weird, Longbottom snapped. He grabbed the frog out of Ginny's hand and stuffed it into his bag. Harry fought to keep a smile off his face. This was working perfectly. Ginny thought that Harry was the nicest wizard on the planet, and that Longbottom was acting like a Burke. If Tracy could see Harry right now, she would be so proud. Not. Harry winced, and hid his expression by looking down and opening the package of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Who'd like a jelly bean? Harry asked. He held the package out, and Luna and Ginny helped themselves to a small handful. Harry then offered the package to Longbottom. Neville, how about you? Longbottom glared at Harry, and Harry smiled back, as nicely as he could. Without saying a word, without cracking a smile, without breaking eye contact with Harry, Longbottom reached out and took a handful of beans. After Longbottom was done, Harry pulled the bag back. I hope you got some good ones, Harry said to Longbottom. Once, I got a bean that tasted like spoiled milk. It was the worst. I got one that tasted like socks. Luna said. How did you know what socks tasted like? Harry asked. I didn't, Luna said. Not at the time. But after eating that awful bean, I needed to discover exactly what that flavor had been. It took me a year, but I finally found that the taste was an old stinky sock. Harry burst out laughing, and Ginny joined him. You seem to be in a much better mood, Ginny said. I am, Harry lied. While the two of you were gone, Neville came in and we just hit it off. He really helped cheer me up. We had the nicest conversation, and it made me feel so much better. I mean, why should I be focused on doom and gloom? I don't know what's going to happen this year at Hogwarts. It could be something great. Anyway, it was Neville's positivity that really helped my mood. Ginny turned to Longbottom. Thanks, Neville. Not a lot of people in Gryffindor like Harry, and it's really nice that you're trying to be friends with him. I'm not. Longbottom began, but Harry interrupted. Really, Neville, thank you. Your kind words meant a lot to me. That's not how I remember the conversation, Neville said. Come on, don't be modest, Harry said. Having a heart-to-heart conversation with somebody that you didn't really know, it was very brave of you. I'd never realized before today that we were so much alike. We're nothing alike, Longbottom said angrily. Ginny gave Longbottom an odd look. Are you feeling all right, Neville? She asked. Before Neville could respond, the door to the compartment burst open and Hermione rushed in. Neville, we're supposed to be doing rounds. Ah, Neville, that was so nice of you. Harry said. You didn't have to stay here to keep me company on your first day as a prefect. Longbottom ignored Harry. You're the one who wanted to stay after the meeting and ask a dozen questions about prefect regulations, Longbottom said to Hermione. But now I'm done and I've been looking all over for you. We're running late, let's go. Hermione grabbed Neville's arm and dragged him from the compartment. Harry settled back into his seat and plastered a smile onto his face. If Harry wanted his ruse with Longbottom to succeed, he had to pretend to be cheerful. Allowing himself to immediately slip back into melancholy would undermine everything that he had done. Instead, Harry forced himself to make cheerful small talk with Ginny and Luna, as they continued to share the bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. And, as the train ride wore on, Harry found that his mood was actually improving. Apparently, faking happiness was enough to drive away Harry's sadness, at least for a little while. And then Tracy opened the door and stepped into the compartment. As soon as Tracy stepped into the compartment, she folded her arms and frowned at Harry. Theo Knott followed Tracy inside and, after glancing up and down the hallway, closed the door firmly behind him. This was very bad. So this is where you've been, Tracy said. There was a hard edge to her voice. Ever since I've gotten on the train, Harry said flippantly. He raised his left hand and ran it back through his hair. At the same time, Harry dropped his right hand toward the pocket of his robes. Hoping that Knott and Tracy weren't paying attention, Harry slipped his hand inside and grabbed his wand. You're an idiot, Potter, Knott said. He folded his arms and leaned back against the door of the compartment. Harry wondered briefly if he should be the first person to start throwing around hexes. Neither Ginny nor Luna seemed to be worried, but Harry knew enough to realize that this could erupt into a duel at any moment. The extra second or two that Harry would earn from a preemptive strike could be the difference between winning and losing the duel. Tracy flung her hands out to her sides and Harry, startled at the sudden movement, almost drew his wand. Harry, I've been worried sick. Tracy shouted. I thought that Crabbe and Goyle had ambushed you and stuffed you into a suitcase. Huh. Harry was confused, but he didn't let his guard down. Why didn't you come find me as soon as you got on the train? Theo and I saved a compartment for the three of us. Tracy was waving her arms in the air. You can't just run off all alone like this. It's dangerous. It's idiotic, Theo said, repeating his earlier judgment. Harry's not alone, Luna said. He's with Ginny and me. And you two didn't even reach for your wands when we came in here, Tracy said, glancing contemptuously at Luna. We could have started casting hexes and only Harry would have been able to defend himself. Ginny looked at Harry. Harry shrugged and pulled his wand from his pocket. Come on, Tracy said. She reached out and grabbed Harry's arm. Our compartment is still empty, but it won't stay that way for long. Harry can stay here if he wants, Ginny said. Harry allowed Tracy to pull him to his feet. That's okay, Ginny. It's going to get really crowded when Neville and Hermione finish their rounds. And I need to catch up with Tracy, anyway. Harry smiled. Thanks for letting me sit with you, though. Sure thing, Ginny said. Have fun with Tracy. Ginny did not sound as if she meant it. Harry pulled his trunk down and followed Theo and Tracy back to their compartment. Theo unlocked the door with a quick alohomora, and the three students stepped inside. Thank goodness we found you, Tracy said. It's not safe for you to wander around alone. Dumb, Theo said. Will you stop calling me stupid? Harry asked Theo as he put his trunk up in the luggage rack. I know I shouldn't wander around alone. Of course it isn't safe. Darn right it isn't, Tracy said, dropping into her seat. Theo took a seat next to her. We've already wasted half the trip. Why were you sitting with those two, anyway? I wasn't sure that anybody in Slytherin was going to be on my side, Harry said as he sat down. He felt ashamed to say it. Tracy leaned forward and punched Harry in the arm. I told you last year that I was going to stick with you. And then you didn't answer any of my letters this summer. Harry rubbed his arm. What was I supposed to think? You were supposed to realize that my mother and I live with the Greengrasses, and that the Greengrasses couldn't be seen with Harry Potter's owl flying in and out of their manor every 3 days. Tracy yelled. You couldn't have sent a letter by courier owl? Harry asked. Did you even try? What do you think would have happened to me if I had gotten caught trying to send you a letter? My mother and I would have been out on the streets. Tracy shook her head in disgust. Own hair flying everywhere. Do you just stop thinking when I go out of your sight? I had the whole summer to think, Harry said. You didn't send me a letter for the whole summer, and then I saw you sitting in a compartment talking to Theo. Of course I assumed that you betrayed me. Harry turned to Theo. No offense, but nobody expected you to come down on my side in this. Theo shrugged uncomfortably. Yeah, that's about right, the owned boy said. Theo looked down at his shoes. Harry sensed Theo's discomfort. What? Theo means his father, Tracy blurted. He had a huge row with his dad about you. Ah. Harry nodded knowingly. Theo's dad had been present last year in Harry's nursery when Voldemort summoned the Death Eaters. Why'd you tell him at all? He knew I was dating Tracy, Theo said, and everybody knows how close you and Tracy are. My father wanted me to break up with Tracy, but I told him I wouldn't. He tried to forbid me from exchanging letters with Tracy, but I bought my own owl. He told me that staying with Tracy meant I was supporting Harry Potter, and I might have screamed at him that I supported Harry Potter, because I wasn't breaking up with Tracy. Theo paused. This was obviously a difficult story to tell, and Harry could see why. Theo wasn't the independent sort, and this would have been an extraordinarily difficult thing for him to do, as well as a hard memory for Theo to revisit. Tracy reached over and patted Theo on the leg. Theo smiled wanly, and seemed to take heart in Tracy's touch. We got into a screaming match, Theo said. My father didn't speak with me for the rest of the summer. He practically disowned me. The only reason I had a place to sleep or food to eat was because of my mother, but even she wasn't happy about it. She kept telling me that big changes were on the way, and that it would be better if I got on board sooner rather than later. Theo reached over and took Tracy's hand in his own. My father took me to the Hogwarts Express, and he finally spoke to me, just before I got on the train. It was the first thing he had said to me in 3 months. He told me, Theo, changes are coming. Don't make the wrong choice. Theo looked up at Harry, his face fierce. But I don't think I'm making the wrong choice. You were strong enough to defeat the Dark Lord, Harry, and you were just a baby. Now you're almost an adult, and you can control your magic. Dumbledore is still around, and the Dark Lord was afraid of Dumbledore in the last war. With the two of you on the same side, I don't see how the Dark Lord expects to win. Harry shrugs. Thanks, Theo. Harry didn't have the heart to tell his friends that his mother's blood magic, the most powerful weapon that Harry had against Voldemort, had been compromised by Voldemort's resurrection ritual. Long before Theo had made his stand against his father, Harry had lost his invulnerability to Voldemort's magic and touch. It was sad that Theo had acted on misinformation, but Harry wasn't going to be the one to tell him. Harry needed all the allies he could get. Harry did a quick calculation in his head. Harry had Theo and Tracy on his side, and he knew for certain that Draco, Pansy, Crabbe, and Goyle were opposed to him. Zabini would join the more powerful faction, which meant that Daphne was the key to the power in Slytherin. If Daphne joined Tracy, Harry, and Theo, the factions would be evenly matched, and Harry would have a chance of persuading Zabini to join him, as well. If Daphne joined Draco, then Harry would lose Zabini, as well. So, the Greengrasses wouldn't accept Hedwig's letters, and they would have kicked you out if you contacted me, Harry said, musing aloud. They've gone dark, then. Not necessarily, Tracy said. I don't think they've decided. They did their best to remain neutral in the last war, and I think they're trying to do the same in this one. But even if they aren't mark-bearing Death Eaters, they're still a part of pureblood society, and they need to maintain a working relationship with the Malfoys and the Parkinsons and the Crobs. So they aren't supporting Voldemort, but they just can't be seen associating with me, either, Harry said. What about Daphne, specifically? I don't know what she thinks, Tracy said. My mother took my wand at the beginning of break and locked me in my room. I was kept away from Daphne and Astoria all summer, to prevent any perception of a taint from reaching the Greengrass family. But you have a guess, don't you? Harry said. Tracy nodded sadly. We won't get any help from Daphne. If Draco or Pansy sees Daphne talking to us, they'll tell their parents for sure. That will destroy the Greengrass's neutrality, and Daphne would never hurt her family that way. She'll continue to do her duty as the respectable pureblood daughter, and she'll be sticking close to Pansy and Draco. Closer than she's ever been before, at least. Harry frowned. This is not good. No, it isn't, Theo said. The three sat in silence for a few moments. Harry heard the distant squeal of brakes, and realized that the Hogwarts Express was arriving at Hogsmeade. The second half of their journey was over, and it was time to disembark. Harry was suddenly struck by a frightening thought. Tracy, Harry asked, what's going to happen when your mother finds out that you and I are still friends? She'll disown me, I'm sure, Tracy said lightly. Not that there's anything to disown me from. Harry knew that Tracy was using her flippancy to disguise her actual feelings. There was no way that the prospect of being disowned didn't worry her. You really think she'd do that? Harry asked. For protection. Tracy's response was bitter. That's what she'll tell herself. The Dark Lord would kill me if I didn't. Tracy shook her head. Really, though, she'll disown me because she'll lose her job if she doesn't. There's nothing she loves more than her job. It keeps her in the midst of pureblood society, and that's what she wants, more than anything. I'm sorry, Harry said quietly. As he thought through the consequences of Tracy being disowned, however, he realized that another problem was going to rear its head. What are you going to do this summer, then? The Greengrasses won't have you back, and neither will your mother. Theo's family might not even allow him back, let alone you, too. Tracy shrugged. I'll figure something out before then. The train lurched to a halt and released one final, enormous blast of steam. Harry got to his feet and pulled his luggage down from the rack. Tracy and Theo followed Harry's lead, and by the time their luggage was down, Harry was already standing outside the compartment. He paused and turned back to Theo and Tracy. Thanks, Harry said. There's nothing that I can say to tell you how important this is to me. Thank you. Tracy smiled brightly. Don't mention it. Theo merely nodded his head. Harry began the long walk down the length of the train. He saw that he was one of the first students out of the compartments, which suited him just fine. Harry started down the corridor at a brisk walk, Theo and Tracy close behind him. Harry wanted to get off the train and into one of the horseless carriages as soon as possible, lest he and Tracy and Theo be forced to split themselves up. As Harry charged along the corridor, a second-year Hufflepuff girl began to pull her trunk into the corridor ahead of him. Harry still had 2 cars to go before he could exit the train, and the Hufflepuff's trunk was clearly too large for her to handle. If Harry and his friends were trapped behind her, they might as well walk to Hogwarts. Harry gave a yell. Out of the way. Puff. Harry's loud voice frightened the young girl, and she gave a squeaking shout of surprise. She tried to push her trunk back into the compartment, but the trunk caught in the doorway. Harry had enough room to make it past the trunk, but the girl was blocking his path. Too late, Harry said as he approached the girl. Without breaking stride, Harry gave the girl a light push and sent her tumbling over her trunk and back into her compartment. Harry pulled his own trunk smoothly through the hall, and a laughing Theo and Tracy followed behind. Harry's plan had worked perfectly. He was one of the first to the horseless. Harry stopped so abruptly that Tracy crashed into his back. Harry, come on, she said. We have to get a carriage. What the hell are those things? Harry shouted. At the front of the nearest carriage was a horrible monster. It looked like a desiccated horse corpse, a skeleton over which dried and rotting skin had been stretched, except that its mouth was full of vicious fangs, and it had huge bat wings sprouting from its back. It looked like a Pegasus that had just been vomited forth from the gaping maw of hell. The carriages? Tracy asked. They're old, but they aren't that bad. She moved past Harry and toward the carriage. I would have expected this kind of snobbery from Draco, but not from you. Not the carriage, Harry said. At the front of the carriage. Theo looked at the front of the carriage. There's nothing there. You can't see those things. Harry asked. They're called Thestrals, Luna Lovegood said from Harry's other side. Harry shouted and leapt into the air, startled by Luna's sudden appearance. Where'd you come from? The train, Luna said. You saw me there. Unless that was a doppelganger. Never mind, Harry said. What's a Thestral? A harbinger of death, Luna said. Harry looked at her, now even more horrified. But that's a myth, actually, Luna continued. They don't truly portend death, but they can only be seen by eyes that have already seen another person die. Oh, Harry said. Obviously. Tracy and Theo were giving Luna strange looks. It was clear that they had no idea what Luna was talking about. Tracy turned her eyes on Harry and threw her hand out to her side. Well, are we getting in a carriage or not? The gesture was not lost on Luna. You seemed frightened, so I thought I should let you know, the small Ravenclaw girl said. I'm going to go find Ginny again. Goodbye, Harry Potter. Bye, Harry said. Luna turned away and began pulling her trunk toward another carriage, one that Ginny was approaching. Unfortunately, Ron, Hermione and Longbottom were already climbing into the same carriage, and a carriage could only hold 4. Longbottom poked his head back out the door of the carriage and called for Ginny to join them. Luna, seeing the same scene, stopped abruptly only a few steps away from Harry. It wouldn't be obvious to most people, but Harry could see Luna's back and shoulders had suddenly gone rigid. It was a feeling that Harry had felt 100 times before, the sudden realization that there was no place for you. The terror of not belonging. Luna had stepped away from her friends for only a moment, but in the few seconds that she had been speaking to Harry, she had lost her place in Ginny's carriage. Across the grounds, Ginny turned away from the carriage and looked through the crowd. When Ginny's finally found Luna, Harry saw the indecision play across Ginny's face. On one hand, Ginny wanted to sit with her friends from Gryffindor. On the other hand, Ginny didn't want to abandon Luna, who was also her friend. But everybody knew how important it was to get a carriage full of your friends on the ride to Hogwarts. Even one random student could make the whole ride into an exercise in awkwardness. Harry stepped forward so that he was standing next to Luna, and waved his hand at Ginny. Luna's riding with me, Ginny. Relief washed over Ginny's face. Are you sure? She called back. Of course, Harry said. It's your loss, anyway. Ginny smiled and waved. I'll see the two of you at the castle. Harry turned back and began to pull his trunk toward the nearest empty carriage. Come on, he said to Luna. Let's get our luggage loaded. Luna turned around. Thank you, she murmured, so quiet that Harry wondered if she had actually said anything at all. Maybe he imagined it. As Harry pulled his trunk even with Tracy, he was the recipient of a dark glare. Harry shrugged. What was so wrong with letting Luna ride in their carriage? She was funny. The ride to Hogwarts proved to be uneventful. Luna nattered on about several magical creatures that Harry had never heard of before. What the hell was a Nargle? And Theo and Tracy couldn't resist exchanging looks with one another. Harry was a little amused by Luna's chatter, and extremely amused by his friend's discomfort. As soon as the carriage reached Hogwarts, Luna grabbed her trunk and said goodbye to Harry. Are you sure you don't want to walk up to the castle with us? Harry asked. No, thank you, Luna said. I have to go to my dormitory right away and hide my things so that my housemates can't steal them. With that, she turned on her heel and traipsed away toward the castle. That girl is strange, Theo said. Why did you invite her to sit with us? Tracy said. That carriage ride was horrid. She's funny, Harry said. Seriously, Nargles. If we didn't come across them in our tournament research last year, then they don't exist. And, although Harry would never say this to Tracy, he was starting to feel that he would need all the allies he could get. Tracy might still prefer to be picky about influence and social standing, but right now, Harry was worried about numbers. I don't like her, Tracy said. That girl is frivolous. Harry laughed. Even at her most distracted, Tracy was more focused than half of the school. Tracy was cautious, guarded, and reserved. Only Harry and Daphne, and now Theo, ever got to see Tracy relax. A personality like Luna's, constantly flitting from distraction to distraction, would grate on Tracy like the sound of fingernails against a blackboard. Harry, Theo and Tracy went to their dorms quickly, but they were no longer quite as worried as they had been on the train. On the first night of school there were always professors about, and their supervision would prevent the worst of the malicious conduct that might be directed at Harry. Harry and Theo dropped off their trunks in their dormitory, selecting beds that were opposite one another and next to the door. It allowed for quick exits, and they were not forced to walk past Crabbe or Goyle or any of the other Voldemort-aligned students who might be tempted to fire a hex. The two boys met Tracy in the common room, and together they walked to the great hall for the welcoming feast. When they arrived, the Slytherin table was mostly full. Harry looked around for seats, and as he did so, he made eye contact with Crabbe. The large boy was sitting next to Draco and Goyle. Last year, Harry could have counted on Crabbe and Goyle budging over to make room for him to sit next to Draco. Not this year, though. Instead of moving over, Crabbe gave Harry an uneven and cruel grin. Crabbe gently elbowed Draco, and nodded toward Harry. Draco looked up, rolled his eyes, and turned to his other side where Pansy was sitting, holding his hand. Then Draco leaned over and gave Pansy a key. On the cheek, that turned into a key. On the corner of the mouth, and then a key. On the lips with tongue. Come on, Harry said. We're sitting as far away from them as possible. But as Harry and Tracy and Theo walked down the Slytherin table, gaps in the students began to disappear. The Slytherins were subtly shifting in their seats, taking up all available spaces, preventing Harry and his friends from finding anywhere to sit. Harry finally reached the end of the table, where the unpopular second-year students sat. Even the second years had scooted together, trying to take up space. Move, Harry said to a small boy whose name he had never bothered to learn. The boy looked up. What? Don't play dumb, Harry said. Budge over, or you'll regret it every day for the rest of the year. The boy's eyes went wide, and he began to scoot to one side, making space. You too, Harry said, pointing at the girls on the other side of the table. Budge over, now. The girls complied, and Harry, Tracy and Theo took their seats. I can't believe we have to sit at this end of the table, Theo said glumly. Not for long, Harry said. Yeah, what could possibly change? Theo asked, a hint of challenge in his voice. You'll see, Harry said. He had a plan, something that he had been considering all summer. It would have to wait until later in the week, though, after Harry had held Quidditch tryouts. As Harry settled into his seat, he saw Tracy glancing up at the head table. Huh, said Tracy. Where's Hagrid? And who's that? Harry turned in his seat. He hadn't heard anything about Hagrid being gone from Hogwarts. The only teaching position that Harry knew was vacant was, as always, the Defense Against the Dark Arts job. But sitting in Hagrid's chair was a professor that Harry didn't recognize, a rather plainly dressed woman. Harry allowed his eyes to continue up the table, past Professor Sinistra and Professor Trelawney, to the chair traditionally occupied by the new defense teacher. Seated there, clad in horrible pink robes and with an unctuous little smile on her face, was a toad-like woman that Harry recognized from his hearing at the Wizengamot. One of Fudge's cronies. Harry put his head in his hands. He had developed a powerful headache. It felt as if the back of his eyes were being pushed forward by a pair of invisible fingers, trying to find the precise point at which Harry's eyes would burst out of their sockets. If that woman was here, it meant that the Ministry was interfering at Hogwarts. This was going to be the worst year. The worst. When Harry and Theo returned to their dormitory after the welcoming feast, Draco was waiting. Or, more exactly, Draco, Crabbe and Goyle were waiting. But they weren't waiting for Harry, they were waiting for Theo. How was dinner? Not. Draco called out. He was sitting on the edge of his bed, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees, hands clasped. Crabbe and Goyle were standing at the end of the bed with identical expectant looks on their faces. Harry knew the expression well, because he had seen it many times in the past when either he or Draco was speaking. Crabbe and Goyle expected something funny, and probably mean-spirited, to be said, and their nasty laughter was waiting to burst forth from their fat faces. Same as always, Theo said. A non-committal response, trying to avoid engaging Draco in conversation. How do you like eating down the table? I bet the conversation with the second years was absolutely enthralling. About as enthralling as this one, Not said. Slightly more aggressive, but still only a subtle jab. By the look on Draco's face, however, Harry was certain that Draco had noticed. Not and Harry moved toward their respective beds, and Harry opened his trunk and began to unpack. Harry's movements were slow, because his attention was focused on Draco and Not. Harry had expected some sort of early showdown with Draco, but this wasn't playing out as he had imagined it. Draco should be heckling Harry, not Theo. Draco wiped the scowl from his face. It isn't the sort of company I'd want to keep, the owned boy said. He turned to Crabbe and Goyle. Right, guys. Crabbe and Goyle began nodding enthusiastically. No, no, wouldn't want to hang with them. Theo sighed. Get to the point, Draco. I'm just saying that the people at that end of the table, that's not where the power lies in Slytherin. Draco unclasped his hands and held them out at his sides, palms up. It's pretty obvious, isn't it? And there it was. Draco was making a play for Nott's allegiance. Shame not to start the year, then offer him a return to popularity and power. Not a bad tactic, actually. And Harry had to admit that Draco made his point well. The statement about power in Slytherin was obviously applicable to the second-year students, but Draco was also suggesting that Harry's power had waned. Theo gestured toward Crabbe and Goyle, who were nodding enthusiastically. If those two noticed, then it must be obvious. Harry looked down at his trunk to hide his smile. Theo wasn't giving Draco anything to work with. Draco could take a cross-word or a testy comment from Theo and flip it around, manipulating Theo's own words to seem as if Theo was already agreeing with Draco's point. But Theo had recognized Draco's game and was keeping his cool. Theo's short, declarative statements prevented Draco from twisting Theo's words into knots. If Draco had something to say, Draco was going to have to be the one to say it, Nott wouldn't be tricked into saying it for him. You know, Draco said slowly, you don't have to eat down there for the whole year. Oh, I know, Theo said. You come from a good family. Good parents. Draco placed his hands on his knees. My father has always had good things to say about your father. That's one difference between us, I guess. Theo said. He, too, had opened his trunk and was beginning to unpack. As he moved his clothes from his trunk to his dresser, he turned his back on Draco. The symbolic nature of the gesture was not lost on Draco, who scowled once again. I don't have anything good to say about my father, Theo said. You're a smart guy, Nott, Draco said, again forcing the scowl from his face. I like you. I always have. You have potential. It would be a shame to waste all that. Theo continued to unpack his trunk, but said nothing. Harry grinned again. This had gone from worrisome to amusing. Come on, Nott, Draco said. You can see the direction the wind is blowing. There's a storm coming in, and you don't want to be caught outside. I bet you've been waiting to say that all week, Theo replied. Did you write that, or did your father write it for you? Draco's composure shattered. Do you really think that Potter is going to do anything for you? He shouted. Dumbledore is decrepit, Potter's a fool, and they're both being skewered by the prophet. If you stick by Potter, then you might as well commit suicide right now, because you're going nowhere in life. Theo finally looked at Draco again. If it's such an obvious decision, then why are you having such a hard time convincing me? Draco stood and pointed at Theo. I have powerful people on my side. If you stand by Potter, you'll regret it. Harry could take it no longer. Oh, just say it, Harry snapped. You have Voldemort on your side. Do not say his name, Draco said, rounding on Harry. He's your Dark Lord, Harry shot back. Why are you afraid to say his name? Power deserves respect, says the man who just called Dumbledore decrepit. Draco laughed. Dumbledore is feeble-minded and feeble-bodied. I don't think Voldemort was ever afraid of Dumbledore's chess game or boxing skills, Harry said sarcastically. Draco made a noise at the back of his throat and turned back to Theo. You won't get many more chances, Nott. What's Potter got to offer? Is it Davis? Are they bribing you with her body? Theo's hands clenched into fists, and he was suddenly red in the face. Don't talk about Tracy that way. She's fine to look at, I'll give you that, Draco said. And if she's keeping you on Potter's side, she must be a force of nature between the sheets. It's not about that, Theo said, gritting his teeth together. Oh, do you love her? Draco said. That's too bad. Everybody knows that Davis is just keeping you around because Potter hasn't made a move on her. If Potter even hints that he's interested, Davis will toss you in the bin like a piece of trash. Tracy wouldn't do that, Theo said angrily. If you think she wouldn't, then you're a bigger fool than I thought. It certainly explains why your father is so disappointed in you. Draco chuckled. It's pathetic, but maybe Davis really is the best you can get. Theo moved quickly, stepping around the bed and advancing on Draco, fist raised in the air. Harry moved faster, though, and placed himself between Theo and Draco. Harry put a hand on Theo's chest, holding him back. Get out of the way, Theo said. I'm going to wipe that smirk off his face. That's what he wants you to do, Harry said. He's a prefect. Punching him isn't worth a month of detention. Yes, it is, Theo said. No, it isn't, Harry insisted. He lowered his voice so that Draco couldn't hear. You'll get your shot at Draco before the end of the year. You know you will. Make sure it's on your terms, and not his. We have witches on our side, too, not, Draco called out. You want a pretty little witch to polish your wand. That can be arranged. You don't have to settle for Potter's slut. Harry spun around to face Draco. You want to talk about sluts. How does it feel to date my leftovers? Draco's eyes narrowed and his lip rose slightly in a hateful sneer. Has Pansy told you how much she enjoyed dating me? Harry said. If she doesn't describe me by moaning and groaning, you know she's lying. Shut your mouth, Draco hissed. He was shaking with rage, now. Sure thing, Harry said. He gave Draco a cocky wink. Harry only needed to say it once, and both of them knew it. From now on, Draco would never be free of the nagging doubt about his girlfriend and Harry. Harry also knew that, unfortunately, the same could be said of Theo. Harry turned away from Draco. Come on, he said to Theo. Harry grabbed the other boy's arm and pulled him back toward his bed. We have to get ready to go to sleep. Theo allowed himself to be led away from the confrontation. You're going to be able to sleep with them in the room? Theo asked, jerking his head back toward Draco, Crabbe and Goyle. Yes, and so are you, Harry said. When Harry arrived at the side of his bed, he reached deep within his trunk and began to rummage around beneath his winter Quidditch robes. I've been working on this side project all summer, and I think you're going to be happy with the results. Harry's hand finally closed around the object of his search. Ah, here we go. Harry removed a large, leather-bound book from his trunk. Its pages were yellowed with age, and the gilded title was worn away from the cover. Harry opened the book and turned to a marked page about a third of the way through. What's that? Theo asked. A book of runes and charms, Harry said. Among other things. Harry drew his wand and began to wave it over his bed, mumbling an incantation as he did so. When he completed the incantation, a blue light appeared in the air. The light sank slowly onto the bed, and then into the mattress. The whole bed glowed blue for a moment, then faded. What are you doing? Draco yelled from across the room. Making sure I can sleep, Harry said. What spell are you casting? Draco's eyes had narrowed suspiciously. Come over here and you'll find out, Harry said. I wouldn't recommend it, though. Results might be messy. Harry moved on to the next incantation, which resulted in a green light sinking into this mattress. You can get a detention for spells that aren't class-related, Draco said. Harry was now circling his bed and muttering. A bright white circle appeared on the floor around his bed and flashed 3 times before fading. Why don't you come over here and give me that detention? Harry said. He pointed at the ground, indicating a spot that was just on the other side of the now invisible line. Stand right there when you say it. Maybe I should just send you to Snape, Draco replied. Harry walked across the dormitory and began casting the spells again, this time over Theo's bed. Why don't you do that? Harry suggested, once he had finished the first spell. He knew that the rule against non-class related spells was never enforced, not even by Percy Weasley in his time as head boy. It's our first night at Hogwarts. I'm sure that Snape wants to be bothered with something like this. He's probably sitting in his office right now, just hoping that one of his rookie prefects will send him this sort of bullshit. When Harry completed the second spell, he spoke again. In fact, I'll tell Snape exactly what spells I'm casting, and I guarantee that I won't get a detention. Harry began to walk around Theo's bed, mumbling the incantation that created the glowing white line. Once he had finished and the line had faded away, Harry turned to Draco a final time. So, should I go to Snape's office now? Draco flopped onto his bed. He put his hands behind his head and crossed his feet at the ankles. Whatever. Draco was doing his best to affect a lack of interest, but Harry knew that Draco was seething inside. Harry snorted derisively. Draco was a coward. Harry had been bluffing when he said that he would tell Snape about the spells he had been casting. Harry was fairly certain that at least one of the spells was illegal, and there was no doubt in his mind that the spellbook would be confiscated if a professor discovered it. Harry tossed the book into his trunk and closed it tightly. He dropped the latch into place, locked it shut, and then drew his wand once again. He muttered a few words and drew a rune onto the lock with the tip of his wand. The rune glowed red, then faded, leaving behind a black mark in the metal. Harry repeated the spell and scorched the same rune onto his trunk. "You want me to get your lock and trunk, too?" Harry asked Theo. "Sure," Theo said. Harry walked over and quickly repeated the incantation. "What do these spells really do?" Theo asked. Harry shrugged. "I'm only sure about a couple of them. This rune is for invulnerability. The lock and trunk would have to be thrown into the sun before they would melt, break or burn. The rune could be compromised, as well, but nobody in 5th year had the skill to do it. Probably nobody in 6th year or 7th, either." Theo whistled. "I'm impressed. The lock still opens with your key, though, so don't lose it." "Got it," Theo said with a nod. "What about the spells for the beds?" "The white line is an alarm spell," Harry said. "It goes off if anybody other than me or you crosses the line. The other 3 are protective spells, but I don't know exactly what they'll do." "Other 3?" Theo asked. "I only saw you cast 2. That was the point," Harry said, smiling mischievously. "I draped a shielding ward over my bed while you were having your row with Draco." Harry whispered an incantation, and a tiny orange dot of light shot from the tip of his wand, so small that it was nearly impossible to see. The speck of light struck the ceiling above Theo's bed and faded immediately. "Why the secrecy about this one?" Theo asked. "You didn't hide any of the others." "Wait until tonight," Harry said. "You'll see." Harry's prediction came true much sooner than he expected. After lights out, Harry laid in bed with his eyes open just a tiny sliver, pretending to sleep. In the bed opposite Harry's, Theo was doing the same. It had only been an hour since lights out, and Harry expected that he would be awake for several more before he would get to see his wards in action. Goyle, however, was not a patient person. At the end of the dormitory farthest from the door, there was a rustle of movement. In the faint moonlight, Harry could see that Goyle was sitting up in bed and extending his arm. Once again, Harry was forced to acknowledge that Draco was a coward. Instead of hexing Harry himself, Draco had delegated the task to Goyle. There was a whispered word, and then the bright light of a spell flashed across the room. Goyle's spell shot directly toward Harry, but stopped at the edge of Harry's bed. A translucent orange shield had flickered into existence, draped from the ceiling to the floor like a magical mosquito net. Goyle's spell crackled against the shield for just a moment. Goyle leaned back in his bed, surprised. "What the?" Harry's shield pulsed bright orange, and Goyle's hex rocketed backwards. It struck Goyle firmly in the chest and lifted him off his bed. He began to spin in midair, and as he did so his blanket and sheets wrapped themselves tightly around his body, binding his arms to his sides. When the hex finally released Goyle, he dropped back onto the bed. Goyle's bulk resulted in a massive bounce when he struck the bed, and, lacking the use of his arms and legs to control his body, Goyle plummeted to the floor. The large boy managed one surprised yelp before he crashed to the ground. Draco sprang up from his bed. A moment later, Crabbe did the same. It was obvious that they, too, had been feigning sleep and waiting to see the results of Goyle's spell. "Goyle, what happened?" Draco shouted. Harry rose slowly from his bed and pretended to rub his eyes. "It looks like Goyle was being an idiot," Harry said. Crabbe was now out of bed, trying to unwrap Goyle. Goyle was squirming on the floor and shouting, which did not assist Crabbe in his efforts. "What was that spell?" Crabbe demanded, looking over his shoulder at Harry. "I don't know," Harry said. "Ask Goyle. He's the one who cast it." Goyle had begun to shout. "Get me out! Get me out!" He repeated the phrase, over and over. "What's the counterjinx?" Crabbe asked. "I don't know," Goyle yelled. "Get me out! Only a fool would jinx someone without knowing the counterjinx. Harry rolled his eyes. Silencio. Harry's spell struck Goyle in the chest, and although his mouth continued to move, no sound came out. Crabbe stood and raised his wand. Harry waggled a finger at him. Harry said. Do you really think that's a good idea? With a frown, Crabbe slowly lowered his wand. Just cut him out of the blankets, Harry said. And be quiet about it. I've got sleeping to do. Harry lay back in his bed and turned away from Crabbe. He pulled his blankets up to his neck and snuggled down in his bed, pleased that his wards had been so effective. As Harry drifted off to sleep, he could hear Draco and Crabbe whispering to one another, trying to figure out how to remove Goyle from his prison of blankets. For the first time in months, Harry fell asleep with a smile on his face. It was the first day of class, and Harry's life was already a nightmare. Harry had not thought that it would be possible to have a defense teacher who was more incompetent than Lockhart, more spiteful than Moody, or more dangerous than Quirrell. On his first day in defense, he realized that he was wrong on all counts. The Sorting Hat might have stressed unity at the welcoming feast, just as Dumbledore had stressed cooperation at the end of the previous school year, but neither the Hat nor the headmaster had swayed the hearts of the students of Hogwarts with their words. Even as the Hat had sung its song, Harry had felt the glares of students throughout the Great Hall. The Hufflepuffs blamed Harry for Diggory's death. The Gryffindors hated Harry because he was a Slytherin. The Slytherins, always overachievers, loathed Harry for several reasons. 1. Because he had rejected the Dark Lord. 2. Because Harry had rejected the blood purity in order to consort with half-bloods and mudbloods. And 3. Because loathing Harry put you on Draco's good side, and Draco was currently the most powerful and influential student in Slytherin. Blaise Zabini fell into the last group, but the motive didn't matter. Loathing was loathing all the same. As for the Ravenclaws, they disliked Harry because disliking at Harry was the smart thing to do. Harry's worst fears about ministry interference at Hogwarts came true almost immediately. After the sorting had been completed, Dumbledore's opening speech was interrupted by the woman in pink, who had just been introduced as Dolores Umbridge, the new defense teacher. She then gave a cloying speech full of incessant equivocations, in which she said absolutely nothing of substance, but left Harry with the impression that she intended to relentlessly promote those things which conformed to her view of the world and ruthlessly persecute those things which did not. Defense was Harry's very first class, a double period. Harry arrived early and took a seat in the back corner of the classroom, next to Tracy and Theo. It was the safest position. Nobody behind him, and nobody next to him. The rest of the class, Slytherin and Ravenclaw fifth years, filed in slowly. Draco and Pansy, holding hands, arrived shortly before class was scheduled to start and sat several rows in front of Harry. Draco casually draped his arm around the back of Pansy's chair, and Pansy rested her hand on Draco's leg. Harry closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He needed to maintain his composure. He would not let Draco or Pansy fluster him with such simple and juvenile tactics. Moments later, Umbridge arrived and bustled her way to the front of the classroom. She began to natter on about the year's class, and how excited she was to teach them about spells in a carefully structured, theory-centered, ministry-approved course of defensive magic. Her course aims, which she required the class to copy down: 1. Understanding the principles underlying defensive magic. 2. Learning to recognize situations in which defensive magic can be legally used. And 3. Placing the use of defensive magic in a context for practical use. She directed the students to open their copies of Defensive Magical Theory, and read Chapter 1. Harry opened his book and scanned through Chapter 1. The information was foundational magical theory, which was sometimes interesting, but it was related to spells that Harry had learned to cast in his first year at Hogwarts. He knew this information already. After flipping through a few more pages, Harry shut his book and closed his eyes. Hem. Harry opened his eyes. Umbridge was standing next to his desk. "How can I help you?" Harry asked. "You are to read the first chapter of your book, Mr. Potter." "Ask me anything about it," Harry said. "I know it all." "That was not your assignment, Mr. Potter," Umbridge said sweetly. "Your assignment was to read your Chapter 1. If you do not read Chapter 1, you will be given no points for today's class." She smiled. "It was awful." Harry stared at her for several moments, then reopened his book and began reading. As soon as Umbridge moved away from his desk, though, Harry stopped reading and simply stared at the page on his book. He imagined that the uneven margins were a mountain, and that a miniature wizard was scaling them with a miniature pickaxe. After a sufficient period of time, Harry would turn the page and give a new challenge to his imaginary miniature mountain climber. It probably looked like reading. Terry Boot, a Ravenclaw boy, finished his reading and closed his book. His hand was in the air. "Your name?" Umbridge asked. "Terry Boot. What is your question, Mr. Boot?" "Professor, we've learned all this before." Heads around the room began to nod in agreement with Boot, especially the other Ravenclaws. Even Crabbe seemed to silently agree with Boot. "Ah, but this is the first time you have learned the material in a ministry-approved course of defensive magic." Umbridge gave Boot a self-satisfied grin. "Yes, but this was Mandy Brocklehurst, another Ravenclaw." Umbridge's smile vanished abruptly. "Students will raise their hands before speaking," Umbridge said coldly. Brocklehurst raised her hand. "And what is your question, Miss Brocklehurst? Couldn't our ministry-approved course of defensive magic start with spells that we don't know?" Umbridge smiled condescendingly. Harry hadn't been aware that there were so many awful ways a person could smile. "That is a common misconception, Miss Brocklehurst. A house with a weak foundation cannot stand. We must first create a strong foundation with a firm understanding of introductory spells before we can move on to more advanced theories." "But this is ROWL year," blurted Michael Corner. "Leave it to a Ravenclaw to worry about exams at a time like this." "Hands will be raised before speaking," Umbridge snapped. Corner thrust his hand in the air, but Umbridge ignored him. "While I do not wish to criticize the way things have been run in this school, it appears that your defense classes have exposed you to very irresponsible wizards and extremely dangerous half-breeds." Quote. Harry began to fume with anger. Didn't want to criticize the school. Hardly. Lupin, a dangerous half-breed. Never. Harry clenched his hands into fists and ground his teeth together, struggling to control his temper. A green haze began to creep into the edges of his vision. Daphne Greengrass's hand rose into the air. Harry could see that Daphne had a copy of the class syllabus in her hand, and was looking at it with a perplexed expression. "Your question, Miss Daphne Greengrass." "Professor Umbridge, your syllabus doesn't include any practical application classes. Everything is reading, lecture and tests." Around the room, Ravenclaws began to scramble for their copies of the syllabus, frantic to see for themselves if what Daphne had said was true. "Of course, dear," Umbridge said. "It is the ministry-approved syllabus." Daphne had never lowered her hand. "But how are we supposed to learn new spells if we never practice casting them? Are you expecting to be attacked in my class by a dark wizard, Miss Greengrass?" "Well, no. Then why ever would you need to use a defensive spell?" Umbridge asked. "We're not going to use spells." Terry Boot asked incredulously. "But it's ROWL year," howled Michael Corner. "Hands!" shouted Umbridge. Her face turned a light shade of pink. Corner raised his hand, and again, Umbridge ignored him. "It is the position of the ministry that a theoretical knowledge of spells will be more than sufficient to produce a spell under the carefully controlled conditions of your OWL examinations. And, after all, passing examinations is what school is all about." Umbridge smiled triumphantly. Harry felt as if he was going to be sick. Tracy's hand went up. "I thought school was supposed to prepare us for the real world," Tracy said. "You will wait to be called upon," Umbridge shrieked. Tracy, unlike the Ravenclaw students, was not intimidated by mere volume. Tracy ignored Umbridge and continued to speak. "If we get attacked out there by a dark wizard, the situation will not be carefully controlled." Umbridge's face burst into a grin. It was the first genuine smile that she had made in Harry's presence. "What is your name, young lady?" "Tracy Davis. Miss Davis. Let me make a few things quite plain. You seem to be under the impression that there is somebody, out there, waiting to attack you. I assure you, there is not. While you may have been led to believe that a certain dark wizard has returned from the dead, he has not. This is a lie, Miss Davis." Even though she was addressing her comments to Tracy, Umbridge was now looking directly at Harry as she spoke. Despite the attention-seeking rumor-mongering of a pair of well-known individuals, the Ministry of Magic guarantees that you are not in danger from any dark wizards. It is the Ministry's official position that the threat of dark wizards remains negligible, as it has remained for the past 15 years. The Ministry is keeping us all safe. There is nobody out there. Harry couldn't stand it any longer. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. The green haze in his vision had become a thick fog, turning his entire world a dark shade of emerald. Harry stood slowly, and as his chair scraped against the floor, the room fell silent. Every head turned toward him. Harry placed his hands on the table in front of him and leaned forward, toward Umbridge. His voice was low, but it commanded attention. The Ministry is keeping us safe. So, according to you, Cedric Diggory dropped dead of his own accord. Cedric Diggory's death was a tragic accident, Umbridge replied. And 10 points from Slytherin, Mr. Potter. Cedric's death was no accident, Harry said. As he spoke to Umbridge, the green fog seemed to coalesce around her, thickening and obscuring every part of her body except her hateful face. Cedric was murdered with the killing curse. I heard the incantation myself. Avada Kedavra. As Harry spoke the incantation of the killing curse, the green in his vision pulsed brightly. Harry felt his right hand twitch, as if it were searching for his wand. Detention, Mr. Potter. Umbridge said confidently. Tomorrow evening at 5 o'clock. She waddled to her desk and began to scribble a note. Harry didn't care. You don't need to believe me to know that Cedric was murdered, Harry said. Cedric died without a single wound or injury. We all know those signs. We were taught about it last year. That sort of death isn't caused by an accident, it's caused by the killing curse. Again, Harry's vision pulsed with green light. But according to the Ministry's official position, Lord Voldemort has not returned. According to the Ministry's official position, the only one with Cedric that night was me. Are you accusing me of murdering Cedric Diggory? Another detention, Mr. Potter. This time, Umbridge didn't seem so sure of herself. As I said before, the Ministry's official position is that Cedric Diggory's death was a tragic accident. Harry could tell that Umbridge had carefully crafted and rehearsed that line. It might be the Ministry's official position, Harry said. But that doesn't make it the truth. I will not have you spreading lies in my classroom, Umbridge said. Her lips were pinched together in a thin line. Detentions for the week. She began to scribble another note, rather more hastily than the last. So you aren't accusing me of murder? Harry said, trying making the most of his last few seconds before he was ejected from class. That's good. Because the Ministry would never allow a murder to go uninvestigated, would they? They would never allow a murderer to walk among us with impunity. If Harry had shared the class with Hufflepuffs, he would have worried that his points would have been missed, or misinterpreted. But the Ravenclaws were sure to understand him. Diggory was murdered, either by Harry, or by Voldemort. Either way, the Ministry was lying to them about Cedric's death. And since the Ministry obviously had no love for Harry, why weren't they accusing him of murder if Harry was the killer? Umbridge finished her note and walked back to Harry. Take this note to Professor Snape. Interrupt whatever class he is teaching. Are you sure you trust me with this? Harry asked as he pulled the note from Umbridge's fat fingers. I trust that you respond to punishment, Umbridge said crisply. If Professor Snape does not receive that note, you will be punished tenfold. What if I lose it in a tragic accident? Harry asked acidly. Umbridge's arm snapped up, pointing at the door. Get out, she said. Harry grabbed his bag and walked from the room. With every step he took, the green in his vision began to fade. By the time he was standing outside Professor Snape's potions classroom, Harry had developed a splitting headache. What had he been thinking, saying those things to Umbridge? He needed a way to turn this to his advantage. A way to make his actions seem logical, even useful. Otherwise, Snape was likely to double Umbridge's detentions. And suddenly, an idea occurred to Harry. It wasn't his best idea ever, but it might work. Might. And besides, he couldn't stand outside the door to Snape's classroom any longer. He could hear Peeves banging and crashing at the other end of the hall, and getting caught in the poltergeist's mischief would just make his day worse. Harry raised his hand and knocked. From the other side of the door, Harry heard Snape's drawling voice. Enter. Harry opened the door and stepped inside. Snape was teaching to a classroom full of Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs, the rest of fifth year. Every head turned to look at Harry. Ron grinned, and Hermione gave him a concerned look. Everybody else looked at Harry as if he were some sort of giant bug. How can I help you, Mr. Potter? Snape asked. Professor Umbridge sent me with this note, sir, Harry said. She said to interrupt your class. Bring it to me, Snape said, extending his hand. Harry crossed the room, feeling the weight of his classmates' eyes upon him as he did so. Snape read the note quickly. Is this true? He asked. I didn't read it, sir, Harry said. Snape made a noise in the back of his throat. Go to my office, sit down, touch nothing. I will be with you when I am finished with class. Yes, sir. Harry walked to the side of the classroom and opened the door to Snape's office. As he closed it behind him, saw that Hermione's look of concern had grown even more dramatic. At the end of class, Snape burst into his office with a swirl of black cloak. Did you stand up and disrupt Dolores Umbridge's classroom? Yes, Harry said. Did you insist that the Dark Lord had returned? I did. Did you tell her that Cedric Diggory was killed by the killing curse? It's the truth. Snape frowned and crossed his arms. You have displayed flashes of your father's arrogance before, but never when combined with such stupidity. What were you thinking? Defying authority projects the appearance of power, Harry said. It won't take long for the rest of the school to realize that Umbridge is completely useless and a ministry crony. Once they do, Umbridge will be the only person in school less popular than me. Defying her is the first step in swaying public opinion back in my favor. Your classmates are schoolchildren, Snape said. Their thoughts are not public opinion. This little popularity ploy of yours is meaningless. Dolores Umbridge has the power of the ministry behind her, and misbehavior in her class will cost you more than house points and detention, Potter. Your actions in her class have actual consequences in the real world. The opinions of schoolchildren don't matter. That's why you made me Quidditch captain and made Malfoy a prefect, then. Because you certainly weren't balancing the power among the students of Slytherin when you made that decision, were you? Snape composed his face carefully. A prefect's ability to issue detentions far exceeds the limited authority of a Quidditch captain. Come on, Harry said. Fifth-year prefects can't do anything to override the orders of prefects in 6th and 7th year. But the Quidditch captain has influence over the entire house, including prefects, depending on who makes the team and who doesn't. Maybe there isn't as much inherent power, but the Quidditch captaincy has more potential. An interesting theory, Snape said, and the corner of his mouth twitched upward, almost imperceptibly. Regardless, we must focus on your detentions. Snape read the note again. You have been assigned detention with Professor Umbridge for the week. Harry shrugged. I've had detentions before. Do not take Dolores Umbridge lightly. I've had detention with you, Professor Snape. If you think that Umbridge can come up with something better, then I guess I really should be worried. Flattery will get you nowhere, Snape said dryly. My detentions are designed to discourage future misbehavior. I have reason to believe that Dolores Umbridge's detentions may be slightly more punitive. Try not to torment her. Harry shrugged. Minister Fudge hates me already. Tormenting his lackey isn't going to make things worse. You have dramatically underestimated Dolores Umbridge, Snape said. Perhaps these detentions will serve some purpose, after all. I can handle this, Harry said. I hope so, Snape replied. Because there is nothing Professor Dumbledore or I can do to help you. Snape signed Harry's pass to his next class. I expect that you will not repeat today's little performance. Of course, Harry said. If I earn another detention from her, I'll do something new. I'll have to make it worth it. Snape sighed. Go to class, Potter. If I see you again for discipline before the end of the week, I'll double your punishment for pure stupidity. That night, Harry reported to Professor Umbridge's office for his first detention. When he walked inside, he was immediately overcome with disgust. The room was decorated from floor to ceiling in varying shades of pastel pink. Decorative plates filled every available space on shelves, tables, and bookcases, and each plate featured a magical portrait of a kitten. The kittens were in various playful poses, playing with string, playing with their own tails, playing with each other, and their muted mewling filled the room. Harry had once read a story about a woman who was locked in a room and driven insane by the room's yellow wallpaper. The story was fiction, but if there were ever a room that could accomplish the feat in reality, it was the office of Dolores Umbridge. Umbridge was seated at a small table, next to a pink lamp. She took a sip from her pink teacup and set it down upon her pink doily. "Have a seat, Mr. Potter," Umbridge said. She nodded toward a single desk that had been placed in the center of the room. Her voice was calm. She had regained the composure that she lost during class. Harry sat. On the desk was a single sheet of parchment, and next to it was a quill. "You will be writing lines tonight," Umbridge said. "Fill the parchment, please." "What is my line?" Harry asked. "I must not tell lies," Umbridge said sweetly. "Where's my ink?" Harry asked. There was no inkwell on the desk. "The quill will take care of that," Umbridge said. "Please begin. You will be released when the parchment is filled." Harry lifted the quill and began to write. With the first stroke of the quill, Harry felt a burning sensation on the back of his hand. He glanced down, and saw that there was a red irritation on the back of his hand, as if he had just been scratched. It was precisely the same length as the letter I that Harry had just written on the page. Harry looked back at his hand, then jerked his eyes back to the parchment. The letter I was written in red. Blood red. "Is there a problem, Mr. Potter?" Umbridge asked. "No problem," Harry said quietly. He wasn't going to admit any sort of weakness to her, not even discomfort. "The quill makes quite an impression, doesn't it?" Umbridge said. Harry did not respond. Instead, he set the quill to the parchment and began to write. He never looked down, and never took his eyes off of Umbridge. Umbridge continued to drink her tea, and Harry continued to stare at her as he wrote. Eventually, Umbridge stood and walked to her desk at the opposite side of the room. She began to grade papers. Apparently, students had turned in their notes at the end of class, and she was reviewing them. Which meant that Harry, who had taken his notes and books with him to see Professor Snape, had gotten no points for his first assignment. Harry continued to stare at Umbridge, refusing to look down at the parchment or at his hands, even when the itching turned into actual pain. Every so often, Umbridge would glance up at Harry. Harry was always staring at her. By the end of the detention, Umbridge's glances were coming more frequently, and she was beginning to act slightly skittish. Harry felt his hand come to the end of the parchment. He looked down and saw that he had filled the entire parchment with lines. He placed the quill on the desk and sat back in his chair, folding his arms. "Are you done, Mr. Potter?" Umbridge asked. "Yes. I trust that those lines make a significant impression," she asked. "Not the impression you wanted," Harry replied. "We'll try again in the next detention," Umbridge said sweetly. "Perhaps it will sink in then." Umbridge looked back down at her grading. She picked her wand up off the desk and gave it a casual wave, summoning Harry's parchment to her. "You are excused," she said, without looking up. Harry stood, grabbed his bag, and stormed from the room. He wanted to be gone before Umbridge reviewed his lines. When Harry entered the hallway, he left the door open behind him. He stepped to one side of the door, putting himself out of Umbridge's sight. Harry quickly reached into his bag and removed his invisibility cloak. Once he was safely concealed, Harry slipped silently back into Umbridge's office through the still open door. Umbridge was still sitting at her desk. She had abandoned her grading and was looking at Harry's lines. As her eyes traveled down the page, her face began to twist into a grimace of anger. Harry knew why. Halfway through his lines, he had stopped writing, "I must not tell lies." Instead, the rest of the page was filled with a sentence of Harry's own choosing. "Truth will not be denied." "That filthy liar," she said aloud. "He'll learn his lesson yet." Harry crept back out of Umbridge's office. He was pushing his luck, he knew that. But he also knew that Umbridge wouldn't be showing those lines to anybody, not when they were written in Harry's own blood. This was going to be a private battle, a battle of wills played out over the course of these detentions, and likely repeated through the entire school year. A battle that Harry meant to win. Unless Harry was able to find a more expedient solution. When Harry returned to the Slytherin common room, Theo and Tracy were waiting for him. His two friends were seated at a table, and Harry dropped himself heavily into one of the other empty chairs. How was detention? Tracy asked immediately. Garbage, Harry said. What did she make you do? Theo asked. Lines. That doesn't sound so bad, Theo said. With a quill that writes in my own blood. Oh, that can't be legal, can it? Harry asked. I mean, I know I wasn't raised as a wizard, but a quill that writes in your blood has to be some sort of dark artifact, right? Theo shook his head. No, my dad uses them all the time. Harry raised his eyebrows. Well, no offense, Theo, but. No, you idiot, Theo said. My dad uses them at work. He's a solicitor. Wizards use blood quills to sign important contracts. Really? Harry had never heard of this. They're pretty common, actually, Theo said. I've never heard of one being used by a student writing lines, but there's nothing illegal about them. We probably have a few lying around the house right now. Harry frowned. So advertising Umbridge's use of a blood quill won't get her fired from Hogwarts or cause a scandal that would result in Fudge's ouster from the ministry. Nope. Theo shrugged. She probably wouldn't even get a formal reprimand. Damn, Harry said. Time for a new plan, I guess. What are you going to do? Tracy asked. I don't know, Harry said glumly. But I'll think of something before tomorrow. When Harry returned to Umbridge's office the next day, he had prepared his plan and he was ready to execute it. He sat at the desk, where he once again found a piece of parchment and the blood quill. Please stay focused, Mr. Potter, Umbridge said. Your line is, I must not tell lies. I know what you want me to write, Harry said. Then do it, Umbridge snapped. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and forced a smile onto her face. I will be grading papers. Please tell me when the parchment is full. As Umbridge walked toward her desk, Harry began to write. This time, he didn't even bother with, I must not tell lies, and instead began writing, truth will not be denied, at the very top of the page. Harry wrote quickly, not allowing pain to distract him from his mission. Umbridge, meanwhile, graded papers and pointedly did not look up at Harry. It was perfect. When Harry finished writing his last line, he sat back in his chair but did not place the blood quill on the desk. Instead, he moved the point to the top of the parchment, where he pressed down, hard, with the point of the quill. There was a shooting pain in Harry's hand as the quill pierced the parchment and embedded itself slightly in the desktop. Harry slipped his left hand inside his robes and removed a fresh sprig of mint. He crumbled the herb in his fingers, then dropped it back into his pocket. Harry reached up and scratched his nose, inhaling deeply as he did so. The fresh scent of mint filled his nostrils. Harry took 2 more deep breaths, then lowered his hand. I'm done, Harry announced loudly. Without looking up, Umbridge waved her wand to summon Harry's parchment, just as she had done the day before. The parchment flew toward her hand, and the blood quill, embedded in the desk, ripped through the length of the paper. You are. Ow. Harry screamed in pain and fell to the floor. His left arm had been sliced open from the back of his hand to the top of his tricep, an enormous, ragged gash that was now pouring blood onto the ground. Umbridge was shocked by the sight before her. What? You cursed me, Harry screamed. He grabbed at the wound with his good hand, trying to hold it closed. Umbridge began to walk around the desk. I did no such. Stay away from me. Harry climbed to his feet and ran from Umbridge's office, half hunched with the pain of his wound. When Harry entered the hallway, he immediately set out for the hospital wing. His plan had worked perfectly. When the blood quill tore through the paper, the same wound was inflicted on Harry's body. Umbridge had summoned the paper wordlessly, simply waving her wand in Harry's direction, which gave the appearance that he had been cursed. Now, all he needed to do was get to the hospital wing and have himself closed up. Madame Pomfrey would report the injury to Dumbledore, and Umbridge would be gone faster than she could say, I must not tell lies. First, though, Harry had to actually make it to the hospital wing. The edges of his vision were starting to go a little black, and he was beginning to feel lightheaded. Maybe his plan had worked too perfectly. He was losing a lot of blood. More than he had planned on. And he wasn't even halfway to the hospital wing. Harry clutched his wound harder, trying to staunch the flow of blood. He was going to make it to the hospital wing. There wasn't any other option. At this time of night, There was next to nobody in the hallways of Hogwarts. If Harry collapsed, at the rate he was bleeding, he would be dead before anybody found him. When Harry finally stumbled into the hospital wing, his vision had narrowed to a small pinprick at the end of a dark tunnel. He could faintly make out the form of Madame Pomfrey, standing at the foot of a nearby bed. It was Umbridge, Harry said. Then Harry collapsed to the floor, and all was black. When Harry awoke, he was surrounded by shouting wizards. This accusation is outlandish. Harry recognized that voice. Minister Fudge. I have an injured student, and his last words named your undersecretary as the culprit. That voice was Dumbledore, and he was as angry as Harry had ever heard. The boy did it to himself. That was Umbridge, completely frantic. I would never harm a student. Harry forced his eyes open. He raised his left arm, his injured arm, and gestured towards Umbridge as best he could. It was her, he said weakly. Harry had meant to play up his weakness, and was surprised to find that he didn't need to. The simple act of lifting his arm had left Harry exhausted. She cursed me. There is absolutely no proof. Umbridge shrieked. Other than his wound, Madame Pomfrey said as she returned to the side of Harry's bed. She roughly brushed Minister Fudge aside with her shoulder, as her hands were full of bottles and potions. She set them on Harry's bedside table and opened one. Drink this, she said to Harry. It's a blood replenishing potion. He could have done that to himself, Umbridge said, gesturing toward Harry's arm. She was looking back and forth from Dumbledore to Fudge. I had nothing to do with it. Harry chugged his blood replenishing potion, eager to get it down his throat so that he could speak again. Pensive, Harry choked out, desperate to interrupt the conversation. What's he talking about? Fudge said. My memory, Harry said. We can watch it in Dumbledore's Pensieve. It'll show you everything. Dumbledore nodded firmly. An excellent idea, Harry. We will put the matter to rest, once and for all. Dumbledore turned away from Harry's bed. Severus, please go to my office and retrieve my Pensieve. Snape stood from the chair in which he had been sitting. Harry hadn't noticed him. Of course, Snape drawled. Fudge and Umbridge continued to sputter and protest, but Dumbledore would hear none of it. When Snape returned with the Pensieve, Dumbledore conjured a table out of the air and placed the Pensieve atop it. Dumbledore then turned to Harry. Please recall your memory of the event, as best you can, Dumbledore said to Harry. I will remove your memory and place it in the Pensieve. We will watch it together. Harry nodded. He thought back to the moment before Umbridge had summoned his parchment, focusing on the scent of mint. When Harry had made his plan earlier in the day, he knew that he would have to disguise the fact that a blood quill was being used. Some quick research into the nature of memory had revealed that when a memory is removed from a wizard's mind, the memory begins and ends at a time of distinct sensory perception. It could be a particular sight, or sound, or touch really, it could be anything. The sense that was most entwined with memory, however, was smell. Thus, on his way to detention, Harry had stopped by the kitchen and asked Winky the house elf for a sprig of fresh mint. Harry had completed his lines, then smelled the mint on his fingers. According to his research, his memory should start at the scent of the mint. All of Harry's lines were completed, which meant that there would be no indication that Harry's quill was anything other than a normal writing utensil. Everybody would see Umbridge waving her wand, then Harry's arm would be ripped open and begin spurting blood. Nobody had enough political clout to survive that. Not even Umbridge. Not even Fudge. Umbridge would be gone from Hogwarts before dawn tomorrow. As Dumbledore extended his wand, Harry focused on the scent of mint. Fresh mint. Sharp mint. Cool mint. Dumbledore's wand tapped lightly against Harry's temple, and Harry felt an odd, sliding sensation in his skull. It was as if a wet noodle was being dragged across his brain. There was a light tug, and then the sensation was gone. A silver wisp of light dangled from the end of Dumbledore's wand. Harry knew that the silver wisp was a memory. His memory. His memory of something. But why was he in the hospital wing? Why was the minister here? And Umbridge? Dumbledore placed the memory in the Pensieve, as Harry racked his brain for context. Why was he here? He remembered the start of the day, remembered going to the library. Oh, right. His plan. It must have worked. This would be the end of it. Now, If we would all simply look inside the pensive Dumbledore gestured toward the bowl. Fudge and Umbridge leaned forward apprehensively, then suddenly, their eyes glazed over as if they were in a trance. Harry realized that this must be the behavior of somebody who was watching a memory. As Snape leaned toward the pensive, Dumbledore turned back to Harry. Would you like to join us, Harry? Viewing your own memory is a strange and exciting experience. Of course I want to see, Harry said. He began to climb out of bed, and his legs almost immediately collapsed underneath him. Dumbledore quickly waved his wand and caught Harry before he could strike the ground. Thank you, sir, Harry said. Dumbledore helped Harry to the pensive, and together they entered Harry's memory. The first thing that struck Harry was the smell of mint. It was very minty in this memory. Very fresh. Dumbledore, Snape and Fudge were all standing around Harry's desk. Umbridge stood slightly back from the group, arms crossed, glaring at Harry. Harry smiled, then approached his memory self. He wanted to see how good his performance was. I'm done, Memory Harry announced loudly. Without looking up from her work, Memory Umbridge waved her wand. You are. Ow. Memory Harry screamed in pain and fell to the floor. His left arm had been sliced open from his hand to his bicep. The enormous, ragged gash began pouring blood onto the floor. Harry had to admit, the whole scene was pretty convincing. Harry had remembered his discussion at the end of third year with Dumbledore, when they watched the memory of Lucius Malfoy's trial, and Harry had applied that lesson well. With a sufficient distraction, even the most important details can go unnoticed. If Harry hadn't known to look for the movement of the parchment, he would have never seen it. The loud scream, the dramatic fall to the floor, every one of Harry's actions demanded attention. I have seen enough, Dumbledore said coldly. He turned to Fudge. Does this satisfy your thirst for evidence? Before Fudge could answer, Umbridge was speaking. I was simply summoning his parchment. Dumbledore shook his head. Harry's hands are both visible, and he was not holding a wand. You, Madam Umbridge, were not only holding a wand, but you were casting a spell at Harry. You must admit, the human arm does not spontaneously burst open and begin to bleed. He set me up. Umbridge screamed. I fail to see how that is possible, Snape said. He was as angry as Harry had ever seen. I mean he was using. Umbridge began to stammer. Harry saw that she was on the verge of admitting to forcing him to use a blood quill. Harry was not afraid, however. If she did so, she would still be guilty of gross negligence for being so careless with Harry's safety. Dumbledore tolerated a certain amount of danger in the hallways and classrooms of Hogwarts, but Dumbledore would never abide a teacher who cared so little for the safety of her students. He was using what? Snape asked. Dark magic. Snape snorted. Be quiet, before you embarrass yourself further. Dumbledore raised his arms, forestalling further conversation. Gentlemen, we have seen all there is to see. Let us adjourn. And with a wave of his wand, the vision of the memory dissolved. Back in the hospital wing, Dumbledore turned to Fudge. I want her gone, Cornelius. I know, Fudge said. Dolores will leave with me tonight. Cornelius. Umbridge said, voice whining. Minister. Please. You must believe me. Fudge shook his head. It doesn't matter what I believe. Dumbledore is right. We can't watch this memory and allow you to remain in your position. Consider yourself suspended, with pay, until a disciplinary hearing can be convened. Fudge looked back at Dumbledore. Is this satisfactory? Dumbledore nodded. You will need the memory for your hearing. With a wave of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a stoppered vial. He scooped up Harry's memory, put in the stopper, and handed the memory to Fudge. Please advise me when the hearing is to be conducted. I will attend. Obviously. Fudge nodded. Of course, of course. Good. Dumbledore's voice allowed no protest. That concludes our business for this evening. I want this woman gone from this school. If you do not remove her immediately, I will do so myself. Fudge stepped toward Umbridge and lightly grasped her elbow. Come along, Dolores, he said gently. Let's go back to London. Umbridge allowed herself to be led away without a word of protest. She seemed stunned that she was actually being taken from the school. Snape and Dumbledore waited until the door to the hospital wing had closed before either spoke. A most interesting memory, Dumbledore said, once Fudge and Umbridge were gone. The anger had left his voice, and had been replaced by Dumbledore's usual bemusement. Did you notice what I noticed, Severus? Snape's lips were drawn together. Indeed. Please discuss it with Harry, Dumbledore said. I must go to my office and ensure that a substitute teacher is available for defense tomorrow. Dumbledore left the hospital wing, and Harry was alone with Snape. What did Dumbledore notice? Harry asked. Don't play stupid, Potter. There were so many inconsistencies in your memory that I hardly know where to begin. Harry put his head down, shamed by Snape's harsh words. Your parchment moved when Umbridge summoned it. The handwriting on the parchment was red, which suggests the presence of a blood quill. There was no inkwell on the desk, which confirms the presence of a blood quill. And, most damning of all, the memory began with the overwhelming scent of mint. You knew that this memory would be notable, and you were planning for the memory to begin precisely when necessary. Did you think that Dumbledore would not notice? Harry nodded sadly. You are lucky that Dumbledore's disdain for Dolores Umbridge is so overwhelming, Snape said. If you had tried this stunt with anybody else. With anybody else, I wouldn't have needed to. Harry shouted. She's awful. Snape folded his arms. This was foolish, Potter. Foolish in the extreme. It worked, didn't it? Results aside, you will not be rewarded for this reckless behavior. Snape closed his eyes and shook his head. Your remaining detentions will be served with me, as Umbridge is no longer available. Prepare yourself to clean cauldrons, without magic. I will not be swayed by any injury, and I will ensure that all of Longbottom's cauldrons are reserved for you. Yes, sir. Good. Snape turned sharply and stalked out of the hospital wing. Harry flopped down on his pillow. Maybe his plan hadn't been as clever as he thought, but it had worked. Fudge wasn't nearly as observant as Dumbledore or Snape, and the bottom line was that Harry's plan had worked. Umbridge was gone. Hogwarts was free. Harry slept easily that night. When he awoke the next morning, he could not understand why he had been dreaming of a door. By the end of the week, thanks to Madame Pomfrey's potions, Harry's arm was completely healed. Harry had spent every evening scrubbing cauldrons, which left his shoulder aching, but it was a small price to pay in order to be free of Dolores Umbridge. Unfortunately, Dumbledore was unable to find a substitute professor in the middle of the first week of school. Until a replacement could be found, defense classes were supervised by Professor Binns, who simply directed the students to read their copies of Defensive Magical Theory and take notes on the chapters as they went along. Ironically, Dolores Umbridge's removal had resulted in endorsement of her lesson plans by a Hogwarts professor. Harry had expected an outpouring of support once it became known that he was responsible for Umbridge's dismissal. Nothing could have been further from the truth. A few Ravenclaws expressed gratitude, but the conversation was always brief, and once they were done, the Ravenclaws immediately reverted to their neutral-ish suspicion of Harry. The only people who were truly excited were already Harry's friends. Tracy and Theo in Slytherin, and Hermione, Ron and Ginny in Gryffindor. Hermione stopped Harry in the library to thank him, and spent the better part of an hour whispering about the various deficiencies in Umbridge's teaching curriculum. It was only at the end of the conversation that she mentioned the drama that had taken place during Gryffindor's first defense class. And I know that Neville's thankful, as well, Hermione said. He barely avoided detention on the first day. He couldn't stop defending Dumbledore when Umbridge criticized him. The only thing that saved him was the fact that Umbridge wanted to be oblique in her criticisms. Since she hadn't explicitly said Dumbledore's name, she couldn't give Neville a detention for defending him. Harry made a mental note of Longbottom's behavior. That evening, at dinner time, Harry took a detour to the Gryffindor table. It had been a few days since Harry had last tormented Longbottom, and Harry felt that some knife twisting was overdue. Longbottom was sitting between Seamus Finnegan and Ron. Hermione and Ginny were on the other side of the table. Harry came up behind Hermione, and before he could say anything, Finnegan started in on him. Go back to your own kind, Snake. Harry's pleasant greeting died on his lips. What's your problem, Finnegan? My mum almost kept me home from Hogwarts because of you, Finnegan said. Didn't want me to risk me being manipulated by Britain's most famous liar. Finnegan, I can't believe your mum. Harry cut himself off, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. He had been about to say that he couldn't believe Finnegan's mum was able to get sober enough to read The Prophet, but that wouldn't be productive. He couldn't give in to his temper. In front of Ginny and Ron and Hermione, Harry needed to be the nice guy. What about my mum? Finnegan asked. He was already turning red in the face. I can't believe your mum doesn't trust Dumbledore, Harry said. Harry looked around, making eye contact with Ron and Hermione and Ginny and Longbottom. I mean, we all trust him, right? Everybody began to nod, with Longbottom the most reluctant. Dumbledore isn't the liar, Finnegan said. You are. Harry ran a hand through his hair. You and your mum are free to think whatever you want. I didn't come over here to fight with you. Then why did you come over here? Longbottom asked. Actually, I came to thank you, Harry said to Longbottom. I heard that you defended me in Umbridge's class earlier this week, and I wanted you to know that I appreciated it. I wasn't defending you, I was defending Dumbledore, Longbottom said. It's practically the same thing, Harry said. Harry gave Longbottom a look of earnest gratitude, but inside he was struggling to keep a smile off his face. It's nice to hear somebody else was willing to take a stand against the Ministry's misinformation campaign. I'm not offended that you used Dumbledore's name. If you said my name, you would have gotten detention for sure. But everybody knows what you meant. I meant what I said, Longbottom said angrily. I meant Dumbledore, not you. Harry let his face fall disappointedly. That couldn't have been more perfect. Oh, Harry said. I thought oh. He stepped back slightly and looked down. I have to go. As Harry turned and walked away, he heard Hermione speaking. Neville, that was really mean. It was the truth, Longbottom said, voice still full of anger. Harry was just being nice, Ginny shot back. Wait, why is everybody mad at me? Longbottom said. Because you're acting like a Burke, Ron said. It was the last of the conversation that Harry was able to catch before he was completely out of earshot. When Harry arrived at the Slytherin table, he took his seat opposite Tracy and Theo. What were you doing over there? Theo asked. Making Longbottom's life miserable, Harry replied with a smile. Good on you, Tracy said. But maybe you should spend less time worrying about Longbottom, and more time worrying about the fact that we're still sitting with Slytherin's rejects. Tracy was correct. She and Harry and Theo were sitting between the first and second year students. Not the most shameful position at the table, but not very far away. Every day we spend here makes us appear weaker and more vulnerable. I have a plan, Harry said. You said that at the welcoming feast, Theo said. Nothing's changed. I had a plan to get rid of Umbridge, and that worked, didn't it? Harry said. I'll take care of it this weekend. Trust me. Harry's voice was full of confidence. Quidditch tryouts were scheduled for the first Saturday of the term. Slytherin had the pitch at 8 a.m., followed by Gryffindor at 9:30. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw had been assigned times in the afternoon. Harry awoke early to ensure that he was at the pitch before any of his potential teammates. The captain needed to set an example of punctuality and responsibility. More importantly, Harry needed to establish his authority immediately. If Harry was late, he couldn't control what happened in his absence, and some of the returning players might attempt to usurp his position as team captain. Harry showered quickly and gave his teeth a cursory brushing. When he returned to his dormitory, the rest of his Slytherin classmates were still asleep. Harry donned his Quidditch robes quickly and quietly, and was ready to leave for the pitch at 7:15. Perfect timing. As Harry walked toward the door, he realized that the dormitory was still completely silent. Neither Draco, nor Crabbe, nor Goyle had stirred. Harry hadn't expected them wake up as early as he did, but Harry had certainly expected them to be awake by the time he left. Harry marched over to Crabbe's bed. The large boy was sleeping soundly. Harry drew his wand and tapped Crabbe's clock. A pair of ghostly clock hands appeared, showing when the alarm was set to ring, 10 a.m. Harry checked Goyle's alarm, and Draco's. Both were set to ring at 10 a.m., as well. That wouldn't do at all. Harry walked back to Crabbe and extended his wand. Aguamenti. A rush of water burst out of the wand and struck Crabbe in the face. Crabbe shouted as he suddenly awoke, and began to sputter and flail at the water. Harry awakened Goyle in the same manner, and finished with Draco. What are you doing? Draco shouted, once Harry terminated the water charm. The three of you are going to be late for Quidditch tryouts, Harry said. We aren't going, Draco said. We aren't going to give you the satisfaction of cutting us. Don't be stupid, Harry said. This is about Quidditch. I want to win the cup. And neither of us wants to be the reason that Snape's 7-year winning streak gets broken. Harry turned to Crabbe and Goyle. The same goes for you too. Tryouts start at 8. If you make it to the pitch by 10 after, I won't hold it against you. Harry walked briskly out of the dormitory, before anybody could think to hex him. Or give him detention for soaking a prefect with water. By 7:50, most of the potential tryouts had assembled. Warrington, Montague and Urquhart were standing together in a small cluster, but only Urquhart looked pleased about the situation. As Harry walked past them, Urquhart called out to him. Harry, Urquhart said, congratulations on being named captain. I knew you had it in you. Harry turned and glared at Urquhart. You haven't said a word to me all year. Don't pretend that we're friends. Urquhart smiled solicitously. Don't say it like that, Harry. We've only been here a week. You know that it's hard to find time. It's hard to find time because you're too busy snarking about me behind my back, Harry said. I would never, Urquhart said. Let me quote you, Harry replied. Does this jog your memory? Harry will be an adequate captain, but Snape should never have settled for adequate. Montague or Draco would have been much better choices. Urquhart's face went white. Harry made a mental note to thank Theo later. The own boy had been the one to overhear Urquhart in the common room. People still hadn't gotten used to the idea that Theo and Harry were close. It wouldn't last much longer, but until then it was incredibly useful. Harry folded his arms. I'll be judging your ability to play Quidditch. Your skill as a sycophant does not interest me. Harry left the dumbstruck Urquhart behind, and continued walking toward the pitch. He intended to give a short speech before tryouts began, but quickly changed his plans when he noticed an unexpected face lurking at the back of the crowd. Harry veered off course and made his way toward the surprising arrival. Millicent, Harry said, I didn't know you played Quidditch. The large girl was standing awkwardly at the back of the crowd, clutching her broom in front of her with both hands. Millicent dwarfed most of the other players, even those who were older than she. In fact, Montague was the only player that Harry was certain was larger than Bulstrode. I never tried out before, Millicent said. Why not? Harry asked. Flint didn't put girls on the team, so I didn't bother. Huh, Harry said. He had always thought that was just a coincidence. Or maybe Slytherin girls thought themselves above Quidditch. I thought you might be fairer than Flint, Bulstrode said. I'll certainly try, Harry replied. What position are you trying for? Beater, Bulstrode said. You should try for keeper, too. I'm going to be a beater, Bulstrode said firmly. I'm impressed by your confidence, but you're going to try out for keeper, too, Harry said. That's a captain's order. Those are the 3 spots with no returning players, and it would be stupid of you to only try out for beater. I'm better at beater, Bulstrode said. Her voice had grown quieter. It doesn't matter, Harry said. If you're the best keeper of the bunch, I'll need you at keeper. Bulstrode mumbled something so quietly that Harry couldn't hear what she said. What was that? Harry asked, stepping closer. I can't catch, Bulstrode mumbled. Then just knock the quaffle away, Harry said. I don't care, as long as it doesn't go through the rings. Harry glanced down at his watch. It was 7:59. It's time to start. Good luck up there. Harry walked toward the middle of the pitch. If he could arrange to put Bulstrode on the team, then Harry would wield some influence in the girls' dormitory. If Pansy didn't have Bulstrode's muscle to back her up, Tracy wouldn't be teased or threatened nearly as frequently this year. When Harry reached the center of the pitch, he turned back to the crowd. Okay, Harry shouted. Time to start. Harry took a moment to let the crowd fall silent before speaking again. I want everybody on their brooms by the south goalposts. Take a lap around the field at top speed, on my mark. I'm looking for speed, here, Harry said. He waited for a moment, and nobody moved. Let's go, Harry shouted, clapping his hands. The tryouts hopped on their brooms and clustered by the goalpost. They spent a few moments jostling for position, and when Harry shouted, go, they began to circle the stadium. Harry was only half watching, however. The other half of his attention was directed to the edge of the pitch, where Draco, Crabbe and Goyle had finally arrived. It was 8:05. They had done better than Harry expected. Head up to the south goalposts, Harry said to Draco. Next circuit is 2 laps. Draco frowned. I'm a returning player. Everybody tries out, Harry said. It's only fair. Draco set his jaw, and Harry could see that the own boy was ready to walk off the field. Damn it, Draco, Harry snapped, keeping his voice quiet. I didn't get you out of bed just to cut you. Everybody else is already tired from the first lap, so go up there and win the next lap so that I can put you on the damn team. Draco narrowed his eyes. He was not used to being yelled at. Now, Harry shouted, pointing at the rings. Draco reluctantly mounted his broom and flew toward the south rings. Crabbe and Goyle followed. Harry sighed and ran a hand through his hair. This was going to be a major headache. At the conclusion of tryouts, Harry ordered the potential players into the stands. He needed a few minutes to compose his thoughts and settle on the final roster. What about Seeker tryouts? Urquhart called. Harry had not run any drills with a snitch. I'm Seeker, Harry yelled back. Do you have a problem with that? Urquhart went white in the face. No, he squeaked. With everybody seated in the bleachers, Harry was able to arrange and rearrange potential rosters in his mind. The Seeker position was filled by Harry, obviously. And Draco would be a chaser, no question. The other 2 chasers were a slightly more difficult decision. A younger student named Vasey had surprised Harry with his skill as a chaser. His shoot was hard and accurate, although not as good as Draco's. Vasey also had good speed and agility on his broom. Objectively, he was probably a better chaser than either Montague or Warrington. Ultimately, though, Harry determined that Montague and Warrington would return as starting chasers. They had practiced with Draco in the past, and their size would create space for Draco to get open and shoot. Also influencing Harry's decision was the fact that both Vasey and Draco wanted to shoot the quaffle as their first, second and third options. The only way 2 shooting Siagers could coexist was with an exceptional passer as the third chaser. That had been true when Flint, Draco and Pusey played together, but neither Montague nor Warrington had Pusey's skill at passing the quaffle. It wasn't an easy decision, but Vasey would be relegated to reserves for the year. Beaters would be Crabbe and Goyle. Bulstrode's confidence had been well-founded. She was, by far, the best beater at tryouts. Unfortunately for Bulstrode, Harry had been planning to bribe Crabbe and Goyle with positions as beaters since the day he received his captain's badge. Crabbe and Goyle were a package deal, along with Draco. If all 3 made the team, then Harry had some authority over them, which would allow him to reduce, and possibly eliminate, their aggressive behavior. If one of the 3 didn't make the team, the resentment would probably result in an increase in aggression. It was too bad, really. Bulstrode had demonstrated some real skill with a beater's bat. Harry wasn't willing to give up on Bulstrode, however. He had ordered her to try out at keeper, and she had been adequate. There were better players, such as Urquhart, but none carried the collateral benefits of having Bulstrode on the team. And with that decision, the roster was set. Harry stood and held up his hands. The crowd fell silent. Thank you all for coming to tryouts, Harry said. If I call your name, come down to the pitch. You've made the team. If your name isn't called, go home and get better. I'll see you again next year. Harry fought to stifle a smile. Flint would have loved that last line. Chasers: Malfoy, Montague, Warrington. Beaters: Crabbe, Goyle. Keeper: Bulstrode. Reserve: Vasey. Harry glanced over the crowd once more. That's it. Have a nice weekend. There was a shout from the center of the crowd. Urquhart was standing up and yelling at Harry. This is a joke. I thought you said that you were picking this team based on Quidditch skill. Harry folded his arms. I said I'd judge your ability to play Quidditch. And you aren't good enough to make me want to put up with you. Laughter rippled through the crowd, and Urquhart flushed red. I should have made the team, and you know it. He shouted. With every word you say, I am feeling better about my decision, Harry called back. If you think it's unfair, complain to Snape. Otherwise, get off my pitch. As Urquhart cleared out with the rest of the disappointed tryouts, Harry's selections for the team filed down toward the field. They settled into a rough semicircle, focused on Harry. Harry had been thinking about this speech for a long time, and he launched into it without hesitation. I want to win the Quidditch Cup. I don't care what else is happening at Hogwarts. I don't care what is happening in the real world. I don't care what's on the front page of the Prophet. I want to win the Quidditch Cup. Because you are on my team, you want to win the Quidditch Cup. That is the only thing this team wants to do. Win the cup. Focus on winning. Nothing else. Harry paused and glanced around the circle. Nobody said a word. I will cut anyone who doesn't do his job, Harry said. Or hers. If you don't do your job on this team, you are terrible at Quidditch. Terrible players are replaceable. If you think I will hesitate before replacing you, you are wrong. Harry looked slowly from teammate to teammate. Beaters, if you let your teammates get hit with bludgers, you will be cut. Chasers, if you don't score goals, you will be cut. Keeper, if you let in easy goals, you will be cut. What if you don't catch the snitch? Draco interjected. Then I'll start playing chaser and you'll be the seeker, Harry said immediately. Flint might not be here any longer, but this is still the Slytherin Quidditch team. Winning is everything. Am I clear? Everybody nodded. Good, Harry said. Practices will be every Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. I don't care what you do in the rest of your time, but for 3 practices per week and 4 matches per year, we are teammates, and I am your captain. During those practices and matches, you will do what I say. If you do not, you will be cut. Questions? There were no questions. First practice is Monday at 4 o'clock, Harry said. That means practice starts at 4. Not, I'm walking down to the pitch at 4 and I haven't even changed into my Quidditch robes. I will see you on the pitch, ready to practice, at 4 o'clock. Harry grabbed his broom and began to walk back to Hogwarts. After a few steps, he stopped and glanced back to the team. One other thing, Harry said. This goes for Crabbe, Goyle and Malfoy, specifically. The dormitory is a safe zone. We all have to sleep. Nobody hexes anybody. Says who? Asks Crabbe. Me, Harry replies. If Theo or I get hexed by anybody, then all 3 of you will be cut. I'll field a team without 5th-year boys if you force me to. Got it. Nobody spoke a word of protest. Good. Congratulations on making the team, everybody. Harry turned away once more, and walked out of the stadium. Harry was already on the path up to the castle when he heard heavy footsteps behind him. He glanced over his shoulder and saw Bulstrode pounding along, trying to catch up. Harry slowed his pace, and allowed Bulstrode to reach his side. Can I help you? Harry asked. I thought you were going to be fair, Bulstrode said, slightly out of breath. You said that, not me, Harry replied. Besides, you made the team. You shouldn't complain. I was better than Crabbe and Goyle. You were. And Vasey is a better chaser than Montague and Warrington. But Vasey is in the reserves because Montague, Warrington and Draco make a better team, Harry said. Crabbe and Goyle have practiced as beaters together for years, so they make a better team than either one of them playing with you. And choosing me for keeper over Urquhart. Somebody would have strangled him before our first match, Harry said. Then you would be in at keeper anyway, and with much less time to prepare. Bulstrode smiled a little, and Harry gave her a pat on the back. I'm sorry I couldn't put you in at beater. But you'll do great. And if Crabbe or Goyle get injured, you're the first person I'll turn to. Thanks, Bulstrode said. Now I have to go find the Slytherin ladies' locker room. I've heard that it exists, but nobody has used it for a decade. Harry said. Just say the word if you need a good house elf. I happen to know one. Sure will, Cap, Bulstrode said. She turned and began her slow circuit of the stadium, searching for an infrequently used door. When Harry finally turned away, Bulstrode had begun peering behind an ill-tended bush. As Harry approached the castle, he saw the Gryffindor team heading down to the pitch. Harry waved at Ron, and received waves in return from Ron, Ginny, and Katie Bell. As Harry passed Ginny, he swept his broom backward and gave her a playful swat on the back. Well, back and butt, maybe the broom had struck a bit lower than he intended. Or maybe it was precisely on target. Good luck, Harry said, as he pulled his broom back. Ginny whirled around, her wand already in her hand. Don't make me hex you, Potter. The rest of the Gryffindors stopped and turned back to look at Harry and Ginny. Some of them seemed protective, but the rest just seemed as if they wanted to watch a duel. You wouldn't dare, Harry said. Harry grinned at Ginny and casually rested his broom handle atop his shoulder. Ginny stared at Harry for a moment, then smiled. Darn it, I really thought that would give you a scare. She lowered her wand, and Harry laughed. The other Gryffindors, seeing that a duel was not going to erupt, resumed their walk toward the pitch. So, is last year's scouting report still accurate? Harry asked. What? Ginny seemed confused. At the Yule Ball, Harry said. Are the Gryffindor chasers going to be much stronger this year? Oh, right. Ginny smiled at the memory. Yes, the chasers will be much stronger. Going to knock Ron off the team, are you? Harry asked. Ron's moving back to keeper, now that Wood's gone, Ginny said. That's his plan, at least. And what do you think of that plan? Harry said. Ginny shrugged. Mixed feelings. Ron's a better keeper than chaser, but I'm not sure he realizes how much attention will be focused on him. As a chaser, he could let Angelina or Alicia take charge of the game. Keeper though. It's a lot more pressure, Harry said. For sure, Ginny said. Ron can stop a quaffle with the best of them, as long as nobody's looking. Harry winced. Yikes. Well, tell him that I wish him luck, too. Sure thing. Ginny waved. Bye, Harry. At dinner that evening, Harry boldly took a seat near the head of the Slytherin table. Tracy and Theo sat on either side of him. Although they were on the receiving end of many angry glances, nobody said a word. As Theo began to eat, Harry dug an elbow into his friend's ribs. Told you I had a plan, Harry said. Back in the dormitory, just before lights out, Harry drew his wand and began to mutter incantations over his bed. First blue light, then green, then orange, then the white circle. Next, Harry refreshed the wards on his trunk, and when he finished he did the same for Theo. Farther down the room, Draco lay in his bed with his hands behind his head and a wry grin on his face, watching Harry's actions. I thought the dormitory was a safe zone, Draco said sarcastically. You don't seem to trust your own authority very much. I'm not stupid, Harry said. Besides, you'll be safe as long as you don't come near me. Draco shook his head. If you think any of this is going to matter in the long run, you're wrong. Harry opened his mouth, certain that he would be able to launch a witty retort, but nothing came to mind. Instead, he and Draco simply looked at one another for a long moment, longer than they had looked at one another all year. It was Draco who broke eye contact first. He looked down and shook his head. Such a waste. Strangely, Harry had been thinking the same thing. When Harry slept that night, his dreams were troubled. He awoke once again with a prominent image in his head. A dark, locked door. On the Monday after Quidditch tryouts, Harry walked into the defense room prepared for a long morning of reading and note-taking. He was not prepared to see Dolores Umbridge seated behind the teacher's desk, smiling brightly. Harry stopped dead in the door to the classroom. How could she be here? It was impossible. Take your seat, Mr. Potter, Umbridge said. Her voice was sickeningly sweet, like a bruised, overripe fruit that had just begun to rot. Harry walked forward stiffly and dropped into his seat. He removed his defense book and placed it on the table in front of him. His thoughts were spinning wildly through his head. Something had gone wrong. Something had gone terribly wrong. How could he have miscalculated so badly? For the most part, Harry's classmates had reactions similar to his own. The disappointment from the Ravenclaw half of the class was almost palpable. The only student who didn't seem surprised by Umbridge's return was Draco. In fact, Draco seemed to be smiling when he sat down in his chair. When the entire class was seated, Umbridge stood and began to speak. It was obvious that this was another one of her well-rehearsed speeches. Once again, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you to Defense Against the Dark Arts. I was pleased to discover that Professor Binns continued to teach the ministry-approved curriculum during my brief absence. As a result, we have not fallen behind. Isn't that exciting? The class was absolutely silent, not even daring to move. Indeed, I am just as excited as you, Umbridge continued, ignoring the fact that none of the students had responded to her question. If you would please open your books to Chapter 3, you may begin taking notes, which will be delivered to me for credit at the end of class. Harry slowly opened his book and began to read. He took notes as he went, despite already knowing the difference between a charm and a hex. Hexes forcefully warped magic to perform the desired action, while charms gently directed magic to create a certain result. At the end of the period, he turned his notes in along with the rest of the class. As Harry handed over his notes, Umbridge looked him directly in the eye and smiled her miserable smile. Harry made no response, refusing to give her the satisfaction of knowing that she had any effect on him at all. When Harry left the defense classroom, he walked directly to Snape's office. Harry's emotions were in such turmoil that he entered Snape's office without even knocking on the door. "How is Umbridge back?" Harry demanded as he strode into the room. Snape looked up from his desk. "Did you truly expect to be rid of her?" "Yes," Harry said, despite Snape's suggestion that such an expectation was foolish. "I warned you not to underestimate Dolores Umbridge," Snape said. "Her friends are powerful." "But how?" Harry asked again. Snape slid a paper across his desk. "Professor Dumbledore anticipated your curiosity. This letter was delivered this morning when Umbridge was escorted back into the castle." Harry stepped forward and took the letter, scanning it quickly. Disciplinary Review Board. Subject: Dolores Umbridge. Findings: the memory provided by the victim proved to be unreliable at best, and potentially fabricated at worst. Recommendations: full reinstatement. No further discipline warranted. Reviewed by Cornelius Fudge. Harry felt his temper flare. Potentially fabricated. Unreliable. What a joke. "Mr. Potter, those are accurate statements regarding that memory," Snape said. "But Fudge doesn't know that. You have taken the minister too lightly," Snape said. "I'm certain that Fudge doesn't know," Harry said, shaking his head. "If he had proof that the memory was fabricated, he'd have me charged with some sort of crime. Nevertheless, Fudge is no fool. It is dangerous to underestimate your adversaries, and more dangerous when you do so frequently." "Are you forgetting about my trial?" Harry said. "I handled that well enough. Your trial exemplifies my point. Fudge underestimated you, and he was humiliated because of it. It is not a mistake he will make again." Snape frowned and folded his hands. "Cornelius Fudge is an adept politician, Potter, and Umbridge's placement at Hogwarts is all about politics. We must now face the fact that Dolores Umbridge is a fixture at Hogwarts. If your efforts did not result in her dismissal, then nothing will short of Fudge's removal from office, that is." Snape gave Harry a sardonic look. "Do not take that as a challenge, Potter." "Of course not," Harry said. He handed the letter back to Snape, then flopped into the chair opposite Snape's desk. "What do we do about Umbridge?" "There is nothing to be done. You must tolerate her presence as best you can." "There has to be something," Harry said. "Maybe if we went to the media." Snape slammed his fist on the desk. "You are not listening. This is not a request, this is a command. You will engage in no further attempts to cause Umbridge's removal." "She isn't that dangerous," Harry said. "What's the worst she can do? Give me detention." "Open your eyes, you arrogant brat," Snape spat. "You are not the center of the universe. There are interests in play other than your own. Fudge wants nothing more than to depose Dumbledore and seize control of Hogwarts. If you continue with this childishness, you are putting the headmaster at risk, along with every teacher and student loyal to him. Do you understand me?" Harry sat up slowly in his chair, and gripped the arms tightly. It had been a long time since Snape had dressed him down so aggressively. "I understand, sir," Harry said. "I am infuriated by the idea that I am forced to explain this to one of my own Slytherins," Snape said quietly. Though his voice was no longer raised, Harry felt even more frightened. "I would have expected this sort of arrogance from a Gryffindor, or this stupidity from a Hufflepuff. But you, Potter, you should know better. Control of Hogwarts is critical in the battle against the Dark Lord. This castle is likely the most powerful magical location in Britain, and as long as Dumbledore controls the castle, the Dark Lord is at a disadvantage." Snape leaned forward. "What does all this mean, Potter?" Harry glanced down, feeling slightly ashamed. When I challenge Umbridge, I give the Ministry more ammunition to use against Dumbledore. And if they manage to oust Dumbledore, then Voldemort is closer to winning the war. Do not say the Dark Lord's name. Snape shouted. Sorry, sir, Harry responded. Dumbledore does it. Dumbledore is a far greater wizard than you or I, Snape said. His power allows him to do things that we cannot. Harry nodded. He understood. No more saying Voldemort's name around Snape. Now, tell me, Snape said. How will you behave in Dolores Umbridge's class? No disturbances, Harry said. And when she provokes you, how will you react? I won't, Harry said firmly. Good, Snape said. Your temper is your greatest weakness. If you do not control your temper, then your temper will control you. Snape sat back in his chair, and gave Harry an appraising look. My patience for you has been exhausted. Be gone. Harry grabbed his books and left Snape's office, his face stony. Control his temper. Not a problem. Harry knew that he had the discipline to bottle up his anger and prevent it from boiling over in Umbridge's class. After all, just a few moments earlier Harry had managed to bottle his simmering rage and prevent himself from shouting back at Snape. In fact, Harry was willing to bet that Snape hadn't even noticed. It had been 2 weeks since Umbridge returned to Hogwarts, and Harry had managed to avoid further detentions, whether assigned by Umbridge or otherwise. Theo was not quite as lucky. Draco had managed to determine that Theo's weak point was his affection for Tracy. Once Draco knew a person's weakness, he would begin to relentlessly harass the other person. Most of the time, Draco's victim would quietly accept the harassment and Draco would become meaner and meaner, encouraged by the victim's submission, until he lost interest. On very rare occasions, the victim would find some weakness of Draco's and turn the harassment around, until an uneasy truce was reached. Theo fell into the third category of victims, rarer than those who surrendered but far more common than those who managed a turnabout. Theo allowed himself to be provoked to violence. The incident began when Draco started to call Tracy names at the start of lunch. Draco wasn't speaking directly to Tracy, he was speaking about her, to Pansy. The volume of Draco's voice made it clear that he intended Harry, Tracy and Theo to hear his comments. Harry was growing angry, but, just as Snape had ordered, Harry forced himself to keep his anger inside. Tracy was doing the same. She had heard plenty of nasty comments over the past few years, and had long since learned to ignore them. Or, rather, she had learned to ignore them while they were being said, and exact her revenge at a later opportunity. Theo, however, had never been unpopular. Theo was rich and pure-blooded, which meant that he had never been the target of nasty jokes. Unlike Harry and Tracy, Theo had not built up the emotional calluses that would allow him to ignore Draco's barbs. Thus, when Draco said that Tracy's blood from her mother was even dirtier than what Tracy got from her Muggle father, it was Theo who stood up and punched Draco in the face. Draco had timed his comment well. As Theo stood, Dolores Umbridge was walking behind him on her way to the teacher's table. Umbridge saw everything but heard nothing, which meant that Draco looked like a victim of an unprovoked act of violence, while Theo appeared to be a raving maniac when he accused Draco of slandering Tracy. Umbridge separated the two boys and drew herself up to her full, but still rather short, height and prepared to lay into Theo. Then Professor Snape arrived. Silence, Mr. Knott, Snape ordered as he swooped past Umbridge. What is the meaning of this disturbance? Malfoy started it, Theo said. I didn't, Draco responded with a whine in his voice. Knott just stood up and punched me. Draco called Tracy's father a dirty muggle and said that Tracy's wizard blood was even dirtier, Theo said. That's why I punched him. Snape folded his arms and looked crossly at Draco. Is this true? I was talking to Pansy about Tracy, Draco said. I don't know what Knott thinks he heard, but I didn't say anything like that. Snape frowned. If I ever again find two of my students brawling in public like a pair of drunken muggles, I will make you regret it. Do you understand? Draco and Theo both nodded. Good, Snape said. Mr. Knott, 50 points from Slytherin. Mr. Malfoy, 20 points from Slytherin. Hem. Snape turned slowly. It seemed that he had forgotten Umbridge's presence. Yes. I wonder about your punishment for Mr. Knott, Umbridge said. Do you? Snape said slowly. He raised one eyebrow. I do, Umbridge said, ignoring the warning tone in Snape's voice. Does it really seem adequate? Yes, Snape responded coolly. If the punishment were inadequate, then the misbehavior would be repeated. Snape looked back to Draco and Theo, and spoke to them in an icy tone. You will not repeat this behavior, will you? Both Theo and Draco shook their heads. There you have it, Snape said. Are you aware that Mr. Nott is friends with Harry Potter? Umbridge asked. Yes, Snape replied. Potter has a reputation for lying, Umbridge said. Perhaps Mr. Nott's accusation should not be believed. I do not believe in unprovoked acts of violence, Snape said. But perhaps a more severe punishment is in order, Umbridge said. In the form of detention. Snape looked back to Draco. Do you think that detentions are warranted, Mr. Malfoy? Harry realized that Snape wasn't asking if Theo should receive multiple detentions. Instead, Snape was asking if Theo and Draco should both receive detentions. Draco was smart enough to recognize that, as well. No, sir, Draco said. It was all a misunderstanding. Snape once again turned his gaze to Umbridge. Even the victim, who is himself a prefect, acknowledges that nobody deserves detention. Umbridge's face puckered into a sour look. Punishment is determined by professors, and it is my opinion that Mr. Nott should be assigned a detention. Snape sighed. You are incorrect, Madam Umbridge. Punishment is determined by the offending student's head of house. As I have already spoken on the subject, I see no reason to discuss the matter further. Snape swept past Umbridge and took his seat at the teacher's table. Umbridge stayed behind a moment longer, as if she were frozen in place. Finally, she snapped out of her reverie and bustled toward the front of the Great Hall, a concerned expression on her face. You got lucky, Harry said to Nott as the own boy once again took his seat. Malfoy deserved that, Nott said. There are better times and better places. What, are you scared? Nott asked. Both of you, stop, Tracy said. Theo, I'm flattered that you're defending me, but Harry's right. If you have to punch Draco, wait until there aren't any professors around. Harry didn't think anything more about the incident. 2 days later, it was completely out of his mind until Hermione Granger began shouting at breakfast. The high what? Every head in the hall turned to look at Hermione, but she was hidden behind the pages of a copy of the Daily Prophet. Harry had discontinued his subscription once he arrived at Hogwarts. During the school year, he could keep up with the news in the wizarding world without reading the prophet's lies. Apparently, however, there was still some value to the newspaper. Harry glanced down the table. A first-year Slytherin was reading a copy of the Prophet, but had skipped directly ahead to the Quidditch scores. Accio Prophet, Harry said. The newspaper ripped itself from the first year's hands and soared down the table toward Harry. Harry ignored the indignant shouting and flipped through the newspaper, looking for any mention of the word "hi" in a context that would upset Hermione. He found the article he was looking for on the front page, below the fold. Dolores Umbridge appointed Hogwarts High Inquisitor. Tracy was reading over Harry's shoulder. The high what? I think that's Hermione's question, as well, Harry said, already halfway through the story. Listen to this quote. I recently became concerned that a lack of discipline was harming the learning environment at Hogwarts, Umbridge told the Prophet. I am thankful that Minister Fudge was willing to act decisively in order to end this threat to our children. Do you think she's talking about me punching Malfoy? Theo asked. Harry continued to read. According to Umbridge, the High Inquisitor will have sole authority over all punishments and detentions, a duty formerly assigned to the heads of houses. So, yes, Theo said. Of course yes, Harry snapped. He began to rub his forehead, near his scar. He had such a headache. That Umbridge woman should be gone, but instead had somehow managed to seize even more power than before. It seemed that Fudge would stop at nothing to interfere at Hogwarts, even if the instrument of his interference was a sadist clad in pink. That afternoon, Harry renewed his subscription to the Prophet. Maybe it was full of lies and half-truths, but the manner of their telling might still give Harry some insight into the Ministry's agenda at Hogwarts. Umbridge quickly demonstrated the breadth of her power. Theo received a retroactive detention for punching Draco, while the house points that Draco had lost were restored to Slytherin. Tracy received a detention for talking back to Umbridge, even though she was answering a question that Umbridge directly asked her. Harry lost 30 house points because his book was not on his desk by the time that Umbridge started class. It did not take long to realize that Umbridge's appointment as High Inquisitor was final straw that made her classes truly unbearable, rather than merely boring. Even worse was the fact that Umbridge had identified the animosity between Draco and Harry. Draco and Pansy suddenly began to receive preferential treatment. Umbridge excused their absences, waived their punishment for unfinished homework assignments, and gave them bonuses in class for performing even the most basic tasks. 5 points for raising your hand, Mr. Malfoy. She was treating Draco and Pansy exactly how Draco and Pansy expected to be treated, and the pair became even more insufferable for it. By the end of Umbridge's second week as High Inquisitor, Draco and Pansy were staying after every defense class to chat with Umbridge about my father, this, and Minister Fudge, that. The one good thing that Harry received from Umbridge's appointment as High Inquisitor: plenty of practice controlling his anger. Most of Harry's time in defense was spent struggling to maintain a neutral expression on his face, while his heart was filled with fiery hatred. But Harry honored his promise to Snape. He did not make a scene, he did not rise to Umbridge's bait, and he did not give Umbridge any extra reasons to give him detention. And as Harry gained control over his anger, he noticed that a strange pattern was beginning to develop. As Harry's frustration built, his vision would begin to turn green. It would start slowly, so subtly that Harry wasn't even sure it was happening, but the angrier Harry got, the greener things became. Eventually, usually about 10 minutes into class, Umbridge would say or do something that would cause the rage to flare in Harry's heart, and he would suddenly see the whole classroom as if he were looking through emerald-colored glasses. Harry was familiar with this green vision. He thought it was some kind of trance, except that Snape had told him last year that there was no such precedent known in magic. But there was no precedent for surviving Avada Kedavra, either, and Harry was very much alive. The first time Harry could truly remember entering the trance was during defense class in second year, when Lockhart had forced Harry to imitate the Wagga Wagga werewolf one too many times. The Emerald Trance had given Harry the physical strength to resist a full-grown man, until Lockhart had jinxed Harry in the leg. At the end of third year, Harry had slipped into the Emerald Trance in the Shrieking Shack, after he disarmed Sirius. Harry almost killed Sirius, and the words for the killing curse had been on Harry's lips before Hermione distracted him. Mad-Eye Moody had told Harry's class that Avada Kedavra was a powerful curse, and that not even a fourth-year student would be able to cast it, but Harry was certain that if he had said the words in the Shrieking Shack, Sirius would be dead. Mad-Eye's lessons about the Unforgivables was the next time that Harry clearly remembered entering the trance. Mad-Eye had used the Imperious Curse to whisper the most awful things in Harry's head, and Harry was able to use the power of the trance to throw off the curse. Later that year, after killing the dragon, Harry's unbridled fury had plunged him into the trance, and somehow, even though he had never learned the spell or heard the incantation, the trance allowed Harry to cast a voice amplification spell. The last time Harry had experienced the trance was in Godric's Hollow, in his nursery. When Voldemort suggested that Pettigrew desecrate Cedric's corpse, Harry's anger once again plunged him into the trance. Harry had become hyperaware of his senses while under the trance's influence, and he had killed Pettigrew literally without a glance. There had been no need for Harry to look at Pettigrew in order to know that his cutting curse was aimed correctly. But all those moments were times of extraordinary stress, when Harry was being watched by a large group of people and being subjected to some sort of humiliation. Umbridge's class was the first time that Harry had regularly been subjected to conditions that would cause him to enter his trance. But as awful as Umbridge was, and as much as Harry wished that she would disappear off the face of the earth, Harry found himself looking forward to defense classes. Because Harry was learning how to control the trance. Like most of his classmates, with the possible exception of Crabbe and Goyle, Harry already knew the material that Umbridge assigned them to read in class. Harry didn't need to actually read the textbook, he simply needed to appear to be reading it, so as to avoid Umbridge's direct wrath. While Harry's gaze roved across the pages of his defense book, he had plenty of time to muse on the nature of his trance. What events triggered its occurrence? Was it triggered by external threats or internal emotions? Could he learn to enter the trance at will, and if so, how? Without realizing it, and certainly without intending it, Umbridge provided Harry with the answers to many of his questions. With every simpering comment she made, with every injustice she caused, with every hateful smile, Umbridge made Harry angry. Furious. Her behavior could be targeted at another student, and Harry would still be rankled by the unfairness of it. It was bad enough in the halls of Hogwarts, but when Harry was actually confined to the same room with Umbridge, Green would begin to creep into his vision. Harry wanted to lash out. He wanted to scream. But he kept his promise to Snape, and bottled his anger inside. And the more he held his anger inside, the greener Harry's vision became. Harry began to experiment. He thought about past incidents with Umbridge, brining himself to greater heights of anger, thereby triggering the trance more quickly. Other times, Harry thought of happy things, like playing poker with Sirius and the Weasleys, or flying his broom on a clear day. The green in his vision would begin to fade, forestalling the onset of the trance. Harry realized that Snape's advice had been more valuable than even Snape could have imagined. By learning to control his emotions, Harry was mastering far more than his behavior. Umbridge had been back at Hogwarts for almost a month when Harry snuck out of Hogwarts after dinner. Under cover of his invisibility cloak and with the help of the Marauder's map, Harry found a secluded portion of the grounds on the edge of the Forbidden Forest and tried for the first time to bring himself under his trance. It was far more difficult without the direct stimulus of Umbridge's toad-like face, but after only a few minutes, Harry's vision had turned emerald green. Harry released his trance, and then tried again. He practiced entering and leaving his emerald trance for half an hour, and was happy to discover that it was getting easier and easier to enter the trance. Harry noticed that daylight was waning, and decided that it was time to accomplish the things he had come outside to do. He entered the trance one last time, selected a nearby bush, and began practicing spells. Curses, to be more exact. Harry let the magic flow out of his hands and his wand, and fired firing curse after curse after curse into the shrub. After a few minutes, Harry directed his attention at a small sapling, and a few minutes after that, another small bush. Despite Harry's vast expenditure of magic, he didn't feel exhausted, fatigued, or even the least bit tired. Instead, he felt alive, invigorated, excited. When Harry returned to Hogwarts, he left only 3 splintered stumps behind him. "We need to practice defense," Tracy said. "Tell that to the Ministry," Harry said, lazily turning the page of his arithmancy book. Tracy and Harry were studying at a table in the Slytherin common room, after dinner, while Theo was off serving a detention that Umbridge had given him for reading too quickly in class. Harry had taken off his school robes and tie and left them in his dormitory, and had unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt. Tracy had done the same, and had also taken off her shoes. Her feet were roaming about under the table, occasionally bumping into Harry's leg. Tracy was the type of person who could never sit absolutely still and was always moving one portion of her body or another. "I don't mean we, generally," Tracy said. "I mean, we, specifically, as in you and me." "And Theo," Harry said. "And Theo, of course," Tracy agreed. "We should practice on our own. Probably in the evenings. As long as it doesn't conflict with Quidditch," Harry said. He glanced over to his parchment and scribbled a quick note. "Of course," Tracy said. "Because Quidditch is far more important than learning how to defend yourself." "Not at all," Harry said. He turned another page. "But Quidditch keeps Draco, Crabbe, Goyle and Millicent from bothering us. And if we start losing Quidditch matches, the few people in Slytherin that don't hate me will discover that it's a good time to start." Tracy made a noise in the back of her throat. "Fine. It won't conflict with Quidditch. But any night that you don't have practice, we're working on defense." "That works for me," Harry said. "What are we going to be practicing?" "I thought you'd choose," Tracy said. "I've got enough on my mind," Harry said. He made another note on his parchment, and turned the page again. "Between classes, homework, planning and running Quidditch practice, and Umbridge's ridiculous detentions, where do you propose that I squeeze this in?" "You could always let me plan defense practice," Tracy said. "Done. Just give me those spellbooks that you have in your trunk." Harry looked up at Tracy, composing his expression to convey a slight measure of bewilderment. "What spellbooks in my trunk?" "Come on, Harry. Theo told me about the wards you put on his bed and trunk. He wanted to know if I needed protection, as well. Harry winced. Sorry. I should have offered to do that. Don't worry, Tracy said, waving her hand in the air. I get a lot of nasty comments while I'm in my dormitory, but nobody tries to jinx me. Girls aren't as obvious as boys when it comes to harassment. Tracy looked over her shoulder, then back at Harry. Besides, there isn't a spell in the world that could stop Pansy from being a bi.ch. Harry laughed a little, and Tracy along with him. So, about those books, Tracy said. I guess I can find time to plan our practices, Harry said. Ah, you're not going to let me look at your secret spells. Harry shook his head. I'm not letting those books out of my possession. You wouldn't believe the sort of things I'm finding in there. Like. Tracy folded her arms and leaned forward expectantly. Harry couldn't help but notice that he now had a much clearer view down her shirt. Harry had suddenly lost his train of thought. Before he could regain it, there was a burst of raucous laughter from across the room. Harry looked past Tracy and saw that the noise was coming from a cluster of boys seated near the fireplace: Crabbe, Goyle, Urquhart and Warrington. Crabbe was looking over at Harry, and when he and Harry made eye contact, Crabbe smiled. Hey Squidface. Crabbe called toward Harry. How's the family doing? Harry furrowed his brow. Why is Crabbe calling me Squidface? He asked quietly. He's not, Tracy said. He's calling me Squidface. Harry turned his gaze back to Tracy, with only the briefest of glances toward her chest. What does that even mean? Remember my family in the States? Tracy said. One of the stories to come out of Dunwich was that my ill-fated second cousin had squid tentacles and a beak where his mouth should have been. Behind Tracy, Crabbe was still calling at her. Hey, Blondie. Squidface. Oi. Squiddy. Is it true? Harry asked Tracy. He was thinking back to last year, during the second task. He had seen a statue at the bottom of the lake, in the center of the merpeople's village, that was suspiciously similar to what Tracy had described. Don't be ridiculous. Tracy rolled her eyes, and Harry was about to sigh in relief until Tracy continued speaking. The squid thing is trapped under the sea, where he waits dreaming. The entity my family dealt with is mostly invisible. At best, you might see a black cloud. Harry was flabbergasted. Are you serious? Why wouldn't I be? Scarhead. Crabbe was now yelling at Harry. Tell Squidface to turn around and talk to us. Harry didn't respond. At least, he didn't respond in words. His raised middle finger, however, certainly got the message across. Ah, I don't think they want to talk to us, Goyle said in a sing-song voice. All four boys laughed once again. Don't rise to the bait, Harry said. We can't show that we're hurt by words. Just ignore them. I was planning on it, Tracy said with a smile. You know, you're getting better with this social stuff. Still not great, but better. Thanks, Harry said. I guess you're rubbing off on me. Not too much, I hope, Tracy said. Otherwise, I'll have to find some other way to be useful. Tracy leaned forward and reached across the table, where she patted the back of Harry's hand. Once again, Harry had a spectacular view down Tracy's shirt, before she sat back in her seat. Come on, Scar Squad. Crabbe called. We just want to talk. Harry pointedly opened his book and began to read once again. As nice as it was to look at Tracy, he had to make a show of getting back to work. Hey, calamari crew, Urquhart called. Can't you hear us? Or don't squids have ears? The burst of laughter following Urquhart's comment was the loudest yet. Warrington was cackling uncontrollably, and Crabbe was clapping Urquhart on the back. Damn it, Harry mumbled. Now I have to do something, don't I? Sure do, Tracy said, frustration apparent in her voice. Crabbe and Goyle were fairly high on the Slytherin social ladder. Their fathers were purebloods, their families had money, and they were friends with Draco. By ignoring them, Harry and Tracy had been demonstrating strength. Ignoring somebody powerful showed that you were strong enough to afford to ignore somebody powerful. Urquhart was a different matter. Urquhart was low on the social ladder, as low as one could get, without being a first-year student. If Urquhart could taunt you with impunity, it meant that you were almost worthless in terms of social standing. And now, in the middle of the common room, Urquhart had thrown down the gauntlet. If Harry continued to ignore the taunts, he would be showing weakness, demonstrating that the lowest of the low could taunt him without retribution. Harry closed his book and checked his pocket for his wand. Stay here, he said to Tracy. Dueling won't do us any good, Tracy said. You can't beat all four of them. You'll just wind up in the hospital wing, and our reputation will be tarnished all the same. I'm not actually going to duel, Harry said. I'm going to go over there, intimidate them, and they aren't going to do anything about it. Everybody in the room is going to watch them back down from this fight. And if they call your bluff, they won't, Harry said. Not without Draco here to tell them it's time for a fight. Harry stood and began to walk across the common room toward Crabbe and Goyle. As he walked, all other activity in the room came to a halt. The Slytherin students knew that something interesting was about to take place, and everyone wanted to watch. What the other students couldn't see was that Harry was working himself into a rage. He was thinking about Umbridge, thinking about Draco, thinking about the Dursleys and everything they had ever done wrong to him. And as Harry grew increasingly angry, his vision began to turn green. When Harry finally arrived at Crabbe and Goyle's circle of chairs, Harry felt like he was watching the world through a thin, jade-colored fog. How are you doing, Scarhead? Crabbe asked casually. He was seated sideways in his chair, with a leg dangling over one arm of the chair and his arm dangling over the other. You're not holding up your end of the bargain, Harry said. What bargain? I don't recall bargaining. We had an understanding, Harry said. You and Goyle make the Quidditch team, and in exchange, the two of you stop antagonizing me and Tracy and Theo. Really? Crabbe said. He had plastered a quizzical look on his face. All I heard was that I got to be a beater, and then I stopped listening. The green in Harry's vision was becoming darker with every one of Crabbe's flippant responses. You know I can't allow this, Harry said, fixing Crabbe with a stare. I don't need your permission, Scarhead, Crabbe said. I say what I want to say. Harry turned to Goyle. You feel the same way. Goyle grunted and nodded his head. Harry sighed. You two have a serious misunderstanding about the way the Quidditch team will be run, he said. But that's okay. I can correct that. You won't cut us, Crabbe said confidently. If you do, there will be consequences. So we'll end up dueling, Harry said. That's fine. In fact, why don't we skip ahead? Let's just duel and get it over with. Harry was overflowing with confidence from his emerald trance. It was almost as if time had slowed, a little bit. He felt like he had an extra second to think of something witty to say, an extra moment to decide on a course of action. He felt invincible. Name a time and a place, Crabbe said. Harry smiled. You mean you aren't ready now? Is it because you're afraid to lose in front of all your friends? Or because you want to wait for Malfoy so you can hide behind him? Crabbe sat up straight in his chair, bristling with anger. I'm not afraid of you, Potter. Prove it. Harry stepped back and opened his arms. I'm right here. Crabbe lifted himself out of the chair and drew his wand from his back pocket. Harry drew his wand, as well. Urquhart and Warrington hopped up from their seats and scrambled out of the circle of chairs, putting some distance between themselves and the imminent duel. At the same time, the rest of the students in the common room were crowding closer. Nobody wanted to miss seeing a fight, particularly when Harry Potter was involved. Goyle was slower to move than Urquhart and Warrington. When he finally extracted himself from his chair and began to waddle away from Harry and toward the crowd, Harry reached out and grabbed Goyle's robes. Where do you think you're going? Harry asked. Huh, Goyle said. You're stupid, but you're not that stupid, Harry said impatiently. Crabbe wasn't the only one taunting me. Goyle said. I'm going to embarrass the two of you in this duel, Harry said. And then I'm going to cut you from the Quidditch team. Harry narrowed his eyes. Did I say that slowly enough? Goyle grabbed a handful of his robes and roughly jerked them out of Harry's hands. You're an ass, Potter. Ah, did I hurt your feelings? Harry asked. I didn't think you understood English well enough to realize that I was insulting you. Goyle drew his wand and took a couple of steps backward. Goyle was now standing in front of the chair he had just vacated, near the wall, slightly to Crabbe's left. Crabbe, meanwhile, had moved out into the open space of the common room. Harry looked back and forth between the two large boys. The emerald green of his trance had continued to deepen, and Harry felt power surging through his fingertips and into his wand. Even though Harry was certain that his trance would allow him to easily defeat both Crabbe and Goyle in a duel, Harry wanted more than their merely defeat them. Harry wanted Crabbe and Goyle to be completely embarrassed. Harry looked at Goyle once again. Are we going to duel, or are you just going to stand there and look stupid? That was it, the last insult. Goyle lashed out with his wand. Expelliarmus. Harry slashed his wand through the air, twice. The first stroke deflected Goyle's disarming charm back at him. The deflected charm struck Goyle in the chest, throwing Goyle's wand high into the air and sending Goyle toppling backward and into his chair. Harry cast a stunning spell with the second slash of his wand, just like Sirius had taught him. The stunner hit Goyle in the face, leaving him slack-jawed and unconscious, slumped in his seat. The crowd had fallen completely silent. Crabbe spent several seconds staring at Goyle in disbelief, astounded by his friend's sudden defeat. By the time Crabbe thought to turn his attention back to Harry, Harry had already squared himself and raised his wand for the next exchange of spells. Would you like to go first? Harry asked calmly. Or should I? Crabbe raised his wand slowly, but made no move to cast a spell. The two boys stared at one another for several seconds before Harry began to laugh. You're a coward, Crabbe. Harry paused, then snapped his wand forward. Stupefy. Protega. Crabbe raised a shield, and Harry's stunner splashed harmlessly against it. Harry wasn't worried. He hadn't put his full power behind the spell, not even close. There was no sense revealing how powerful his trance was, not now, not if he could defeat Crabbe so easily. You've been practicing this summer, Harry said, giving Crabbe an arrogant smile. Did Daddy teach you that? Crabbe frowned. Shut up, Potter. What happened to Scarhead? Harry asked. Too scared for insults. Impedimentia. Crabbe lashed out with a spell, but even as the large boy began to move, Harry was already raising his wand to deflect the hex. The trance improved Harry's raw power, but it also gave Harry the power of anticipation. Harry felt like he knew what Crabbe was going to cast even before the words left Crabbe's lips. When the hex reached Harry, he casually slapped the spell to one side, not even bothering to deflect it at Crabbe. Come on, Crabbe, Harry said. You have to do better than that. He walked forward, tapping his wand against his leg. Crabbe began to back away, slowly, never taking his eyes off Harry but also worried about tripping over some unseen obstacle. Harry quickly closed the distance between himself and Crabbe, until he was only a few feet away. Harry raised his wand, and began to bring his arm forward. Stew. Protega. Crabbe shouted. Harry never finished the incantation for his stunner. Instead, Harry allowed his arm to continue forward, rotating his wrist and transitioning his motion into that of a simple punch. Crabbe's shield charm might have protected him against a spell's energy, but it was useless against the brute force of physical combat. Harry's fist passed through Crabbe's shield, untouched and unslowed, and crashed into Crabbe's nose. Crabbe shouted and dropped his wand to the ground, instinctively raising both hands to his face to clutch at his face. In his pain and panic, Crabbe didn't even realize that he had left himself completely defenseless. Harry waved his wand through the air, sweeping Crabbe's feet out from under him with a tripping jinx. Crabbe struck the ground heavily, and there was a crack when Crabbe's elbow hit the stone floor. Crabbe began to mow and writhe around on the floor. One hand still grabbed at his nose, while the other arm twitched and spasmed in pain. Harry stepped forward, taking care to place his feet atop Crabbe's wand. Harry stood over Crabbe, observing the other boy's agony with calm detachment. After a moment, Harry drew back his foot. This is what happens when people betray me, Harry said. He brought his foot forward and kicked Crabbe sharply in the ribs. Crabbe's breath left him with a mighty whoosh, and he began gasping horribly as he tried to restart the motion of his diaphragm and fill his lungs with air. You're cut, Harry said. Harry turned away from Crabbe and looked around the room. The crowd hadn't made a sound since the dueling began. Every face was turned toward him, and the Slytherins were staring at him with varying degrees of shock and awe. Crabbe and Goyle just had an accident, Harry said to the crowd. They weren't careful about the things they were saying, And people who aren't careful have accidents. All of you, Harry said, pointing his wand at one end of the crowd and slowly moving it toward the other, need to be careful about the things you say. If you aren't careful, you'll have an accident, as well. As Harry finished sweeping his gaze across the room, he saw Urquhart trying to hide behind Warrington at the edge of the crowd. Urquhart, Harry called. Didn't you have something to say to me a few minutes ago? No, Harry, Urquhart said, his voice quavering. Are you sure? Harry said. Because now's your chance to tell me. No, never mind, Urquhart said, holding up his empty hands in a gesture of surrender. Good, Harry said. You're gutless, but you're a quick learner. Harry glared at him for another second, then turned and walked back to the table he had been sharing with Tracy. As Harry crossed the room, the crowd began to disperse, slowly returning to whatever they had been doing before the duel erupted. As Harry slid into his seat, he immediately recognized that Tracy was angry, despite the blank expression on her face. It was the look she used to cover strong emotions, and there was no way she was happy with what Harry had just done. Happy with the results, maybe, but certainly not happy with the risk. What happened to bluffing? Tracy asked. At some point, someone was going to call my bluff, Harry said with a shrug. If it wasn't today, it would be a few weeks from now. If I have to show my cards, I want it to be when I'm winning. That was the stupidest thing you have ever done. Tracy hissed. No, it wasn't, Harry countered. Crabbe and Goyle are predictable. I knew I could goad them into a duel, and I knew that I could beat them. What about Warrington and Urquhart? It could have been 4 against 1. Tracy was leaning forward and waving her arms about, and Harry once again took a moment to appreciate the view he was afforded by her slightly unbuttoned shirt. Warrington and Urquhart were never an issue, Harry said. Like I said, I knew I could provoke Crabbe and Goyle. I never brought the other two into it. It was too risky. Tracy said. You should have told me. I could have helped. Tracy, stop worrying. Harry reached out and placed his hand on top of Tracy's. She calmed immediately. It's over, and I'll never have to repeat it. Everybody saw what happened. After that performance, I'll never have to duel again, not this year, at least. And neither will you or Theo, because everybody knows that I'm backing you up. Tracy smiled and glanced down. I guess you're right, Tracy said. But promise me you'll be careful around Crabbe and Goyle. They might be scared for a while, but you made a couple of enemies today. I'm not afraid of them, Harry said. They understand that might makes right. I just became the biggest bully in Slytherin, and they'll respect that. Goyle will, for sure, Tracy said. But you need to keep an eye on Crabbe. He's just cunning enough to be dangerous. Tracy. Promise me, Tracy said. She turned her hand under Harry's so that it was palm up, then grasped Harry's hand tightly. Okay, Harry said. I promise. Across the room, the door to the common room opened and Draco and Pansy stepped through. They were wrapped around one another, giggling and groping. Harry squeezed Tracy's hand. Watch this, he said. Tracy turned slightly and looked over her shoulder, still leaving her hand under Harry's. Draco and Pansy had reached the middle of the common room when Draco pulled up short. He had finally seen Crabbe, who was still lying on the floor contorted with pain, and Goyle, who had not yet recovered from Harry's stunner. What happened? Draco yelled. Around the room, several sets of eyes turned toward Harry. Harry frowned and subtly shook his head, and those eyes turned away. Draco had not noticed. He was preoccupied by the sight of Crabbe and Goyle. I said, what happened? Draco yelled, looking around the common room. He was not accustomed to being ignored and clearly expected the answer to be offered at any moment, but nobody spoke. Harry began to grin. The Slytherins were being careful about what they said, because nobody wanted to have an accident. Draco's eyes finally settled on Harry, and Harry allowed his grin to break into a full smile. Are you responsible for this? Draco demanded, pointing at Crabbe. Crabbe and Goyle had an accident, Harry said. Maybe you should take them to the hospital wing. Draco stared at Harry for a moment, then turned back to his injured friends. Pansy, help Crabbe, Draco said. I'll deal with Goyle. While Pansy helped Crabbe to his feet, Draco used Mobile Corpus to lift the unconscious Goyle into the air. The four of them proceeded through the door of the common room, Draco levitating Goyle's body, Pansy with Crab's arm draped around her shoulder. As they exited, Theo not slipped through the door. Harry quickly withdrew his hand from Tracy's as Theo crossed the room. By the time he reached Harry's table, Harry was leaning back in his chair and Tracy had her hands folded in her lap. Theo had an enormous grin on his face as he took a seat at the table. "Please," Theo said, "tell me we had something to do with that." After the duel with Crabbe and Goyle, Harry was faced with a bit of a quandary, as the Quidditch team was suddenly short 2 players. Moving Bulstrode up to Beater was an easy decision, and it made the large girl very happy. Harry also pulled Warrington back to play Beater. Warrington was a better chaser than Beater, but he was also better as a beater than any of Harry's other options. To replace Warrington at chaser, Harry brought up Vasey from the reserves. Harry ordered Vasey to pass the quaffle to Draco and Warrington as much as possible. The younger boy was easily intimidated and agreed immediately. Harry knew that shooting, not passing, was Vasey's natural strength as a player, but learning to pass would make Vasey more well-rounded, and therefore more threatening, in the long run. That left Harry short a keeper. Harry waited until lunch the next day to approach Urquhart. "Bulstrode is playing Beater, and we need a keeper," Harry said to Urquhart. "Are you still interested in playing?" "Of course," Urquhart said. An expression of joy blossomed on his face. "Excellent," Harry said. "That makes this even more satisfying. You aren't on the team." Urquhart's mouth dropped open in shock. "What?" Harry smiled cruelly. "You chose the wrong side, Urquhart. As long as I'm captain, you'll never play Quidditch." Urquhart's face contorted in rage, and Harry could see him preparing to hurl an insult. "Be careful," Harry said. "You wouldn't want to have an accident, would you?" Urquhart's mouth snapped shut, and he began to turn red. Harry patted Urquhart on the shoulder and walked away. "Good talking to you, Urquhart," Harry said. Instead of Urquhart, Harry brought on a 4th-year student named Harper. Harper was a good flyer, with quick direction changes. Harper had tried out for chaser, but Harry felt that with a couple weeks of practice he would make a fair keeper. Harper saw the game well enough, and would have no difficulty covering the space in front of the rings. On evenings that he wasn't attempting to whip the Slytherin Quidditch team into shape, Harry started to practice defense with Tracy and Theo. As he had in the past when practicing curses with Draco, Harry took his friends to a secluded spot near Black Lake, far away from the castle itself and the prying eyes therein. Once they were sufficiently isolated, Harry would teach Tracy and Theo some sort of defense-based skill, something that Harry had either learned from Sirius or learned from one of the books he nicked from Grimmauld Place. Harry and his friends started with anti-jinxes. Harry had learned that anti-jinx was a horrible misnomer. The spells were actually jinxes but used in a defensive manner. Moreover, anti-jinxes were most frequently used to disrupt the casting of more complicated spells, which made them more of an anti-charm or anti-curse. Regardless, Harry spent the first few nights on the grounds tripping, stinging, and jelly-legsing Tracy and Theo, while his friends did the same to him. Although Harry had no problem jinxing his friends, and neither Tracy nor Theo had a problem jinxing Harry, it quickly became apparent that Theo was reluctant to cast any sort of harmful spell at Tracy. Harry wasn't sure if it was innate chivalry, refusal to attack any girl at all, or a more specific consequence of Theo's relationship with Tracy, refusal to attack his own girlfriend. It didn't matter, because the effect was the same. Theo's refusal to duel Tracy meant that Harry received double the practice, because he had to duel them both. Even without double the practice, it was evident to all that Harry was the dominant dueler of the trio. His dueling practice with Sirius had paid off handsomely. Even without resorting to his trance, Harry regularly defeated both Theo and Tracy. Even so, Harry felt as if he was learning loads about defense from their practice sessions. Teaching his friends was forcing Harry to gain greater understanding of the principles of dueling spells and tactics. And even though his duels with Theo and Tracy weren't evenly matched, Harry still managed to learn from them. Harry was able to take his time and practice and perfect some complicated spells, and he was able to do so without the fear of losing if he made a slight mistake. A few weeks after they started defense practice, one of their Tuesday sessions ran long. It was a warm evening, one of the last they would have before fall suddenly turned into winter. Harry had his sleeves rolled up and his shirt slightly unbuttoned. Theo, as usual, had left his sleeves down. Harry knew that the rabbity-looking boy had been doing push-ups in the dormitory, trying to build his muscles to impress Tracy, but Theo obviously was not yet satisfied with the results. Tracy, meanwhile, had apparently decided that she needed to overcompensate for the fact that her boyfriend was overdressed in the heat. As soon as they had arrived, Tracy had taken off her robes and her school shirt, leaving herself clad only in a tight, white tank top, and one Tracy's black clothes straps peeking out next to her shoulder. Harry had taken a good look. No harm in looking, before he realized that Theo was staring, not at Tracy, but at Harry himself. Theo had given Harry a dirty glare, which Harry ignored. He had gotten caught looking at his friend's girlfriend. There was nothing to be said or done. Theo glared, Harry stopped looking, and they would both move on. Besides, it wasn't as if it would be Harry's only chance to catch an eyeful of Tracy. Her manner of dress was becoming a pattern. Harry always waited until he was dueling to roll up his sleeves, but Tracy seemed to have no such compunction. As soon as they arrived at practice, Tracy was down to her tank top and ready to sling spells. This particular night, they had been practicing disarming charms. Harry had a knack for the charm, and he had wound up tossing Theo, Tracy, and their wands all over the shore of Black Lake. It was rather fun, especially the portion where Harry would catch their wands out of the air. By the time Harry checked his watch, he realized that it was already 8:30. I have to go, guys, Harry said, slightly out of breath from the multiple disarming charms he had just cast. I promised Hermione I would meet her in the library to study, and I'm going to be late. Are you sure? Theo said, picking himself up off the ground. You could spend some more time kicking my ass, if you wanted. Harry smiled. Theo was a good sport, even though Harry consistently defeated him. Sorry, it'll have to wait until Friday, Harry replied. He tossed Theo's wand back to him. I'm sure we'll find something to do, Tracy said, slipping her hand around Theo's waist and giving him a key on the cheek. If Theo doesn't make it back by curfew, don't wait up. Tracy was always saying things like that to Harry. She loved innuendo. She also loved being explicit. Actually, Tracy just loved talking about all the things that she and Theo got up to when nobody was watching. Harry was willing to humor her on the subject. It wasn't like she had any girlfriends in Slytherin to talk to, but he wished that she'd do it a little less frequently. It only emphasized how little snogging Harry was doing. Harry waved at his friends. See you back in the dungeons. Harry jogged back up to the castle, and walked quickly to the library. By the time he made it to the library it was 8:45. He and Hermione would only have 30 minutes to study before they had to pack and leave for their dormitories. When Harry sat down at Hermione's table, he could see immediately that she was nearly finished with their arithmancy homework. They had planned to work on the assignment together. Sorry I'm late, Harry said. You're almost done. Nearly, Hermione said. I didn't think you had Quidditch tonight. I didn't, Harry said. He pulled out his Ancient Runes book. If he was lucky, Hermione had not yet started that assignment, and he could still be of some use. Hermione glanced up. So where were you? Nowhere, Harry said. You're covered in sweat, Hermione said, pointing at Harry with her quill. Harry glanced down at his shirt. Hermione was right. Sweat had soaked his collar and his armpits. I was out on the grounds, Harry said. Hermione rolled her eyes and put down her quill. Harry, if you're being vague because you were off snogging some girl, that's fine. I promise I won't pry. But if it's something else, I'd appreciate knowing. Harry glanced around. It isn't something I want to advertise, he said quietly. Hermione pulled a sheet of parchment out of her bag, an old sheet of homework from potions. She scratched on it quickly, in the margin, then handed the piece of paper to Harry. Could you check my answers on this? She said. I know that they weren't marked wrong, but I'm wondering if there's a more elegant solution to the problem. Harry spun the paper around. In the margin, Hermione had written, "What's going on?" Harry quickly wrote back, "Practicing dueling with Tracy and Theo." When Hermione read Harry's response, her eyes widened. "Can I come?" She wrote back. "Sure. But I didn't think dueling was your thing," Harry wrote. "I've been thinking about organizing something like this," Hermione wrote. Harry looked at Hermione and raised his eyebrows. Instead of writing more, he simply underlined his previous statement. I didn't think dueling was your thing. Hermione reached out with her quill, then shook her head in frustration. Not dueling, she whispered to Harry, so low that he almost couldn't hear her voice. Defense. Real defense. And not just for me and you, for everybody. Harry raised a finger to his lips. Umbridge, he wrote. Careful. Hermione nodded. Can I come? She wrote again. Friday at 5, Harry wrote. Meet on front steps. Hermione nodded, then waved her wand over her parchment. Deleterious. The words on the parchment disappeared, and all evidence of their conversation was obliterated. That Friday, when Harry, Tracy and Theo walked out of the massive front doors of Hogwarts, Hermione was sitting on the steps, waiting for them. She hopped to her feet immediately. Harry, I'm so excited. I've been thinking. What's she doing here? Theo said, interrupting Hermione. Hermione's going on a walk with us tonight, Harry said. Harry, Tracy and Theo had been using the euphemism, going on a walk, to refer to their evening defense practice. It seemed to work effectively enough. They did, in fact, walk quite a ways before they were far enough away from Hogwarts to begin practicing. Theo frowned. Can we trust Granger with our source material? He asked. Of course we can, Harry said. The confidence in his voice did not match the confidence in his heart, but he had a plan to deal with that. Trust me, Hermione is fine. Harry looked up at the sky. Let's get going. We're wasting daylight. When the 4 students arrived at their designated practice site, Harry removed several books from his school bag. The first was his old book of curses, a present he had received from Draco for Christmas during 3rd year. The second was a leather-bound gray volume that might once have been brown, before age stole all its color. The title was long since worn away from the spine, but the print on the title page was as clear as ever, Magic Most Evil. He had taken the book from Grimmauld Place, and Harry planned to use it to help teach counter curses. After all, one cannot use a counter curse unless one has first been cursed. What is that? Hermione asked, pointing to Magic Most Evil. Something I picked up over the summer, Harry said obliquely. Is that the source material that Theo was so worried about? Yes. And why would Theo be so worried? Hermione asked. From her tone, it was clear that she had a strong suspicion of what Harry's answer would be. Because it's a 300-year-old text on dark magic, and it's so dangerous that I'm not even sure there's a copy in the restricted section, Harry said. Hermione didn't move for several seconds. What? You didn't think we'd be using defensive magical theory, did you? No, but where did you get something like that? Hermione seemed simultaneously intrigued and repulsed by the book. I was as clear as I could possibly be, Harry said, giving Hermione a pointed look. I picked it up over the summer. Hermione was a clever girl, and she took Harry's meaning immediately. Harry, I don't think anybody would approve of you having that book. Nobody has to know but us, Harry said. And what if I don't approve? Hermione asked. We won't be using it every day, Harry said. Harry reached under Magic Most Evil and pulled out the remaining 2 books. These books were much newer. The first was titled Self-Defensive Spellwork, and the second was Old and Forgotten Bewitchments and Charms. I thought you might like these. I picked them out especially for you. Hermione took the books, and Harry could see from the expression on her face that she was struggling with the urge to sit down and open them immediately. You knew this was going to happen, Hermione said, still staring at the book covers. Of course, Harry said. I knew it was inevitable, as soon as I invited you along. You knew earlier than that, Hermione said. You took these from Hermione shook her head, as she was unable to say the location. You took these this summer, too, right? Yes. Is this a bribe? Harry laughed. Hermione, I would never ask you to compromise your morals that way. But if some people start looking through libraries and dens and studies to find out what books are missing, this isn't the only book they're going to want to reclaim, Harry said, gesturing at Magic Most Evil. I'm not trying to murder anyone. I just want to be sure that when the time comes for us to fight, we'll have all the necessary tools at our disposal. So, it's emotional blackmail, then? Hermione said. If I say something and these are confiscated, I'll be blaming myself if you ever get hurt in the future. Do you think that Dumbledore doesn't know the spells in these books? Harry asked. Of course he does. He just doesn't use them. Not in a hurtful way, at least. He needs to know them so he can defend himself. Sure. But, do you trust me? Harry asked. Hermione hesitated, then nodded. Then you know I'm not going to use this to turn Draco inside out, or to make Pansy melt into a puddle of goo, Harry said. We need to know what's in here because we'll be fighting against it. Hermione shook her head. I don't like it. Practice with us. Just a little while. After a couple of weeks, if you're uncomfortable, you don't have to come back. Hermione huffed. Fine. But I'm keeping these with me, she said, raising the books in her hands slightly in the air. I always intended for those to be yours, Harry said. Can we get on with it? Theo said loudly. Sure, Harry said. He opened Magic Most Evil, and turned to the section on curse manipulation. Today we're working on counter curses. We'll be using low-level curses on each other, and then undoing the damage. We're starting with Impedimentia and Locomotor Mortis, Harry said. A slowing spell and a leg locker will leave our hands free to practice the counter curse. The 4 students worked on their counter curses the next 40 minutes. Hermione was terrible at the curses themselves, but was very good at countering their effects. Theo, meanwhile, was the exact opposite. Great at curses, poor at undoing their damage. Harry and Tracy were more well-balanced, and Harry was the best of all 4 students at both the curses and the counter curses. When they had 30 minutes of time left, Harry called his friends to a halt. Okay, we should practice dueling for the last half hour, Harry said. Theo, why don't you start by dueling Hermione? Theo smiled. Sounds great. It was clear that he was excited with the prospect of winning a duel. Hermione, however, was not nearly as enthusiastic. She was rubbing one arm up and down. I don't know if I want to duel, Harry, she said. It's what we do out here, Harry said firmly. Umbridge was right about one thing. We won't be attacked in class. If it happens, it will be in the real world, and there won't be anybody to save us. We have to be able to duel. Fine, Hermione said with a sigh. Hermione and Theo took up positions opposite one another. They raised their wands in a dueling salute, then dropped into ready positions. Theo turned his body to one side, keeping his wand arm forward, presenting a thin profile that would be difficult for Hermione to strike. Hermione set her feet shoulder-width apart, facing Theo directly. It was a pose designed for aggressive dueling, where the duelist wanted to maximize her ability to cast spells, despite presenting an open target to her opponent. Harry suspected that Hermione didn't realize the advantages or disadvantages of the stance she had taken, and was just doing what seemed comfortable. On my mark, Harry said. Go. As Harry suspected, Hermione did not begin casting spells immediately. Theo waited a beat, then sent a stunner her way. Hermione swatted at the spell ineffectually, but managed to accidentally twist her body out of the way. She responded by sending a slowing spell at Theo. Theo batted the spell back at Hermione with his wand, and followed up with a bludgeoning curse. Hermione did not expect to have her own spell thrown back at her, and was struck by the slowing spell. Impeded by her own spell, Hermione was unable to move out of the way of Theo's bludgeoning curse. It struck Hermione in the ribs, and she cried out in pain. Harry raised his wand and sent a shower of red sparks through the air between Theo and Hermione. That's enough, Harry said. This one goes to Theo. Hermione was slowly picking herself up off the ground. You didn't have to be so mean, she said churlishly. We're just practicing. You don't need to come at me with everything you've got. Harry and Tracy exchanged a look. That wasn't Theo's best duel, Tracy whispered at Harry. He was holding back. Harry nodded. I know. If this is the dueling ability of a fifth-year Gryffindor who wants to learn how to duel, Tracy shook her head. We're in more trouble than any of us realized. Harry nodded absently. Tracy was right, but Harry was preoccupied with other thoughts. Hermione lost to Theo, and Theo hadn't been fighting at his full ability, not even close. But Theo, even when he wasn't holding anything back, still couldn't beat Harry. And in all his practice duels with Theo, Harry had never once called upon his Emerald Trance for additional power. Harry glanced down at his wand. Slytherin could make him great, the Sorting Hat had said. But how great could he truly be? After Crabbe and Goyle were cut from the Quidditch team, practices changed dramatically. During the first weeks of practice of the year, when Crabbe and Goyle were still on the team, Harry had caught an unsettling undercurrent of arrogance from his players. Whenever Harry was looking away from his teammates, he seemed to hear whispers. When he turned back, nobody would be speaking, but every face would be wearing an arrogant smirk. It didn't matter what Harry did during practice, the whispers never stopped, no matter how many sprints he had the team fly, or how much Harry yelled at his teammates for their mistakes. It was as if Harry's teammates were playing some sort of joke on him, as if they were allowing him to be captain for their own amusement, rather than because Harry had been appointed to the position. After Harry removed Crabbe and Goyle from the team, however, the joke was over. There was a sudden end to whispering and smirking. Warrington and Montague distanced themselves from Draco, not so much as to offend the bee-owned boy, but enough for Harry to notice. They spent less time speaking with Draco, and more time speaking to one another. They didn't stand by Draco when the team huddled, either. They always made sure to interpose Vasey or Bulstrode or Harper between them. Montague and Warrington had realized that Harry's threats to cut a player from the team were not made idly, and they were taking action to make sure that they were not Harry's next victims. With Montague and Warrington treading lightly around Harry, and Crabbe and Goyle no longer with the team, Draco was deprived of his closest allies. Harper and Vasey were aware that their presence on the team was due to Crabbe and Goyle's removal, and it was obvious that they were avoiding any actions that might cause them to be similarly removed. Bulstrode was so happy to be playing beater that Harry actually caught her smiling, a rare thing for the girl. Now that the team more firmly under his control, Harry began to relax during practices. Although he had started the year by arriving 30 minutes early to every practice, ensuring that nobody decided to start practice without him, in order to undermine his authority, Harry felt that going to such lengths was no longer necessary. On the Monday after his first dueling practice with Hermione, Harry arrived at the Slytherin locker room only 10 minutes before practice. Harry saw that Harper and Vasey were already out on the pitch, still trying to make a good impression on their captain. Harry could tell from the loud conversation in the locker room that Montague and Warrington were inside and were putting on their equipment. Bones, Warrington was saying. Of course. She's got bludgers like you wouldn't believe. The Slytherin locker room was arranged rather simply. On the right side of the room as you entered were rows of lockers, used by the Quidditch team and during flying lessons. On the left side of the room, set off by a small wall that only reached to shoulder height, were the showers. At the opposite end of the room, past all the lockers and the showers, were the sinks and a loo. Harry had chosen a locker far from the door. He didn't want anybody ducking into the locker room, nabbing his possessions, and ducking back out again. Warrington and Montague, by contrast, were in the first row of lockers. Harry speculated that they were too lazy to walk the extra 20 steps to the back of the room. As he passed the older boys, he saw that Warrington was completely dressed for practice, while Montague was strapping on the last of his pads. Harry opened his locker and began changing into his equipment, and he couldn't help but eavesdrop on their conversation. They were practically shouting, after all. Yeah, but Bones in Hufflepuff, Montague was saying. So what? Do her bludgers get smaller when she's wearing yellow or black? Warrington paused for the briefest of moments. No, they don't. Bones is a yes. How about Abbott? Montague asked. Warrington made a rude noise. I don't even know who she is. No. Montague laughed. Okay. That's all the Hufflepuffs in 5th year. That leaves Slytherins. Yes, 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 no, Warrington said immediately. It was Montague's turn to make a rude noise. You can't be serious. Parkinson and Greengrass, obviously, but who's the third? Davis or Bulstrode? There was a sound of flesh striking padding, and Montague gave a yelp of pain. Ow. What's that for? Don't be an idiot, Warrington said. It's Davis, of course. She's a. No. For me, Montague said. Do you have eyes? Warrington replied. Have you looked at her since we've been back in school? Not even school robes can hide what she's got. You know who she is, though, Montague said. Didn't you read The Prophet last year? I didn't say I wanted to marry her, just that I wanted to catch her snitch. The two boys began to laugh, and Harry felt himself start to blush. He knew that he shouldn't let people talk badly about Tracy, but standing up for her would likely start its own round of teasing. And if there was one thing Harry didn't need, it was any sort of rumor that he had feelings for Tracy. Besides, Warrington was right about Tracy, even if he phrased it crudely. Tracy was becoming quite the treat for the eyes. I don't know, Montague was still skeptical. Isn't she dating Theo Knott? Yeah, Warrington said. Which explains why Knott is still hanging out with Potter. For tits like Davis's, anybody would defy the Dark Lord. Not me. She's been after Potter for years, everybody knows that, Montague said. Harry raised his eyebrows. This was news. He knew that Tracy had a crush on him last year, before Yule Ball, but years. As in, more than one. That was a surprise to Harry. I didn't say that I wanted to marry her, Warrington said. I just think she'd be a terror in a broom cupboard. Before you get started with a girl like that, you need to put up some serious silencing charms. And what, exactly, are you basing all this on? Montague said. Well, Warrington trailed off. There was a brief moment of silence before Montague spoke. That's what I thought, Montague said. Nothing. You're barmy. I'm right, and I'll prove it to you, Warrington said indignantly. Then, in a much louder voice, Oi, Potter, come down here. Harry pulled his Quidditch robes over his pads, then walked back to the front of the room. He leaned against a locker at the end of the row and folded his arms. Harry knew how these conversations usually went. He had suffered through enough of them with Dudley and his friends. They started out with questions that were innocent enough, sometimes even hinting at the prospect of fun, or being included as part of the gang. As the conversation went on, however, the questions would change. It would become obvious that the primary purpose of the questions was to make Harry uncomfortable, to make him the butt of the joke. The current situation with Montague and Warrington had all the hallmarks of one of those awful conversations, and Harry was wary. Nevertheless, he couldn't resist engaging them. If Warrington were truly extending an olive branch to Harry, then Harry couldn't afford to ignore it. It was the sort of thing that might only happen once. What do you want? Harry asked guardedly. So, Montague and I are having a little debate, Warrington said. We're making a definitive list of the girls here at Hogwarts, and whether or not we would want to get on their Quidditch pitch. Warrington waggled his eyebrows up and down, and Harry rolled his eyes. Quidditch was frequently used as a metaphor for acts, but precisely what parts of the game corresponded to what activities was ill-defined and oft-debated. The only thing that everybody could agree upon was that bludgers were beasts, and catching the snitch was actual intercourse. Anything else you had to glean from the context of the conversation, and hope that you weren't making yourself look foolish. Your friend came up. Tracy. That's her. Warrington said with a grin. I've got this theory that even though she's crazier than a box of bats, she'd be amazing in the sack. So? Harry asked. So I thought I'd ask someone who knows. Warrington said triumphantly. Ask Theo, Harry said. He's her boyfriend. Are you really telling me that you and Davis haven't played a little Quidditch on the side? Harry began to blush, and he was immediately furious with himself. He knew that Warrington was going to try to embarrass him and make him feel awkward, and he fell for it anyway. Warrington's jaw dropped. Potter. You dog. No, Harry said, shaking his head and raising his hands defensively. We haven't. Didn't. I mean, never did. Harry began to blush even more. That's not a very convincing denial, Warrington said. What was she like? I bet she likes to be on top. Harry ran a hand through his hair. Seriously, we haven't. If you want to know, you'll have to ask Knott. He seems pretty happy, though, for whatever that's worth. Montague spoke up. Of course Potter hasn't caught Davis's snitch. Look at him, he's pathetic. Potter wouldn't have any idea what to do with a set of nice bludgers, let alone what to do after he made it past the keeper. And you would. Who was the last girl you dated, Montague? Harry shot back. Montague hadn't had a steady witch for over 2 years, and Harry knew for a fact that his last date had been at the Yule Ball the previous winter. You can't beat the bludgers around if you aren't even at the pitch. He's got you there, Warrington said. So the pot can call the cauldron black, Montague said glumly. Big deal. I dated Parkinson for half of last year, Harry said. If you want to hear about a spectacular set of bludgers, we should talk about hers. Warrington leaned forward and leered. If you haven't had a romp with Davis, then tell us something about Parkinson, at least. Harry shrugged. We snuck into our share of broom cupboards. I got to knock the bludgers around, and I made it past the keeper once or twice. Never caught the snitch, but the girl sure knows how to hold a broomstick. She looks like she would, Warrington said wistfully. I should have asked her to Yule Ball, Harry said confidently. With an extra 2 months, I would have caught the snitch, no problem. Harry laughed, and Warrington joined him. After a moment, Montague began to chuckle, as well. Harry was beginning to feel a sense of camaraderie with his teammates, something that had been missing for a long time. Maybe this conversation hadn't been so bad, after all. What are we laughing about? A new voice asked. Harry turned and saw that Draco had entered the locker room. Just like that, his good mood was gone. Your girlfriend's tits, Harry said. And how well I got to know them last year. Draco scowled. F.K.U. Potter. Harry grinned. If Draco was cursing, it meant that Harry had already won this exchange. Come on, guys, Harry said to Warrington and Montague. Let's get out on the pitch and warm up. Harry took a few steps toward the door before he realized that Montague and Warrington were not following. He turned around, and saw that the mirth was gone from their faces. Harry waited for them to make a move toward the door. 1 second, then another. Finally, Montague pointedly turned his back on Harry. Harry rolled his eyes and turned toward the door. What a couple of wankers. Willing to talk to Harry, they were, but not if Draco could catch them at it. It was infuriating. Luckily, Harry could make Montague pay for his insubordination. He had just guaranteed that practice would be exhausting. When the Slytherin team convened at the start of practice, Harry announced that they would be flying sprints for the day. There were General Mo's and groans, which Harry expected. Remember, Harry said, we won the Quidditch Cup 2 years ago, and we were flying 6 against 7. If Flint hadn't built up our endurance throughout the year, we wouldn't have had a chance. Yeah, but Flint knew that we had to score goals, too, Draco said. How are sprints going to help that? Are you saying that your ability to shoot the quaffle has suddenly disappeared? Harry asked sarcastically. I can rearrange the offense so that Vasey takes most of the shots, if you'd like. Draco scowled and narrowed his eyes. I thought not, Harry said. Sprints today. Shooting drills later. Maybe. If you're good. Harry sent everybody to one set of rings, and they began to fly sprints from one end of the field to the other. After a few repetitions, Harry added a quaffle to the mix. He would throw the quaffle as far as he could, and a sprinting teammate would catch it and return it to Harry's hands. Harry then called for Harper to guard the far set of rings, and the sprinters were allowed to take a shot after catching the quaffle. Strangely, all of Harry's passes to Draco were just barely out of the B.O.'s boy's reach. Draco didn't take a shot on Harper for the entire practice. Harry had promised himself at the beginning of the year that he would never create a practice or issue a punishment that he would be unwilling to do himself. Whenever the rest of the team took a break, Harry performed the same set of drills that they had just performed. For passing, he turned the quaffle over to Vasey. Ostensibly, it was because Vasey needed to work on his passing. In reality, it was because Vasey was still earning his spot on the team, and knew that he couldn't pull the same bad passing stunt that Harry had with Draco. By the end of practice, Harry was just as exhausted as everybody else. When Harry landed and dismissed his teammates, Draco immediately set off for the lockers, followed closely by Harper and Vasey. Warrington, Montague and Bulstrode were slightly farther behind. They didn't have the natural speed of the other players, and practice had been tough for them. Montague, stay behind, Harry called. Montague gave Harry a glare, but stopped. What? Let's talk about what happened before practice, Harry said. Did my conversation with Warrington offend your delicate sensibilities? Montague asked sarcastically. Go ahead and play dumb, Harry said, but being stupid got Crabbe and Goyle cut from the team. Fine. What do you want? I want you to stop being an insubordinate wanker, Harry said. It's difficult when you're being such an ignorant arsehole, Montague said. Everything we're doing at practice is something we've done before, Harry said. We're the frontrunners to win the Quidditch Cup again. What more do you want? If you think I'm talking about Quidditch, then you really are an idiot, Montague said. Harry folded his arms. He had suspected something like this. Say what you want to say, then. You're just looking for an excuse to cut me. If you think I need an excuse to cut you, then you're the idiot, Harry said. There's nobody around but us. Now's your chance. Montague looked at Harry suspiciously, but in the end, his dislike of Harry outweighed his better judgment. Okay, fine. I think you're an idiot for spouting off about the Dark Lord, the way you've been doing. I know what kind of chance you had last year, and I know you turned it down. So what? So I don't want to be associated with you, Montague said. Then quit. Montague shook his head. No way. I endured years of Flint's practices, even though I was only a reserve. Now I'm starting, and I'm not going to quit now, not when I finally have a chance to play for the cup. The large boy folded his hairy arms. I'll do what you say at practice, because you know your Quidditch and it'll win us a championship. I'll keep my mouth shut outside of practice, because I don't want to get kicked off the team like Crabbe and Goyle. But that's it. Don't think that we're friends, and don't act like it. Harry nodded slowly. I can respect that, he said. I don't need more friends. That was true. What Harry needed in Slytherin was fewer enemies. Montague was telling Harry that he wouldn't take sides in the Slytherin social battle, in exchange for a spot on the Quidditch team. That was fine with Harry, if only Crabbe and Goyle had been so smart. Montague seemed surprised by Harry's reaction. Really? That's it? Harry nodded. It's all I ever wanted. Why do you think Crabbe and Goyle got a spot on the team in the first place? Huh. Montague scratched his chin. Maybe you aren't so stupid, after all. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. The next evening, Harry was once again breathing hard from exertion, not because of Quidditch, but because of dueling practice. Hermione had just completed her fourth practice session with Harry and his friends in Slytherin, and Harry could see that she was making some progress, but not nearly as much as he would have liked. Harry was breathing hard, but Hermione seemed absolutely exhausted. She could cast the spells well enough, but she didn't seem to grasp the tactics of a duel. The ebb and flow of which wizard had the initiative and which wizard was on the defensive, the use of spells to gain marginal advantages in positioning even though the spells themselves were blocked or countered, the benefit of varying your tactics to surprise your opponent rather than simply using your best spell over and over, these things seemed beyond Hermione. Thus, Harry was not surprised when Hermione once again brought up the idea of creating a defense club. I want to have a meeting this weekend at Hogsmeade, Hermione said. She and Harry were walking back toward Hogwarts, and Tracy and Theo were walking hand in hand slightly behind them. I want to see if people would be interested in learning real defense, instead of that tripe Umbridge is teaching. It sounds like a fine idea to me, Harry said. If Hermione got her own little study group together, it was no skin off Harry's nose. Maybe Harry would even attend, from time to time. Good. Hermione clapped her hands together. I was hoping you'd say yes. We'll be meeting at the Hog's Head at 1 o'clock. The first meeting would just be informational. It seems best for us to gauge interest first. And what sort of lessons are you planning on teaching? Harry asked. I wasn't exactly sure, Hermione said. I thought that we'd order some textbooks on defense from Flourish and Blots, but I'm open to other ideas. Harry nodded. Seems logical enough. And the actual meetings, how would they go? Similar to what we've been doing here, Hermione said. We'd pick a skill and demonstrate it. Everybody would practice, we would give feedback, and then everybody would practice some more. You seem to be saying, we, a lot, Harry said slowly. Well, I thought I mean who better to teach defense than you, right? Hermione asked. You, Harry said firmly. But, who are you going to invite to this meeting? Harry asked. I've started inviting people already, Hermione said. She continued quickly. Most of Gryffindor. Everybody 4th year and above, that is. I've asked a few Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws that I trust. And you 3, of course. And you expect me to teach the whole lot of them? Harry asked. Why should I spend my time defense to a bunch of people who think I'm lying about Voldemort? Harry asked angrily. Because it's a good idea. Tracy shouted from behind Harry and Hermione. Harry stopped and turned to face Tracy. Good idea. Why should I waste my time on them? What will everybody think if Hermione starts a defense club and you don't attend? Tracy asked, rolling her eyes. Damn. They'll think that there's nothing to prepare for, and assume that I'm lying about Voldemort, Harry said. But I didn't say that I wasn't going to attend. I said I wasn't going to teach. Like any of us has anything to teach you about defense, Tracy said sarcastically. You're better at defense than all three of us put together. That's not true, Harry protested. Then why haven't you let Theo or me teach one of our dueling practices? Tracy asked. It's because Harry trailed off. Tracy was right. That's what I thought, Tracy said. Teaching something requires understanding and mastery of a skill. It makes you better, even when you were already good. Theo nodded. We've watched it happen, Harry. You were better than us at defense when the year started, and the gap has only gotten bigger. This will be good for you, Tracy said. Harry frowned. He frowned at Tracy. He frowned at Hermione. He frowned at Theo. And Theo, at least, had the good grace to frown back. Tracy and Hermione, meanwhile, were exchanging a satisfied look. I don't like it, Harry said. It doesn't matter if you like it or not, Tracy said. Hermione's idea is a good one, and you know it. Tracy was right. Harry did know it. This did not prevent Harry from whining about it, however. I still think it's stupid, Harry said quietly to Tracy that night in the common room. Tracy, Harry and Theo were clustered near the fireplace, working on their homework. There was an enormous empty space around them, as if they had some sort of rare disease. Nobody in Slytherin wanted to be caught associating with Harry. Even the hint of spending time with Harry would turn a person into a target, and thus Harry was constantly surrounded by a bubble of space devoid of other Slytherins. Normally, the effect was a frustrating visual reminder of Harry's status as the resident pariah, but occasionally it worked in Harry's favor, such as now, when Harry wanted to discuss the inception of a secret defense club. Don't you see the potential here? Tracy whispered back. Your best chance to convince everybody that the Dark Lord has returned is when you're teaching the defense class. You'll have chance to really turn people to your side. Look around you, Harry said, gesturing to the common room. We're schoolchildren. Nothing I do is going to sway the opinion of the actual public. A legitimate point, even if Harry had been arguing exactly the opposite a few weeks earlier during his conversation with Snape. Now you're just being stubborn, Tracy said. Where do you think most of the original Death Eaters came from? She mimicked Harry and gestured to the common room. Slytherin, Harry admitted reluctantly. Did you ever think about why? Tracy didn't give Harry an opportunity to reply. It's because the minds of schoolchildren are easily swayed by a charismatic and powerful wizard. And then they grow up to be adults. Tracy was making a lot of sense. Harry didn't like that, because Harry didn't like being wrong. Think of the possibilities, Tracy said. You'll finally gain the same influence in the other houses that you've always had in Slytherin. Emphasis on had, Harry said. I think it's rather obvious that nobody in Slytherin takes me seriously any longer. Then it's even more important to get a foothold in Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, Tracy said. It's the perfect chance. The Hufflepuffs will love you because you're showing team spirit, and they already like you for bringing Diggory's body back. The Ravenclaws will respect you for teaching, and they'll want to follow you once they realize how good you are at defense. The Gryffindors won't be able to resist the idea that they are joining a rebellion against government oppression. By the end of the year, anybody who isn't sleeping in a Slytherin dormitory is going to be wrapped around your finger. Harry stopped to consider Tracy's words. This was the most compelling argument he had heard in favor of teaching Hermione's defense class. Harry was in major need of help, both at Hogwarts and elsewhere. The students in Slytherin were going to treat Harry negatively. Nothing about Hermione's class would change that. But Harry's life would be a lot easier if the other three houses stopped treating Harry with guarded disinterest and instead began to give Harry their open support. And when those students returned to their homes from Hogwarts, they would bring those supportive attitudes with them. The vast majority of Britain's wizarding population sent their children to Hogwarts, and convincing those families that Harry wasn't a fame-seeking liar was the first step on the long road to preparing Britain for Voldemort's return. But now, right now, those students weren't supporting Harry. They were neutral at best, slightly hostile at worst. So let's imagine, hypothetically, that I decide to teach, Harry said carefully. The reason I didn't want to teach is because most of the school thinks I'm a liar. What if everybody finds out that I'm teaching, and then decides that they don't want to show up? That's a good point, Theo said quietly. We've been assuming that people will want to learn from Harry, but I don't think that's necessarily true. This was the first that Theo had spoken on the subject, and Harry suspected that it was because Theo's opinion was closer to Harry's skepticism than to Tracy's optimism. Theo, however, would not want to upset his girlfriend by saying such a thing out loud. Of course they'll want to learn from Harry, Tracy whispered. He's obviously the best choice we have. You're saying that you trust a bunch of Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors to make the smart choice. Theo said. Tracy made an unhappy noise in the back of her throat. There will be Ravenclaws there, too. And when it goes to a vote, you're saying that the Ravenclaws will have a majority. Tracy turned so that she was facing Theo. Are you on my side or not? Of course I'm on your side, Theo said. But Harry's got a good point. People are stupid, especially Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors. We can't trust them to make the right decision, even if it's best for them. So what do we do? Harry said. I need people to like me before I can lead the class, but I need to lead the class before people will like me. The three students fell silent. Harry was surprisingly sad. For a club he had never wanted to lead, he had quickly managed to come around to the idea. Tracy gasped and sat bolt upright. Of course, she said. We've been thinking about this all wrong. If we want this plan to work, then two things have to happen. The defense club has to form, and Harry has to lead it. A smile slowly blossomed on her face. But nothing means that those things have to happen at the same time. Harry, Tracy and Theo remained in the common room until late Wednesday night, which meant that they met Umbridge's latest surprise with tired eyes. A large piece of parchment was posted outside the Great Hall, with the words, Educational Decree Number 24, written across the top in flowery script. When Harry asked, neither Tracy nor Theo could recall Educational Decrees numbers 1 through 23, but Harry knew that Umbridge, with her infinite love of rules and bureaucracy, would have numbered the new decree correctly. Educational Decree Number 24 disbanded all student organizations, societies, teams, groups, and clubs, which were defined as any regular meeting of 3 or more students. Permission to reform could be requested from the High Inquisitor. Any student who belonged to a non-approved group would be expelled. There was no time to discuss the decree before breakfast, and nothing of substance could be discussed while they were eating. There was no telling who was listening at the Slytherin table. Although they exchanged worried glances, each of them understood the need to remain silent at least, for the moment. Hermione, however, was much more anxious. She intercepted Harry as he left the Great Hall in a large crowd of students, all of whom were headed to their first classes. Do you think Umbridge knows about Saturday? Hermione asked in a low voice as she fell into step beside Harry. She seemed to be relying on the noise of the crowd and the vagueness of her statements to conceal the topic of her conversation. No, Harry said quietly, with a shake of his head. You saw the phrase, 3 or more students, right? That can't be an accident. I think it's a direct attempt to end my dueling practices. She can't make it against the rules to cast spells, so this is her only option. What if it's both? Hermione asked. It isn't, Harry said. If she knew about Saturday, she wouldn't have specified regular meetings. Because Saturday isn't going to be a regular meeting, Hermione said, beginning to smile. Harry knew that Hermione would recognize the importance of the adjective that Umbridge had used to describe the prohibited types of meetings. Regular implied recurrence, or repetition. Saturday's meeting, however, would be the first meeting for the Defense Club, which meant that they would be in full compliance with Umbridge's new decree. And if someone catches us and Umbridge tries to punish us anyway, we can say that we were gauging interest before asking the High Inquisitor for permission to form a club. See? Harry clapped Hermione on the back. I told you that you would have done well in Slytherin. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go do something that makes my stomach churn. What's that? Hermione asked. I have to ask Draco for help. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Harry needed to request permission from Umbridge to reinstate the Slytherin Quidditch team, but any request Harry made of Umbridge would be rejected out of hand. Harry would need some additional clout, but Harry's clout was in short supply these days. So Harry decided to borrow some of Draco's. Harry was lucky that Draco was a reasonable person. Well, reasonable might have been stating things too strongly. A pragmatic person, then. Draco would take almost any opportunity to spite Harry, but Draco's desire to be a Quidditch star exceeded his desire to make Harry's life miserable. Which is how Harry and Draco came to be seated next to one another, outside Umbridge's office, waiting for her to return from breakfast. Both boys were doing their best to affect a casual demeanor, as if they were in no way bothered by sitting next to their former best friend turned worst nemesis. Harry and Draco were alerted to Umbridge's presence in the hallway by her now familiar cough. Hem hem. Umbridge was bustling toward them at a quick pace, clearly possessed of the belief that she had more important things to be doing than speaking to a student. How can I help you? Umbridge asked as she unlocked the door to her office. Nothing in her tone suggested that she intended to provide help of any kind. We came to speak with you about Educational Decree number 24, Harry said. The decree must stand, Umbridge said as she stepped inside her door. And it must be enforced. It was sent down from the minister himself. Umbridge moved behind her desk and began to move piece of parchment about, generally doing a poor job of hiding her self-satisfied smile. Oh, that wasn't what I was asking, Harry said, feigning surprise. He followed Umbridge into her office, not waiting to be invited. Draco remained seated in the hallway, refusing to do anything more than what was absolutely required of him. Actually, I'm here because we want to abide by the decree. It says that teams need permission to reform, so I'm here to make a request for the Slytherin Quidditch team. I'm sorry, dear, Umbridge said, shaking her head sadly. Harry knew that she wasn't sorry at all. I can't allow organizations to reform so quickly. The decree was only issued this morning, and these sorts of things require careful consideration before action. How long will that take, Professor? It galled Harry to refer to Umbridge as Professor, when she had done absolutely nothing to earn her title, but this was not the time to provoke her. 3 to 4 weeks, I should think, Umbridge said immediately. Possibly longer. I understand, Harry said. If I could just take a moment more of your time, though as Harry spoke, he walked back to the door of the office and waved at Draco to come inside. I brought Draco along because there are a few special circumstances affecting the Slytherin Quidditch team. And what do you think makes you special? Umbridge said nastily. Oh, it's not me, Harry said as he stepped back into the room. It's Draco. You see, Draco's father is very interested in the Slytherin Quidditch team. In fact, he bought brooms for the whole team a few years ago. It was a substantial investment, a full set of 7 Nimbus 2001s. Their professional grade, you know. Harry was looking back and forth from Draco to Umbridge as he spoke. Neither of them looked happy. I know that Mr. Malfoy was disappointed that the brooms weren't used last year, but the Tri-Wizard tournament was such a prestigious event that he wasn't overly upset. And, after all, a Slytherin did win the tournament. Harry smiled broadly at Umbridge, and saw her face darken. Make your point, Mr. Potter, Umbridge snapped. I'm sure that Mr. Malfoy would hate to see such a substantial investment go to waste for a second consecutive year, Harry said. I'm not sure you realized, Professor, but if you take 3 to 4 weeks to consider our reinstatement, the Slytherin Quidditch team will miss its scheduled match against Gryffindor. Even if we win our other matches, the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff teams will have an insurmountable advantage. Our quest to win the Quidditch Cup will be over before it even begins. Mr. Malfoy would be greatly displeased to see his investment go to waste. Umbridge gave Harry a distasteful look, as if he were an enormous bug that had just walked across her dinner plate. She composed her features and turned to Draco. Is this true? Yes, Draco said simply. My father bought the brooms for our team. It was not easy for him to say. Harry could see that Draco was clutching his hands into fists as he spoke. Very well, Umbridge said. The Slytherin Quidditch team is hereby reinstated. Thank you, Professor, Harry said brightly. He began to walk toward the door, wanting to put as much distance between himself and Umbridge as possible before she thought better of her decision. As Harry stepped into the hall, he heard Umbridge speak once more. Draco, she said, please stay behind. I have a project for you. Harry frowned. He had gotten everything he wanted. The Quidditch team was reinstated, Draco was uncomfortable and Umbridge was outmaneuvered. He had even managed to play his two least favorite people against one another for his own personal benefit. It should have been a resounding victory, but Harry was now filled with a deep uneasiness. In retrospect, putting Umbridge and Draco in the same room had been a stupid idea. Yes, tormenting the two of them had been satisfying, but he had just introduced his two greatest enemies at Hogwarts to one another. And whatever Umbridge's special project was, Harry was certain that no good would come of it. That night, Harry went up to his dormitory early, almost immediately after dinner. There was nobody else in the dormitory at such an early hour, which meant that Harry had the room to himself. He dug through his trunk until he found the mirror that Sirius had given him at the end of the summer. Harry had meant to call on Sirius as soon as he arrived at Hogwarts, but between Umbridge, Draco, Quidditch and his normal schoolwork, Harry simply hadn't found the time. After Umbridge's educational decree, however, Harry desperately needed to talk to Sirius. If Harry was going to go join, and perhaps even lead, Hermione's defense club, he would be risking expulsion from Hogwarts. If that came to pass, Harry needed to know that he had a place to stay. Harry assumed that Sirius would take him in at Grimmauld Place, but the complicating factor is that Sirius's home was also the headquarters for the Order of the Phoenix. If Harry were expelled, Dumbledore might want to send Harry back to the Dursleys, as he had every summer. That would not be acceptable. Harry would be unable to practice magic, unable to continue his education, and unable to follow the events of the war against Voldemort. While Harry generally found it easier to ask forgiveness for his misdeeds rather than permission, in this case Harry wanted a guarantee he could stay at Grimmauld Place if he were to be expelled. After Harry found the mirror, he walked back to the door of the dormitory and closed it tightly. For extra protection, he quickly cast a couple of locking charms and a sticking charm. Satisfied that he would not be interrupted, Harry sat on the edge of his bed and looked into the mirror. His own face looked back at him. How was this thing supposed to work, anyway? Sirius had said that the mirrors would allow Harry to speak with him, but he hadn't said how. Harry began to tilt and turn the mirror in his hands, searching to see if there was some sort of rune that he needed to touch in order to activate the mirror. He tapped the mirror with his fingernail, then with his knuckle. Still nothing. Harry flipped the mirror onto his pillow and made a disgusted noise. Well, that was worthless. What had he been expecting, anyway? That Sirius would happen to be looking at the mirror at the very moment Harry tried to use it. A moment later, Sirius's voice rang out into the room. Harry, is that you? Harry dove across his bed and seized the mirror. Instead of reflecting Harry's face, the mirror now showed Sirius and, in the background, the familiar gray surroundings of number 12, Grimmauld Place. Sirius. Hi. It's been a while, Sirius said. I was beginning to think that you had forgotten about the mirror. Of course not, Harry said. But things around Hogwarts have been a little crazy. How are you holding up in Umbridge's class? Sirius asked. You know about her. Of course, Sirius said. Even if you weren't thinking about me, I've been thinking about you. With McGonagall and Dumbledore both in the Order, I have a pretty good idea of how things are going at Hogwarts. So you know that she's awful, Harry said. Honestly, she's the worst defense teacher we've ever had. And that's including Gilderoy Lockhart. What was so bad about him? Sirius asked. Lockhart attacked Snape, tried to erase my memory, and was prepared to abandon Ginny Weasley to her death. Only two of those things are bad, Sirius said with a grin. Harry rolled his eyes. By now, Sirius's vendetta against all things Slytherin had become slightly comical to Harry. Regardless, Umbridge isn't even allowing us to use spells in class, we're just reading the book and studying theory. It's like she wants us to be helpless. Of course she does, Sirius said. If you're helpless, then Dumbledore can't turn the students of Hogwarts into an army that will overthrow the Ministry. Overthrow the Ministry? Harry exclaimed. Who cares about the Ministry? Fudge and Umbridge, that's who, Sirius said. Put yourself in Fudge's place. He became minister over a decade ago, but only after Dumbledore turned down the job. Reverse their roles, and imagine that Fudge had turned down the position of Minister of Magic in order to become headmaster of Hogwarts. Harry thought for a moment. Fudge thinks that Dumbledore wants to be minister because, if their roles were reversed, Fudge wouldn't be satisfied as headmaster of Hogwarts, Harry said. Exactly, Sirius said. Fudge and Umbridge would have no qualms about using a tragedy like Cedric's death for their own personal and political gain, so they assume the same about Dumbledore. Harry put his head back and looked at the ceiling. How can Fudge think that? Dumbledore is the last person in the world who would do something like that. When you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Fudge believes that Voldemort's return is impossible, so he has eliminated it from consideration. So no matter how unlikely it is that Dumbledore would use Cedric's death to usurp Fudge. Fudge thinks it's the truth, Harry finished. You know, this is all rather thoughtful of you. Sirius had never seemed the type to spend much time considering important issues. I didn't realize you spent so much time thinking about politics. There isn't much to do here other than think, Sirius said sadly. And read Sherlock Holmes stories, Harry offered. Sirius grinned. Harry had recognized the quotation. Well, yes. I wouldn't have expected those to be in the Black family library. My personal collection, Sirius said. It was obvious that he took pride in the books. I put quite a bit of effort into hiding them from my mother. So I take it that you haven't been sent on any missions for the Order. No, Sirius said, shaking his head. So we stopped our dueling practices this summer for nothing. Harry frowned. It's not like Dumbledore to renege on a deal. He isn't, Sirius said. Not purposefully, at least. Dumbledore says that my identity as Snuffles has been compromised. He's probably right, Harry said. I reckon that Voldemort has known for years, ever since Pettigrew first became a spy. If not, then certainly since Voldemort was resurrected. It makes it much more difficult for me to go on missions, Sirius said glumly. If Death Eaters are looking for Snuffles and the Ministry is looking for Sirius Black, there's no safe way for me to leave the house. Why does that even matter? Harry asked. I'm assuming that every mission for the Order is risky. If the point is that nobody gets caught, then why are you different from anyone else? Sirius smiled. Dumbledore seems to think that I am important to you, and therefore I require extra care. Oh, I'm sorry, Harry said. He didn't want to be the reason that Sirius was unhappy. I know it must be killing you to be cooped up with nothing to do. It isn't your fault, Sirius said. I just wish there was something to do other than yell at Creature all day. Being helpless, it's the worst. I know what you mean, Harry said. It makes me crazy that we're only reading about defense in Umbridge's class, when we should actually be practicing. Harry paused for a second. Actually, I wanted to ask you about that. Sirius's face became larger in the mirror as he eagerly leaned forward. Ask away. So a few of my friends and I have been practicing defense and dueling outside of class. An excellent decision, Sirius said firmly. But Hermione thinks we should be doing more. She wants to start I don't know exactly what to call it. A club. Anyway, she wants to teach defense to the other students, if they want to learn. And what's your question? Sirius asked. Umbridge just issued a decree requiring all clubs to have her approval. Unapproved meetings will result in expulsion. Still not hearing a question, Sirius said. What if I get expelled? Harry said, exasperated. Are you planning on getting caught? Of course not, Harry said disdainfully. Getting caught was for people with poor plans, poor execution, and no invisibility cloak. And he didn't like that Sirius was turning his logic against him. Then take your own advice. Don't worry about it. I have to worry about it, Harry said. There are only a handful of places that I'm safe from Voldemort, and Hogwarts is one. If I'm expelled, I'm sure Umbridge will make it front page news. I'll have to go back to the Dursleys, and Voldemort will certainly know. I might not even make it back to Little Whinging. You wouldn't have to go back to Little Whinging, Sirius said. Not if you didn't want to. Sirius rubbed the back of his neck with one hand. My offer is still open, you know. That had been surprisingly easy. You'd let me stay with you. Of course I would, Sirius said. As long as you wanted to or needed to. It'd be like this summer, except Molly Weasley won't be around to stop us from dueling. I thought Dumbledore was the one who said we shouldn't do that, Harry said. He was, but it's not like I'm going on missions anyway. And with Molly gone, who's going to tell him? Harry grinned. You really mean it? You promise I can come live with you? I promise, Sirius said earnestly. There was a knock at the door of the dormitory. Harry could hear the handle rattle, and a muffled voice on the other side. Sirius, I have to go, Harry said. We should talk again soon. Sirius said quickly. Sure. Harry was already wrapping the mirror up in its protective cloth again. He could hear the voice speaking more loudly, now, and the telltale whoosh of charms as the person on the other side tried to unlock the door. Bye. Harry tucked the mirror in his trunk and closed it, taking care to reactivate the locking runes and charms. The knocking at the door had turned into pounding, now. Harry made sure that his trunk was closed and that there was no sign of what he had been doing, then sauntered over to the door, took down his locking charms, and opened it. Draco burst into the dormitory, wand out, and pushed past Harry. Where is she? Draco demanded. Where's who? Harry asked. He was genuinely perplexed. The girl you snuck into the dormitory, Draco said. Tell me where she is, now, and you'll only get one detention each. Harry burst out laughing. There's nobody here but me. I heard you speaking to somebody, Draco said. He was looking under beds and inside wardrobes as he spoke. Blaise, Theo, Crabbe and Goyle are all in the common room, so you weren't talking to one of them. Where is she? Draco dramatically pulled a set of curtains aside, revealing a window and a wall, but no young witches. You're off your rocker, Harry said. Look all you want, you won't find anybody. Harry began to walk toward the door, but Draco's voice called him back. Lying to a prefect is an offense punishable by detention, Potter. You know that. Harry stopped, but did not turn around. He considered daring Draco to give him a detention, but Harry was able to keep his mouth shut long enough to work through the logical result of such a challenge. Draco would issue the initial detention, but the ultimate punishment would set by Umbridge, a woman who recently discovered that she and Draco could be close allies. And, as Snape had so recently reminded Harry, that would put the Ministry one step closer to seizing control of Hogwarts. Fine, then. Maybe Harry couldn't challenge Draco directly, but he could certainly give him an explanation that would shut Draco's stupid mouth. I was practicing spells, Harry said. It didn't sound like spells, Draco said suspiciously. It sounded like a conversation. Harry held his arms out. If you can find the person I was talking to, you're welcome to give me a detention. Otherwise, you're just going to have to believe that I was casting spells. Where's your invisibility cloak? Draco asked suddenly. Not an unfair question. It could easily be used to conceal another person in the room. It's in my pocket. Harry tapped the side of his robes. Accio invisibility cloak, Draco said, pointing his wand at Harry. Harry's robes billowed outward toward Draco as the invisibility cloak responded to the summoning charm, but the cloak did not leave Harry's pocket. I keep that pocket buttoned shut, Harry said disdainfully. Give it over, Draco said. It's contraband. No it isn't, Harry said. It isn't on Filch's list. It will be after I speak with Umbridge. I'm under direct orders from Snape to keep the invisibility cloak in my possession at all times, Harry said. Do you really want to explain to Snape that you confiscated my cloak because you mistook my charms practice for a conversation? Draco frowned. What charms were you casting? Locking charms, Harry said, gesturing at the door. And they worked. Draco folded his arms and stared at Harry for several seconds. Harry could tell that his former friend was fuming. Draco did not like being wrong, and he did not like coming out of any confrontation as the loser. Even though Draco couldn't prove that Harry violated any rules or regulations, there's still a chance that Draco would give Harry a detention out of spite. Harry sighed. Listen, nobody saw any of this. Let's just drop it and never speak about it again. You won't have to give me a trumped-up detention, and I won't have to punish you by giving you laps at Quidditch practice. Draco said nothing, but his eyes narrowed. I'm going to go down to the common room, Harry said. You're welcome to continue looking, but you aren't going to find anybody hiding in our dormitory. Harry once again turned and walked toward the door. This time, Draco did not call out to stop him. At breakfast on Friday, Harry realized that he hadn't made plans with Tracy and Theo for the upcoming Hogsmeade weekend. What do you guys want to do? Harry asked them at breakfast. I reckon we should stop at Zonko's and buy something to torment Crabbe and Goyle. Theo, who was sitting next to Harry, put his arm around Harry's shoulders. Listen, mate, Theo said quietly. It's the first Hogsmeade weekend since we got back to school. I was planning on spending it with Tracy. Alone, with Tracy. Theo gave Harry a significant look. Find something else to do, all right. Oh, sure, Harry said, nodding his head immediately. No problem. After Harry finished breakfast, he wandered toward the Gryffindor table. Ron and Hermione seemed like the next likeliest candidates for some companionship. Harry saw that Ron and Hermione had already packed their things to leave, and he was able to catch up with them as they walked out of the Great Hall. Ginny was following close behind. Oi, Ron, Hermione. Harry called. Do you have a moment? Sure, Hermione said. What's going on? Harry fell into step next to Ron. What are the two of you doing before Saturday's thing? Harry asked. Oh, Hermione said, we hadn't really made plans. I was wondering, Harry began. Harry, Ginny shouted. She reached forward and grabbed his arm, pulling him to a stop. I wanted to talk to you about Hogsmeade, actually. Hermione and Ron began to slow down, but Ginny waved them forward. We'll catch up, Ginny said, giving Ron a significant look. As Ron and Hermione walked ahead, Harry turned to Ginny. So, you wanted to ask me about Hogsmeade? Harry said. Harry had noticed that Ginny was beginning to warm up to him, but he hadn't thought that she had reached the point of asking him to Hogsmeade. Harry felt flattered. No, Ginny said. No. Of all the things Harry had expected to hear, no was the least likely. No, Ginny repeated. I just said the first thing that came to mind, because I needed to get you away from Hermione. Huh, why? Because Ron is being a lazy ass and he hasn't asked her to Hogsmeade yet, Ginny said angrily. Those two have been orbiting each other all summer, and Ron needs to make a proper move. It's beyond overdue. How do you know he's going to ask her? Because he told me, Ginny said. And every night I check to see if he's finally asked, and every night he's found some excuse to avoid it. That's why I couldn't let you make plans with Hermione. And what makes you think that today is going to be any different? Harry asked. Ron's a little jealous of you, Ginny said. I think he'll realize how close he came to missing his chance. She nodded toward Ron and Hermione. See for yourself. Harry turned and saw that Ron and Hermione had stopped in the hallway several paces ahead. Ron's face was deep red and he was looking at the floor, rubbing the back of his neck. Hermione, meanwhile, was also staring at the floor, twisting her hair in her fingers. Harry could see the smile on her face, which was also turning red. There you go, Ginny said. Well, shit, Harry said. Ginny gave Harry an odd look. I didn't think you fancied Hermione. I don't, Harry replied. I just need to find something to do in Hogsmeade before the meeting. Tracy and Theo are busy, and apparently so are Ron and Hermione. Then, Harry was struck by an odd idea. The thought of Ginny asking him to Hogsmeade had taken root in his brain, and was growing into an absurd impulse. Then again, perhaps not so absurd. The last time Harry had a thought like this was when he and Ginny were boarding the Hogwarts Express, and she had, in fact, been willing to share a compartment with him. So, before he could talk himself out of asking, Harry said, I don't suppose you're free. Are you asking me to Hogsmeade, Harry Potter? Ginny said playfully. Apparently I am, Harry said, trying to sound nonchalant. Huh. Ginny turned her head to one side. You still owe me an apology, you know. And I certainly won't be going to Hogsmeade with you until I get it. Oh, Harry had forgotten all about that. You know what? Ginny said, holding up a hand. Don't strain yourself. I'm already going to Hogsmeade with Dean Thomas. There went that idea. It had been stupid, anyway. Well, congratulations, I guess. Thanks. Ginny was quite cheerful. She seemed to be taking a bit of delight in telling Harry that she had a date to Hogsmeade. Ginny adjusted her bag on her shoulder and turned slightly, hinting that she wanted to make her way to her first class. I'll see you at the Hog's Head, then. Sure, Harry said dejectedly. He certainly wasn't jealous of Dean Thomas. Certainly not, but he was quickly running out of friends. Before you go, any idea what Fred and George are doing? They're taking Angelina and Alicia out to the Shrieking Shack, Ginny said. I heard them talking about it at Quidditch practice. The Shrieking Shack. They're going to use some of their new merchandise to scare the girls into their waiting arms. Ginny rolled her eyes. Angelina and Alicia see right through it, but that's where they want to wind up, anyway, so they're playing along. Oh, Harry said. He looked down at his feet. Why was everybody suddenly breaking off into couples? Was there something in the water at Hogwarts? Harry, are you all right? Ginny asked. Yeah, fine, Harry said. Things were not fine at all, but Harry struggled to keep it out of his voice. He had the feeling he was failing miserably. Don't worry about it. I'll see you at the Hog's Head. As Harry walked away, head hanging, he realized that he had exhausted the entirety of his circle of friends in under 15 minutes. Last year, he might have gone to Hogsmeade with Draco, or Pansy, or Blaze, or Daphne, or some of the blokes from the Quidditch team, or even Crabbe and Goyle. This year, though. This year, Harry was pathetic. On Saturday morning, Harry returned to his dormitory while the rest of the school went to Hogsmeade. That wasn't entirely accurate. The first and second years were not yet allowed to leave Hogwarts, but anybody who mattered was gone. Harry knocked about, trying to find some way to kill time until he had to leave for Hermione's meeting, but he was quickly reminded that Hogwarts was incredibly boring when one was not among friends. After all, boredom was the original reason that Harry and Ron had struck up an acquaintance during Christmas holidays their first year. Harry tried using the mirror to speak with Sirius, but received no response. Probably still asleep, this early on a Saturday. Harry tried reading, but nothing was interesting enough to distract him from his loneliness and misery, not even Magic Most Evil. At long last, the time came to leave for Hogsmeade. Harry walked quickly through the common room, silently praying that the first and second year students would not notice his conspicuous presence. Alas, it was not to be. Every eye in the room followed Harry until the moment he closed the common room door behind him. As Harry walked down the front steps of Hogwarts, he ran into Luna Lovegood. Her robes were wet up to ankle height, and she was carrying a pair of flags in her hands. Hello, Luna, Harry said. What have you got there? Flags, Luna said. Her bright eyes twinkled, and Harry had the impression that she was winding him up. What are the flags for? Harry asked patiently. I've been down at Black Lake, trying to communicate with some of the merpeople, she said. This also explained why her robes were wet. I was hoping that they had come across some dabber blimps or exploding snabberwitches recently. Exploding whats? Harry didn't know what a dabber blimp was, either, but he could only ask one question at a time. Snabberwitches, Luna repeated. They're very difficult to catch, as you might imagine. They don't often survive contact with a net. The nets don't fare very well, either. Harry chuckled. He didn't know whether the exploding snabberwitch existed or not, but Luna's ridiculous musings reminded him of how much of a laugh she was to be around. I didn't know that you spoke Mermish, Harry said. Oh, I don't, Luna replied. She raised the flags into the air. That's why I was using semaphore. Semaphore. Flag language, Luna said. You wave them in different formations in order to communicate. Luna took a flag in each hand and moved her arms in a series of jerky movements. I just said, hello. And what makes you think that merpeople understand semaphore? Harry asked. What makes you think that they don't? You make an excellent point, Harry said seriously. Luna, were you invited to Hermione's meeting today? Oh, yes, I was just on my way, Luna said. Ginny invited me. I'm on my way, as well, Harry said. Do you mind if I keep you company? Luna's semi-vacant stare disappeared in a brilliant smile. I would like that very much. As Harry and Luna walked through Hogsmeade, they were the recipients of more than their fair share of strange looks. Neither Harry nor Luna was nonplussed, however, each had long since gotten used to strange looks. What Harry wasn't used to, however, were the catcalls. It was an older group of Ravenclaws, and one of them had his hands cupped around his mouth. Harry glanced over at his companion. Do you get that a lot? Quite frequently, she said. And it doesn't bother you. Does it bother you when Peeves calls you potty? Harry shook his head. Not really. Why not? It's so juvenile, Harry said. It doesn't really faze me. Luna smiled beatifically and gestured across the street, where once again the older Ravenclaw was shouting. Luna had tricked Harry into answering his own question. It was something that happened frequently when Harry was having a conversation with Dumbledore or Snape. That Luna had the same ability was an interesting surprise, but no more than the rest of her. As Harry and Luna walked through Hogsmeade, chatting idly about dabber blimps and exploding snabberwitches, Harry struggled to understand why somebody so intelligent would hide behind such a dreamy facade. It would be like Harry avoiding a broom, or Draco sitting on his hands during potions class, or Pansy wearing bulky sweaters. Why hide one's natural assets? Then again, perhaps that was why Luna had been sorted into Ravenclaw in the first place. Neglecting one's intelligence would have been considered nearly criminal in Slytherin. As Luna and Harry passed by one of the small cafes, Harry heard another voice call out at Luna. He recognized the voice immediately. Pansy. Look at that wide-eyed weirdo, Pansy said. Does she even know how to blink? Harry glanced over toward the cafe. Pansy was sitting at a table with Daphne and Millicent. Each girl had a dish of ice cream in front of her. Harry looked at Millicent, and the large girl looked away, embarrassed. She wasn't joining Pansy, but she wasn't saying anything to stop her, either. It was all that Harry could expect, really. Daphne, meanwhile, had a small smile on her face, a look of cool amusement. Luna didn't react, and Harry followed her lead. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry saw a frown pass over Pansy's face. She would not allow herself to be ignored. How does it feel to be cast down with the blood traitors and the mudbloods, Potter? Pansy yelled. Does it feel familiar? Because it's where you belong. Pansy began to cackle loudly. Ignore her, Luna whispered to Harry. She reached out and put a hand on his arm. It wasn't a moment too soon. Harry had plunged his hand into his pocket and grabbed his wand. Pansy was a few words away from getting herself hexed. Trust me. Harry and Luna continued walking, and as they moved away from the cafe, they heard Pansy's voice once again. This time, the dark-haired girl was speaking to Daphne and Millicent. Do you think they heard me? They heard me, right? Harry saw that Luna had a small smirk on her face. It only works with a certain type of bully, Luna said, but it's very satisfying when it does. You know what else is satisfying? Harry said. He mumbled under his breath and fired a banishing charm under his arm. It struck Millicent in the back. The large girl was pushed into the table and Pansy's bowl of ice cream was knocked off the table and onto Pansy's lap. Pansy leapt up from her chair with a shout. Millicent, you stupid cow, look what you did. Pansy was using her hands to wipe the ice cream away. How can you be so clumsy? I thought you played Quidditch. Harry grinned and looked to Luna for approval. Luna had a curious expression on her face. Should I feel bad for Millicent? Luna asked. She didn't do anything to deserve being yelled at. And neither did you or I, Harry pointed out. Harry had felt a little bad for Millicent, as well. She was doing an excellent job as a beater, and she hadn't overtly challenged Harry since she had made the Quidditch team. But Millicent still hung around Pansy, and if push came to shove, she would take sides against Harry. Call it a prepayment on betrayal. Luna considered Harry's words. I would rather that you not do anything like that again, even if you're doing it to defend me. It's okay, Harry said with a shrug. Pansy spends plenty of time being nasty to me, so sometimes I like to give a little back. That is why I would prefer that you not do it, Luna said. It was nasty, to both Pansy and Millicent. There should be consequences when people do bad things, though, Harry said. If I hadn't done that, Pansy would have just gotten away with what she said. Doesn't that make you angry? It used to, Luna said. Especially when I was a little girl. But one day I realized why these people make fun of me. It's because they don't see the world the way I do. I'm different, and that scares them. They want to be safe. They want the world to be small. So they make their safe little rules, and they live safe little lives stuffed into inside safe little boxes. Luna smiled brightly, and her eyes shone. But I know that there's a whole big world out there, just waiting to be discovered, and these people will never see it, not even a glimpse. The people who make fun of me, they're sad, really. Luna paused for a moment. Also, most of the boys are under the influence of nargles. Harry nodded. Okay. Then, I promise I won't retaliate if people make fun of you. Luna cocked her head to one side. But people who make fun of you are still in danger. Harry had carefully chosen the words of his promise. His friends in Gryffindor never would have noticed, and his friends in Slytherin would never have asked him for such a commitment in the first place. Luna, however, had seen right through him. It's okay, Luna said. It's part of what makes you such a mystery. You are full of contradictions, Harry Potter. You are a Slytherin, but you are friends with Gryffindors. You were mean to Ginny last year, but you are nice to her this year. Last year, you were very popular. Your best friend was Draco, and you dated Pansy. But you are also friends with unpopular people. Hermione is a know-it-all, Tracy is a half-blood from a notorious family, and now you are friends with me, as well. Luna narrowed her bright blue eyes. You are a mystery, and I like solving mysteries. I think we will be friends until I do. And once the mystery is solved. Is that the end of our friendship? That depends on what I discover, Luna said. Harry searched her face for any hint of jocularity, but it seemed that she was completely serious. Luna's frank assessment of his behavior unsettled Harry. It was the sort of thing that people did not say aloud to one another. There was only one person who ever talked to Harry like that. Tracy, when she was giving Harry advice. You're certainly right about one thing, Harry said. You do not see the world the same way other people do. I wouldn't want to, Luna said. Oh, look, the Hog's Head. As Harry and Luna walked into the Hog's Head Inn, Harry discovered for the first time what sort of establishment Hermione had chosen for their meeting. What a rubbish heap, Harry muttered under his breath. Dust covered everything, from the tables to the floors to the pictures on the walls. The bottles behind the bar were thickly coated with grime, so much so that Harry was unable to read the labels. The only things in the bar that weren't covered in dust were a single bottle of fire whiskey, the cheap stuff, from what Harry could see, and the glowering barman himself. Hermione and Ron were already seated at a table in the back, whispering to one another. The only other customer was a stooped old witch seated at the bar, nursing a grimy tumbler half full of fire whiskey. Harry and Luna walked past her quickly, and the witch gave them an accusatory glare through her ratty hair. This is where you chose to have the meeting? Harry asked, as he took a chair across from Hermione. I wanted it to be out of the way, she said. You would have preferred that I held the meeting in front of the staff table in the Great Hall during dinner time. Maybe I would have, Harry said, glancing over his shoulder. This looks like a good place to get murdered. Don't be such a killjoy, Ron said. There are the twins, anyway, so now we've too many people around for anybody to get murdered. Harry turned and saw Fred and George walking across the room, followed closely by Angelina Johnson and Alicia Spinnet. The two couples stopped in the bar and ordered butterbeers, which earned them a sneer from the bartender. Once they had their drinks, they sat down and began to make conversation with Ron and Hermione. Alicia and Angelina both gave Harry a suspicious look, but they took their cues from Fred and George and said nothing about Harry's presence. The Hog's Head quickly began to fill. Lee Jordan was next to arrive, then a trio of Hufflepuffs, Ernie Macmillan, Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott. A couple of Ravenclaws filtered in, and Harry recognized them as Michael Corner and Terry Boot. They gave Harry a nasty look as they sat down, and Harry was not surprised. Theo and Draco had handed them their heads in a duel last year, after the Ravenclaws had said some nasty things about Tracy. Near the edge of the crowd, Harry saw Cho Chang, Ravenclaw seeker and Cedric Diggory's ex-girlfriend. Ginny showed up with Dean Thomas, although the dark-skinned boy looked as if he was enjoying his day far more than Ginny was enjoying hers. Neville Longbottom arrived in a cluster of Gryffindor boys, along with Seamus Finnegan, Cormac McLagan, and the Creevy brothers. It thought you said, a few people, Harry whispered to Hermione. Yes, well Hermione shrugged. Word got around, apparently. Do you realize how dangerous this is? If word gets around, then it might get around to Umbridge. I've got it under control, Hermione said. She removed a piece of parchment and a quill from her pocket, and wrote her name at the top. She tapped it with her wand, and her name glowed blue. Okay, Hermione said to the group, we might as well get started. Why is he here? Ernie Macmillan loudly, pointing to Harry. He's here because Hermione invited him, Ron said. Same as you. Yeah, well maybe I shouldn't be here if he is, Macmillan fired back. We can't trust a Slytherin. Why not? Harry snapped. Is it because Slytherins automatically become Death Eaters when they graduate? Maybe you've forgotten that Voldemort has repeatedly tried to murder me. Several people in the room winced at Harry's use of Voldemort's name, but Macmillan wasn't cowed. You don't have to be a Death Eater to betray us, Macmillan said. So you think I'm going to run and tell Umbridge? Harry said. The woman who gave me detention for telling the truth about Cedric's death. Now you're really making sense. Neville Longbottom spoke up. Maybe you won't betray us, but if we get caught and you're involved, our punishment will be twice as harsh. The punishment for an illegal student organization is expulsion, Harry said. What is she going to do? Expel you twice? I agree with Neville and Macmillan, said Cormac McLaggen. If Potter is going to be a part of this, I won't be. Are you a Gryffindor or not? Harry said. There's a difference between actual justice and merely following the rules. The hard part is knowing which rules are unjust, and then having the courage to stand up and say, this is wrong. Harry turned in his seat, looking from face to face in the crowd. Umbridge isn't teaching us defense. She isn't teaching us at all. She's putting us all at risk, and she's doing it so that she can save her job at the ministry. I'm brave enough to stand up and say that this is wrong, no matter what the consequence. Harry turned back to McLaggen and fixed him with a stare. Are you? There was a long silence as McLaggen and Harry continued to stare at one another, and there was no indication that either was willing to end the standoff. Hermione made a noise in the back of her throat and shook her head. Boys, she muttered. Then, to the crowd, we all heard the Sorting Hats song at the beginning of the year, and we all heard Dumbledore's speech at the end of last year. It's time to put aside our silly house rivalries and band together. Hermione stood and held out the piece of paper and quill to Ron. Everybody is going to sign this sheet of paper. If we're getting caught, we're all getting caught together. If you don't want to be a part of this, now is the time to leave. Ron signed the paper, then passed it to Harry. Harry signed and passed it to Luna. The paper made its way around the room, and passing from hand to hand, receiving signatures. When the paper was presented to Ernie Macmillan, he scowled and signed his name. Neville Longbottom signed, as well, as did Cormac McLaggen. When the paper finally made its way back to Hermione, nobody had left and everybody had signed. Good, Hermione said. I think we all know why we're here. We're here because Hermione took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Voldemort is back, and we need to be able to defend ourselves. I don't believe he's back, said Terry Boot. Then why didn't you leave 5 minutes ago? Harry said sharply. Because I'd like to pass my OWLs. Boot said frankly. Michael Corner was nodding, as were several other Ravenclaws. Harry gave Hermione an irritated glance. This was exactly why he hadn't wanted to get involved. Is anyone here because of Voldemort? Harry asked. I am. Colin Creevey eagerly pushed to the front of the crowd. What was he like? I'm not going to get into that, Harry said. Come on, Creevey pleaded. We all want to know. Is that why you're all here, then? Harry looked around the crowd and saw an expectant look on most of the faces. Harry sighed and wiped a hand over his face. You're all here because you want to know what happened at the end of the tournament. Tell us, Creevey said. What was it like to fight you-know-who? Harry snapped. Keep asking me, and you'll find out exactly what it feels like to have another wizard trying to kill you. I think we have a right to know, said Seamus Finnegan. You expect us to believe that you know who is back, but you won't even tell us what happened. I shouldn't have to, Harry said. Dumbledore believes me, and that should be enough. I heard that you practically confessed to murdering Cedric on the first day of defense class, Finnegan said. Then why am I still sitting here, Finnegan? Harry asked, holding his arms out. Shouldn't I be locked up in Azkaban? You tell me, Finnegan said. What really happened? I'm not here to satisfy your morbid curiosity, Harry said. From the back of the crowd, a soft voice spoke. I want to know what happened to Cedric. The crowd parted, revealing Cho Chang. The crowd of students was tucked in the back of a dank tavern, but what little light there was reflected clearly on the tears that were welling up in her eyes. I think I deserve to know. Harry had planned all along to tell the story of what happened at Godric's Hollow. Hearing the story directly from Harry would help convince the potential members of the club that Voldemort had truly returned, that the defense club was necessary, and that Harry was committed to learning and teaching defense. But Harry couldn't just barge into the Hog's Head and start telling the story. It would have come off as attention-seeking. Instead, Harry had to make it appear that the story was being dragged out of him against his will. Harry hadn't known which person in the crowd would be his impromptu antagonist, but Finnegan had played the part perfectly. Chang's emotional plea would lend Harry's story even more power. Now was the perfect time. Harry made eye contact with Chang and nodded his head. You're right, he said. You deserve to know the truth. Harry crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair. All of you, listen close. I'm only going to say this once. Harry paused, making sure that everybody in the crowd was focused on him. When he was certain that he had everybody's complete attention, he began to speak. The Tri-Wizard Cup was a portkey, and Cedric and I reached it at the same time. The cup took us out of the maze, away from the grounds of Hogwarts, and into an abandoned house. It was a trap. Before we could find a way out, a Death Eater attacked us from behind. I tried to warn Cedric, but instead of saving himself pushed me out of the way. He knew what he was doing. He knew that he would be defenseless when the curse hit him. But he saved me. Harry looked at Cho. He was a good man. He didn't like me much, and that was probably justified. But he was a good man to the very end. As Harry finished speaking, he saw Chang's tears had spilled out of her eyes and were now running down her face. A few others seemed deeply affected by Harry's words, as well Luna, in particular, was giving Harry a look of mixed sadness and pity with her bright blue eyes. Harry continued. After the Death Eater killed Cedric, he bound me in chains and used my blood in a ritual that resurrected Voldemort. I broke free and fought my way back to the cup. I dueled the Death Eater who had murdered Cedric and I killed him during the duel. There were a series of gasps around the room. When I got back to the cup, I grabbed Cedric's hand and the portkey brought us both back to Hogwarts. Like clockwork, Cormac McLaggen spoke up. Where's the proof? You want proof? Harry asked. He reached into his back pocket and then slammed his hand on the table. Here's the Death Eater's wand. The crowd of students leaned forward, all pushing to see. You really expect us to believe that you escaped from you-know-who? Asked McLaggen. Either I escaped, Harry said, or you're all having one hell of a hallucination. Maybe he let you go, McLaggen said. Maybe you're working for him. Are you daft? Harry laughed. I'm the only one who's told anybody that Voldemort is back. He obviously wants to stay hidden. If I'm working for him, then why am I spending so much time announcing his return? Maybe the best place to hide is in plain sight, McLaggen said ominously. Harry rolled his eyes. Well, now I know the answer to the first question I asked you. What question? McLaggen thought for a moment, reviewing the last few sentences. Hey. Hermione rose from her seat and called out. Everybody, stop. We're not here for some sort of inquisition. Dumbledore says that Harry is telling the truth, and that's good enough for me. It should be good enough for all of you. If you don't want to be in my study group, with Harry, then you're welcome to leave. Nobody moved. Good, Hermione said. Now, unless anyone else has a ridiculous objection, let's talk logistics. I think we should meet once a week, probably in the evenings. As long as it doesn't conflict with Quidditch practice, said Angelina Johnson. Do you really think Quidditch is more important than this? Hermione asked. Of course not, Harry said, before Angelina could reply. But people take Quidditch seriously, and it will be rather suspicious if we suddenly stop attending practice. Hermione sighed. Fine. No conflicts with Quidditch practice. Where are we going to be meeting? Asked Hannah Abbott. That hasn't been decided yet, Hermione said. We didn't know that this many people would join, and we'll need to find someplace that we'll all fit. What are we going to study? Asked Michael Corner. Who's going to be teaching? Well, Hermione drew out the word and glanced at Harry. Hermione's our leader, Harry said, preempting Hermione's attempt to nominate him. She'll decide what to teach. She's always been best in our year, and at this point she's probably the smartest witch in the whole school. Heads began to nod around the room. Hermione was an obvious choice, and safe. She was smart, she was in Gryffindor, and she had organized the first meeting. Why don't we have an official vote at our first meeting? Hermione asked, glaring at Harry, not yet willing to concede the issue. Whatever you say, leader, Harry responded with a grin. Hermione did not return Harry's smile. It was clear that she was still hoping to maneuver Harry into the leadership position. Harry, of course, hoped for the same thing, but the time had to be right. Today's meeting, or even the first official meeting of the Defense Club, would be premature. He needed the other students to become comfortable with him first. And, perhaps even more importantly, Harry couldn't seem as if he wanted to be the leader. It was just like the story about Voldemort's return. The more desperate Harry wanted something, the more reluctant he had to seem. If he was overeager, then people like McLaggen would reject him. Okay, Hermione said. We'll find a place to meet and we'll set a date. Once that's done, we'll let everybody know. Until then, I guess that's all. One last thing, Harry said. He stood and grabbed the list of names from the table where Hermione had left it. Holding the list aloft, Harry tapped it with his wand. The entire paper glowed orange for a moment before returning to its normal color. We all signed this paper, and agreed to keep these meetings a secret. If anybody betrays us to Umbridge, this charm will trigger. Trust me, you do not want to find out what this charm does. The crowd immediately erupted with chatter, but Harry could hear Neville Longbottom's voice above it all. That's ridiculous. Hermione, are you seriously going to let him do that? Quiet, Harry said harshly. The crowd stopped talking, but a low murmur of unrest continued as Harry spoke. As long as everybody does what they promised to do, nothing will happen. Macmillan didn't think he could trust me. And now he knows he can't trust you, Longbottom said. Harry glared at Neville. Now he knows that I won't betray him, and I know the same about Macmillan. Everybody keeps this meeting a secret, just like they promised, and it'll be like this charm never existed. This is exactly what Longbottom began. Harry's right, Neville, Ginny said. Everybody said that they would keep things a secret. We're not being asked to do anything extra. We just have to do what we already promised to do. I mean, were you planning on telling Umbridge about this? Of course not, Longbottom said. And I know that I'd hex anybody who did tell Umbridge, Ginny said. Harry hasn't done anything different, so you should just cool off. Ginny shook her head. You're always so mean to Harry, and he's been so nice to you this year. Just let it go, for once. Neville stepped backward slightly, cowed by Ginny's sudden outburst. Ginny looked from face to face in the crowd. Does anyone else have something to say to Harry? Nobody spoke. Good, Ginny said. Now go have a nice weekend. She flapped her arms forward, shooing the crowd toward the door. People began to filter out of the Hog's Head in duos and trios, and from the snatches of conversation that Harry was able to catch, it seemed that most of them were discussing Harry himself, either his revelation about the tournament or Harry's actions with the parchment. Nobody seemed to be discussing the impending formation of the Defense Club. Harry slowly took his seat again, intending to wait and speak privately with Hermione and Ron, but as the crowd thinned he saw that Cho Chang was approaching. Harry rose to his feet to meet her. I'm so sorry about Cedric, Harry said, once Chang was close enough to hear him. He really was a good man. Harry left the comparison unsaid, but he hoped Chang knew what he meant. Better than me. Thank you for telling me what happened, Cho said. Her voice was still thick from crying. I've been imagining the most horrible things. Don't, Harry said. He wouldn't want you to. Cho closed her eyes and nodded. Another tear slipped down her face. Harry reached out and put a hand on her shoulder. It's going to be all right, Harry said. No, it's not, Cho whispered huskily. Cedric is dead, and Voldemort is alive. Cedric's never going to smile at me again. He's never going to hold my hand. But Voldemort is free to torture and kill, and nobody is lifting a finger to stop him. I am, Harry said firmly. Cho smiled weakly. And I am, too. Don't pay any attention to Terry Boot and his friends. I'll make damn sure that any Ravenclaw who joins the defense club does it for the right reasons. Thank you, Harry said. Cho nodded, then raised her hands and brushed her tears off her cheeks. She gave Harry another wan smile and turned away, quickly making her way out of the Hog's Head. As Harry sat down, he saw that Dean Thomas had approached Ginny. Harry didn't even try to avoid overhearing their conversation. And Seamus are going to Zonko's, Thomas was saying. It sounds fun. So go to Zonko's, Ginny replied. I want to stay here and talk to Hermione and Ron. I thought we were, on a date, said Ginny. We are. So we should choose what we want to do. You want to go to Zonko's. And you want to stay here and talk, Thomas said testily. Then let's compromise. We stay here for a little while, then we go to Zonko's. Seamus'll already be gone by the time we're done, Thomas said. Let's go to Zonko's, and you can talk to Hermione later. If I talk to Hermione later, then Harry won't be around. Thomas folded his arms. I knew it. You don't want to talk to Hermione, you want to talk to Harry Potter. And what of it? Ginny folded her arms, as well. It's not like Harry's just sitting around our common room, waiting to strike up a conversation. If we're going to plan for Defense Club. I'm sure that's what you want to talk to Harry about, Thomas said. Defense Club. You know what? Why don't you just go to Zonko's and laugh it up with the blokes, Ginny said irritably. Then you can walk up to Hogwarts without me, and never speak to me again. I'll stay here and do something that actually matters. Fine, Thomas said. He turned angrily and stormed toward the door. Just before he left, he turned back. You're an arsehole, Potter. As the door slammed behind Thomas, Harry turned to the table. What did I do? Nothing, Harry, Ginny said as she sat down. Dean's delusional. He thinks that I secretly fancy you. Don't you? Ginny raised her middle finger. Too soon, I guess. Harry said. Just a bit, Ginny replied sarcastically. Sorry. Harry waved at the bartender, who was still looming behind the bar and glowering at the Hogwarts students. How about a round of butterbeers? Harry called. The bartender grunted and began to pull bottles from beneath the bar. The Hog's Head was once again almost entirely empty. Ron and Hermione were still seated at their table, along with Harry, Ginny and Luna, but Dean had been the last of the crowd of students to leave. The crone still sat at the bar, nursing her fire whiskey, but otherwise there was nobody to be seen. So, how do you think things went? Harry asked his friends. There were a lot of unexpected events, Hermione said. For example, why did you nominate me to be the leader? I thought we agreed that you would run the club. You seriously think that crowd would want me to lead the defense club? Harry said. Naming me would have caused a mass exodus, at best. At worst, it might have actually turned into a riot. Fine, but why me? Hermione began to wring her hands together. You know how bad I am at dueling. But we're not teaching dueling, Harry said. We're teaching defense. You can teach all sorts of shield charms and healing charms. Hermione still seemed skeptical. You'll help, right? Of course, Harry said. Ginny and I will help, too, said Ron. With Fred and George in the house, we had to learn to defend ourselves at a very early age. And by early age, he means since birth, Ginny said. Okay, Hermione said. She put her hand on her chest, as if she were physically trying to slow her breathing. Okay, I can do this. It's no big deal. Hermione, you're best in our year. Ron said. You get O's on every test. Of course you can do this. But this is different, Hermione said. I'll be teaching, and nobody grades the teacher. I'll never know if I'm terrible. Trust me. You'll define, Harry lied. In actuality, he was counting on Hermione to fail, or, at the very least, struggle mightily. There was a vast gulf between her understanding of magic and the average student's. Harry was willing to bet that even Hermione didn't understand how vast it was, and he doubted that she would communicate effectively enough to bridge it. Harry had seen Hermione try to help Ron with his homework. She would try to make Ron understand, but she inevitably became frustrated and simply finished the assignment for him. Harry hoped that something similar would happen with the defense club. Harry would help Hermione, his dueling skills would be obvious, and everybody would grow accustomed to his authority. Eventually, the club's patience with Hermione's theoretical digressions would run out. The club would yearn for a more practical leader, and Harry would smoothly move into the leadership role that Hermione vacated. Easily done, just as Harry, Tracy, and Theo had planned it. All conversation came to a halt as the bartender arrived, wand out, levitating the 5 bottles in front of him. He dropped the bottles onto the table, rougher than was strictly necessary, and turned back to the bar without a word. I get the feeling he doesn't like us here, Luna said. Her large, bright eyes displayed a complete lack of concern. His regulars probably like it quiet, Harry said. I'd bet that we've scared them off. Regulars. PFF'd. Ron made a disbelieving noise. That old hag was the only person here when we arrived, and everybody who's opened the door since then has been somebody that we invited. He should be thankful for the business. Harry nodded in agreement and raised his butterbeer bottle to Ron. Ron tipped his bottle toward Harry in acknowledgement, then took a sip. So where are we going to have these meetings? Ron asked after he swallowed. Can't keep coming to the Hog's Head, can we? Umbridge knows that I've been practicing dueling down by the lake with Tracy and Theo, so that's out. Harry said. And it's far too exposed. Anybody could walk by and see, including Umbridge. That rules out the Forbidden Forest, too. What did you do last year when you were practicing for the tournament? Ginny asked. We got permission from Professor Snape to use an empty potions classroom, Hermione said. But that won't work, either. It was small, and asking permission would defeat the purpose of keeping this a secret. Harry scratched his chin. I might know a place, he said. All heads slowly turned toward Harry. Bear with me for a moment, Harry said. We need 2 things, right? 1, it has to be some sort of chamber. 2, it has to be secret. No way, Ginny said immediately. Absolutely not. We might not have any other option, Harry replied. No, Ginny said again. Anything would be better than going back down there. Doesn't the irony appeal to you? Harry asked. We'd be turning Voldemort's own weapons against him. And just how will we explain the fact that a few dozen girls and boys go into the loo once a week and disappear for a few hours? Harry shrugged. We'll work out the logistics later. No, we won't, Ginny said. The chamber is a vile place, and I'm never going back. We should at least consider, Hermione began. No, we shouldn't, Ginny snapped. Give me a week. I'll find someplace better. How? Harry asked. He knew for a fact that there wasn't any better location in all of Hogwarts. The Marauder's map had shown him that. Unless Ginny planned on discovering another invisible room that the map didn't show, the Chamber of Secrets was their best bet. I'll figure something out, Ginny said sourly. We should go to the kitchens. Luna blurted. The kitchens, said Ron incredulously. I've been down there for a snack before. Trust me, there isn't room. Not for our meetings, Luna said, but to find our meeting place. Who knows Hogwarts better than the house elves? Ginny finished. Luna, you're brilliant. I know just the elf to help us out. That sounds like a fine plan to me, Hermione said. Ginny, you are officially in charge of choosing our meeting space. And take a few socks along with you to the kitchens, will you? Why? Ginny asked. To sneak them into Snape's dinner, Ron said. Hermione gave Ron a shove, but she was smiling. No, to give them to the elves, of course. Hermione said. Oh, sure, of course, Ginny said. I'll make absolutely certain to do just that. Hermione ignored Ginny's tone and addressed the table as a whole. Once Ginny has found a meeting space, we'll set a time for our first meeting. I'll try to find a better way to communicate than word of mouth. Harry was right. It's too easy to be overheard. As she spoke, Hermione got a faraway look in her eyes. Harry recognized the expression. It was Hermione's "I've had an epiphany and I need to go to the library right now" look. I need to go to the library right now, Hermione said. She pushed her chair back from the table and stood. I'll tag along, Ron said, also standing. You kids have fun with the rest of your afternoon. As Ron passed, Ginny punched him in the arm. Don't call me a kid. With Ron and Hermione gone, the Hog's Head was starting to seem lonely. Only Luna, Ginny and Harry remained. And the bartender. And the crone. Still drinking. The crone was. Should we go? Harry asked. I still have half a butterbeer left, Ginny said. Besides, I don't have anywhere else to be. A sour look crossed her face and she took a large swig of her drink. Harry glanced at his own drink, and saw that he, too, was nowhere near the bottom of his bottle. He, too, took a drink. So, Ginny said, lowering her bottle, how was your morning? It was pleasant, Luna said immediately. Only 2 people made fun of me, and Harry pushed ice cream into Pansy Parkinson's lap. Ginny's jaw dropped. Seriously. Well, he was laughing a bit when he cast the charm, Luna said. But otherwise, yes, it was very serious. Ginny turned back to Harry. Tell me exactly what happened. It wasn't much, Harry said. He quickly recounted what had happened, pausing occasionally to sip his butterbeer. So, I cast a banishing charm under my arm as we walked away. Pansy's a prefect, Ginny said. Didn't she give you a detention? Actually, my banishing charm hit Millicent. She bumped the table and knocked the ice cream onto Pansy's lap, and Pansy blamed her for the whole thing. Sounds exciting, Ginny said glumly, taking another drink of her butterbeer. Things didn't go well with Dean. Harry asked. He was nice, Ginny said with a shrug. Nothing special. Just nice. In the most boring way possible. Ah, Harry said. He took a drink of his butterbeer, unsure how to respond. Let's change the subject, Ginny said. Did you manage to communicate with any merpeople this morning, Luna? Ginny asked. No, Luna said. I'm not sure if they were purposefully ignoring me, or if they simply didn't see my flags. Additional attempts at communication are warranted. Perhaps you should wait until spring, Ginny suggested. It's getting very cool out. I know my warming charms and drying charms, Luna said. And nobody ever discovered something exciting by being safe. Ginny reached out and patted her friend on the arm. That's the spirit. Harry took another drink of his butterbeer, and realized he was almost finished. After one last swing, he set the empty bottle on the table. It's time to go, I think. We're getting glares from the bartender. Ginny glanced over and the bartender's foul look confirmed Harry's statement. She and Luna stood, and Harry led the way out of the Hog's Head. Harry held the door open for the girls, allowing them to be the first to step into the bright sunlight. Ah, rats, Harry said. I forgot to tip the bartender. You two go on ahead, and I'll try to catch up. Just throw a few nuts on the table, Ginny said. We'll wait. Harry isn't actually leaving a tip, Luna said patiently. He meant to say that he forgot to bribe the bartender to keep quiet about our meeting. Harry shrugged sheepishly. True. You know, I think we will go on ahead, Ginny said, slightly exasperated. This isn't something I want to be involved in. I'll see you two back at the castle, Harry said. He waved, and stepped back inside the Hog's Head. At the bar, the crone had left some sickles on the bar to pay for her drinks and was shuffling quickly toward the door. She pulled up short when she saw that Harry had re-entered and turned her eyes toward the ground, allowing her ratty hair to fall in front of her face. Have a seat, Harry said to the crone, gesturing toward the bar. I'll buy you a drink. No, no, the crone said in a rough voice, backing away from Harry all the while. You don't need to do that. Harry took 2 quick steps forward and grabbed the crone by the elbow. That wasn't a question, Dung, Harry said. That was an order. Mundungus Fletcher looked up at Harry and grinned. His teeth that weren't missing were brown, and his breath was awful. How'd ye know it was me? He asked. I heard you talking to the twins about smuggling some foreign cauldrons through customs. You were too proud about doing it while dressed as a woman. More importantly, though, Harry had realized that if the order was keeping him under guard during the summer, they would probably do the same while he was in Hogsmeade. Once Harry knew to look for surveillance, Fletcher had stuck out like a sore thumb. If the costume works, Fletcher said. Harry shook his head. Sit, Dung. Harry and Fletcher took seats next to one another at the bar. I need you to do me a favor, Harry said. I'll cost you, Fletcher replied. No, it won't, Harry said. You still owe me from this summer. Then I'm glad to square up, Fletcher said. We won't be square, Harry snapped. But you'll be closer. Why should I do this at all, then? Fletcher asked. If you do, then I won't report the number of fire whiskeys you drank while you were on duty. Dumbledore knows who I am, Fletcher said. That don't scare me. Who said anything about reporting you to Dumbledore? Harry said, giving Fletcher a cruel smile. I'm planning to tell Sirius. After your little stunt this summer, he might take your neglect a little more personally. Fletcher shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Dumbledore was a fairly kind person, and Harry wasn't surprised that Fletcher was willing to risk angering the older wizard. Sirius, however, had a temper that could ignite at the slightest provocation. Why don't you hear me out? Harry said. Then you can decide whether you want to risk angering Sirius. All right, Fletcher said. What do you want me to do? I'm sure you overheard our meeting, Harry said, and Fletcher nodded. I want you to report to Sirius. Not Dumbledore. Sirius. Fletcher stared Harry suspiciously. That's it, Harry said. Done, Fletcher said. Pleasure doing business with you, Harry said, although it had been nothing of the sort. Harry waved at the bartender. Another fire whiskey for my friend, here. I'm outer money, Fletcher said. I told you that I'd buy you a drink, Harry said. And unlike you, I keep my promises. Fletcher's eyes narrowed. You're a brat, aren't you? Call me what you want, Harry said as the bartender brought over another tumbler of fire whiskey. I don't particularly care about your opinion. The bartender placed the fire whiskey in front of Fletcher. That's 8 nuts, the bartender said. Harry reached into his pocket and withdrew 5 sickles. He set them on the counter, but didn't move his hand away. You didn't hear anything or see anybody in here earlier, did you? Harry said. It seems to me like there was nobody in the bar all afternoon, except this charming lady. Wouldn't you agree? The bartender looked down at the money, then looked up at Harry. I know how to keep my mouth shut. I don't want your money. No strings attached. Then, Harry said, pulling his hand back and leaving the money on the bar. Just consider me to be a very generous patron who was never here. Then perhaps you should leave, the bartender said. Well put. Harry slapped Fletcher on the back, and then walked out of the Hog's Head. When he reached the door, he glanced back for a moment. The sickles were gone from the bar, and Fletcher was already halfway through his tumbler of fire whiskey. Harry shook his head, then slipped outside, allowing the door to swing closed behind him. 2 days before the Gryffindor-Slytherin Quidditch match, Hogwarts was blasted by a powerful storm, worse than any that Harry had ever seen. Worse, even, than the storm during Harry's 3rd year that had blown his Nimbus 2001 into the Whomping Willow. Angelina Johnson, consumed with the desire to defeat Slytherin, refused to cancel the Gryffindor Quidditch practice and dragged her teammates outside into the pouring rain. They were soaked to the bones in seconds. Even Harry, who was sitting in the stands concealed by his invisibility cloak, was cursing Johnson's decision. The Gryffindor players could barely see or hear each other well enough to practice. For Harry, who was nearly 200 feet away, it was almost impossible to glean anything of value from their flying. But, since he was already saturated, he held out until the bitter end. Slytherin had plenty of experience playing against the Johnson, Spinnet, Bell and the Weasley twins. They were good players, all 5, but they were known quantities. Harry was concerned, however, about Ron as a keeper and Ginny as a chaser. Ron had been an adequate chaser, but far too defensive, and Harry was worried that Ron's true talent would reveal itself now that he was playing keeper. In the rain, however, it was impossible for the chasers to make a decent pass or take a decent shot, which meant that Harry was left in the dark as to Ron's potential for Saturday's match. Ginny was the other player that Harry was attempting to scout. The red-headed girl was a complete wildcard. Harry had never seen her on a broom before. But if she was anything like her brothers, she would have considerable talent at Quidditch. Every one of her older siblings, with the exception of Percy, had played for Gryffindor. Despite the weather conditions, Harry was able to see that Ginny was an excellent player. She flew fearlessly through the storm, ignoring the rain and the gusts of wind. Harry could tell that Ginny had a good eye for the game, and she was far more aggressive than Ron. Ginny was smaller than the other players, but she saw where she needed to be and she got there quickly, whether it was to take a shot or make herself available to receive a pass. The weather ruined everything she tried to do, but it did the same for Johnson and Spinnet, and they were much more experienced players. The more Harry watched, the more certain he was that Ginny Weasley would be a major threat in Saturday's match. Vasey was an excellent young chaser for Slytherin, but Ginny outclassed him in every way. When Johnson finally admitted defeat and called an end to practice, the Gryffindor team cheered. Harry lightly clapped his hands together under the invisibility cloak, certain that the sound of his applause would be obscured by the sound of wind and torrential rain. Harry allowed the Gryffindor team to precede him off the pitch. No need for them to see ghostly footprints in the mud, left behind by otherwise invisible feet. And following the Gryffindors had the added benefit of placing Harry behind Johnson, Spinnet, Bell and Ginny. No matter how cold or how wet he was, Harry could always take time to appreciate the female form. Once the Gryffindors were safely inside their locker rooms, Harry began the long, wet walk back to Hogwarts. He was completely drenched, and felt as if he'd never be warm again. But he wasn't worried about the cold. Instead, he was worried about Saturday's match. Harry had a plan to deal with Johnson and Spinnet, but what could Slytherin do to stop Ginny Weasley? On the morning of the Gryffindor-Slytherin Quidditch match, Harry awoke from the strangest dream. He had been dreaming of a door at the end of a long, dark hallway, a blue door or a door cast in blue light, and there was something behind it, something he wanted very badly. By the time Harry was finished with his morning shower, he had forgotten the dream almost completely. The feeling of longing, however, stayed with Harry throughout the morning, and only began to dissipate as Harry finished his breakfast. The longing was replaced by nervous expectation. Harry's first match as Quidditch captain was approaching, and a lot was riding on his ability to win this game. If Harry lost this match, it would be the first loss to Gryffindor in almost a decade. The backlash resulting from a Slytherin loss could be strong enough to destroy the aura of invulnerability that Harry had so carefully cultivated. Harry collected his uniform after breakfast and set out for the pitch. It was extremely early, but he had one last task to accomplish before the match started, and he couldn't risk missing his chance. Harry slipped out of the front doors of Hogwarts and took a seat on the steps, settling in to wait. The morning frost had not yet cleared from the ground. It was cold, colder than it had been all year. The storm from 2 nights ago had left clear skies and low temperatures in its wake. The chill from the stone steps began to creep through Harry's Quidditch robes, and he cast a quick warming charm to keep the worst of the cold at bay. It took almost 15 minutes, but eventually the front doors of Hogwarts opened behind Harry. Harry heard the clamor of voices, and turned to find the Gryffindor Quidditch team making their way toward the pitch. Harry wasn't surprised to see a couple of extra bodies walking down with the team. It was an informal tradition that any Quidditch player who was in a relationship would be accompanied to the pitch by their significant other. Harry wasn't surprised, therefore, to see that Hermione was muttering encouragements to a green-faced Ron Weasley. What was surprising was seeing Neville Longbottom walking next to Ginny Weasley. Why would Longbottom be walking with Ginny? It had only been a few days ago that Ginny was at Hogsmeade with Dean Thomas, on an honest-to-goodness date. Harry knew Ginny's character, and she wasn't the type of slag who would move through boys at such an astonishing pace. That meant that Longbottom was there of his own accord. And it made what Harry was going to do next ever so much sweeter. "Hey, Weasley," Harry called out, raising his arm to wave. Over half of the Gryffindor team responded to Harry's voice. "Ginny Weasley," Harry specified. "Can I have a word?" Johnson frowned at Harry. "No, we're on the way to the pitch. I won't let you make us late." Harry sighed and rolled his eyes. "Yes, that's my master plan. Make Ginny late so that Gryffindor is down a chaser, and meanwhile Slytherin doesn't have a seeker." "It's just Harry," Ginny said to Johnson. "Don't worry, I'll be on time." As Ginny stepped away from the rest of the Gryffindor team, Harry saw a series of emotions flicker across Longbottom's face. Longbottom hesitated for a moment. His desire to stop and wait for Ginny was obvious. But Ginny had made no suggestion that she expected or wanted anybody to wait for her, and Longbottom had clearly realized it. After a moment's more hesitation, Longbottom dejectedly began walking toward the Quidditch pitch with the rest of the Gryffindors. "Ginny, meanwhile, had returned to where Harry stood on the stairs. What's going on? Ginny asked. I've been thinking, Harry said as he stood and walked down to Ginny's level. I know that I owe you another apology for last year, for what I said in the hallway. And now's the time you choose to apologize. Ginny said. Harry shrugged. I finally figured out what I wanted to say, and I felt like it couldn't wait. Ginny gave Harry half a smile. Go on, then. Okay. Harry took a deep breath. I'm sorry for what I said to you last year in the hallway. I didn't want to look bad in front of my friends, but that's no excuse for what I did. I was really awful, and Cedric was right to give me detention. Harry looked down at the ground. And the worst part is that nothing I said was true. You're a good person, and a good friend, and you are worth the time I spent with you. I was just saying those things to hurt you, and I never should have done that. Wow, Ginny said, after a moment's silence. I did not expect that. Didn't expect what? Harry said. An actual apology. Ginny shook her head, and her red hair shifted on her shoulders. I expected some sort of half-arsed Slytherin version of a boy's non-apology. I really do wish I could take it back, Harry said. What I said last year, that is. Not the apology. The apology is real. I'm not particularly proud of the person I was last year. Well, Ginny looked around, conspicuously avoiding Harry's eyes. I guess I could admit that what happened is a little bit my fault. I knew what I was doing when I put you on the spot in front of your friends. Don't do that, Harry said. Blame yourself for the situation, but don't blame yourself for what I said. Those words were my choice. Your terrible choice, Ginny said, smiling a little. Exactly. Harry ran his hand through his hair. I've thought a lot about last year, and I don't like the way I had to act in order to impress my friends. Not that they're my friends any longer. Harry paused and frowned. He didn't like exploring these feelings. It was better when he didn't have to talk about them. This apology was getting out of hand. He hadn't meant to say so much. But even though he recognized that he was bearing more of his feelings than he had intended, his mouth was still moving. Why was he still talking? I had this plan, Harry said. I'd get through the tournament by pretending to be recklessly arrogant. I wanted it to look as if I was taking the tournament lightly. That way the person who put my name in the goblet would think that the tournament was certain to kill me, and they wouldn't just sneak up to me and curse me to death. But at some point, I forgot it was all an act. Harry glanced over at Ginny and saw that she was looking directly at him, earnestly listening to everything he had to say. Harry felt marginally better. If he was going to unload all his baggage, at least Ginny seemed receptive. A lot has changed since then, Harry said, nervously running his hands through his hair once again. I've changed since then. Today, I know that Cedric was right to give me that detention, and Snape was right to double it. I should have been a better man. But I wasn't. And I wonder about that, sometimes. Harry wondered about it at night, when he was lying awake in bed, trying to get to sleep. Harry should have been a better man. He should have been more like Cedric. And if Harry couldn't be a man like Cedric, then perhaps Harry should have been the one who died last year in Godric's Hollow, so that Cedric could still be alive today, doing the sort of things that a good man does. Harry shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts. I'm sorry, Harry said quietly. Ginny reached out and patted Harry on the shoulder. Thank you, Harry. I'm sorry, too, for putting you in that situation. Ginny smiled, and Harry smiled back. So, she said, are we just going to stand here and smile at each other? Or are we going to play a Quidditch match? Harry laughed a little, and he and Ginny began to down toward the pitch. In the distance ahead, Harry could see that Longbottom was at the back of the group of Gryffindors, glancing back to see if Harry and Ginny were following. Harry stifled a burst of laughter. His newfound knowledge that Longbottom fancied Ginny would make tormenting Longbottom twice as fun and twice as easy. When Harry and Ginny reached the pitch, the Gryffindor group was already out of sight, the team in the locker room, and Hermione and Neville in the stands. Harry and Ginny paused on the path, looking at one another uncertainly. Good luck, Harry said to Ginny. You too, Ginny said back. But not too good. Harry winked at Ginny, then turned away toward his own locker room. That entire exchange had gone rather well, Harry thought. He had gotten a bit caught up in the moment. Harry had exposed more of his feelings than he had wanted, and the introspection had hurt more than he had expected. But now that it was over, Harry was surprised to find that he felt much better. Much better, actually. And to top it all off, Harry was rather certain that he had accomplished his primary goal. There was no way that Ginny was going to be able to keep her mind on the Quidditch match, not after that little discussion. If Ginny wasn't at the top of her game, Draco and the other Slytherin chasers would run away with the match. Harry smiled broadly. It was nice to have patched things up with Ginny, this time for good. And, just as importantly, this match was in the bag. The stands were packed at the Quidditch pitch. The Slytherin-Gryffindor match typically drew the largest crowd of the year, both because of the intensity of the rivalry and the comparatively nice autumn weather. When Madam Hooch released the snitch and began the match, Katie Bell immediately flew to a spot above Ron's rings. Harry did the same, escaping the chaos of the opening moments of the game in order to review the field in peace. As the Slytherin chasers gained control of the quaffle and the players settled into their positions, Harry moved toward the center of the field. Belle had no choice but to come out and meet him. The disparity in their brooms meant that she needed to keep Harry close at hand in order to obstruct his flying. Harry, by contrast, wanted several feet of space between himself and Belle, so that he could bring his firebolt up to speed and use the broom to its fullest advantage. As Harry and Belle had lightly jostled one another, each trying to obtain and then maintain an advantageous position, Harry heard Lee Jordan's sullen voice announcing the first Slytherin goal. Harry spared a quick glance toward the Gryffindor rings, and saw that Ron's head was hanging and his shoulders were slumped. Meanwhile, Draco cruised away from the Gryffindor rings with his hands raised, celebrating the goal, and the Slytherin section broke into song. Harry, high above the stands and battling both the wind and Katie Bell, was unable to make out the words. The Slytherin chasers, using a 3-across formation to negate the effectiveness of the Weasley twins' Bagman Bash, scored another 2 quick goals, and after each goal the Slytherin section took up the song. Even from a distance, Harry could see from Ron's body language that the Gryffindor keeper was losing his composure. With the score 30-0, Ginny Weasley seized the quaffle, broke away from Montague with her speed, and launched a quick shot past Harper before Draco or Warrington could catch her. The look on her face was intense, and she seemed more focused than Harry had ever seen her. As she flew away from the Slytherin rings, Harry saw her pass by the Slytherin cheering section and make a rude gesture. The Slytherin students yelled in outrage, but Ginny was already gone. Part of Harry was pleased that Ginny had scored the goal. After Harry caught the snitch, he wanted Draco and the rest of Slytherin to know that Harry was the reason for their victory, not the dominance of their chasers. But Harry was also concerned that Ginny seemed to be playing so well. Their conversation before the match was supposed to drive her to distraction. When play restarted, Montague gained possession of the quaffle, but Ginny swept in behind him and knocked it out of his hands. Spinnet caught the quaffle and took it the other way, but as she approached the Slytherin rings, Draco appeared and forced her toward the side of the pitch. Spinnet responded by lobbing a pass toward the middle. Harry had no idea why until Ginny shot into view. She caught the quaffle at full speed and immediately fired a shot. Harper managed to get his hands on the quaffle, but Ginny's shot was simply too strong. It knocked Harper's hands apart, and the quaffle sailed through the rings. Harry frowned. This was not good at all. Slytherin was leading 30-20, but Ginny was absolutely shredding the Slytherin defense. Harry had wanted Ginny distracted by his apology, true, but he had also expected her to be a little lovesick. She had fancied Harry last year, and now that she and Harry had reconciled, Harry expected those feelings to surface once again. Apparently, Harry had failed on both fronts. Ginny was the only Gryffindor chaser who was doing anything of note against the Slytherin chasers. Slytherin and Gryffindor traded goals for the next 4 scores. Or, rather, Draco and Ginny traded the next 4 scores. It was clear that Montague and Vasey were feeding Draco the quaffle, and Draco was making the most of his opportunities. After every goal, the Slytherin section erupted in song. But it was equally clear that Ginny was unstoppable. There was nothing that Slytherin could do to prevent her from scoring once she had the quaffle. The girl could fly, Harry had to admit it. But why wasn't his distraction working? Ginny was supposed to be focused on Harry, not on the match. How could she have brushed off their conversation so easily? Harry had seen the signals in their conversations. He was certain that she still fancied him, at least on some level. Harry glanced at the stands. Was it Longbottom? Is that why she hadn't responded to Harry's flirtations and heartfelt confessions? Was Ginny actually interested in Longbottom more than she was interested in Harry? Longbottom had ridden in Ginny's compartment on the Hogwarts Express, and they had taken a carriage to the castle together with Ron and Hermione. Maybe there was more to their relationship than met the eye. Harry glanced over at the Gryffindor section, trying to find Longbottom, but Harry was unable to find him in the sea of red and gold. The score was 50-40 when Madame Hooch put the quaffle in play once again. Draco passed to Vasey, who scored his first goal of the game. The Slytherin section began to sing, and for a brief moment the wind died down. For the first time, Harry was able to understand some of the words. Is our king. Weasley is our king. He cannot block. Then the wind began to blow again, and the rest of the song disappeared. Harry felt a bump on his left side. Katie. What was that? The Gryffindor seeker asked. I don't know, Harry said. He directed his broom downward, toward the stands, and Katie followed. By the time they made it to the pitch, play had started once again. As Harry watched, Vasey intercepted a pass from Alicia to Ginny, then quickly flipped the quaffle to Draco. Draco scored yet another goal, and this time Harry was in perfect position to hear the Slytherins as they began to sing. Weasley cannot save a thing. He cannot block a single ring. That's why Slytherins all sing. Weasley is our king. Weasley is our king. Weasley is our king. He cannot block a single ring. Weasley is our king. Nice song, Belle said sarcastically. How long did that take you to write? This is the first time I've heard it, Harry said, with an edge in his voice. He hadn't written it, but he had a good idea who had. Ron's my friend. I'd never do that to him. Belle seemed skeptical. Somebody clearly put a lot of time into it, she said. Somebody's going to be doing laps for it at Slytherin's next practice, Harry said grimly. Harry and Belle fell silent as the game resumed. The score was Slytherin 70, Gryffindor 40. Slytherin had regained its 30-point lead, and it was obvious to Harry how they had managed it. Ginny hadn't touched the quaffle. If the Slytherin chasers could just keep the quaffle away from Ginny. But that was wishful thinking. Spinnet blocked a weak shot by Montague, and Ginny managed to gain control of the quaffle. She went from one end of the pitch to the other, speeding past Montague, ducking under Vasey, and firing a shot past Harper. And when Draco came flying in at the last second, clearly trying to foul Ginny even though her shot was already away, the redhead did a barrel roll on her broom, allowing Draco to fly harmlessly past. Slytherin 70, Gryffindor 50. On the next possession, Slytherin managed to keep the quaffle away from Ginny, and Vasey scored another goal. Again, the Slytherins sang their horrible song. Weasley was born in a bin. He always lets the quaffle in. Weasley will make sure we win. Weasley is our king. Weasley is our king. Weasley is our king. He always lets the quaffle in. Weasley is our king. Were you afraid that you couldn't beat us on the pitch? Belle asked. Decided to resort to psychological warfare, instead. Of course not, Harry said. His conversation with Ginny didn't count. That was totally different. Do you really think, Harry said, pointing at Pansy who was busily conducting the Slytherin chorus, that I would have asked that cow to help? Belle snorted. Well, when you put it that way. Before Madame Hooch could put the quaffle into play again, Angelina Johnson called a Gryffindor timeout. The Gryffindor team landed under Ron's rings and huddled around their new keeper. Harry met his teammates at the center of the field, where Draco, Montague and Warrington were already laughing and clapping each other on the back. What do you think you're doing? Harry asked Draco, immediately upon landing. Winning the match, Draco said. He had a cocksure grin on his face. I'm not talking about that. Draco feigned surprise. Oh, don't you like my song? I've been trying to think of rhymes for fat and ugly. I want to work in something about his mother, you see. And the rhythm is off for useless loser, so we're going to have to find some other way to refer to his father. Harry stepped forward and poked a finger into Draco's chest. Haven't you noticed that Weasley is playing better and better the more you sing that song? What do you mean, playing better? He's falling to pieces, Draco said. Then, after a moment's pause, wait. Who were you talking about? Put an end to it, Harry said. If you don't, you'll regret it the next time we practice. Draco snapped to attention and gave Harry a salute. Yes, sir, Captain, sir. Then Draco stuck out his tongue and made a face. From her broom, Madam Hooch blew her whistle and called an end to the timeout. Harry gave Draco one final glare. End it, he said. Sure thing, Draco said, smiling. Ginny scored the first goal coming out of the timeout. She made a nice move to shake Draco, took a pass from Johnson, darted between Warrington and Bulstrode, then fired a hard shot past Harper. Ginny would have scored on the next possession, as well, except for a lucky bludger from Warrington that struck her in the shoulder. She lost the quaffle to Vasey, who hurled a pass to Montague. Montague took a shot from long range that sailed past Ron and made the score 90-60. Once again, the Slytherin stands began to sing, "Weasley is our king." Harry signaled Madam Hooch for a timeout. With the exception of Draco and Harry himself, the Slytherin players were all smiles when they assembled on the pitch. Weasley is dominating you, Harry said to Draco. You can't stop her, so at least stop giving her motivation. I stopped her last time, Warrington said. Your aim was horrible, Harry said. That bludger would have missed her, if she kept flying straight. Weasley assumed that she needed to dodge, and she dove right into it. And how would you know? Draco said. You should be looking for the snitch, not ogling that blood traitor. Harry stepped forward, putting himself face to face with Draco. You should be playing defense instead of singing songs. There won't be any more singing if you just catch the snitch. Draco said. You do your job, and I'll do mine. Harry's hand darted out and grabbed a handful of Draco's robes. He jerked the bee-owned boy forward, pulling him down so that they were nose to nose. Your job is to do what I say. Harry yelled. You're going to stay close to Weasley. Be next to her. Be physical. You've been thinking about that a lot, haven't you? Draco whispered. Harry narrowed his eyes. This is my team. Do it, or you're cut. Draco smirked. In the middle of the game. I dare you. I've beaten Gryffindor with 6 players before, Harry said. He roughly pushed Draco away. Stop the singing, and stop Weasley. Harry leapt aboard his firebolt and shot into the air before Draco could respond. Harry wasn't sure whether it was his threats or his insults that caused the change in Draco's play, but he didn't particularly care. After the Slytherin timeout ended, Draco was closer to Ginny than her own shadow, constantly disrupting the Gryffindor chasers' play. As Harry had suspected, Ginny was vulnerable to physical defensive play. She had learned to fly by sneaking out at night and borrowing her brother's brooms, which meant that she was at her best in wide open spaces. Now that Draco's challenges prevented Ginny from flying freely around the pitch, her play declined precipitously. She simply wasn't familiar with the little jabs and twists that were needed to slip free of a physical opponent. Gryffindor took the next 2 shots, but they came from Johnson and Spinnet, and Harper saved them easily. Montague recovered the second shot, and he lugged the quaffle down the field before passing to Vasey. Vasey put a sharp shot past Ron, an absolute rocket that Ron wouldn't have been able to save on his best of days. Slytherin 100, Gryffindor 60. Harry looked at Draco, but his former friend was making no move toward the stands. As Draco flew toward the center of the pitch, waiting for play to resume, the Slytherin students began to sing. Can he truly be so awful? Weasley, you forgot the quaffle. That's why Slytherins all sing. Weasley is our king. Weasley is our king. Weasley is our king. Weasley, you forgot the quaffle. Weasley is our king. When the quaffle was once again in play, Harry was not surprised to see Ginny fighting her way past Draco to intercept a pass from Montague. Instead of being cowed by Draco's aggression, the song seemed to have inspired Ginny to let loose with some aggression of her own. As she passed by Draco, Harry saw her elbow flick out and catch the bee-owned boy in the ribs. Leaving Draco in her wake, Ginny flipped the quaffle to Johnson, then charged towards the rings. Bulstrode knocked a bludger her way, but Ginny evaded it easily before receiving the return pass from Johnson and taking a quick shot. Harper managed to get the twigs of his broom on the quaffle, barely enough to knock the shot aside. Harry shook his head. Idiots, he said. I told them to stop the song, but they wouldn't listen. There was no response. Harry looked to his left, then to his right. Where was Belle? When had she left? Harry spun his broom in a circle and caught sight of Belle about 30 yards away. For a moment Harry suspected a faint, but half-glimpsed glimmer of gold revealed how wrong he was. Belle was engaged in a high-speed chase with the snitch, and Harry hadn't even noticed. Harry leaned forward on his firebolt, immediately accelerating toward the Gryffindor seeker. Bulstrode! Harry yelled. Millicent, who had been lining up Weasley for another bludger, paused and looked at Harry. Belle! Harry shouted, pointing at the Gryffindor seeker. Bulstrode didn't hesitate. She immediately struck the bludger in Belle's direction. The iron ball sailed past Harry, but a cry from the crowd alerted Belle that something was amiss. Without even glancing over her shoulder, she smoothly moved her broom out of the way and allowed the bludger to fly harmlessly by. Even though she hadn't been struck by the bludger, the maneuver had cost Belle some of her speed. The slight delay was all that Harry and his firebolt needed. Belle was closing the distance on the snitch, but Harry was more rapidly closing the distance on Belle. He drifted slightly to the right as he approached from behind. He would have a chance to sneak past Belle and steal the snitch away. Harry released his firebolt and extended his right hand, preparing himself to grab the tiny golden ball. Belle moved to her right, directly into Harry's path, and Harry hauled back on his broom to prevent a collision. Belle's maneuver had caused her to lose even more speed. She was no longer closing in on the snitch, but neither was Harry. Harry pulled up, trying to fly up and over Belle, but she rose into his path and obstructed him once again. How was she doing that? It was like she had eyes in the back of her head. Harry moved to his left, and Belle moved to her left, as well. Harry tried his right, and Belle was there. She was mirroring everything he did. Mirror. Harry moved to his right once again, but instead of looking past Belle toward the snitch, he looked at her broom. There it was, on the very front. A mirror, attached to her broom. A simple muggle device, but it let Belle stay ahead of him without turning around. Brilliant, and Harry was certain that it would be effective against most wizards. Harry, though, was not most wizards. Harry was muggle-raised, and knew that every mirror had a blind spot. Harry sped up, trying to pass Belle on the left. She moved into his way, and Harry slowed his broom and moved slightly to his right, taking care to place himself so that Belle's body was directly between Harry and the mirror. Belle anticipated an attempt to pass her on the right, and moved right herself. As soon as she did, Harry jammed his firebolt to full speed. Before Belle realized her mistake, Harry sailed past her on the left. The snitch tried to make a sharp turn, but Harry's hand snapped out and grabbed it from the air. Harry heard a scream of frustration from behind him, but it was quickly drowned out by Slytherin cheers. Harry flew to the center of the pitch to return the snitch to Madame Hooch. By the time Harry arrived, the entirety of the Gryffindor and Slytherin teams had already congregated there. Harry could hear Draco's voice as he approached. The own boy taunted the Weasleys. Fat and ugly, Draco was saying. For your mom, you know. Ron made an angry move toward Draco, but before he could do anything, Draco was struck directly in the gut by a human torpedo in the form of Fred, but possibly George Weasley. Whoever he was, the twin tackled Draco to the ground, and Harry heard Draco cry out in a mixture of surprise and pain. The other Weasley twin was not far behind, joining his brother sitting atop Draco's chest, arms pummeling downward. Warrington and Montague immediately leapt to Draco's defense, grabbing the Weasley twins and hauling them off Draco. Warrington and Montague wound up on the ground, each rolling around and wrestling a twin. Draco stood and brushed his robes off, then glanced over at Ginny and Ron. Let me know if you think of a rhyme for useless loser, Draco said. I want to make sure your father doesn't feel left out. Draco turned back to the scuffles on the ground and drew his leg back, aiming a vicious kick at the nearest twin. Ginny's wand appeared in her hand, and she raised her arm to cast a hex. Harry, however, had seen enough. Still astride his firebolt, Harry lowered his shoulder and crashed into Draco before the own boy could deliver his kick. Once again, the own boy tumbled roughly to the ground. Harry leapt off his firebolt and grabbed hold of Warrington, who was sitting astride one of the Weasley twins and had drawn his arm back to punch the twin in the face. Enough! Harry shouted. He heaved with all his might and was able to drag Warrington away from the twin. Get off! Stop your fighting this instant! A woman's voice bellowed. Harry immediately released Warrington and snapped to attention. Professor McGonagall was striding toward the ruckus, wand drawn, with a scowl on her face. Slightly behind her, but no less infuriated, was Professor Snape. I have never seen such a deplorable display in my entire time at Hogwarts. McGonagall continued. You two, she said, pointing at the Weasley twins, will be serving detention with me for the rest of the week. Snape, meanwhile, swept through the crowd of students, grabbing Harry and Draco by the collars of their shirts as he passed. Just what do you think you are doing? He hissed. This foolishness will not be tolerated. Snape pushed Harry and Draco, sending the boys tumbling to the ground in front of him. He did not stop walking, however, and both Harry and Draco scrambled quickly to their feet, struggling to stay ahead of Snape's inexorable advance. He did not stop until he had driven them entirely outside the stadium, muttering invectives the entire way. Detentions for the week will seem like a gift when I am done with the two of you, Snape said, when he finally stopped. Brawling with Gryffindors like common muggles is bad enough, but fighting with one another in front of the whole school is inexcusable. He started it, Draco and Harry said in unison. Stop acting like children, Snape said, folding his arms. 50 points from Slytherin, for each of you. Why me? Draco said. I was the one who got attacked. I am the head of your house, Snape said. If you think that your role in this debacle went unnoticed, then you are a bigger fool than you think me to be. Draco frowned. Just wait until my father hears of this. Your father can protect you from many things, Snape said. I am not one of them. Draco recoiled slightly, surprised at Snape's anger. Draco was normally coddled by their head of house. Go to the locker room, Snape said, addressing both Draco and Harry. You are done fighting for the day. Any additional altercations will be dealt with severely. What about my broom, sir? Harry asked. His firebolt wasn't irreplaceable, but it was close, given how expensive it was. I will see that your equipment is properly stored by your teammates, Snape said irritably. Do you have any more frivolous questions? No, Harry said quickly. Then get out of my sight. Harry did not wait for additional instructions, and walked directly to the locker room. Having no desire to spend additional time around Draco, Harry rapidly stripped off his Quidditch gear and threw it into his locker. He would return for it later, and check on his firebolt when he did so. Harry showered as quickly as he ever had after a match, and dressed himself in clean clothes at the same speed as he had shed his uniform. As Harry bent down to tie his shoes, he heard the rest of the Slytherin Quidditch team enter the locker room, laughing and joking about the match and its aftermath. Draco, who was still slowly taking off his equipment, shouted a greeting. Harry had no interest in speaking with his teammates. As soon as a clear path to the door presented itself, Harry left the locker room. The day had grown distinctly colder since the morning and clouds had gathered to cover the afternoon sun. Thankful that he had thought to change into his heavier winter robes, Harry set out toward the Gryffindor locker room. When he arrived, he took a seat at the base of a tree opposite, facing the door. Alicia Spinnet was the first one out. As soon as she saw Harry, a look of disgust flashed across her face. Came to gloat, did you? I came to apologize, Harry said. Harry seemed to be apologizing a lot lately, but he needed to maintain his connections with the Weasleys in Gryffindor. They were his most powerful and numerous allies, and Draco's actions threatened all the hard work that he had done this year. To all of you, that song was completely out of line, and Draco deserved a good punch in the face. Tell it to Umbridge, Spinnet said. Harry frowned. What do you mean? After Snape whisked you away to safety, Umbridge showed up and banned Fred and George from Quidditch. For life. Harry's first thought was that the Quidditch Cup would be much more difficult for Slytherin to win, now that the Weasleys wouldn't be harassing the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw chasers in their upcoming matches. Harry's next thought was the realization that Spinnet blamed Harry for the twins' banning. Harry come to apologize to Ginny and Ron about the song, but it looked as if he would be apologizing for a lot more. I'm sorry, Harry said. I tried to stop the song, but there wasn't much I could do after the game started. But a lifetime ban. That's absurd. Harry didn't have to feign his incredulity. They were provoked. I've hexed people for less, and I've never been banned from Quidditch. Yeah, well, a new day is dawning at Hogwarts, Spinnet said sarcastically. Harry ran a hand through his hair. Banning Fred and George for life was completely unfair, not to mention detrimental to the Slytherin Quidditch team's chances at winning the House Cup. There had to be something he could do about it. Any idea when Johnson is coming out? Harry asked. No, Spinnet said. She did not seem interested in speaking with Harry any longer, so Harry let her leave without further questions. Ginny was the next person out of the locker room, and Harry was on his feet immediately. Ginny, I'm sorry. The song, and then Fred and George. It wasn't you, Ginny said glumly. She reached up and put the palm of one hand on her forehead, rubbing her temples with her thumb and index finger. The whole team could have done better. Ron wouldn't have had to try for so many saves if the rest of us could have kept our hands on the quaffle for more than 3 seconds. The only reason you didn't have your hands on the quaffle for longer was because you were constantly scoring on Harper, Harry said. You played great. Ginny smiled wanly and glanced up at Harry. Thanks. Anyway, Draco's going to pay for that song when we have practice Monday night. And now this bit about Fred and George. Ginny winced. Merlin, I don't even want to talk about it. I'm just going to go back up to my dormitory and hide under a blanket. Maybe I can convince Winky to bring me some hot cocoa without a word of goodbye. Ginny wandered away. Fred, George and Ron were the next 3 out of the lockers, and all 3 seemed equally despondent. Harry tried to apologize, tried to tell them about how tough practice was going to be for Draco, but nobody wanted to talk, not even Fred. As they made their way up to the castle, Harry made a promise to himself. He would set this right. After waiting several more minutes, Johnson emerged from the locker room. She was as upset as Harry had ever seen her, and given the number of losses the Slytherin Quidditch team had inflicted upon the Gryffindors in the last 5 years, Harry had seen her very upset and very frequently. Johnson was glaring at the ground as she walked, and she never saw Harry as she turned toward the castle. Got a moment? Harry called out. What do you want? Johnson snapped. She was more hostile than Spinnet had been. First, I want to apologize. Great. You apologized. I hope you feel better. Johnson's tone suggested that Harry should not, in fact, feel any better. In fact, Johnson's tone suggested that Harry should feel worse for attempting to feel better. Also, her tone suggested that Harry could die, and she would not count it as any great loss. Harry forged onward. I want to go down to Umbridge's office on Monday morning and ask for Fred and George's punishment to be reduced, Harry said. Maybe they shouldn't have hit Draco, but Draco shouldn't have provoked them. And he would have kicked them in the ribs if I hadn't stopped him. I'm hoping that Umbridge will agree to reduce their punishment, since the captain of the opposing team is making the request. Umbridge hates you, Potter. How is this supposed to help? She and I were able to reach an accommodation on some issues, Harry said, thinking back to their negotiation over the continued existence of the Slytherin Quidditch team. I think I'll be able to work something out. For example, Draco would be cut from the team, unless the Weasleys were reinstated. What does this have to do with me? The last educational decree required team captains to request reinstatement on behalf of the club. I'm assuming it still applies, and since Fred and George are part of your club, you're going to have to be there to request reinstatement. Are you free after breakfast? Yeah, whatever, Johnson said. It was obvious that she wanted to leave. I'll meet you in the Great Hall, then. Fine. Harry waved. Have a nice night, then, I guess. Eat dirt, Johnson said as she turned to leave. Harry once again took a seat with his back against the tree. The day was growing colder as the sun, still hidden by clouds, began to sink. If you're waiting to apologize to Katie, Johnson said, turning back slightly, you'll be here a while. She hates losing, especially to you. She'll be in the showers for the better part of an hour. I can wait, Harry said. It's not like I want to go back to the Slytherin common room for the party. Johnson gave Harry a long look before rolling her eyes and once again turning away. Harry shifted back and forth, settling in for a long wait. He put a quick warming charm on his cloak. It was much colder sitting on the ground than standing, and much colder when he wasn't moving. In fact, judging by the darkening clouds, Harry wouldn't be surprised if it began to snow before the night was over. Harry quickly grew bored, sitting there on the ground. His mind began to skip from subject to subject, trying to find something that would occupy his thoughts. He didn't want to think too much about Fred and George's lifetime ban from Quidditch. He was furious with himself for allowing the situation to get out of hand. He could have prevented it all by actually grounding Draco during one of the stoppages in play. Instead, Harry had feebly insisted that Draco stop the singing. With Draco, Harry needed to be assertive and powerful. Today, Harry couldn't have seemed more impotent if he had tried. Much like Katie, Harry hated losing, and he had lost this battle to Draco. Harry shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts. He didn't want to brood, he just wanted to apologize to Katie and move on with his day. There had to be something he could think about that wouldn't leave him upset. He had patched things up with Ginny, that was nice. Perhaps that was part of why she had played so well today. Harry had expected his apology to create a distraction, but maybe it had been the opposite. Maybe it had been an inspiration. It wasn't an unpleasant thought, necessarily. The more time he spent with Ginny, the more Harry was coming to like her. But if Harry continued to grow closer to Ginny, then Draco would be sure to notice. Draco had already ridiculed Harry for the attention he had paid to Ginny during the match, even though Harry had only been watching her in a completely clinical sense, just as any Quidditch captain would have watched any player from any opposing team. Harry certainly hadn't allowed himself to become distracted by Ginny. It was a total coincidence that Katie Bell had slipped away to pursue the snitch while Harry was watching the chasers. But even though Harry knew that there wasn't anything between himself and Ginny, he was certain that Draco would relentlessly harp on the subject. What a nightmare that was going to be. Harry closed his eyes and pressed his fingers against them, watching spots of light flare behind his eyelids. Katie was taking practically forever in the showers, and the air was still cooling. The longer Harry sat, the more he wished that he, too, were under a warm stream of water. A hot shower always seemed like it washed Harry's troubles away. Harry would sometimes turn up the heat as high as he could bear, then stand directly under the shower head, eyes closed and face turned up into the water. Harry wondered if Katie was doing the same, trying to wash away thoughts of the Quidditch loss, just letting the water run over her hair and down her shoulders. And with that, Harry discovered a train of thought that Draco had sullied. When Katie herself appeared at the door of the locker room, her hair was still damp from the shower. She was wearing casual robes that she hadn't bothered to fasten closed, and underneath she wore a simple black shirt with a small Gryffindor crest embroidered on the east. Harry blushed immediately upon seeing Katie, having spent the last several minutes imagining the particulars of the aforementioned shower, how enjoyable it might have been to join her therein, and what might have happened if he had been invited to do so. Harry scrambled to his feet to greet her, but his shoes slipped in the grass and he went crashing down to the ground immediately, knocking his head rather roughly against the trunk of the tree. His vision went dark for a moment, and his ears began to ring. Oh my gosh! Harry! Harry! Harry closed his eyes, wincing in pain and embarrassment. He was already developing a throbbing headache, the sort of headache that he knew would be twice as bad in the morning. The humiliation, however, that would triple overnight. Are you okay? Harry forced himself to open his eyes. Katie was standing over him, clearly concerned. Her brownish blonde hair was pulled back into a ponytail, but two rogue strands were winding their way across her forehead, held there by drops of water that she had not managed to dry. Harry, do you need to go to the hospital wing? Katie was shouting, now, even though she was only a couple of feet away. Inches, really? No, I'm fine, Harry said, finally pushing past his embarrassment and finding the will to speak. Why are you shouting? I thought you were really hurt, Katie said. She leaned back slightly. I was worried. Harry shook his head, and immediately regretted his decision when the world began to spin. I just got my bell rung, he said. It's nothing. Ding, said Katie, flicking the side of her head. What? Katie ducked her head sheepishly. Never mind. It's stupid. Harry pulled himself up into a sitting position against the tree. I'm supposedly one of the best athletes in the school, and I just fell on my back and hit my head against a tree. If you want to know about stupid, that's it. Katie smiled. It's just a joke Oliver and I used to have. If he said something pessimistic, he'd bang a fist against his head and say, knock on wood. I started doing it, too, because I thought he was making a joke about being a blockhead. I get that a lot, you know. My friend Leanne finally had to pull me aside and tell me that the joke was his last name, not a head made of wood. I was so embarrassed. Right, but why'd you flick your head and say ding? Oh, right. Katie shrugged a bit. When Oliver realized that I hadn't been getting the joke, he started to tease me and say that I had been hit in the head with too many bludgers. He called it getting my bell rung. Because I'm Katie Bell, right? So when you hit your head, it just reminded me. She flicked her head once again. Ding. Cute, Harry said, rubbing at the back of his head. He was going to have a bump for a few days. So what are you doing out here, other than falling on your ass? Katie asked. She held out a hand, and helped Harry to his feet. Waiting for you, Harry said. He brushed the grass off his robes, trying to regain his composure. Really? Katie seemed surprised, but also excited. Why? I wanted to say I was sorry about earlier today. Oh, Katie said, suddenly less excited. And here I was hoping that you were going to walk me up to the castle. I can do that, too, Harry said, giving Katie a wink. Thank you, Katie said cheerfully. She started toward Hogwarts, and Harry fell into step beside her. Anyway, like I said, I want to apologize, Harry said. What are you apologizing for? Katie asked. We were playing a match and you won, just like you always win. You don't need to apologize for that. No, that's Harry was going to say that wasn't what he meant, but Katie interrupted. Yes, it is true. You always win, because you never make a mistake. Ever. Katie reached back and grabbed her ponytail. She pulled it forward, over her shoulder, and gave it a nervous tug. Don't get me wrong, it's fun to watch. But when we're playing one another, couldn't you just make one mistake? Just the tiniest little mistake, just once, that's all I want. I make mistakes all the time, Harry said lamely. Name one. You saw the snitch before I did today, Harry said. Yeah, and that sure did me a lot of good, Katie said. How long was I ahead of you? 5 seconds. Then you passed me on your stupid firebolt. The way she said the word made it sound like a curse. It's not my fault I have a nice broom, Harry said defensively. I know, Katie said. I just want to beat you, just once. I know you think I'm terrible at Quidditch. I don't, Harry said. And I just want to prove to you that I really am a good player. I don't think you're terrible at Quidditch, Harry said again. I think you're quite good, actually. You're probably the best seeker in the school. Other than you, of course, Katie said, half jokingly. Right. And Draco, probably, but Harry wasn't going to say that out loud to anybody, especially not Katie. You're certainly one of the most creative. Adding a rear view mirror to your broom. That's brilliant. You're just saying that to make me feel better, Katie said. She was tugging at her braid, again, but she was also smiling a little. If you had a better broom, it'd be obvious, Harry said. You give me more trouble than Cho Chang, and her broom is 4 years newer than yours. And Chang's broom was itself 3 years older than Harry's, but who was counting? Then why has Chang won so many matches? She only beats Hufflepuff consistently, Harry said. It's because she spends her time flirting with the other seeker, and once he's distracted, she goes for the snitch. How do you think she and Cedric started dating? Harry paused. I mean, Chang's never beaten you, has she? Well, no, Katie said. Because she's terrible, and she can't win an honest Quidditch match. Harry and Katie were quickly approaching the front steps of Hogwarts. Harry could see students walking about, although there was nary a green and silver robe to be seen. They would all be back in the common room, celebrating. Katie turned up the corner of her mouth, and gave Harry a sly glance out of the corner of her eye. So you're telling me that it would be cheating to flirt with an opposing seeker? During a match? Yes. On the way back from the pitch? Absolutely not. Really? Katie asked. She slowed her pace a little, and Harry slowed to match her. Katie pushed back her robes and stuffed her hands into the back pockets of her pants. The motion pushed Katie's shoulders back, and Harry found himself distracted by the suddenly perky Gryffindor crest that was embroidered on Katie's shirt. I seem to recall a certain seeker asking me what my plans were for Hogsmeade in the middle of a match, before he flew off to catch the snitch. Well, that was different, Harry said. And how is that? Katie asked. If I was asking about Hogsmeade for the sole purpose of distracting you, then I would be cheating, Harry said. But since I was actually curious, it wasn't cheating at all. It's all about intent. So flirting with an opposing seeker during a match may or may not be cheating, depending on intent. Right, Harry said. He was surprised that he had managed to talk his way out of that one. It had sounded a little lame, even to his ears, but Harry had learned long ago that flattery could work wonders. So what, exactly, did you intend to do when you asked me that? Katie said. As I recall, you didn't say a word to me last year. Katie's tone didn't seem to match her questions, her voice was much kinder than her words. And she seemed to be walking closer to Harry, now. In fact, her elbow had bumped against his. Twice. As that's so. Well, that was a mistake, Harry said. Clearly. Harry held out his hand to Katie. Why don't I fix it, right now? Would you like to go for a walk? You just won a Quidditch match. Don't you have a party to attend? Harry shook his head. I'd rather go for a walk. Good answer, Potter, Katie said, brushing her hair away from her forehead. She reached out and took Harry's hand. Let's go. Harry intertwined his fingers with Katie's, and the two seekers turned away from Hogwarts. Harry briefly thought of Ginny, what it might be like to hold her hand, and that holding hands with Katie would make it nigh impossible to allow his relationship with Ginny to continue to develop. But Harry didn't know if Ginny reciprocated his feelings. Hell, he didn't even know what, exactly, his feelings for Ginny were, other than vaguely positive. And right now, Ginny was somewhere in the Hogwarts, doing something, but Katie was right here, with her hand in Harry's. Harry pushed thoughts of Ginny out of his mind. Katie led Harry out toward Black Lake, but to the shore opposite where Harry traditionally practiced his spells. They talked about Quidditch, mostly, how frustrated Wood had been at his inability to defeat Slytherin, how overbearing Flint had been during practices, their thoughts on opposing seekers and beaters. It was a pleasant conversation, as Harry hadn't been able to seriously talk Quidditch with anybody since the beginning of the year. He supposed he could have talked to Ginny about it, but his conversations with Ginny were always about something important. As Harry and Katie worked their way around the lake, they came upon a large rock, a boulder, really, jutting upward out of the sand. It was wide at the base but narrowed at the top, and the tip thrust outward toward the lake. The names of hundreds of years of Hogwarts students were carved in the stone, some so worn with age that they were almost invisible, others jaggedly fresh. I love this rock, Katie said as they approached. I like to climb up top and just look around. I know I could get higher on a broom, but there's something I like about actually climbing a rock with my hands. Do you mind? Harry asked, gesturing toward the rock with his free hand. No, go ahead, Katie said. Harry released Katie's hand, but not before he gave her fingers a final squeeze, and received one in return. Then Harry stepped forward and began to climb. It wasn't difficult. In fact, the act could barely be called climbing. But when Harry reached the top, he realized that Katie was right. There was something satisfying about being on higher ground, looking out over the rest of the shore. Do you want to come up? Harry asked. Of course I do, Katie said. Harry reached down to help Katie up, and she grabbed his hand, even though it wasn't strictly necessary to do so. Harry gave Katie's arm a strong, firm tug, the sort of assistance he would have needed to give to Pansy, who hadn't done more than a minute of manual labor or athletic competition in her life. Katie, meanwhile, pushed off the ground as if she were climbing completely under her own power. Harry realized too late that she had simply wanted to hold hands again, and hadn't expected Harry to give her any help at all. Katie shot upward with speed that neither she nor Harry anticipated. Both seekers were thrown off balance by the sudden shift in positions. Harry felt his heart begin to beat quickly as he lost his balance. The top of the boulder was narrow, and he was certain that he was about to go over the edge, where he would inevitably break open his skull against the wide base of the rock. But then Katie was grabbing at his hand, and Harry was able to wrap an arm around her waist, and somehow they managed to avoid toppling to the ground. Harry glanced down at the ground, and the jagged bottom of the boulder. His heart was still pounding in his chest, and he was breathing rapidly. "Thanks," Harry said. "You're welcome," Katie said quietly. Harry turned back to look at Katie, and discovered that his arm was still wrapped around her waist. They were standing toe to toe, almost nose to nose. Katie was shorter than Harry, just barely. "So, what about flirting with the other seeker after a match?" Katie asked. "Not cheating," Harry said. "Actually, it's encouraged." "Good," Katie said. She shifted her weight forward, onto her toes, and pressed her mouth upward into Harry's. Harry slid his other arm around her waist, pulled her closer, and keyed her back. It had been a few months since Harry had properly keyed anybody, and he realized after a few moments that he had forgotten to breathe. He pulled back slightly and took a deep breath. When he leaned back in for another key, though, his aim was somehow off, and he managed to bash his nose into Katie's. This set Katie off into gales of laughter, and Harry blushed with embarrassment. "I'm sorry," Katie said, still laughing. She raised a hand to cover her mouth, as if that would conceal her mirth. "I just think it's funny. We're supposed to be athletes, but whenever we're around one another we turn into a two-person disaster zone. Maybe we should get down from this rock, then," Harry said. "You're right. This is a high-risk situation." Katie released Harry and jumped down from the rock, landing gracefully. She backed away from the boulder and held her hands up in the air, fingers splayed. "Okay. I should be far enough away for you to climb down without killing yourself." Har. Harry jumped down, as well, bending his legs to absorb the force of his fall. As Harry rose to his feet, he found that Katie had moved closer. Much closer. In fact, she put her hand on Harry's chest and lightly pushed him backward, until he was pinned up against the boulder. Katie once again rose onto her toes and turned her chin up. She paused just before her lips reached Harry's, and smiled. "Aren't you glad you didn't go to the party?" she asked. "Quite." Harry closed the last centimeter of distance, and this time he did not bash his nose against Katie's. The rest of the afternoon was a bit of a blur for Harry, a jumble of embraces and stolen keys and entwined fingers. Katie and Harry continued on their walk, slowly making their way around the shore of Black Lake, but Harry couldn't say for sure exactly what they passed or when. A herd of unicorns might have been playing Exploding Snap on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, but Harry would never have known. The thing he remembered most was Katie's face, still tan from hours practicing Quidditch, a light sprinkling of freckles across the bridge of her nose. Although it was hidden by clouds, Harry could tell from the gathering darkness that the sun was setting behind the mountains when he and Katie finally completed their circuit of the lake. The air was cold, almost bitterly so, and Harry had long ago placed warming charms upon their robes. As Harry led Katie toward the front steps of Hogwarts, the clouds finally made good on their day-long threat of snow, and large, fluffy flakes began their slow descent toward the ground. The flakes were catching in Katie's hair. If Harry hadn't already become completely enamored of her, this certainly would have done it. The debacle of the morning's Quidditch match just seemed so far away. When Harry and Katie reached the front steps, he took one last glance across the grounds. In the distance, at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Harry caught a glimpse of something he had not seen all year. A lamp was lit in the window of Hagrid's hut. Harry smiled. Perhaps this wasn't a bad day after all. In fact, once Harry was able to strong-arm Umbridge into reinstating the Weasley twins, there wouldn't be any evidence to show that today hadn't gone perfectly as planned. Harry smiled to himself, and Katie smiled back. She probably thought that the smile was for her. Harry wasn't going to correct her. In fact, Harry was going to steal another key. After lunch on Sunday, Harry walked down to Hagrid's hut. Tracy and Theo declined to accompany him, claiming some sort of previously arranged revising engagement. Harry knew from the glances and winks that Tracy and Theo were giving one another that they would more likely be snogging than studying, but he couldn't begrudge his friends the pleasure. Neither of them were close to Hagrid, and snogging, as Harry had recently been reminded, was a delightful pursuit. As Harry made his way down to Hagrid's, he saw that the previous night's snow was almost completely undisturbed. The blanket of snow covered the path down to Hagrid's hut, hiding the irregular cobblestones and muddy earth beneath its clean and smooth surface. As Harry trudged through the snow, stepping carefully so as to not lose his footing, he suddenly thought of Umbridge. He quickly forced the thought away. His trip to Hagrid's was supposed to be a pleasant reunion with his friend, and he wouldn't let that horrible woman ruin his mood. When Hagrid opened his door to let Harry in, Harry was shocked to discover that the large man was covered in bruises. A deep purple bruise surrounded Hagrid's left eye, and much of the rest of his face was the sickly yellow-green of a fading bruise. It was obvious that Hagrid was in pain. He was walking with a slight limp, and he didn't even offer Harry tea before dropping heavily into one of the chairs at his table. Harry took a chair across from him, face drawn in concern. "Hagrid, what happened to you?" Harry blurted. "Where have you been?" Hagrid was one of the toughest people Harry knew, an emotional softy, for certain, but very literally thick-skinned. "Secret business," Hagrid said. "Fair Dumbledore. I know you've been working for the Order," Harry said. "You don't have to hide that from me." Hagrid heaved a sigh for relief. "Phew. I've got no mind fair secrets, so it's good that no," he said. "Where have you been?" Harry asked. "Dumbledore asked me and a limp to go talk tear the giants." "Dumbledore wanted you to recruit them for the Order?" Harry asked. It seemed logical. Giants would be powerful allies in the battle against Voldemort. They didn't carry much political weight, but their actual weight was an enormous asset. "No, not in particular," Hagrid said. "Just stop 'em from going over to you-know-who. They foe. Fair. I am in the loss. War. And it was a right mess." Hagrid reached up to scratch his beard, and winced as he raised his arm. He reached across his body with his opposite hand and began to massage his ribs. "I take it that things didn't go so well," Harry said dryly. "Ye could say that," Hagrid agreed. "Ye know how giants are." "No, actually," Harry said. He didn't know much about giants except for the fact that they were, well, giant. "What happened?" "Things started out all right. Me and a limp brought some gifts to the Gurg. That's the leader o' the group o' giants, and he seemed tear like us. Then we came back the next day, and there was a new Gurg." "So quickly?" Hagrid nodded sadly. "Might makes right with the giants, ye know. If ye want tear be Gurg, you have to kill the old Gurg. And only the Gurg as long as you can avoid being killed. Only a fool would want tear be Gurg, which means that every giant wants tear be Gurg." Hagrid shook his head. "It's why there's so few giants left." The more Harry learned about giants, the more they reminded him of Crabbe and Goyle. "What happened with the new Gurg?" Harry asked. "He was actin' odd," Hagrid said. "We gave gifts and all, but he weren't too keen on us. It took me and a limp a few days to figure out what was going on." Hagrid hung his head sadly. "There was Death Eaters there, too. Walden McNair, fair sure, and a couple o' others." There is contempt in Hagrid's voice as he said McNair's name, the likes of which Harry had never heard before. "How do you know McNair?" "He works for the Ministry. McNair does," Hagrid says. "He executes magical beasts that the Ministry thinks are dangerous." Harry was well aware that Hagrid's definition of dangerous magical beast was very different from the Ministry's definition, and the rest of the sane world's. "Gets too much joy out o' killin', he does. Explains why he got along so well with the new Gurg. Couldn't you do anything?" Hagrid let out a big sigh. "A limp wanted tear fight him. The Death Eaters, that is, but Dumbledore told us tear avoid him as much as we could. It didn't help none, though. Like I said, might makes right with the giants, and in the end, we had tear fight our way out. We barely made it, as ye can see." Harry gave Hagrid's injuries a more careful look. Every inch of him that was visible was covered in some sort of bruise. And Hagrid was the biggest person at Hogwarts, by far. "Hagrid, exactly how big are these giants?" "Well, I'm half the size o' Grop, and he's a bit of a runt, no." "Who's Grop?" "He's me half-brother," Hagrid said proudly. "I just met a few weeks ago. He was gettin' roughed up by some o' the other giants, on account of being so little. I think ye'll like Grop's a runt, but he's twice your size. Hagrid shrugged, and winced with pain as he did so. He might be a bit taller. Where do these giants live? How can they stay hidden from muggles when they're that huge? In the mountains, Hagrid said. Little groups, scattered here and there. Harry started doing some math in his head. So you and Madame Maxime were on the continent, I'm guessing. Yes, it were quite the journey. We had a bit of a go around with a couple of mad trolls in Poland, and then there was that business with the vampire in Minsk, Hagrid said. A limp didn't complain none, though. She's a real woman, a limp. Harry nodded slowly. It must have taken you weeks, he said. Well, we chanced a bit o' magic after we lost the giant's trail in Dijon, and after that it weren't so bad. Harry nodded. So, were you able to convince any of the giants that they shouldn't go over to you know who? Harry already suspected the answer. Hagrid nodded his head, proudly. Yes, we were. Let me guess. Grop. Hagrid smiled. You've got a good head on your shoulders, Harry. Grop's come over to our side. Then Hagrid lowered his head, and his voice. That's all, though. Ah. Harry ran a hand through his hair. Hagrid, if it took you weeks to get there and weeks to get back, why is your black eye so fresh? Hagrid suddenly went still. I don't know what ye mean, Harry. Hagrid. That black eye happened recently. You told me that I'd like Grop, as if you were going to introduce me. You didn't bring him back to Hogwarts, did you? Hagrid held his hands out. I couldn't just leave. I am there. He's so little, he weren't cut out for it. Harry rocked back in his chair. I can't believe you, Harry said. You brought a giant to Hogwarts. There are children all over the place, Hagrid. Grop's not dangerous, Hagrid protested. Your black eye says different. He isn't doing so well, right now, but he's adjustin', Hagrid said. I'm sure it's only a matter o' time. What happens if a first year accidentally runs into him? Harry asked. What gives you a black eye would give an 11-year-old a crushed skull? He won. Do that, Hagrid said. Sides, he's safe. Nobody's goner find. I am. Where can you hide a giant? Harry asked. Then, realizing the only place at Hogwarts large enough to hide a giant, Harry answered his own question. The Forbidden Forest. Hagrid nodded. Grop don't understand exactly why he needs to stay hidden, so he's tied up to a couple of trees right now. Harry lowered his head and began to rub his temples. Hagrid, you can't keep doing this. It's the same thing you did with the Cerberus my first year. Fluffy, said Hagrid. And the dragon. Norbert, Hagrid said. And the Acromantula that got you expelled. Agragog, said Hagrid. And Draco almost got disemboweled by a hippogriff during third year. Buckbeak. He wouldn't hurt a fly, so long as the fly bowed to him. Last year you bred a bunch of homicidal insects that were half bug, half bomb. Harry shouted. I gotta admit, the Scroots might have been a mistake. You've got to stop doing this, Hagrid, Harry said. You keep giving them names like they're people, but they aren't. Didn't you learn anything in my class, Harry? Hagrid sounded hurt. Creatures are dangerous when you don't understand them. And you'll never understand if ye don't try. There's not a lot to understand, Harry said. They're animals, and they're trying to kill me. Hagrid fell silent, and his face grew sad. As to what ye think o' me, Harry? That I'm an animal. What? No. Grop is me half-brother, Hagrid said. If ye think he's an animal, like all the rest, then ye think I'm an animal, too. That's not what I meant, Harry said, rubbing his eyes with his fingers. Hagrid was getting this all wrong. Do ye remember the first time we met? What I told ye about Dumbledore? Harry was taken aback by the non sequitur, but he remembered the moment clearly. You told me he was a great wizard, Harry said. Hagrid shook his head. No, I said he was a great man. Being good at magic makes a great wizard. Being good to people makes a great man. Hagrid stood and lumbered toward the door. He looked down at the knob, facing away from Harry. Albus Dumbledore has never made me feel this way, Harry. Hagrid reached down and opened the door. I think ye'd better go. Harry stood and walked toward the door. I'm sorry, Hagrid. It's not what I meant. Hagrid shook his head and looked away. Ye thought it. Then Ye said it. Hagrid's voice trailed off, and Harry saw that the large man's eyes were glistening. Hagrid sniffed and turned his head up and away from Harry, trying to prevent the tears from spilling out, or at least prevent Harry from seeing. Harry stepped outside of Hagrid's hut, not wanting to embarrass his friend further. As Harry stepped outside, he asked, "We'll talk again soon, right, Hagrid?" But by the time Harry turned around, Hagrid's door was closed. Harry spent the rest of Sunday in a despondent funk. He was furious with himself for speaking so carelessly around Hagrid. He hadn't meant to equate his friend with dangerous, semi-sentient magical creatures. That had been a mistake. But Harry still felt that his point was a valid one. Hagrid had to learn that exposing schoolchildren to danger was a fast way to get himself sacked, especially with Dolores Umbridge around. Harry wandered around the grounds of Hogwarts, forging his way through the snow, allowing the melting snow to soak through his shoes and socks and accepting the discomfort as some sort of punishment for his misdeeds. Harry went inside and cleaned himself up slightly before dinner, then went down to the Great Hall. During the meal, Theo and Tracy were unbearably chipper. They had returned from their afternoon snog fest, and Theo couldn't stop smiling, not even long enough to properly chew his food. Tracy, meanwhile, was so full of energy that she dominated the conversation for the entire meal, chatting about the week's upcoming classes. Finally, Harry had to stand and excuse himself. In his foul mood, he just couldn't take any more. When Tracy asked what was wrong, Harry mumbled something about preparing for his meeting with Umbridge in the morning, then wandered off. Harry was sitting on a couch in the common room, making notes on a piece of parchment to prepare for tomorrow's meeting, when the rest of Slytherin began to return from dinner. Tracy was among the first back, and she dropped onto the couch next to Harry. "Where's Theo?" Harry asked. "Had to go to the library," Tracy said. "I'm tired. I'd fall asleep if I went to the library, so I came back here." Tracy clasped her hands above her head and stretched. Harry gave her a quick glance, and then thought of Warrington's statements in the locker room the previous week. Moments like this had convinced Warrington that Tracy warranted a second glance. In acknowledgement of Warrington's observation, Harry gave Tracy a second glance, then turned back to his paper as she unclasped her hands and settled in on the couch. "What are you working on?" Tracy asked. "I'm organizing my thoughts for a meeting tomorrow." "Meeting with who?" "Umbridge," Harry said bitterly. "Why? What happened?" "That thing with the Weasleys, after the Quidditch match," Harry said. "The twins were given lifetime Quidditch bans, even though Draco instigated the whole thing. Why does she want to meet with you about that?" "She doesn't. I want to meet with her." Tracy frowned and crossed her arms. "Harry, I don't think that's a good idea." "What isn't?" Harry asked. He was purposefully being obstinate. His mind was made up. "If you haven't noticed, your little war of wills with Umbridge is escalating. If you have this meeting, one or both of you is going to leave angrier than you were at the start. Eventually, one of you is going to get pushed too far. It doesn't matter which one of you it is, either way, you'll wind up expelled." Tracy turned in her seat and looked directly at Harry, but Harry refused to look up from his parchment. "The Weasley twins just aren't worth it. They're my friends, Tracy," Harry said. "If it were you, I'd try to do something. I'm different," Tracy said confidently. "And even if it were me, Quidditch isn't worth it. You have to pick your battles. And I've picked this one," Harry said quickly. "It's a bad pick," Tracy replied, just as quickly. "Well, I'm not changing my mind. And that's final." Harry scratched another note on his parchment. "If you don't have anything to contribute, do you mind leaving me alone?" "That was my contribution," Tracy said testily. "If you're too thick to accept it, that's on you." Tracy stood with a huff. Before she could walk away, Harry reached out and grabbed her arm. "Tracy," Harry said. "Thank you. I do appreciate your advice. I always do. But I can't always follow it." Harry gestured toward his parchment with his free hand. "I have to do this." "No, you don't." Tracy's gaze was cool. "You don't owe them anything." Tracy didn't know it, but this was true, in the most literal sense. It was the Weasley twins who owed Harry, which was the only reason that Harry had a stake in their burgeoning joke shop. "They're my friends," Harry said again. I stick up for my friends. I don't betray them. Tracy sighed. Fine, meet with Umbridge, if you must. But I'm telling you, this is a terrible idea. Dolores Umbridge was sitting at her desk when Harry and Angelina Johnson arrived on Monday morning. The pink-clad woman was obviously surprised to see the two students together, although she quickly concealed her expression with a miserable smile. Mr. Potter, Miss Johnson, how may I help you? Umbridge asked sweetly. It was the sweetness of rotting fruit, but sweet nonetheless. We're here to ask for Fred and George Weasley to be reinstated as Quidditch players, Harry said. I understand that they have to be punished, but I think that the Slytherin team and Slytherin fans bear some responsibility for provoking them. Umbridge folded her hands in front of her. Come in and have a seat, dears. Harry and Angelina sat down at the chairs across from Umbridge's desk. The cat plates surrounding Umbridge's office mewed at Harry, a sound almost as obnoxious as Umbridge's voice. Unfortunately, my decision is already made, Umbridge said, once Harry and Angelina were seated. I'm not sure what authority you think I have to alter a punishment once it has been effected. You disbanded all Quidditch teams earlier this year, Harry said. You reinstated them when an application was made by the team captain. This is exactly the same, except on a player-by-player basis. Assuming, for the sake of argument only, that I have this authority, Umbridge said, why should I reinstate the Weasleys? They committed a horrible act of violence. They were provoked, Angelina said. Harry agrees, and he's captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. Umbridge turned to Harry. Do you agree, Mr. Potter? Harry nodded. Absolutely. They were provoked by the Slytherin players and the Slytherin fans. It might not completely excuse their conduct, but it certainly works in mitigation. Umbridge pursed her lips. And if I reduced their punishment, what would you estimate as an appropriate length of time? 1 game suspension, Harry said. He had known that there would be some negotiation. Full reinstatement would make Umbridge look weak. Harry had to concede some punishment for the twins. Johnson looked shocked. She had obviously expected Harry to lobby for immediate and complete reinstatement. It was just like a Gryffindor to be short-sighted. Having the twins back for the final 2 games of the year would be far better than nothing. Umbridge shook her head. I think a 3-game suspension would be appropriate. Make it 30. Then, Harry said sarcastically. They'll have graduated before they're eligible to play if you suspend them for 3 games. Then perhaps Mr. Weasley and Mr. Weasley should not have lost control of themselves so close to the end of their 7th year, Umbridge snipped back. The punishment must fit the crime. I agree, Harry said. It was time to lay his cards on the table. To that end, I've decided that the Slytherin Quidditch team needs to be disciplined, in order to prevent this sort of action from reoccurring. I am in charge of all disciplinary measures, Umbridge said. Harry began to quote. The Hogwarts High Inquisitor shall determine all punishments and detentions, a duty formerly assigned to heads of houses. That's Educational Decree number 23, if you'd like to look it up. As Umbridge began to scowl, Harry began to smile. What Educational Decree number 23 doesn't say is that the Hogwarts High Inquisitor has the ability to dictate playing time on Quidditch teams. If Fred and George Weasley aren't reinstated, I'll have to take drastic action to prevent the occurrence of future physical altercations. The only way that I can do that, I think, is to ground Draco Malfoy. Harry was smiling broadly now. The public must be protected, after all. Angelina was looking back and forth between Harry and Umbridge, and it was clear that the meeting was spiraling out of control. Harry knew that Angelina didn't care about Harry's power struggle with Umbridge, she just wanted the twins back on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Thus, it didn't surprise Harry when Angelina interrupted and tried to calm everybody down. Professor Umbridge, I know that Fred and George are sorry for what they did, Angelina said. It won't happen again. Umbridge abruptly turned and addressed Angelina. Miss Johnson, why did you bring Mr. Potter along today? Aren't you aware that he has a reputation for lying? Angelina stammered for a moment. We thought our reinstatement request would carry more weight if it came from the captain of the opposing Quidditch team, Harry said. It would, Umbridge said. But the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team has not approached me about the issue. Umbridge's statement hung in the air like a noxious cloud. Harry sat back in his chair and let his hands drop into his lap. His smile was gone. What did you do? Harry asked flatly. I did nothing, Umbridge said. You, however, attacked Draco Malfoy, just as Fred and George Weasley did. It seemed to me that your punishment should be the same, a lifetime ban from Quidditch. Attacked. Harry threw his hands out to his sides. I pushed Draco away before he could kick a helpless wizard in the ribs. Mr. Malfoy, a boy of 15, was attacked by a 17-year-old Gryffindor, Umbridge said, clearly pleased with herself. As if the physical disparity were not great enough, another 17-year-old Gryffindor joined in the attack, making the fight 2 against 1. Once Mr. Malfoy was able to extract himself, you, Mr. Potter, accosted him from behind. Is that the official report you sent Fudge? Harry asked. It is, Umbridge said brightly. I'd say that I would convince the new captain to request my reinstatement, Harry said, but that would be useless, wouldn't it? It would, Umbridge said, just as brightly. She reached into her desk and drew out a sheet of parchment. This was just issued today. Harry took the parchment and began to read. Educational Decree Number 29. In the event that disciplinary measures shall cause a sanctioned Hogwarts organization, society, team, group, or club to be without an officer, captain, or other leader, the High Inquisitor shall appoint a suitable replacement. Harry looked up from the decree. Draco. But of course, Umbridge said. The Malfoy family is a pillar of the wizarding community, and young Mr. Malfoy is an excellent Quidditch player. Perhaps most importantly, he does not spread lies. I see. Harry slid the new educational decree across Umbridge's desk. He had been outmaneuvered, and Harry knew exactly when it had happened. When Harry had asked for the Slytherin Quidditch team to be reinstated, and Umbridge had asked Draco to stay after the meeting. Harry wasn't sure how much of the plan was Umbridge's invention and how much was Draco's. The song lyrics were certainly Draco's brand of snark, but the result was the same. Harry was removed from his captaincy, banned from Quidditch, and his power over Draco was gone. This had never been about the twins, it had been about Harry all along. The twins were just collateral damage. Our meeting is done, then, Harry said. There was nothing else he could do. Harry stood, but Umbridge put up her hand. Not quite, Mr. Potter, she said. Your broom has become contraband, as you are no longer a house Quidditch player. You have until the end of the day to bring it to my office, where it will be kept until the end of the year. If you do not, it will be destroyed. You can't. Harry clenched his hands in anger. It's my property. Plenty of people who aren't on Quidditch teams have brooms at Hogwarts. You can't take it unless it's being used illegitimately. I can seize any contraband, Umbridge said. Other students who possess brooms might be called upon to join their house Quidditch team, in the event of injury or emergency. Your lifetime ban guarantees that this is not the case. Therefore, any reason you have for possessing the broom is illegitimate, and the broom is rendered contraband. Umbridge smiled. Have it in my office by the end of the day, or you will serve detention for it. Miss Johnson, the same goes for Fred and George Weasley. Please inform your former teammates. Harry stood and stormed out of the office. Johnson was close behind him, trying to engage him in conversation, but she eventually gave up when Harry refused to respond. He wanted to be alone with his misery and fury. Umbridge had won this battle, and he hated her for it. But she was making a serious mistake if she thought she had won their war. She might not realize it, but banning Harry from Quidditch made him a vastly more dangerous adversary. Now, short of expulsion, Harry had nothing left to lose. Word spread quickly of Harry's lifetime ban from Quidditch, and Draco's ascendancy as captain. Draco's first act was to appoint himself Seeker, an announcement he made at lunch. He then loudly reinstated Crabbe and Goyle as beaters, and once more relegated Bulstrode to keeper. Warrington, Montague and Vesey were given positions as chasers, and Harper was demoted to the reserves. After lunch, Harry skived off history of magic and returned to his dormitory, where he used his mirror to contact Sirius. After expressing an appropriate amount of outrage, Sirius agreed to contact Dumbledore and arrange for Harry's firebolt and the twins' brooms to be delivered to Grimmauld Place for safekeeping. Harry was relieved. He couldn't stand the thought of Umbridge locking his broom away for a whole year. That evening, in the common room, Tracy gave Harry an "I told you so" speech. Harry was having none of it. She had already requested the decree from the ministry, Harry told her. Which meant that she had already decided to ban me for life and appoint Draco captain. Nothing we said in that meeting mattered. Tracy disagreed. The meeting might not have made things better, she said, but it certainly might have made things worse. It doesn't get worse than this, Harry said. Yes, it can, Tracy said. Umbridge might. I don't want to hear it, Harry said, covering his eyes with his hands. I've had enough for one day. And that had been the end of it. Tracy had left in a huff, presumably to spend time with Theo, and Harry had gone to bed. The week passed slowly for Harry, and Draco took every opportunity to remind Harry that he was no longer Quidditch captain. Instead of meeting at the pitch, like every other team in school, Draco had the Quidditch team assemble in the Slytherin common room. Harry was reading quietly, near the fireplace, trying not to think about how open his schedule had just become. Draco made a big show of talking about tactics, speaking loudly enough that everybody in the room could hear him, even if they didn't want to. By the time Draco was done, there could be no mistake that Draco was the Quidditch captain and Harry was not even on the team. Having made his obnoxious point, Draco then led the team down to the pitch, sneering at Harry as he passed by. Once Draco had gone, though, Harry noticed something interesting. Fully half of the Slytherin prefects were at practice: Montague, Warrington, and Draco. They were also the most aggressive of Slytherin's prefects, and the most likely to engage Harry in a direct confrontation. Sure, Pansy was more than willing to be nasty to Harry's face, but she also was unlikely to draw her wand and start a duel. The same could be said of the sixth-year prefects, both of whom were girls. They had plenty of cunning and cruelty, but were unlikely to commit an act of violence. Harry assumed that they had been chosen to balance Warrington and Montague, the seventh-year prefects. Snape had apparently learned his lesson about selecting his prefects for their brawn instead of their brains. It seemed that being removed from the Quidditch team would have an unexpected advantage. Harry would have plenty of time to conduct business away from prying eyes. This suited Harry's purposes just fine, as he had a lot of business to conduct, most of it involving Gryffindor girls, in one capacity or another. It was a silver lining to a massive storm cloud, but it might have been enough to help Harry weather his foul mood, if it weren't for Snape. During Harry's first potions class, Snape unusually curt with Harry, flaying him with criticism and cutting comments. The scrutiny with which Snape monitored Harry's work was stricter than any Harry had previously experienced. Snape criticized Harry for being careless with his ingredients, and then for being slow when Harry was more careful. He criticized Harry for missing steps in his potion, and for inserting additional steps when Harry went back to double-check his work. At the end of class, Snape loudly announced that Harry's potion was so dismal that Harry would not be allowed to turn it in for credit. As he stood over Harry's cauldron and vanished the potion, Snape hissed at Harry under his breath, "Let this be a lesson. Do not squander your opportunities." Snape was not going to let Harry forget this failure, that much was clear. There were only two bright spots to Harry's week, and both occurred on Thursday, during Slytherin's second Quidditch practice with Draco as captain. The first was when Ginny Weasley approached him before dinner and announced that she had solved their location problem. It took Harry a moment to realize what she meant. After the week Harry had been having, Hermione's defense club seemed very far away. "What did you find out?" Harry asked. "I asked Winky, and she gave me a great suggestion," Ginny said. "I'm going to go look after dinner. Come along." "Why don't you ask Hermione or Ron?" Harry said. All he wanted to do was sulk in his common room, not go marching around the school on some crazed search for a location that probably wouldn't work, anyway. "I did. Hermione said that she had already delegated the responsibility to me, and that she's working too hard on a communication method to be bothered with this." Ginny folded her arms. "Besides, you're the nutter who suggested the Chamber of Secrets as a viable option. You're the one I need to convince, not Hermione." Harry's shoulders sagged. "Fine. Where should we meet?" "7th floor. Left corridor," Ginny said. "Don't be late." Harry's curiosity was piqued. He knew the 7th floor, and there weren't any rooms larger than a classroom in the left corridor. Certainly there wasn't anything secret. After all, he had the Marauder's map, and the map didn't show any secret passages that high in the castle. Whatever Ginny had in mind, It was a complete mystery. Despite Harry's desire to wallow in self-pity, he found himself looking forward to his post-dinner adventure with Ginny. When Harry arrived on the 7th floor, Ginny was pacing back and forth in front of an empty stretch of wall. Finally, Ginny said, "You took forever. I can't just sprint out of the Great Hall in the middle of a meal," Harry said. "People would be suspicious. And speaking of suspicious, I'm starting to wonder about the quality of Winky's information. There isn't anything here." As Harry spoke, Ginny turned around and paced several steps away. When Harry finished, Ginny turned back and began to walk toward Harry once again. "I wouldn't be so sure about that, if I were you," Ginny said. "What do you?" Harry turned to his right. There was a door in the wall that hadn't been there the moment before. "Wait, how did that get there?" Ginny laughed with delight. "Come on, let's see what we have." She glanced up and down the hall. Once she was sure that nobody else was around, threw open the door and stepped inside. The room was remarkable. There was a large, open space for dueling, and it appeared to have a padded floor in case one of the duelists was stunned or otherwise knocked to the ground. The walls were lined with bookcases, and each bookcase was absolutely packed with books. Harry looked at the nearest shelf and was surprised to discover that every title seemed to be related, in some manner, to defense, shielding spells for the easily startled, counter curses and their counter curses, and other useful sounding titles. "It's everything we need," Ginny said brightly. "I didn't think it could possibly be this good." "What is this place?" Harry asked. "Winky calls it the Room of Requirement," Ginny said. "You think of something you need, then you walk back and forth in front of that wall 3 times. At the end of the 3rd pass, the Room of Requirement appears and gives you what you need." Harry whistled. "So, if we need a room that's perfect for teaching defense and dueling. We're given a room perfect for teaching defense and dueling," Ginny crowed. "I told you I would find someplace better than the Chamber of Secrets." Harry began to wander around the room, glancing at the various things that had been provided to them. One corner was full of dark detectors similar to the ones Harry had seen in Mad-Eye Moody's office the year before. In another corner was a set of targets and dummies, much better than the quaffle and broom mannequin that Harry and Draco had cobbled together in previous years. Ginny was right. The room was perfect. Harry was beginning to feel something that he hadn't felt in days: excitement. "When's our first meeting?" Harry asked. "Hermione says it will probably be next week," Ginny replied. "She's been casting spells at a galleon for the last week, Merlin only knows why. She says that once she's done, we'll be able to communicate in secret, and at a distance, with all the club members." "Sounds good," Harry said. He glanced around. It was getting late, and he had one other person he needed to meet before the end of the night. "I'm sorry to be brief, but I have to go," Harry said as he made his way toward the door. "I'll concede that you have found a location that is much, much better than the Chamber of Secrets." "Thank you," Ginny said. "Do you really have to go so fast, though?" Harry paused. "Why? Ginny scuffed her foot on the floor. "I was hoping to take you up on that offer you made last year. At Yule Ball." Harry thought back to Yule Ball, and did his best to remember their conversation. "You want me to teach you the Patronus charm?" "Yeah, that one," Ginny said. "My dad says that Dumbledore is worried that the Dementors will desert Azkaban and join you-know-who. If that's going to happen, I want to be able to protect myself." Harry glanced at his watch. "I don't really have time to spare," he said. But he also didn't want to turn Ginny down outright. She was reaching out to him, and he couldn't squander the opportunity. "How about this? After the first meeting, we'll stay late and I can start teaching you the charm then. In the meantime, you need to think of a happy memory. The happiest you've got. The one thing that makes you happiest in the world. Between now and then, call that memory to mind as frequently as you can. You'll need it when it's time to cast your charm." Ginny nodded and grinned. "I'll take care of it." "Great," Harry said. He gave Ginny a wave. "I'll see you soon, then." "See ya, Harry." Harry stepped out of the Room of Requirement and back into the 7th floor corridor. Seeing that there was nobody around. Why would anybody be in a hall full of classrooms at 8 o'clock at night? After all, he pulled out the Marauders map and activated it. He could see his dot clearly, but Ginny, still in the room of requirement, was nowhere to be found. Huh. Apparently this was one secret that even the Marauders themselves had not been privy to. Harry deactivated the map and began to walk quickly through the castle. Down the main staircase, into the 5th floor corridors, and then to a familiar potions classroom, the same that he had used last year while preparing for the Triwizard Tournament. Snape had given Harry access last year, and Harry had taken it upon himself to add an enchantment of his own to the door of the classroom, just in case he would ever need to gain access at some point in the future. Swedish short snout, Harry mumbled. With a click, the door unlocked itself and swung open. Harry stepped quickly inside and closed the door behind him. Before he could turn around, a pair of arms wrapped around him from behind and grabbed him tightly. A husky voice whispered in his ear. Finally, Katie Bell said. You took forever. This was the second bright spot in Harry's week. Feeling Katie's arms loosen, Harry turned around and gave her a proper key. Sorry, Harry said. I had to take care of something for the defense club that Hermione's starting. Clubs are boring, Katie said. Dotting is awesome. She leaned in and gave him another key, and Harry was forced to agree. Compared to dotting, which was awesome, everything else was, in fact, boring. Did you get inside all right? Harry asked, once it became necessary for him to come up for air. Mostly, Katie said, stepping away from Harry. I had a hard time remembering the password. I said, Scandinavian shortsnout, 3 times before I remembered it was actually Swedish. Your password doesn't make much sense. Swedish shortsnout is a type of dragon, Harry said. I fought one last year in the tournament. Ooh, how manly, Katie said jokingly. Couldn't wait to remind me that you fought a dragon, could you? No, it was just something that would be easy to remember, Harry said. And unlikely for someone to say accidentally while standing outside a locked potions classroom. Katie shook her head. I can see right through you. Remind me that you're a dragon slayer. Remind me that you're teaching the whole school how to defend themselves from you-know-who. Harry didn't bother correcting her misapprehension. Harry would be running the defense club soon enough, anyway. Katie, meanwhile, had begun to run her finger down Harry's tie. Are you trying to impress me, Potter? Well, because it's working, Katie said. She grabbed his tie and pulled him forward into another key. Katie seemed intent on giving Harry a thorough snogging, but Harry wasn't able to enjoy it. When she had pulled him forward, Katie had also tightened Harry's tie around his neck like a noose. Harry's eyes were wide open, and he was rapidly tapping his hand on Katie's back, trying to get her attention, but Katie was not allowing herself to be distracted. Finally, Harry took hold of Katie's ponytail and gave it a firm yank. Hey, Katie yelled, pulling back from the key. Careful. Harry released Katie's hair, seized his tie with both hands, and yanked it loose. Katie, realizing what she had done, raised her hands to her mouth in shock and embarrassment. Oh, sorry. She reached forward and touched Harry's neck delicately with her fingers. Are you all right? No harm done, Harry said, slightly hoarse from the pressure against his neck. Katie, though, had flushed deep. I can't believe I'm so. Harry reached up and put one of his hands on Katie's. Don't worry about it. That sort of thing could happen to anyone. Accidentally choking somebody instead of snogging them. Katie asked. That could happen to anyone. Shish, Harry said. Questions are boring. Dotting is awesome. Harry leaned forward and pressed his lips against Katie's, and, although she was initially reluctant to participate, Katie eventually gave in. Later that evening, after curfew, as Harry was tucking in his shirt and Katie was straightening her hair, Harry asked when he would see Katie again. When do you want to see me again? Katie replied. As soon as possible, Harry said, and he was pleased to see Katie smile. Good answer, she said. When are you free next? Harry said. One of us still has Quidditch practices, and it isn't me. You're right. Angelina would never forgive me if I missed Quidditch practice to snog Harry Potter. Katie looked up at the ceiling. I think Friday. How does Friday sound? It sounds great, Harry said. I'll see you here, same time. Same time, Katie agreed. And this time, don't be late. Katie gave Harry a quick key. on his lips, then slipped outside the classroom. Good luck getting back to the dungeons, she whispered as she closed the door behind her. Harry waited a couple of minutes to ensure that Katie was not coming back, then pulled out the Marauder's map. He activated it and watched Katie as she made her way back to Gryffindor Tower. She had a close call with Mrs. Norris at the main stairwell, but she was able to avoid the cat and make it back to her dormitory unscathed. Satisfied that Katie had made it back safely, Harry stood, donned his invisibility cloak, and slipped back to Slytherin. When Harry stepped into the common room, he found it almost empty. A couple of second-year students were up late studying, and one familiar owned head of hair sat near the fireplace, staring at the door. "Where have you been?" Tracy asked, as Harry walked toward her. "Ginny Weasley had something to show me," Harry said, dropping onto the couch next to Tracy. Tracy scowled. "I don't like her. She's in Gryffindor. I get it. Not a big deal. So what did she have to show you?" Tracy's eyes had narrowed, and she was looking carefully at Harry's clothes. Although Harry had done his best to put himself in order, there was no way to truly cover the dishevelment that resulted from snogging. Harry should know. He had seen Tracy and Theo try and fail at it frequently enough. "She found a location for the defense club," Harry said, allowing a hint of exasperation to creep into his voice. "It's going to be perfect. If it's perfect, then why did you take so long before you came back to the common room?" Harry's hint of exasperation blossomed into full-out irritation. "Because I'm teaching her how to cast a Patronus charm," Harry said. "What's with the interrogation?" Harry had an idea of why Tracy's interest had been piqued. Harry's dishevelment, his admission that he had been sneaking around the castle with a Ginny, and the fact that he had previously taken Ginny out on a date were combining to make Tracy jealous. In Harry's opinion, this was stupid. Tracy was dating Theo, so she had no right to be jealous. If Tracy still harbored some desire for Harry, she needed to end her relationship with Theo before she started another with Harry. If Tracy wanted to stake some sort of claim to Harry while still maintaining her relationship with Theo, well, that was totally unfair, and Harry was going to make things as uncomfortable as possible for her. "Why are you teaching her how to cast a Patronus charm, anyway?" Tracy asked, ignoring Harry's question. "What's she ever done for you?" "She forgave me for being a colossal prat last year," Harry said. "She's nice, she's good conversation, and she believes me and believes Dumbledore when we say that Voldemort is back. Having her on my side will make it easier to take control of Hermione's defense club, too. The more Gryffindors I have on my side, the smoother the transition will be." Harry shook his head. "I don't see what's wrong with spending time with her." "Well, I think she's taking advantage of you," Tracy said. "She knows that you're lonely. She knows that you're feeling insecure. She knows that you're under constant assault from Umbridge, and she knows that you're rich. She, meanwhile, comes from a poor pureblood family. So if the Weasleys can tie their name to yours, then they gain instant legitimacy." Harry threw his arms up in the air. "Will you listen to yourself? She's a Gryffindor, not Salazar Slytherin reincarnated. Not everything has to be some sort of plot. And I'm teaching her charms, not marrying her." "You'd better not be," Tracy shouted back, leaping to her feet. Her voice echoed loudly through the common room, and all other conversation ceased. Harry looked around and saw that all eyes had turned toward Tracy. Tracy knew it, as well. She was turning red in the face. Without another word, she turned and rushed to her dormitory. Harry sat back on the couch and rubbed his eyes with his fingers. He hadn't wanted to embarrass Tracy in front of the whole house. He just wanted to demonstrate to Tracy that he wouldn't put up with her jealousy. And it was her decision to start shouting, anyway. Harry tried to put the whole incident out of his mind, and by morning, he had succeeded. Tracy didn't mention it again, so Harry considered the matter to be awkwardly settled. On Friday, Harry spent the majority of the afternoon daydreaming about his evening meeting with Katie. It took Umbridge's unexpected presence in his charms class to shock him out of his reverie. Umbridge, upon her appointment as High Inquisitor, had taken it upon herself to review the professors of Hogwarts and critique their teaching methods. It was obvious that Umbridge was seeking to disrupt the classes and then blame the incident on the professor who was teaching, and her efforts to create a disruption were proportional to her perception of the professor's loyalty to Dumbledore. Professor Trelawney and, more recently, Hagrid, were victimized rather flagrantly. Professor Snape and Professor Sinistra, by contrast, dealt with Umbridge using the same cool, reserved tone as they always had. The most notorious of all inspection incidents, surprisingly, was Professor McGonagall's. Her terse interaction with Umbridge quickly became legendary among the students, and was spoken about in reverent tones even by Harry's classmates in Slytherin. Harry had thought that the inspections were finished, and he was shocked to see Umbridge once again in the classroom when he arrived at Charms. Professor Flitwick paid her no mind. In fact, he seemed almost solicitous, offering to conjure Umbridge a more comfortable chair, or a cup of tea. Umbridge declined, and settled herself on a bench at the back of the classroom, directly behind Harry. Flitwick scurried to the front of the classroom and climbed the small set of stairs hidden behind his podium. He tapped his wand and cleared his throat to gain the class's attention. Question for the class. What is a spell? Flitwick spoke quickly, buzzing from topic to topic like a bee among flowers. His class was incredibly interesting, if you could keep up with his train of thought. Answer. In its simplest form, a spell is focused magical energy. Current debate. From whence does magical energy flow? Is the magical energy within us, produced naturally by our bodies or minds? Or is there a greater wellspring of magical energy, for which wizards are simply crude conduits? Flitwick paused, and allowed his questions to hang in the air. Nobody answered, although several students appeared to be intensely interested. Draco, Tracy, Daphne, Theo. Harry saw that his classmates were literally leaning forward in their seats, waiting for Flitwick to continue. Harry noticed that he was eagerly leaning forward, as well, and forced himself to sit back in his seat, affecting casual interest. Crabbe and Goyle were more interested in a nose. Alas, this great debate is yet to be resolved, my magical scholars, Flitwick said. Thus, it is not subject of today's class. Tracy audibly groaned, but Flitwick, buzzing along, did not notice. Direct your attention to the other portion of the definition of a spell. What is a spell? Focused magical energy. Tell me, what are the methods we use to focus magical energy? Flitwick gestured with his hands, indicating that he wanted students to simply call out answers. The usual suspects responded, the same that had been leaning forward to listen just moments earlier. Wands, said Daphne. Wand motions, said Tracy. Incantations, said Draco. Emotion, said Harry. Flitwick began to nod, first slowly, then vigorously as each additional answer was given. Correct, correct, correct. In greater or lesser ways, these are all crutches which allow us to improve focus, and thereby our ability to manipulate magical energy. Think. When you learned to read, you could only read aloud. Later, your focus improved, and you are now able to read without speaking the words. Harry remembered this process distinctly, as it took place inside the cupboard, under his aunt and uncle's stairwell. Harry quickly learned to read quietly to himself, as any noisemaking was severely punished. Reading silently was more difficult than reading aloud, yes. Yes. Thus, I expect that most of you will struggle with today's lesson. But, struggle leads to growth. Goal. By the end of term, you will all be able to cast at least 3 simple charms without reciting a verbal incantation. Harry smiled, broadly. This was something that he had wanted to learn for quite a long time. He had asked Sirius during their dueling practice, but Sirius said that it was something Harry would learn with time, and that there were better things to focus on to improve his dueling in the short term. Questions. Questions. None. Question for the class. Then, why do most wizards speak most incantations aloud, even though they have the ability to cast spells without verbalizing their intent? Example. Even Professor Dumbledore, widely acknowledged as the most powerful wizard yet living, speaks incantations aloud. Question repeated. Why? The students remained silent. Harry knew from experience that some were considering the question and its possible answers, while others were simply waiting for Flitwick to tell them the answer himself. Harry had, at various times, found himself in both camps, depending on whether or not he had done his reading the previous evening. Today, however, he simply wasn't coming up with a decent answer. Why would Dumbledore say a spell aloud? Laziness. But didn't it take more effort so speak than it took to remain silent? Flitwick began to speak again. Think. During your first year, you learned to cast a hovering charm. All together, please, what is the wand motion for the hovering charm? The class spoke in unison, several of the smiling. Swish and flick, they said. Flitwick nodded. Correct, correct. A demonstration. Mr. Potter, hold your wand steady and point to your charms book. Focus your mind on the hovering charm, say the incantation, cast the spell, but do not move your wand. Harry did as Flitwick instructed. Wingardium Leviosa, Harry said. His book rose into the air, a few inches off his desk. Harry was surprised by how taxing the spell seemed. The charms book almost immediately began to wobble in the air, and Harry was only able to keep it aloft for a few seconds before he had to set the book back down. Do you see? Flitwick asked the class. As first-year students, you lack the focus to cast a spell without a specific wand motion. Now, you are older. Suspicion. Each of you could successfully cast a hovering charm without the swish and flick motion. Flitwick turned back to Harry. Mr. Potter. Again, please. This time, use the wand motion, and kindly hover your book to my desk. Set it atop the stack of books that is already there. Harry cast the hovering charm again, this time using the wand motion. His book immediately rose into the air, and he was able to send it across the room and place it precisely atop the stack of books on Flitwick's desk, just as Flitwick had asked. Thank you, Flitwick said. Question, reiterated. Why might Professor Dumbledore speak aloud the incantation for a spell? It guarantees success, Harry said. Quite. A related alternative. Professor Dumbledore says incantations aloud, because there is no reason for him not to. Flitwick raised his eyebrows and nodded at the various students in the room. Some of them nodded back, acknowledging Flitwick's point. If there is no reason for silence, Flitwick continued, then speaking the incantation will lead to a better casting. Flitwick paused. Overly obvious question to which I still expect an answer. Why would a wizard wish to cast a spell without speaking the incantation? Miss Greengrass. She might want to conceal the spell she's casting, Daphne said. In a duel, for example. Quite right, Flitwick said. In my days as a dueling champion, I cast the majority of my spells without speaking the incantation aloud. The reason? I did not wish to warn the opposing wizard of the nature of the incoming spell. The element of surprise outweighed the loss of power and precision. Flitwick raised his wand in the air. An alternative. A wizard might wish to conceal the spell she is casting, because she is surrounded by students who might not have the maturity to use a spell properly. Harry raised his hand. If we can cast spells without wand motions and without words, is it possible to cast without a wand? Of course. Flitwick said excitedly. Accidental magic is the quintessential example. Raise your hand if you have ever performed accidental magic. Every student's hand rose into the air. Flitwick, glancing at the back of the classroom, waved his hand in an upward motion. Come now, Dolores. I doubt that you made it through childhood without performing accidental magic. I hardly think that this is relevant, Umbridge said churlishly. I am simply making a point for Mr. Potter, Flitwick said cheerfully. Nearly every wizard performs accidental magic during childhood, and a wand is almost never involved. Am I correct, Dolores? Have I described your experience? Umbridge nodded. Yes. Kindly move your lesson along. Indeed. Flitwick exclaimed. Madame Umbridge's wand was not involved. She was too young. And yet she produced some type of magical effect. Flitwick glanced around the room. Speculation. The result of Dolores's accidental magic experience was uncontrolled, unpredictable, and unrepeatable. Am I correct? Harry glanced back and saw Umbridge scowling. Move along with your lesson, Professor, she snapped. I will accept your comment as an answer in the affirmative, Flitwick said briskly, refusing to allow Umbridge to ruin his relentless cheer. It is obviously possible to perform wandless magic. To answer what I suspect is your true question, Mr. Potter, the performance of wandless magic it is not practical. Why? Answer. The better you learn to control your magic through practice and schooling, the less likely your magic is to boil over and produce accidental wandless effects. Result. Wandless magic is only displayed by the young and or the untrained. Harry raised his hand again. Is it possible to say the incantation for one spell but cast another? Umbridge began to mutter in the back of the room. Professor lacks control over excessively talkative students. Flitwick either ignored Umbridge, or had not heard her. It is quite possible, Flitwick said. But it is akin to speaking one sentence aloud while writing a different sentence with your quill. You must divide your attention, focusing both on actually casting the spell you intend, as well as not casting the spell you have incanted. Example. Wingardium Leviosa. Flitwick extended his wand, and a small trickle of water left its tip. Commentary. You have just observed the most powerful conjuration of water that I can produce while speaking an incantation other than Aguamendi. Statement of the obvious. This is an extraordinarily difficult task. Statement of that which you might not be aware. In the last 100 years, only 3 wizards have been able to reliably split their attention as you have described, Mr. Potter, and one of them is Professor Dumbledore. There was a heavy silence. Everybody in the class knew the identity of one of the other 2 wizards, Voldemort. Harry wondered, though, about the identity of the third. The silence was broken by Umbridge's muttering. Professor engages in rumor mongering. Flitwick's eyes tightened in annoyance, but he quickly erased the expression from his face. We have allowed ourselves to become distracted. It is not surprising, however, that on the first day of studying non-verbal casting, our class lacks focus. Flitwick smiled at his pun. Assignment. For the remainder of the class period, you shall practice the casting of non-verbal hovering charms upon your charms book. Feel free to use the swish and flick motion, at first, but you must remain silent. If you wish to challenge yourself, hold your wand steady. Flitwick glanced past his students, to the back of the classroom where Umbridge was still writing with her quill. The corner of Flitwick's mouth turned upward, mischievously. Goal. By the end of the year, I expect that you will be able to silently cast simple charms. Final demonstration. Like so. Flitwick waved his wand, and an enormous stream of water burst forth, arching over the heads of his students and striking the wall just above Dolores Umbridge. As the water splashed off the stonework, it doused Umbridge and her belongings, including her notes. Umbridge shrieked and raised her hands up to cover her head. Flitwick exclaimed in alarm, or possibly joy, and leapt down from his place at the podium. Dolores, I'm so sorry. As Flitwick scurried toward the back of the room, he began casting drying charm after drying charm at Umbridge. Her clothes dried quickly, albeit in a horrible and wrinkled mess, and Umbridge's hair exploded outward from her hair in a frizzy storm that rivaled Hermione's hair at its worst. By this time, Flitwick had made it to Umbridge's side. I'm terribly sorry. All this talk of incantations and silent casting. Flitwick was standing next to Umbridge's notes, which were lying on the ground in a puddle of water. The ink was already running, and the parchment was thoroughly soaked. Let me dry those notes for you, Flitwick said. Flitwick cast a drying charm at the parchment, even as Umbridge reached out with her hand and began to protest. The parchment, struck by the powerful drying spell, was shredded into a million pieces. Flitwick raised a hand to his mouth, ostensibly in shock, but Harry saw that his small professor was hiding a large smile. Oh, dear, Flitwick said quietly. At least it's dry. Umbridge glared at Flitwick and stuffed her quill and clipboard into her pink satchel. The minister will hear of this, she said loudly, before storming out of the room. Flitwick waited until the door had closed behind Umbridge before turning back to the class. Observation. The room is now clear of distractions. Please begin with your assignment. He was no longer attempting to conceal his smile. When Harry finally left dinner, he very nearly ran to meet Katie in their potions classroom. He was obviously excited to see and snog her, but he was equally excited to relate what had happened to Umbridge in Flitwick's class. Harry arrived before Katie, this time, and he nervously paced the length of the classroom, trying to bleed off some of his pent-up excitement. When Katie finally arrived, Harry was at the far end of the room. As soon as she closed the door, Harry was almost charging toward her. You wouldn't believe what happened in charms today, Harry said. Umbridge was observing classes again, and Flitwick doused her with water. It was brilliant. She was writing down the most ridiculous things in her notes, but Flitwick Katie held up her hand and touched a finger to Harry's lips. Less talking, more key. Dotting. Sure. But, MPHF. Harry hadn't realized how quickly Katie had intended to implement her plan. Ow. Katie pulled away. Are you okay? Harry reached up and touched his mouth. He had still been talking when Katie had key. Ed him, and he had managed to bash his teeth against hers. As Harry ran his fingers across his teeth, one of them felt unusually jagged. Would you believe that I just chipped a tooth? Really? Let me see. Katie grabbed Harry's cheeks and squeezed, turning his head left and right and forcing his lips apart. They look fine to me. It isn't a big one, Harry said. He took Katie's hand in his own and pressed her fingers against the damaged tooth. It's right here, feel that. Oh, I'm so sorry. Katie grabbed Harry's chin again to hold him still, and moved so that her eyes were only a few centimeters away from Harry's teeth. How could that even happen? Tooth hardening potions prevent that sort of thing. Harry felt himself turning red. Poor dental hygiene was not the sort of thing that one admitted to a girl if one hoped to continue snogging her. Must have gotten a bad potion or something last year. Harry made a mental note to order teeth hardening potions for this year. Also, to never mention this event to Luna, lest she think that he was a victim of the Rotfang conspiracy. Well, let's see if we can fix it. Katie drew her wand, and before Harry could say anything she blasted him right in the mouth with a charm. Reparo. The bright light of the charm dazzled Harry, and he started blinking rapidly, trying to regain his sight. He felt Katie's fingers run across his teeth again. Wow, it worked, she exclaimed. Harry heard Katie giggle with delight and clap her hands. As the world came back into focus, Harry saw Katie tuck her wand away and approach him once more. I am going to key you now, Katie said. Are you ready? Absolutely, Harry said, holding out his arms. Katie slipped into his embrace, and a much gentler key ensued. Harry was coming to realize that the time he spent with Katie was very different from the time Harry had spent with Pansy last year. With Pansy, Harry had always felt as if they were opponents in some strange game, except that Harry didn't quite know the rules. Pansy expected him to know things that she had never told him in the first place. Or, when they were alone, Harry would try to do something with his hands, and Pansy would push them lightly away. Harry would stop, but only a few minutes later Pansy would be irritated, grabbing Harry's hands and putting them exactly where he had wanted them to be in the first place. Then the next time Pansy would push Harry's hands away, he would try again only a few moments later, and Pansy would be angry with him because he wasn't respecting her when she said no. It had all been very confusing, but Harry had been willing to put up with it. That's what couples did, right? They put up with one another. With Katie, things were different. She looked different from Pansy, for one thing. Pansy kept her dark hair short and neatly trimmed, while Katie's was long and brownish owned, and nearly always in a messy ponytail. Pansy was curvy and soft, while Katie was athletic and wiry. Pansy knew how to make herself pretty, and she had money to buy plenty of expensive clothes, but Katie looked good when she was sweaty and her hair was a mess, which is nothing that could ever be said of Pansy. More importantly, though, when Katie Ed Harry, it felt like we're on the same team, working together for a common goal. Not that you could call snogging work, that is. After playing Quidditch against Katie for several years, Harry had suspected that she had a great talent for physical activity, and the more time Harry spent with Katie, the more his suspicions were confirmed. And when Katie wanted something, like a key, she didn't hesitate to let Harry know. It was a fine arrangement, and Harry was enjoying it quite a lot. As curfew approached, Harry and Katie finally forced themselves apart. That part, at least, was much more difficult than Harry remembered from his time with Pansy. Every movement he made seemed to draw him closer to Katie, and thereby closer to a resumption of key-dotting. So Harry said, leaning in slightly. When Katie moved her lips, it made Harry want to key them. What, exactly, are we? Katie asked. Harry asked, blinking slowly. He had been looking too closely at Katie's mouth, and hadn't been paying attention to what was coming out of it. I mean, are we a couple? Are we dating? Oh, Harry hadn't thought about that, actually. He had thought that they were snogging, but he hadn't considered the greater ramifications. You do fancy me, right? Katie asked, drawing back slightly. Of course I do, Harry said. There wasn't any other answer he could give, really. Katie smiled. She was exceptionally cute when she smiled. Then again, maybe that was just the sort of thing you thought when you had just finished snogging a girl, no matter who she was. Great, Katie chirped. I can't wait to tell Angelina and Alicia. They're always going on about Fred and George and how they sneak all over the castle. They won't even believe me when I tell them that I'm snogging Harry Potter in his private potions classroom. Their jaws are going to hit the floor. I should hire Colin Creevy to take a picture for me. Katie, maybe that's not the best idea. Harry gave her a close-lipped smile that he hoped was equal parts sad and silly, in order to minimize her inevitable anger or disappointment. Why not? Katie asked quietly. She had chosen disappointment, and it was terribly effective. She looked as if her pet Kneazle had just been run over by the night bus. It's Umbridge, Harry said. She's got this grudge against me, and against my friends. Like the twins, they wouldn't have gotten banned from Quidditch if they didn't know me so well. She might have done that anyway, Katie said. Harry shook his head. If it had been a fight among Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws, she wouldn't have left the stands, no way. She came down because I was in the middle of everything, and she was looking for a way to hurt me. The twins, they just happened to get caught in the crossfire. But, I don't want that to happen to you, Harry said, placing his hand atop Katie's. I couldn't live with myself if you became a target for Umbridge because of me. I'm a big girl, Katie said. I can handle a little heat. What are you going to do after Hogwarts? Harry asked suddenly. He didn't know what Katie's plans were, but he was certain that he could quickly imagine some way for Umbridge to ruin them. Katie turned red. I've been thinking about professional Quidditch. Too easy. What are you going to do if Umbridge bans you for life? Harry asked. Scouts won't be able to watch you this year or next. You'll be out of practice. It would end your career before it even started. I guess you're right, Katie said sadly. I'm sorry things had to end this way. End, Harry said. Who said anything about ending things? But you. I said that I didn't want you to become a target, Harry said. And if Umbridge doesn't know about us, then she can't do anything to you. Katie's face brightened again. A secret. For my protection. How brave. She leaned forward and Ed Harry. Coming from Ginny, or Pansy, or Tracy, or even Hermione, Harry would have expected sarcasm in that last sentence. Katie was not so subtle, and her earnestness was endearing. When they parted ways that evening, Katie's pleasant mood had returned full force. She reminded Harry of a puppy. Sometimes, Katie was incredibly enthusiastic, easily saddened but even more easily cheered, and hungry for Harry's praise. She liked Quidditch, she liked Harry, and she liked talking to Harry about how much she liked Quidditch and how much she liked Harry. Time spent with Katie was easy. Harry didn't have to worry, and he didn't have to think particularly hard about anything. Their time, like Katie herself, was nice. No matter how nice it was, though, it wasn't enough to make Harry openly declare their relationship. An official relationship with Katie was a risk, not just for Katie but also for Harry. If their relationship became public, Umbridge and Draco would target Katie as a proxy for Harry. Katie was brave enough. She was willing to snog a Slytherin Quidditch player, after all, but Harry would be forced to respond to any attack upon her. Failure to respond would risk losing not only Katie but also his allies in Gryffindor, Katie's friends, and Hufflepuff, who lauded loyalty. Any time that Harry could be forced into action meant that Harry was subject to manipulation by his opponents. The last time Harry had exposed himself, he had wound up stripped of the Quidditch captaincy and grounded for life. He wasn't going to make that same mistake again. Harry felt only a little guilty about failing to answer Katie's original question, but she would probably never notice. They had labeled their relationship during the course of their conversation. That was true, but that label was secret. Certainly not the label that Katie had been hoping for, but it was the only label Harry was willing to give them. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.